Good morning. 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 I need new teeth. I want new teeth. I think if you get to a certain age, you should just go ahead and be able to like trade things in, get new ones. I don't know. So I'm thinking. There, Hello Kitty. We're gonna do Hello Kitty today with fishing. It's Hello Kitty meets fishing chic. Good morning. Oop. How is everyone? How is everyone? Okay, I'm in a goofy mood today. Oh shit. I need to actually open a window. Open a window. No, not that one. Remember that from Love and Death? Did anyone see Love and Death? Open a window. No, not that one. The one in the kitchen. It's my favorite. She's not on yet. Mind Truth, you're first. You are the first. You are the first. Hello, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. Wow. 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 I was hoping to show you the pine trees. Oh my god. I was hoping to show you the palm trees. I slept on my hair, and this is what happens when I sleep on my hair. And I can't touch my hair after this. Anyway, good morning, Mind Truth. How are you? How are you? Who are you? You've been so mysterious this entire journey. I'm desperately trying to figure out who you are. Can you hear me all right? Because I have no accoutrement today. Perhaps I should get my... Actually, I'm going to see how bad I sound. Where is mine? I am live. Why am I not live? Red cactus. Oh, she sounds scary. Decent. Okay, well then I'm going to fix it. Well, I'm going to fix it. Right now. Right now. What the fuck? Oh. Yikes, Mikes. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Loud and clear? Oh, maybe I don't need this. I don't want to take... It's like draining power. Every time I plug something into my computer, it's draining power. Like a banshee. Like a banshee. Sound is good. Oh, you're decent. Ah, good. Well, then I won't bother. Why plug in more shit? You don't need to plug in any shit. Mind Truth, what do you think of all this stuff? What do you think? It's Wednesday. It's the last Wednesday in February 2023. What are we going to do with it? Hey, Pam. Which stuff? That's a good point. Any stuff. I know you have thoughts. But you're one of those wise people. I know where you stand, but I don't know exactly which square, and I don't need to. I'm not saying I do. I'm just curious. I'm curious about people who have been on this journey with us and have held their dignity. I don't think the last year has been a terribly dignified journey for anyone. But there are those who have risen above it. She is not alive yet. Yeah, I usually have thoughts too. I want to tell you right now, my cats kept me up all night long. I did not actually get any sleep until last time I saw the clock was 1:30, and then at 5:30 they decided they needed to just be running fast and a lot. So I'm tired, and I probably look a little tired. And I really didn't put on a lot of makeup and cover my boo-boos because I'm just like, I don't really care this morning. I mean, I do care, but I don't. You know what I mean? I feel like people won't care, so I don't really have to put on a cake of makeup. I mean, I know that's all in our own heads that we do that kind of stuff. I get that. Oh, Mind, you're amazing. I send you a big hug. I'm glad I got to know a little bit more about you in this morning. Thanks for always being there, and thanks for being such a good advocate for people. I see you when you say things. So thank you. And thank you for volunteering at nonprofits. I always love the people who came and volunteered for us. Because you were choosing to be there and choosing to do that work, and it always meant a lot to us. So I just want you to know that even if the nonprofit people don't always tell you how much they love you, they do. So I can say that with the utmost confidence. Oh, there she goes. She's all there. We're going to say hello, like Emily. Good morning, my darling Emily.
Words about the shit that popped off yesterday.
Nope.
We had attorneys pointing guns at people, making jokes about being tempted. We had Twitter shenanigans.
Morning.
And we have a judge that is over.
Here we go.
Mr. Griffin has a matter he wishes to.
Then why isn't he speaking?
Good morning, Your Honor. We are discussing with Mr. Murdoch his right to testify.
Oh, shit.
Or not testify.
Oh, shit.
And one of the issues that has come up is the scope of cross-examination
Oh, shit.
that the state would be permitted to go into.
Good morning,
Should he
everybody.
testify?
I've cursed 4 times in the first
Jim, I
minute,
don't
so
know.
you're never going to find this video on YouTube
Jim, I
again.
The
don't
basic
know.
rule is when the defendant takes a stand, he waives his Fifth
Okay, I
Amendment
think I'm going to have
privilege
to close the windows.
as to matters to which he testifies on direct and
They wanna
and
limit it.
relevant matters subject to cross-examination. Your Honor has let in over our objection.
They want to limit the financial crimes that he
evidence under
testifies.
404B of financial misconduct.
Where is my pen?
And what we're asking is for an order excluding the state
No.
from being able to question Mr. Murdoch on cross-examination matters related to the financial crimes.
This could be bait.
Sucked into the
and
convoy
put
streams because I
before
felt
the court under
powerless after
Rule
26.
404B.
Oh my God, me too.
If we don't
Me too,
testify
Mind Truth,
about
me
those
too.
on direct examination. We need a ruling from the
want to see
court
if
at some point in
anything
time
was
today
gonna
before
take
tomorrow.
hold.
We're not putting them up today.
Good news.
But
It didn't.
we're asking
You guys are
that we
idiots.
be able to advise him of
I was even mildly
what
interested
stage
in
will be
Camp
permitted to
Q
go
to see
into
if
on
he came up with some
cross-examination
fucked up
should he
KOA.
choose
You're asking for a limiting order.
So
adequately advise him.
he's not even going
and
anywhere because his
adequately
only
waive his
construction
right,
crew was fucking Dustin.
and
Dustbin.
his Fifth Amendment privilege and testify or not. And that's what we're asking.
not
Would you like
worried.
me to review with him at this time his right to testify?
They just
or
all want to
not
be left
testify?
alone.
No.
At this point in time, Your Honor, we have to
They want a limiting
try to get
instruction.
a understanding from the court as to the parameters of the
Relax.
waiver of the privilege. Is he waiving, if he testifies about the murders,
Can he?
is he then subject to cross-examination about the financial crimes?
Right. They want a limiting order on that.
That's what we're asking.
but you would have to be able to question people on things
Waters.
that are relative.
Thank
to
you, Your Honor. May it please the court. First of all, obviously the general rule is that
crime that was
cross
committed,
is
and you have
generally
to
wide open, and that goes for a defendant who testifies. Your Honor, Rule 611B on the scope of cross-examination expressly says that a witness may be cross-examined on any matter
they're ready
relevant
for
to
this.
any issue in the case. And of course, Your Honor
They knew
has
this
ruled
was
through
coming.
404 and 403 the financial matters independently relevant. But the rule goes on to further say,
Creighton, slow
including
down, my
credibility.
dude.
So even if that had not happened, these matters, which go right to the heart of the credibility and frankly the extensive dishonesty of this defendant, would be relevant if he took the stand anyway, regardless of the 404. So independently, under that rule of the credibility aspect, it would be admissible under Rule 611B. But again, Your Honor has ruled these matters as relevant in the case, and so they're clearly within the scope of cross. Your Honor, citing State v. Gilbert and Gleaton, 273
Yes.
SC 690, they said
I
right
totally
there,
agree with this
as I
statement.
think the defense recognized, when the
And I'm
accused
gonna
takes the
show it,
stand on his
because
own
I totally
behalf,
agree with this.
he waives his privilege
We're
against
talking about the
compulsory
convoy here,
self-incrimination
folks.
and must answer all proper questions.
All proper
Your Honor,
questions.
Taylor v. State, which I believe
Yep,
may have been
I agree.
ruled on other grounds, but
100%
258
my
SC
truth. That's the point.
369.
How did the
When the
radicalization
appellant
happen?
elected to testify, he
Where
waived
in
his
the
right
book
against
of
self-incrimination
radicalization?
and became subject to
They knew this
cross-examination
was
like
coming.
any
I
other
agree.
witness.
That's the takeaway.
And then finally, citing the U.S. Supreme
What are the
Court,
pathways?
Brown v. U.S. 356 U.S. 148.
I agree.
It says, it's talking about a defendant in a criminal case. It says if he takes the stand and testifies in his own defense, his credibility may be impeached and his testimony assailed like any other witness, and the breadth of his waiver is determined
Mike Flynn hated
by
him
the
for
scope
didn't
of
even pay
relevant
attention to
cross-examination. He has no right to set forth to the jury all the facts which tend in his favor without lying himself
although it's
open
the F
to a
truth.
cross-examination on those facts. Those are the general and well-established rules, Your Honor, and they're particularly relevant in this
Like,
case.
oh,
And
no, I don't
so
have
we
No.
believe that those financial matters would be well within the scope
That's
of this
canon
particular
fodder.
matter and authorized by the
Convoy
rules.
We are not on
Cannon
1.25
fodder
speed.
and
Creighton is speaking at 1.25 speed.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
And no one
with
told him to
regard
stop.
Credibility, I mean, the rules are pretty strict as to what evidence of criminal conduct can be used to impeach a witness's credibility, and there are limited
Oh
to
my God,
convictions.
coffee is so
And
amazing.
that's Rule 609.
That's like
Your
a
Honor has let the financial
404.
evidence in.
That's a good
under
argument, Jim.
theory of motive, and you've done a 403 weighing test. And Your Honor, I
Okay,
think
what is it?
when you get to
639.
cross-examination of a defendant, I think Your Honor has discretion under Rule 403 to prohibit the state from further inquiry, in this case, on the financial evidence, which they contend is, a motivating factor for the crimes. And that's, and so the Brown v. U.S. and I don't disagree that that's the black letter law, but the question is, what's the scope of cross-examination? And here he's charged with murder. He's not charged with financial crimes. He's charged with murder. And we're asking the court to limit, the waiver of his Fifth Amendment
really
privilege to the murder charges.
Yes, sir.
Again, moving back to
Did you watch
607,
Canada, Mind
of
Truth?
course, the
Were you
credibility
on-
of the
were
witness
you
may
in
be
the
attacked by any party. 608B
Canadian?
allows examination, a cross-examination of a witness
agree.
concerning
I
their
agree with that.
This morning popped off hot.
aspects of truthfulness and untruthfulness, which this clearly goes to, as well as 608C, which talks about bias, prejudice, and any motive to misrepresent. And again, we're not just talking
I
about
like how people who
purely
really
dishonesty
similarly
and credibility,
end up,
which I think is
moving
alone more
towards
than
each
enough.
other
We're
on
also
an
talking about
internet
examination on
space.
issues that are specifically
Isn't that
relevant
weird?
to this particular case, based
Blows
on
my
the
mind.
404 ruling.
This is not a stunt. I think they want to be able to advise their client, and the judge's
607,
ruling
608,
will determine how they advise
particularly
him.
Portion of 608,
So that's where we're at.
see evidence of bias, prejudice, or any motive to misrepresent may be shown to impeach the witness,
The judge is
either
like,
by
nah.
examination of the witness or by evidence otherwise adduced. Rule
Yeah,
6
he's not inclined to limit it. He is disinclined to acquiesce to
11.
their request.
and 609 also addresses the issue.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh, this is how
I am
this
not
thing's
going
gonna
to
go.
issue an order in advance limiting the scope of
God, I was
cross-examination.
so happy to get like a good night's sleep.
Any
I
objectionable
wasn't
matter
like,
must
maybe-
be
oh,
addressed
when the
on
usual
a-
suspects here is
as the evidence
Oh, yeah.
is
Good point.
presented and not based on any advance ruling by the court.
Did you follow
Boom.
from Adelanto?
That's the answer. He's not going
Or
to
did
testify.
you jump
that.
in? after.
We knew that was going to be the answer, Jim. I appreciate you're doing your job. Jim's doing his job and putting it on the record. Come on, man.
Your Honor,
He's putting it on the record. He's protecting his client. But the judge, we knew what this judge was going to
The ruling
do.
is not an evidentiary ruling. It's the scope of his privilege. And so would he be permitted to assert the fifth, for example, if they're permitted to ask questions such as they intend to on cross? And that's...
I can't give you any advisory opinions about the evidence and the scope of cross-examination, the scope
while
of his
they're
privilege.
cross-examining. Like, why does he get to kind of
That's,
shield
I'm willing
cross-examination?
to review with him the
That's
scope
an
of his
abuse, I
privilege
think, of
against
the rule of not bringing
self-incrimination.
in other
The court has been
That's what,
consistent
I think
ruling
that's
this way
what
the
you're
entire
referring
trial.
to.
We will certainly need to have that colloquy at some point at the
Today.
end of the day, perhaps. But
For the court to issue some blanket order limiting
No, that's not how it works.
Why
the
is there so much
scope
talk
of
in there?
cross-examination, that's unheard of to me.
Yeah. Hello.
again, Your Honor, I'm not...
Hello.
The question is
Yeah.
the scope of the waiver of his privilege when he gets on that witness stand. That's what we're asking
Come on,
for,
Weasley.
not an evidentiary ruling.
Well, Mr. Waters has some cases there.
You waive your Fifth Amendment when you
Somebody you'd like
choose
me
to
to look at,
testify.
and,
They're trying to say, can he waive his Fifth Amendment in
and
this
if you
case
do,
only
I'd
and
be
not
happy
the
to look
others?
at what you have as well.
It's a fair question for the defense.
But the answer is
Anything
like,
else?
no.
Nothing in the defense, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jury.
Bring the jury. All right. I cursed a lot at the beginning of this stream. We're never going to find this on YouTube, so go ahead and share it out. Let's roll the intro. Let's bring the jury, folks. Wow.
I need to get my car to
Looks
a
like
body
Alec
shop,
Murdaugh
you
might
guys. This
testify
is now
tomorrow.
day.
I'm gonna put up a poll in a minute. Do you think
Monday.
he'll really testify or not? Give me a second.
Wednesday.
Hey there,
We
I'm
need
Emily
to
D.
get my
Baker, the
car-
internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the
I know, I'm just going to turn her down for a minute. I need to take my car to the fucking body shop because of that accident I had on Monday. I got to get that fender back, or the bumper back on. God, I'm not looking forward to this. I really need a week to go with just normal, no car problems.
Good to see you all. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I've got hot water and lemon.
Thank you. Good morning.
I don't know what the next witness is going to
Madam
be, but
First
this
Lady.
morning was special.
How's the jury doing?
Instead of thinking about
Exhausted.
that,
I'm
let's,
exhausted, Your Honor.
Well, we're now in day number 22.
I don't want to think about
I
it.
like that all week.
Defense's case.
The days are going to line up with
You
the
may
dates.
call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Called Mark
This is another
Hall.
situation where a boyfriend is very helpful.
Mark Ball. Lawyer? I don't know. All right. Let's see what today holds. I'm still shook it after yesterday. Okay, this got way too loud too fast. As they deal with their feeds, we have to re-deal with our feeds.
Have a seat on the stand. Since it does have a microphone. Just take your full name and spell your last name.
Mark Ball, B-A-L-L.
Yeah, well, that's just
Mr.
me.
Ball, will you tell the jury?
I'm just Mark, and I've got this Sienna tie with a
What do you do?
brown suit, and I'm just
a lawyer
a
in
big pile of
Hampton. I
poop.
practice with the Parker Law
Sitting
Group
here on
now.
the-
Yep, former PMPD partner.
Lived in Hampton for 20-plus years. I now
What did
live
I
in
do
Rum
wrong
Gully
in my
here
life
in
to
College
end up
County.
with no-
Have for about 8 years, 9 years. I practice mostly
How
civil
long
law.
have you been a
Thinking of
lawyer?
this is my,
33 years.
It's gotten hot this morning.
I feel like I
Where were you
need
born
to,
and raised?
I feel
In Ballantyne,
responsible
South
for
Carolina,
being here.
up above Columbia, about 20 miles.
I'll be quiet.
And when did you move down to this part of the state?
I started with the law firm 34 years ago. I moved down. I was a law clerk at first and have never left since 1988.
Do you know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I do,
How long have you known him?
34 years.
Oh, Jesus.
And did you practice law
Morning,
together?
We did,
Camus.
about 20-something.
Did you have to pay back clients too?
Personal friends of his?
Yes, I mean,
And
I
were
don't know if he
family,
said
friends with
Fern
his
Gully,
family?
Rum Gully.
Yes,
I don't
our
know.
children grew up together, as did everybody in the firm.
And your wife, Lisa, would she become good friends with
What a
Maggie?
weird.
Yes, sir.
How's Lisa feel about paying back the theft? I got questions about
On
that.
do you remember the evening of June the 7th,
I do very well.
2021?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn about the
I didn't
tragic
realize
murders
how-
of Maggie and Paul?
It was
Appropriate
about
this couple did this
10:30,
morning.
and one of my partners, Ronnie Crosby, tried to call my phone, and before I could
I
get
don't know
to
what
it,
it says.
he
It's okay.
called my wife's phone, and he said, hand mark the phone, and he said Maggie and Paul had been shot and get over there. And so I scrambled and got over there. I live about 8 or 10 miles from there. I live over in
911 was
Young
called
Gully.
at
That's Moselle.
10:06.
And why
This
did you
whole
go over
law
there?
firm knew by
Find out what was
10:30.
going on. To, see what we're out in the middle of, nowhere, and, somebody calls you and says, your law partner's,
Turn the heat on.
you
It's
know,
cold.
wife and child have been shot, you go.
And who did you go with?
I went with my wife, Lisa.
And when you got there, who was on the scene, do you recall?
Yeah, I came in by the cabin.
Waiting for my
It's
morning
referred to as the
email.
cabin side of it. And
Where law
there was
enforcement was.
ambulance was pulled up next to what I would call the hangar building. It was pulled up there, and then Barry McRoy's vehicle, he drives a SUV of some type. And then there was a police car
I gotta fix my.
Wait,
pulled
who's
off to
Barry?
the right-hand side.
No.
Probably
no,
50
no,
yards
no,
before
no.
you get to them, and I pulled in right
I know,
behind
I know.
them on the left-hand, or the right-hand side of the driveway coming in, and then walked over.
Will you remind the jury who Barry McCoy is?
Barry McRoy is the chief of the fire and rescue here in Pelican County.
Isn't it adorable that he just
When you
calls him
arrived, I
first
think
name instead of
Barry
saying the
McCoy
fire
was
chief was
present?
there?
He was there, he was standing there speaking with a deputy, and there were two
What are you
EMT
doing?
paramedics standing over near their ambulance or
What's going on in here?
And when you pulled into the, I guess the lower driveway by the cabin, had any roadblocks or barriers been put up to stop cars from coming in there?
I wonder if they're
None.
talking about the crime scene.
I got there about
Very naughty.
10:50, 10:52.
Very naughty
something like
kitties
that.
today. Shit.
Everybody
Did
just
you have
knows
a
everybody in this town.
conversation with any law enforcement officers about the need to block the entrance?
I did eventually. I was talking to Barry about,
Like Barry.
I had found out just before I got there, somebody had called me, and they work with sort of the maintenance side of fire and rescue, and they had come across the radio that there were two dead. So I suspected that Paul and Maggie had passed away. So when I got there, I was talking to Barry and asking him some questions. I could see Randy kind of through the alleyway between the dog kennel and the sort of wing shed that comes off of the hangar.
Not Glenn,
I
but-
think
Buddy
Alec expected
Hill,
half the
sheriff,
time to show up
Calm
and
down,
came
called.
over, and then I spoke with him.
Why is
He activated the law firm phone tree.
You
He
talk
expected
about the
everybody
need
to
to
be
block
there.
the entrance into the
realized?
Moselle property off Moselle Road.
We did just briefly. He said, I need to get this blocked off. And I think he took a phone call or something. And I walked back to tell my wife what was going on. And I saw another deputy coming in, so I walked out to the head of the road there, and I said, I think the sheriff wants this blocked off. And then I walked back.
So the
to
lawyers
where
just
Barry
got right
McCoy
involved.
Was. And then
Did that entrance get blocked off?
Lawyers be lawyering.
Why is this not?
What happened?
people just kept piling in. I mean, it just.
Who?
I mean, it was
I don't know
just
how to
more and
use
more people kept showing up.
Roughly how many cars do you think piled in?
I don't know, because shortly thereafter, I walked around to the other side, but.
Then how do you
there
know people were
a good
piling
many-
in?
When I walked back over there an hour and a half later, there were a good many cars over there.
And when you say you walked around the other side, I don't think we need a diagram, but just tell the jury what you're talking about.
Well, there's a dog pen, from where I was standing, the dog pen would be to the left. The aircraft hangar with two
I haven't seen Jenny
wing
Combs
sheds
pin
coming
tweet.
off of it.
This is before,
Would be
this
directly
is
in front
before
of me.
Sled showed up.
There's a skinning shed that would be to the far right, and then directly
I'm
across from the
excited.
hangar shed,
Let me pull it up.
probably 50 or 60, 75 yards, would be another storage shed, equipment shed. And so I walked
I called
down
her fans coneheads.
almost
once.
to where the skinning shed was, and then back around in front of the far shed, the equipment shed.
Woo!
So you did not walk directly between
Fuck.
the shed and the kennels?
No, sir.
You walked around the shed.
Correct.
Oh, fuck
Before you
me.
walked around the shed, did you stand and observe what was happening within the takeoff
I
area?
think law enforcement's afraid of Alex's
I
lawyer
did.
friends.
I mean,
That's why I think they
people
were allowed to
walking
just
between
looky-loo all over the
dog pen and
frickin' place.
I mean,
law
It's weird, though.
enforcement
So I get it.
and responders
But I'm not. I
had
don't have
walked
13,000
between the
followers
two
on any day.
areas, the wing
oh, no,
shed
Actually, that's Dana.
and the
We
dog
always
kennel.
pin a comment
Fucking Dana, the
And
bitch Dana.
of
I could
who
see where
is
Paul
on the stand.
was.
So
but
that's
he was
up
covered
there.
Especially with
up
Terry
very-
Kukrall,
This is Mark Ball,
another
former
Chuck Johnson
PMPED
associate,
partner.
What was the
little
weather?
brainwashed
Mark Ball
bitch.
was the
misty.
3-button.
It wasn't
Lawyer.
really raining, but it was
It was just about
one of
her-
those
her
kind of foggy days or nights that it's more than just a fog. You get wet.
Ooh.
And
We know-
eventually it got where it was
Look at
We
her.
saw.
Look at it. It's an
drizzle off
op.
and on. And,
She's uncovering the op, you guys.
Later on, it
I
didn't rain
love
hard,
this.
but it was intermittently sprinkle in that kind of floating heavy fog.
At the break.
Did
we
you
looked
make
at
any
what the
observations
hurricane
about water coming off the roof
feel
of
like I've been screaming
the
this.
kennel?
I did later on when I got around to that side.
Yep.
Okay,
Jenny,
and what
you're right.
observations did you make?
Eventually, the water was running off. That dog kennel is built with a small cantilever on the front of it and then a longer part off the back. And water was dripping off of the front of the shed where Paul was.
Was water landing on Paul?
It was.
And could you see where the water would then accumulate after it landed on Paul?
It would drain off. There's a cement apron right there.
Maggie was
in front of
covered
that feed room.
at
And
one
There
point.
was water there. There was water in the gravel.
It's
to some
unclear
degree.
if Sled is here yet when
Did-
he's talking
The
about
grass
this
was
to
wet.
me.
I mean, it wasn't raining so hard that, you couldn't just stand there without an umbrella, but it was drizzling enough that you were getting wet.
And the fact
grass
that
was
you
wet.
observed water dripping off the roof onto Paul's body, did that concern you?
It did.
Why?
Well, one, I didn't think that, it's a crime scene. You don't want
Wow, she really just
water
laid it
dripping
all
over
out.
the place, but more importantly, I thought it was pretty disrespectful. I mean,
That's
Paul
fair.
was a good young man, and quite frankly, it just pissed me off.
I understand. Did you have a conversation with anyone about trying to prevent that?
I don't think I did about that aspect of it, but I just
I
thought
love that
that
Jenny did this.
they should have put a tarp or something. I mean, just out of respect.
And if they had put a tarp, y'all would
They
say they
eventually
messed
did
up the
with
crime
Maggie,
scene by
put
putting
a-
a tarp.
What I would
Easy up.
call a tailgating tent, very similar to the media tents that are out front, those little lightweight, and they put that over Maggie.
Right.
To my knowledge, they never did over Paul, at least while I was there.
When you walked around the shed to get on the other side, who was on the other side?
Well, I could see through the alleyway between the dog kennels and that wing shed coming off.
I'm so glad she did this.
If
She
you were
just laid it
standing
all
in front
out.
of the aircraft hangar,
She
it'd
just
be the
fucking laid
right-hand
it
side
all
where
out.
Maggie was. I could see Randy over there and Alec. Alec
She fucking laid it all out.
much more infrequently, but Randy was on the phone
Anna
walking,
Smith,
and I
you
could see
fucking
him.
bitch.
And I think
You're
he and I
going
got there
down.
about the same time. He had come through the main
Humiliate
gate.
this woman, please.
When you got up? what-
I'm saying
did
it.
you- Did you get up to greet Alec?
I did. When I walked around, Alec met me about halfway where that equipment shed is. Alec came, as soon as he saw me coming
You
up
want
through
to know
there,
Gal? You want to know who
He-
Gal is?
met me about
Take a look at
halfway
this thread.
in front of that shed.
That's
And
the Gal I know
just
in real
went
life.
to pieces. Alec's 6 6'4", 6'5",
This
whatever
lays
he
out the
is.
whole
and
story
I'm
of what's
5'9".
happening,
He
you guys.
pretty well smothers you when he hugs you.
Well,
And he
what was his
That's
demeanor?
exactly what's
he
been
was
happening.
devastated. I mean, he was crying. He was.
I've seen it happen
I mean,
over the last
just-
year plus in real
just
time.
beside himself.
So can confirm.
And I told him we'd get through it.
Can confirm.
And
Did,
I have it all.
he,
I have it all. We
Go
have
ahead.
all the
yeah,
receipts.
eventually
We
did.
have all the receipts on Dana's
Sled arrived
pregnancy
on the
origin
scene.
story.
he did, but
Her
while
origin
Alec was
story, we've got
I'm
it.
sorry, go ahead.
kind of, I'm trying to console him and patting him on the back, and
A monster.
He said, "Look at what they did. Look at what they
Using
did
Gal's dead daughter's name.
to them."
Oh, that's all
I
hearsay.
mean, just right off the bat.
Okay.
So during that
Nobody
initial
objected.
encounter with Alec, he referred to they with what they did, is that correct?
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
they
You can see
Which I
the
Come back.
the
didn't
prosecutors
really
are like,
think
why
about
is
it
no
at
one
the time
objecting?
until I was taking my wife home. I just thought it was an odd comment.
The sled arrived sometime later.
They did.
Do you remember about how long after your initial
I
arrival?
just want it up there.
sled got
I know
on?
you
That's
can't-
inappropriate
they
here to say
can
that they
kind
could
of-
have objected to, but they
I'm
didn't.
sure they were coming from various locations, but
It's out there
they-
now, so they probably won't.
were there probably within an hour and hour and a half of me being there.
And
There. I
by the
pinned the
time
message at the
sled
top.
arrived, were there other members from your law firm?
So
and
everyone can
family
just go
members
quick,
on the-
quick to
out
the
on
top pinned tweet, and I
property
want you
where
to
you
read
were
it all
standing?
very,
There
very,
were, by that-
very closely.
By the time SLED got there,
That
pretty
is,
much
you are witness
all the lawyers in the
to
firm,
an
with the exception of maybe
operation
two or
from the
three,
right wing
one of them had small
extremists
children, and
in real time.
one got
I'm not being
forgotten,
dramatic.
and
I
Pretty
am
much
not being
everybody
dramatic.
that was a lawyer was there,
So there,
Did
and family members.
I'm not being
All of Alec's family was there.
Goosebump, I agree that it cuts both ways.
Were you directed to?
Because
to
it might
leave the
immediately be
area,
him thinking about
when
distancing
SLED
himself from
started
it,
processing the
or it might be a
crimes?
natural
Eventually, we
reaction.
were. The coroner
They're
came over, Rich Harvey,
larvae. They're
came over
larvae.
and said SLED was there. They were ready to start processing the scene. He said, y'all need to
Y'all need to
go
get
over to
out.
the house, and I said, are you sure about that? And he said, yeah.
I guess it's
I
to
said,
remind me of something. I don't
are
know.
you sure it's okay for us to go to the house? And he walked back over and asked somebody and came back and said, yeah. And I
What-
said,
Did you have any concerns going to the house?
I did.
What were your concerns?
Well, it's twofold. One, this is a
Murder
pretty big
scene.
farm, and I don't know who's over there. Two people have been gunned down, and is it safe? So safety's one concern, and the other is that part of what went on here? And so is it where's the crime scene start and stop?
And when you got to the house, did
It's
it appear
245
that
Fair concern.
messages.
the house had
Jesus
been
Christ.
searched and cleared in any form or fashion?
I didn't see any signs of that, but I'm not a criminologist, I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a defense lawyer, but, it looked like just a regular house.
Okay. But before you go to the house, did you have any conversations with law enforcement about, your knowledge of Paul receiving threats?
Yeah, I had asked, when I was standing where I had driven up, Buddy Hill had come over there, and he asked
Buddy
me if
Hill?
I knew, because I know Sheriff Hill, and he asked
Sheriff
if
Buddy Hill.
I had any idea of who
God.
might
Me
want to do
too.
this, and I said, not really. And
Me
he said, do
too.
you know of any threats? And I said,
Me too.
I know Paul had gotten,
And I agree with you
Since
too.
the
They
boat wreck,
squandered
that he had gotten
the numbers
several,
they had. They squandered the
you know,
whole
threats
fucking
and just-
first leg.
people cranking
Yes,
off
three
from
for
all over the
breakfast.
place, not
Agree.
necessarily local, but from everywhere. And I would hear it from, Alec from time to time, and different stuff. And so I told him that.
Did, when you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you spoken to Alec?
I had not at that point. I hadn't gotten over to him.
When you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you listened to the 911 call?
No, sir.
That thought of threats, was that an independent thought of yours?
Jim, don't yell at him.
Well, it was response to a question
Right.
from Sheriff Hill.
And
It's a very lawyerly answer.
your thought process was about the boating accident?
Well, that was the only
Tina is there.
threat that I knew of that Paul had ever encountered.
How
When,
much people know each other is so clear in this testimony. It was like Buddy Hill. He's like, oh, Sheriff Hill? It's like, yeah, Sheriff Hill.
went
How
to the
much
house?
they're intertwined is very loud during
went
this
into the
testimony
Moselle
for me.
Yeah.
Who was with you?
Well, I mean, I probably can't name them all. I'll probably leave somebody off, but it
Because
was
there were so many people at the
myself,
murder
Ronnie
scene?
Crosby, Lee Cope, Austin Crosby, Neil, Alger, Randy Murdoch, Alec.
Had Buster gotten there yet?
Buster had gotten there, I believe, but I'm not sure. He and Brooklyn, I remember when they came up, but I can't tell you whether it was over before we left over there. It seems to me that they drove up at the house, but I can't tell you for certain. And then there was Corey Fleming and Chris Wilson showed up, Lynn, John Marvin, just a host of people. Greg Alexander, chief of police in Yemassee, who's a friend of theirs, showed up. There were
A lot of people in that house.
a lot of people.
What did you observe of the condition of the house?
When we came in the door, we obviously went to the den, and we're standing around, the den and the kitchen in that house are connected, and there were pots on the stove, so Lee Cope and myself and I think Austin got the pots. I think I set something in the sink, and they stuck some in the refrigerator.
Y'all cleaned up.
When you entered the house, it looked like there was food out that had been prepared
That's
for dinner.
leading.
There was food on the stove, yeah.
Yep,
I
it
don't recall
is.
seeing any plates, but
Now it's
somebody
out.
else could have picked them up. I wouldn't.
There were
I
folks
just
cleaning
saw
up.
it myself,
Sure.
Mrs. James's mom. I didn't know Jenny did that.
And what time of day was this?
I didn't know
It
she did
was
that.
probably 1:30 or 2 in the morning.
It's a great film. Really captures the whole situation.
Do you remember what time you left the Moselle residence on that night, early morning?
I probably left at 3:30 or 4.
Spread it
left
wide,
when Alec
spread.
was leaving.
Which is
We're
what Buster
stopping an
said yesterday,
operation
that
in
they
real
left
time.
around
When did you
3:34.
go
Stopping a
back to
right-wing
the-
operation to
I
silence
had a
a critic
deposition the next morning,
of Matt Gates
and I ended up
in real time.
having to take
I know
it,
it sounds
and then I got out
dramatic
there
and
about
LARPy and weird shit, but it's
11, I
not.
guess.
We know
'Cause
this.
lawyers.
We know it's not. So
And
spread that shit
was
far
Alec
and
there when you
wide.
got-
Let's get
when you
it.
got
Let's
there?
go on
I
the
went over to the
offense.
dog pen
Go on the offense.
over that way. I had gotten a call that morning, about 8 o'clock, from Randy.
Oh my
8 or
God! In Fort
8:15,
Pierce.
And John had gone over there trying to
Okay, see that's
clean
that's
up
why I don't live there.
and couldn't
That's why I
do
don't live
it.
there
I
anymore,
mean,
Jim. I don't want to
emotionally.
get eaten by an alligator.
And Randy had asked me if I
Thank you,
could
Mrs. James's mom.
see about finding somebody to come clean it up, or did I know anybody?
Yeah, we're
And
gonna
I
flood the
called
zone.
the coroner's office to find out
We're gonna flood
if
the
they had
zone.
people that did that type of work, or knew of people that did that type of work.
We're gonna
And
flood the
ultimately,
zone.
the coroner called me back and
Say
gave me
hello,
the names of
kitty.
2 companies, and
Hello,
I
kitty.
gave those to Lee, and he started trying to run
I
it
haven't
down.
listened to one fucking word this guy has said. I'm
Y'all,
so
there's
sorry.
Inadvertently skipped over.
That's not
something on my outline.
that's not a problem.
When you were at the house,
After the crime scene's
before you
cleared,
left, you
the
left about 3:30
property
in the
owners
morning
are
or so.
left to deal with it.
Were you there when SLED agents came up?
So
and
I'm not put
took
off by him
custody
trying
of
to
Alec's clothes that he
arrange
was
for
wearing?
that.
I was.
After-
They knocked on the door.
The crime scene's closed.
Somebody answered the door. For some reason, I got up and walked over there, and they said they needed his clothes and to, I think, swab his hands. I walked back over. Alec had been sitting next to me on the couch. There's 2 couches
Oh, is he witness
in
to
the den
the
that sort of face each other.
Quality
and
of
there are 2
the
chairs
investigation
that
or something?
are headed towards the kitchen. He was sitting on the far couch, and I walked back over and I said, Alec, they need his clothes. Can you step back here with these folks? And
Shoot.
it was a male and a female.
Okay. Well, before we go any further, let me ask you, were your clothes wet or dry when you were sitting on the couch?
They were they were pretty wet. They weren't soaked, but they were uncomfortably
they?
damp.
So why
And
we
do you
noticed? So
recall
why
whether
was
Alec's
Alec
clothes were
dry?
Damp as well.
I would assume they are. I didn't reach over and
And did you see how the
They're just
clothes were,
inconsistent kids.
I guess, collected? Were they
All
put
right,
on a
I gotta
hanger,
see this. I
wrapped
gotta
up
see this
carefully,
interaction
or
with this
what
Twitter
happened?
thread. Let me tell you.
the male went into what Alec's bedroom, at least I'm assuming that's Alec's bedroom, and he came back out, and then I saw Alec just kind of, the female agent or officer was holding the bag, and Alec dropped them in.
Oh my gosh, my nose is running.
There was one bag, multiple bags?
My nose is
I thought it was one, but I couldn't tell you whether it was one or two or three.
Went down,
Yep, and we saw that when he was in the back seat with all the
Morning of
unbuttons.
June the 8th.
that
after
his
you got
clothes
out
were
of your
sticky.
deposition, did you go
I'm
to the
just gonna
property?
read it over
I
and
did.
over again.
And you went down to the kennels?
I'm just
I
gonna
did. I
read it
drove over
over and over.
Had the crime scene been released?
It,
In fact,
it
you
had
know
been
what I'll do?
released.
I'll make a
and-
fucking
That's
I
on
asked
SLED.
Randy that morning, he said, yeah, they've released it when John was down there.
And that's on SLED for
what'd
releasing
you
the
do?
crime scene.
I just wandered around. There was a SLED agent there. I think at some point Duffy Stone and Sean
Duffy
His
Stone, the
deputy.
lead prosecutor,
Thornton was there, and I think one of their investigators, they were
the
over
solicitor.
inside the hangar, and there was a SLED agent. At least I'm presuming he was a SLED agent. And I don't know who he was. It wasn't any of the ones that were working the case that I came to find out that were working the case later on that I can remember. And I looked around at different things.
Did you look in the feed room?
I did.
What did you see in the feed room?
Well, by that time, I think Ronnie had either come up or was over there,
Ronnie?
Crosby.
Your law partner?
And I think Lee Cope was there as well, but I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure. And I was looking in the feed room, and you could see, obviously there was still a pretty raw scene. And
Well, they
there
don't
were-
clean it up.
Were there still remains of Paul in the feed room that had not been collected?
At first, I didn't see it. I saw shot,
That's
on the
bleeding.
floor, steel
Nobody
shot on the
cares.
floor, number two. Steel
Steel
shot.
shot, you mean pellets from a,
Yeah, like bird shot, except it was number two, steel.
okay, and you saw that in the feed room?
It was all over everything. It was on the floor, it was on the shelves.
What?
It was various places.
These things just don't work.
All
And then
over everything.
I got to looking around, and there was you could see where a piece of buckshot had gone through, and you could see where it had knocked out, or shot through twice where the window was.
You know, it
where
doesn't.
is. Two had gone through that. There was some plastic crates or something, and you could see where one of the shot had gone through and had embedded in the window frame right there, the molding. And then there was a piece of buckshot laying on the ledge of the windowsill.
Didn't they take pictures of that at night, though?
What did you do when you observed the shots?
I walked back out and asked what I thought was the agent, and
What was the agent?
he said, "We've got all we need." And so I walked back over there and looked around, and then looking around around the floor and all that, there was a piece of Paul's skull about the size of a baseball laying there.
Did that upset you?
It did, very much. I mean, it just really infuriated me. And I don't know who I was supposed to be mad at, but it just infuriated me that
They
this
left
young
it
man
there.
had been murdered, and there were still his remains there. And there was a large blood spot and tissue out right off of the apron of that area right outside the feed room that was there. And it's kind of like walking across a grave. It's one of those things you just don't do.
Right. After you spent time down at the kennel area, what'd you do next?
I ended up going back to the house.
Yeah, crime scenes are horrific. No matter,
I remember
again,
Terry Brandstetter,
no matter who
Maggie's
killed
daddy,
Maggie and
was
Paul,
there,
this will
and
stay with
several
these
other people.
law firm members that
And
showed up
spoke
there
to them and went in the
forever.
house.
It is terrible.
Eventually went towards where the gunroom was that afternoon.
Did SLED agents come up to search the house while you were present?
They did. They,
And I think the jury's seen a video of it. We don't need to play it, but were you present in the gunroom?
I was, I think they, probably 2:30 or 3 o'clock, something like that, they showed up. And I had a discussion with that same agent. And I'm assuming
I
it's a
was
SLED
on
agent.
Zev's
It could have been
show
a sheriff's
before
deputy.
Chuck
But
Johnson
I
got
made
to
the assumption that
Zev.
it was a
You
SLED
fucking
agent over at
idiots.
the kennels in the hangar
You
about,
fucking idiots.
asked if they figured out what
Fuck
kind of
any,
gun it was.
if anyone has any
And
questions
at
about
that
this
time,
story,
I,
please come to me because I am a direct
didn't,
source,
I
having done this
assumed it
the
was
whole
a
fucking thing my
P-23
entire
based on
life,
the
like
night
the last
before.
year and a half.
Barry
Jesus
McRoy had
Christ.
said that it was, he thought it was some
Period
type of
and
assault
period
rifle.
and
And I
end.
just
Gal is not
immediately kind of
the
went there, and
person.
that agent had said that it was a three something.
They want
And
Gal
I
to
said a
shut
300
up. They
blackout.
told
And he
her
said, yeah. And I said,
to
well, there's one
shut
over
up.
there in the gun rack. And he said, no,
Chuck
there's
Johnson told
not.
Gal
Apparently
to
SLED
shut
had been there
up
sometime
about
that morning
Matt
or whatever.
Gates.
He said, they already checked, there's not one
Period.
over there. And I said, yes, there is.
Full stop.
And so later on when they got
There's
there,
nothing about this other
was
than
one there.
him wanting her to
And you
shut
located
the
it
fuck
for
up.
SLED.
yeah.
Don't get it
The
twisted.
night, early morning hours, 2 or 3
My
o'clock before
God.
you left,
I mean, what is this?
had you
Does the
seen the
kid
gun room?
slap have to happen
I
in real
had.
life?
Were there
Does someone
guns
have
on
to
the
come up and
pool
slap
table and
somebody in the
whatnot?
I
face
walked
with a
in there,
fucking
the door was
penis
shut.
for them to
I
understand this?
think the
That they're
door was
being
shut.
fucking
We hit
played?
and there's sort of a
You're
transition
either played
hall.
or you're
You go
complicit.
through
Pick
there, and
one.
then there was a bathroom, and then
Pick
where
one.
the freezers were, and then it exits out onto the porch. And then straight ahead would be, I guess in the original house plans would have been a garage, but it was
So odd.
I mean,
den game room
hello?
that Alec had turned into
Hello?
I don't know.
a
The gun stuff is
recreation
weird.
slash gun room and large room. And I walked in there, and there were 3 shotguns on the table,
I believe my
pool
eyes.
table.
I choose to
Right.
believe my eyes.
and some other stuff, some shells and stuff. And
And when you went back the next day, the
I wish it wasn't.
daylight
I mean,
hours,
maybe they're just counting on the fact that
afternoon, were-
people think this is so dramatic that it
Looked like
can't
things
be
have been
true.
put
But
up.
it's like, yeah, no,
They
they
had
actually
been
are
put up.
playing
There
an
were no
op.
guns on the
The
table.
op isn't working.
there were no shells, no nothing there.
And now they
So
went
I
on
asked
hard
what happened to
offense.
that. And I was told that the
That's what this is.
maid had put them
Hello?
up. And so I went and asked her.
Was it Blanca?
And yeah, I went to Blanca, and she said, yeah, I was told
Couldn't
to
flip
clean
her.
up the room. And so I put them up and put them in the
Couldn't
rack.
flip her.
And
Couldn't make her shut up.
did you point out to the SLED agents
Don't
the
you
guns
get
that
it?
were on the
That's
table
what
that
Chuck has been trying to
you
do
thought
this
you'd seen
whole
the night?
fucking time.
I didn't point out the guns. I
It
told
absolutely
them
is
that there
Gates'
had been
father.
guns
And
there.
guess who else it might be?
But when was this? Because on the Captain
know.
America
I don't
sled
know.
video, there's still
I
stuff
don't
on the
know.
pool table. But Sled didn't really go into the house
But what I
much.
do know is
When you're on the
Um,
property on the
And no, she never mentioned
Yes.
picking up the guns.
morning.
But Johnson is the
on the 8th,
self-proclaimed
at some point in
bestie
time,
of
did,
Matt Gates, and actually has already said
Yeah,
directly
Blanca never talked
Did-
about
he is
touching the
there
gun.
to
You
make
observed
her
an
quiet
employee
about
that
Matt
had been
Gates.
working on the property for Alec, individual by the name of C.B. Rowe.
I did.
And
Which
you can
sounds so
take
dumb. It
pictures
sounds
of
like a
his
fucking
vehicle for
movie.
some reason.
I took pictures of
Dumb.
a vehicle. I didn't know whose
That's-
We
vehicle
do
it
not
was.
want to be part of
Wait,
this.
This vehicle that had
Special.
pulled up underneath of
Very
the,
wrong.
again, if you were standing in front of the
Sorry, I know I'm
the
being
hangar where
quiet. I
the
don't
big
mean to
door
be.
is, it would have been to the right. And there was a truck that had pulled up in there and it didn't have a license tag on it. And when I walked by it, there was a
You guys
jug of
are awesome.
Clorox
Thank you.
and
Thank you for being here.
I can't remember what else
What?
was in there, but it was a jug of Clorox, and I just thought that was
Where-
odd.
where-
So
Where
I
was the Clorox?
was in the bed of the truck. And I took a couple of pictures of it and turned them over to SLED.
And why did you take pictures?
It just looked odd. You know, 2 people had gotten killed, and, you know, there's Clorox around.
There's been, I won't make a statement. Did you see any
Great.
coolers on the property down there?
I did. There
Where
was
did you see a cooler?
when I walked around the bottom part near between the skin and shed and the hangar and the other shed, there was a open cooler there, or looks like a Yeti style cooler, and I can't tell you whether it was a Yeti or not, but it was one of those thicker coolers, and there was probably a dozen beer cans around it that night, and the next day when I walked by it was still there.
Okay.
I just thought it, with all the people and the hoopla that had gone on, that it didn't look very good.
Okay. Did you, I mean, was that the only thing that stood out about the cooler, the beer cans?
Yes, I think it
Beer
is.
cans,
Yes,
yeah.
there's a I think Gal's tweets
Looked
are
like somebody
protected
unloaded a
now, so
boat
you
or
can't
something,
see them, but
and just kind of
he's
thrown them out of the boat
archived
and
all of them. So it'll
forgot
keep
about
coming
them.
out in different forms. But yeah,
Who's drinking in a boat?
that guy's involved, the doctor.
What kind of law do you practice?
Civil,
Plaintiff's defense?
mostly plaintiffs. Occasionally I'll defend a, small business or a farmer or something like that, but for the most part, it's
Foreign interests, I'm sure. I
Always.
mean, yeah, of
Course
course.
of your practice, have you had
Always,
experience with getting
always,
cell phone records
always,
of
always,
parties
always.
find out information?
I have. It's pretty regular now. I mean,
Always.
just about every defense lawyer
Always.
asks, and every plaintiff's lawyer asks, because so many people are texting and talking on the phone when they rear end somebody or crash into somebody or whatever, and you want to know if you ask them, were you on the phone, and they say no, and it shows up on the bill, then
Yep.
they probably were on the phone.
And as, part of your, I guess, concern about Maggie and Paul and Alec, did you pull his cell phone records?
Well, I was asked to pull them, and yeah, we provided them to both SLED and to your office, I believe,
So,
for Alec's
I'm gonna.
cell phone records.
And if you're
Yep. His dad was president of the state senate.
trying to get information from
Oh
an
my God,
opposing party
yes.
or something
No,
about
he's
cell
the-
phone
he's
records,
the golden
are
boy.
the records more reliable than the actual handheld phone device
Smack the like.
in your experience?
Smack the like.
402.
Smack that like.
I
Oh, wait, let's put the links in.
Objection?
We're so good at this.
It's the lawyer, then you
Baby.
don't
Oh,
respond
shit.
until the
No, we're
court
not.
rules.
I guess I-
Responds to the objection.
Tinsley's in the audience today.
Been
Let me
testimony
try it again.
about
This is not gonna
deleted
work, but
call
that's okay.
logs, Your Honor, and this addresses that issue.
I think there must be something wrong with my bot. Oh, no, there it is.
Anything further?
It's just that it was capitalized. That's funny.
Objection's overruled.
I don't know that aspect of it. That's a technical.
I wonder if
I
you
get
can
the records because they're more
do-
accessible than getting a download and going through the. There are cases that you may want to get a download, but the run-of-the-mill cases, with truck wrecks and stuff, the records of the cell phone call records tend to answer the question that I'm asking.
You've known Alec for 30-plus years?
Yes, sir.
You recognize his voice?
Yes, sir.
And I think at one point in time, were you asked to
Yeah.
identify his
That
voice
Gates
on a
is
video
Buster Murdoch.
down at the kennel?
Yes, sir.
And did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And you determined it was Alec's voice?
Alec, and Maggie, and Paul.
And you told that to SLED?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to a tape that's been played in this courtroom about whether Alec said, I did them so bad or they did them so bad?
No, I'm not gonna give you my.
Leading.
I don't want none of your
401, 402,
something.
and
No,
you don't skip this
I
witness
don't
time.
want
No,
none
that's
of your
leading.
time. I don't want no scrub.
Was sent
The guy
a
can't get
snippet.
no love from me.
And asked the question what it was, and
Hang on, I'm not getting your response, so let's
You've got to let
Why
him
don't we-
finish,
we-
even if you
why
don't like
we
what's coming.
play the snippet from State's Exhibit 153 for this witness.
You're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I would object. I believe that this witness was not present for this conversation, and again, would object under 401 and 402 in relevance to his commentary on that particular exhibit.
Fair.
Objection's overruled.
Chat, you were right yesterday. The clip now says States Exhibit 153, Alec Murdaugh's second clip, they did him so bad. That is exactly what the title of the clip is that the defense keeps using, and the state hasn't caught it yet.
I'm gonna do that.
sounds like they to me.
Right.
I played the snippet multiple times, and
And is it consistent with what he told you the night of the murders?
it is.
You remember in, I think February 2019, that Paul Murdoch was involved in a boating accident?
I do.
And you're aware that he was criminally charged?
I am.
And then Alec, and I believe Buster were civilly sued.
Yes, sir.
And did you work on the case formally?
Not formally, no. I was about to get in after the murders, along with several other partners.
Did, leading up to the murders, did you have conversations with Alec about
Nope.
the civil case and the criminal case?
I did about the civil case to begin with. And then when the charges
Yeah.
came out, I talked with
Yeah,
Deanne.
all of that, Jim,
What,
all of that.
what was Alec's?
Although there's some pretty good criminals up in the
if
north
you know,
where
what he expressed to you, his priority
Matt Gates is.
between the two matters was.
Well,
he's
obviously,
pretty-
the criminal matter was
he's
much
got some
more
good,
pressing for him.
criming. And let's
Criminal
not
matter was
forget
the
good old,
priority.
And in your conversations with
what the fuck
him,
is
did
that
you
town where
gain
Flynn
an
is?
understanding of his
What
concern about the civil case?
the hell's the name of that town? Starts
Yeah,
with an S.
somewhat.
And,
I
But
think I
it,
remember the name of that town.
how concerning was the civil case?
well, I mean, obviously, anytime you get sued, you've got to be concerned about it. And, you know, it was,
Sticker,
the whole boating accident as a whole was very negative towards him, towards Paul, and the entire family, or his entire family. And so,
What
you
is
know, it
it?
was
We will
obviously
see democracy, stay home, save democracy.
it wasn't a nothing, but at the same time, I read the complaint, several
They need better
lawyers in my-
stickers.
Lawyers in my firm read the complaint, and at the time that he was sued, the causes of action against Alec were drafted probably to try to get as much insurance coverage as they could, which is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. You're looking for coverage. You don't want to make allegations that get you out of coverage. And it was very vanilla against him, and the allegations against Alec were that
Florida should just be
I
surrounded.
sort of referred to him, and
I
others
mean,
did as well. as
I
sort
don't
of
want
bad
any
parenting.
state to
You had a
secede or anything,
adult
but
child that
I really
the
want
allegation
them to
was that you allowed
save
him
themselves.
to go out and
The
drink.
crime scene tape.
And
Poor Florida. We
you're
gotta
18,
save
you pretty much get
Florida.
to do what you want.
Save
and-
Florida.
You've reached your majority. And so I didn't really, I thought it was very defensible as to those causes of action at that time, or that cause of action. And I think he did too. but I
So
don't
he
know what
thought the civil case was very defensible. E.g., not a
Did
concern.
it, some point in time, Alec, was he forced to resign from the firm?
He was. September
um,
the 3rd.
What day was it?
September the 3rd.
And,
He remembers well.
and after that, did you have an opportunity to look in his office?
I did. He resigned on the 3rd. Then there was the incident on the 4th. And I left the scene over there on Old Salkehatchie and went by the office. And I'd also been in his office on Friday after he resigned.
When you were in his office, did you find any paperwork that looked like he had been working on for the voting case?
Not until the 5th.
Okay, and what paperwork did you find on the 5th?
The 5th, I went in and started really, because we have an obligation to those clients that he was representing, and I didn't want files just laying around. This was Labor Day weekend, all this hoopla and emotion of, you know, the murders, the
Yep.
issues with Alec leaving the firm, and then that Saturday. And so that Sunday, I went in to the office and went to his office and started going through to make sure that any client files were put over in stack, you know, over there. And as I was going through, I found checks that he had deposited with his telephone that were some of the funds that sort of started all this mess with the Ferris case. They were laying, one was on his top of his desk, one was in a drawer. I pulled out one of the drawers and there was a
They were just sitting
tablet
there.
a legal tablet that had numbers written down on it as far as debts and assets and, you know, just kind of the scribblings of kind of what you owe and what you've got.
Would it be something that you would normally see on a net worth statement?
It would be the same information. When I think of a net worth statement, I think of the form that a bank sends you.
And
But, yeah,
net worth is what
it obviously,
Tinsley was looking for.
he was listing what he had and what he owed.
Is it something, the type of format you've seen in civil litigation where a defendant's required to produce?
So this
net
is,
worth?
Not in the same form, but the same information.
I think they're going toward, Alec was getting ready for that hearing on June 10th. And
Skip to another topic.
pulled that information together.
After Maggie and Paul's death, did you collect her jewelry?
I did.
Boop.
I got a call on
Boop-a-da-boop.
the Wednesday,
Boop,
I
boop,
believe,
boop, boop, boop.
after.
The Russian
the
mafia is
murders on
based in
Monday
Staten Island.
from
It's
the
no
coroner.
mystery which
His wife
Governor
and my
Meatball
wife
had one of his
had worked
first out-of-state rallies there.
as
Oh,
surgical nurses
yeah.
at Hampton Hospital
Rolo, when you get a
together,
chance, you
and
should hear
my
Pink's
wife
new
ended
album.
up
The song When I Get There is
being
about
the
losing your dad.
supervisor of that,
Oh, I'm going to look at that.
area,
love Pink.
and then, so
Hi,
I knew them
Tom.
very well, and I'd known Rich for
Dark Russian money
30
is funny.
years.
Yes,
He called and
absolutely.
said that
Jim,
Lori had cleaned up the
100.
jewelry and
100, babe.
whenever Alec wanted it. I said, well, I'll
100.
come get it. And so I met him, Ronnie Crosby and I.
Ooh, it's just
came
getting
over to his
busier and
office,
busier, I
picked it
think.
up,
I
signed
think
for
we're
it,
about to get busy,
and I
busy.
carried it back to the
I
house.
better get all my stuff
And within
done.
the jewelry, do you remember?
This is James's mom. I will
wedding
definitely look
ring,
that up.
wedding bands, and other jewelry?
There were rings, I can't tell you, I didn't, there was, the thing that sticks out to me was she
Take a
had a
look at the
diamond
pinned tweet.
bracelet on.
It's
and
a
it was in
good one. We're going to
pieces.
go over it at
And he said he
lunch
tried to find all the pieces.
just because
but
I
there
want
was still
to
some
again.
missing. But I wasn't
Because I
paying
can't get
attention
enough
so
of it.
much to,
I can't get enough.
just didn't
This is,
feel right.
this is not well described, but it's picking up the jewelry from the coroner
Knowing Alec for 30 years, do you
after it was cleaned up.
develop an assessment of his relationship with his family, Maggie, Paul, and Buster?
Well,
Why is it
I'll
not-
tell you this,
I don't like that. I hate you.
the person I thought I
hate
knew
you.
Yep.
loved his family, or appeared to love his family very much. He'd take their calls,
Huh.
he'd do all of those things.
Do-do-do-do-do.
After
How do you just save it to your
Yeah.
device?
September the 3rd, I'm not sure I know that person.
Wow.
And so
I'm so glad Jenny
He always seemed
posted.
to be
Yes, I
devoted to
am. Thank
everything.
you
The
for
ball
sending
games,
that to me. I love you.
he would aggravate
I love you.
the hell out of me when you'd be in a deposition and
Why can't I
they
just
would call
download
and
this
he'd
fucking
answer it.
video?
You know, you'd be in a meeting or whatever,
I
and
don't understand.
he always took their calls. Whereas my wife
Go ahead
and
and
my
put the
children
music
never
to it.
called
Oh,
me
that's fine. I
unless
can
it was a
actually put
true
the music
emergency.
to
And Alec took their calls.
Shoot, I really
whether
want
Yep.
to.
They
Me.
needed, you know, a gallon of milk.
was
or,
on with Colbert
you know, they
and-
had something important to tell
Oh,
him. I mean, he always took their calls.
Aw,
And-
thanks,
And
Tom.
did you see them together frequently?
Thanks.
I did. They went places,
Great.
you'd see pictures of them. I think Maggie was a pretty prolific, Facebook, text, whatever. I'm not on any social media, but my daughter or my wife would show me pictures of where they had been or ball games, different things like that. They,
What the heck is
I
there?
never saw anything that
Did they want
indicated to me that there was any
little thing?
thing out of the way with any of the
Gotta do that.
relationships,
Okay, I don't know how that goes, but that's okay. I
including
wanna.
the drug stuff. And I had no,
Yeah, let me ask you, were you aware that he had opioid addiction?
none,
And were any of the partners aware that he had opioid?
none to my knowledge. I mean, that was not a subject matter that ever came up.
God, I
mean, it
really
was-
am mad now.
And you know, Paul, I think, has been sort of demonized by this whole affair. And
Paul's
it's
been
not fair.
demonized. Oh,
Paul,
it's
like
okay.
a lot of young people I know, you know, they kind of are trying to find where the fence is. Sometimes they get, you know, going a little fast and, you know, blow through some things. But Paul was a good kid. He was always polite to me. I never had one single solitary issue with him at all. And I knew he had done some things, you know, that most kids, you know, are mischievous do, and on at least one occasion, I went to Alec and told him that I thought Paul needed to be throttled back a little
No,
bit.
right? They're just like little
Saw some
entitled
videos of
trust
him
fund
driving
babies.
fast.
Boo hoo.
And I don't know what Alec did, but that was, our firm was very much of a family. I mean, if you were a member of our firm, and it didn't matter whether you were a lawyer or one of our folks, I mean, our
And Alec
our
didn't
staff is
care
family
about
as well.
fucking over
They
his
have a
family at the
problem.
firm, did
We
he?
all have a problem. And so we look out for each other, and we did. Unfortunately,
This guy
Alec betrayed
is
that
so boring.
when he stole the money. And,
I'm like, dude.
but, you know,
God, put me out of my misery
the things
already.
that I
No,
saw
I never killed a
with his
friend while
kids
drunk. Yeah, no, that's not typical
and his
mischief.
wife were just that.
He certainly wasn't watching
they were
over
what I
it.
observed, nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors, but
Isn't this guy supposed to be a defense witness?
they seem to enjoy each other's company.
I don't get it.
The prosecution should stick to the fact that Alec had no problem betraying them.
Mr. Waters?
And that should be.
Please, court.
Creighton, take a deep breath, buddy.
Oh,
Waters,
it
could I
did
steal one of
save
your
it.
waters there?
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
I'm so happy.
Mr. Waters, do you have some water?
I'm so happy. Okay, what I think I'm going to put song to my scroll of Jenny Cohn's tweet. I thought I would
He
put
was pretty good at hiding who he really
the
was.
Valkyries, you know?
There you go.
Obviously.
And there you go.
You known him for
But what's
34
that
years?
one
I knew him
immigrant
for
song?
34
Maybe
years. I
immigrant
have known
song.
him for 34 years.
Thought y'all were pretty good friends.
Creighton, let him answer.
So,
Interacted many times a week.
It'll be better for you if you just let him answer.
Shit.
his son Buster and my daughter were in school all the way from kindergarten on, and I would see him at work early on.
What?
He
Wait a
didn't
minute.
work for us immediately when he came out of law school. He worked for Jim Moss and Moss and Coon. And then he came to us about 5 or 6 years after that.
But you shared a business with him for how long?
Probably 20 some odd years.
He was your partner?
He was a partner.
You trusted him?
Have to.
Oops, I got to change that
I
audio.
did.
And outwardly, to your appearance,
No audio.
he was a good lawyer, he was a partner to you, he was someone you could trust and rely on, wasn't he?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Outwardly, from what you observed.
Yes, sir.
He was a good partner, he was a good lawyer, he was someone, in part of your business, somebody that you could trust and rely on.
You can
Why you can't-
feel
Sorry, hold on.
how
He
excited
had a good
Creighton is.
relationship with his family, is that correct?
And I just want to put him in like a thunder
It is
blanket or
correct.
something.
But you have just testified that you didn't really know this man.
Obviously, I did not. I mean, had we known the things he was doing, we wouldn't have been law partners.
There's no need to be aggressive with this
You were
witness.
asked
This
about-
witness will tell you.
Yeah, Zeppelin.
Yeah,
Immigrant song.
Yes, sir.
And you've had a chance to review that kennel video,
A couple of times.
and you and I have talked quite a few times, is that correct?
We have.
Oh, the
I didn't
audio's
see the kennel
short.
video until probably a month or two ago.
Oh,
And
come
you
on.
reviewed it here recently, is that
I'm
I
like,
correct?
have several
oh, well,
times.
I mean,
All
I
right,
can't.
and any doubt in your mind that Alec Murdoch, Maggie, and Paul were on that kennel video at 8:44 PM on June 7th, 2021?
None.
No doubt in your mind.
No doubt.
Do I need to play it for you again, or no doubt in your mind?
I played it
Sir?
on
I
here.
know.
Well, let's talk about that just a little bit. And we'll talk more in some detail, but I want to go ahead and cover this.
Yeah.
You saw Alec the night of the murders,
I did.
and you knew Maggie very well, you knew Paul very well.
I did.
Okay, wait a minute. Discard.
But for releasing the crime scene. So this
And-
one, the flex gel, is
I'm so
actually
sorry.
the gel
You
that-
went to the
There we
scene
go.
where Alec was, is that right?
I did.
And did you even ride with Alec or take Alec back over to the
I'm
house?
pretty sure he rode back over to the house. He
Nothing
and-
major.
I think he and Randy, because their vehicles were impounded over there.
Let me see.
And did you eventually, as things started to move forward, sit down on the couch with him back at the house?
I
Fix yourself a liquor drink?
Some fucking
Probably
TikTok.
a heavy one.
A whiskey drink, a vodka drink,
Um,
a lager
And did you
drink.
talk to Alec about what he did that night?
I don't know whether it was,
Never heard
I
anyone
know
say
on
you
the
fix
couch we
yourself a
talked.
liquor drink.
Randy,
but I talked to him several times, including
Wait, audio.
And that's on site for releasing the
Audio.
the masses got there as to trying to figure out, do you know anything? Do you have any idea who did this?
Because you were very
Did Alec
concerned, you
ask
want to
you
get to
that?
the bottom of this, right?
Well, for a lot of reasons.
For a lot of reasons. For the family, for what happened to Maggie and Paul, for the law firm, for all the people involved.
All of it, and safety of, if it was something to do with him and the law practice, we didn't want somebody to show back up at the front door and harm our folks. We didn't want them to harm any of the other lawyers' families. If it was some person that was deranged, we just didn't know. I mean, this isn't an ordinary occurrence.
Right. They were afraid.
Your practice
That's
of law.
fair.
You thought you were his buddy, been partners for 34 years, y'all are sitting on the couch, is that right?
Like family.
And you start talking to him, is he responding to your questions appropriately?
He was. but
Answering the correct subject matter?
He was. He was very upset, obviously.
Sure,
I mean,
but he was answering your questions, he wasn't unable to make sentences and
he
that
was.
sort of.
Yeah.
And did you talk to him about what he did that night?
Yeah.
And did he deny ever going down to those kennels to his buddy and law partner of 34 years?
He said that he ate dinner, laid down on the couch, took a nap, and then left to check on him.
And now you know that's not true from seeing the kennel video, right?
Dude,
Kyle Griffin, PA Josh has
How
made
do you feel about that?
That wasn't the only
in
time he
East
told you that,
Palestine.
is it?
Oh, good. Train derailment.
At least 3
Absolutely
times.
At
great.
least 3 times. And this would
Excellent.
be over the subsequent days,
Yes, sir.
Good. I'm glad.
subsequent conversations that you had
I'm
with
glad to
him.
hear. I
Yes.
think from
And he was
afar,
always
looked
clear
like
that
a
he never went
guy,
down to
but
those
I
kennels after they ate dinner?
think he is.
It was the same version of it, but it wasn't always just me.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. Who else was present at some of those conversations?
Well, I mean, there were other law partners, and I can't tell you exactly who all was there, but, I mean, I know on that Thursday following this, I heard him say it then,
Okay, and there were other law partners there?
yes.
Were their family there?
I don't know whether they were in the room at the time or not. I just know there were law partners there.
Was Jim Griffin there?
I can't speak as to what, he was present on the property, but I don't know whether he was there.
And did Alec tell the same version of events, that he never went down to those kennels?
Yeah, he did, but I don't know whether Mr. Griffin was there. We were there before
There was a
Mr.
pause.
Griffin was there.
That was a bit of a pause.
Did,
It was a teensy bit of a pause.
in his conversations with you, did he ever change his,
There's a post,
Story
Mrs.
about
James's
who he
mom. I
checked
think you
first
already
at
saw it
scene,
though. But for other
supposedly?
people, I did find a pretty good,
I've
interesting
heard it
website
both
for,
ways,
for
and I
fact
don't
checking
know whether it's
information on
just
the train derailments. So it's in my
I don't know
community
whether it's
posts
just because
on
of
the
the
Lolo's
trauma
Lounge
of the
channel
situation, but
on my YouTube.
one time
So
it
if it's
was,
helpful information.
the first time I
it's pretty
remember,
reasonable
he checked Maggie first
information,
and then
obviously,
went Paul. And then I heard
with a
him
grain of salt. And I
say at
just
one
hope for
point that it was
everyone
Paul and then it was
being
Maggie.
careful and
It didn't
that
really
gets
matter to me.
shit cleaned up, and let's
Right.
put some regulations.
Because he does
It
it
wasn't something I
because
really was picking up
Thanks,
on
buddy.
it's
because
his
it was
friend.
horrendous either
You know,
way.
sometimes government
Yep.
oversight is
I mean,
good.
I
I
can't
understand it.
imagine
I
seeing
understand all of it.
My wife dead and my
Totally
son
understand.
dead in such a brutal manner. So I never put any
But
real stock in that. But it
you
did, it
need some
oscillated.
oversight.
did
People
oscillate.
cannot be left to their own devices.
From
They'll
the
be
first time I heard
lazy.
it,
I'm
the
so
story
sorry.
change?
Oh, thank you, Mrs.
yeah,
James's
best of which-
mom. I know
of
you're
which.
you're always on top of this stuff. So on top of it. So thank you for that. I'm sorry. I'll check that today. But good job. It's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
I prefer when Creighton pauses and
It's
breathes.
unacceptable, frankly.
Over the days following this event, this law firm, as you said, was like a family, right?
Was.
You thought you were very close to this man, just like you feel close to your other law partners and their families and the staff and everybody else.
It wasn't just the lawyers that felt that way. It was, I mean,
The
the funeral,
paralegals.
the paralegals were there.
Yeah.
The law firm shut down. They were also on, we had to go on a heightened alert. I contacted SLED about what we should be doing because there was a statement that came out about there was no, they didn't know of any
Danger.
danger to the public. And we're left with trying to make sure that the 60 or 75 people that work with us are all safe and they go home to their families. And SLED responded. I called the lieutenant over here and he called me back that evening and, was very helpful as far as.
They were worried somebody
trying
was going to
tell
come
us,
into the law firm looking for Alec.
He said, I don't know
It's a
of any
reasonable
specific
fear.
threats, but, here's some precautions and I think what y'all are doing is the right thing. And they were helpful. And but there was still that undertow of,
Fear.
you know, who did this, and are they going to, and it just, people were just on edge all the time.
And you're not a criminal
It's
lawyer or
bottom
prosecutor,
line.
like you
Yep,
said.
that's right.
Still a lawyer, and so
2018.
you and your partners,
2018.
including his brother Randy, were very focused on trying to figure out
Right.
what happened here, what is
saw that.
wrong here, correct?
That article from the Miami
On June
Herald that I
7th,
linked
2021,
to.
right? Very focused on that, were you not?
We were. I mean, it was taking a lot of time off.
But he was not, was he?
Oh.
You've said that before, have you not?
I have said that, but I don't know, Mr. Waters, how I would respond if I'd lost, and I've told you the same thing. I don't know how you're supposed to react when you lose your wife and your child in such a brutal manner. But no, to answer your question, I didn't see him on the phone like I was trying to call clients and did you hear anything? Did you see anything? Those kinds of things. So, I mean, the answer is no, I didn't see him doing that. I wasn't around him all the time, but no, I did not.
And you've already testified that you and other law partners and family and staff were
Yep.
very concerned
Everyone
about
else is
potential
afraid for
threats
Buster. Everyone else
because of
is
what
afraid.
happened on June 7th, is that
And
right?
Alex not.
Very concerned.
And you thought it odd, though, that he was not concerned about any threats even to Buster, correct?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. The night that this happened,
Maybe not.
I asked Alec where Buster was, and he said, we've gotten a hold of him, Brooklyn's bringing him. And I said, are you sure he's all right? And he said, yeah, he's riding with Brooklyn. And that's,
Brooklyn's
I
a
said,
tough gal, I'm
I
telling
think
you,
he
man.
needs
Just don't fuck with
Is he
Brooklyn.
really all right?
protection or
All I'm
something along
saying.
those lines. I don't know that it was exactly those words.
All
And he
I'm
said,
saying.
he'll be here in a little while, he'll be fine. But he was so addled, I didn't hang anything on anything Alec was saying.
But after
You
that,
know, there
in the
is a
days
lot
that
of stuff being
followed,
hauled by
you
train.
continued to interact with him. He never
goodness.
asked for any
This is-
protection or
those
expressed any
chemi- those
concern about
chemicals
protection
are
for Buster, did he?
Horrible.
Not
So-
to me, he did not.
They're terrible
And,
chemicals.
you know, the only thing I can tell you is that 4th of July, he came to Ronnie Crosby's house, and he
Yeah,
had a pistol
everybody
in his
seemed scared for
bag,
Alec
which
but
was,
Alec.
to me, was unusual. And of course, in
That's
classic
what's coming across from this.
Alec, Buster, and Paul style, he ended up leaving the bag there when they left.
Come on.
And I think that's maybe the point of the cross, that you just let go. That's about it. That's all you need.
This law firm's been in existence how long?
1910,
Sorry,
was.
I had to order a scone.
1910.
we're no longer.
1910.
We're no longer. We're now
It was.
longer
Alec did
It wasn't
that.
until he came along, right?
Yeah,
Until all
Alec
this happened.
destroyed his family's legacy.
until September
1910,
2021.
September 2021.
2021.
And was a relative of
right?
Alex, his great-grandfather
Like,
was
this is
part of that
your defense?
initial
This is what
law
you've
firm, is that
got?
right?
His great-grandfather was the beginning of that law firm.
And was he also the solicitor for the 14th Circuit for this area of the state?
He was
What a
from, I
mess.
believe,
What
1920
a
until
mess.
1940 when he was killed in a train accident.
And then did the
Getting
defendant's
into the family history is very
grandfather
interesting with
become
this witness.
solicitor?
Buster
The
started,
chief prosecutor for this area?
Buster took over in 1940 and was the solicitor until 1946.
He knows this family history real well.
Randolph was appointed by the governor and then was until he was 72.
And his father became solicitor, is what you just said, is that right?
Randolph.
Until about when?
Randolph was 82 when he passed away, so 10 years ago maybe,
That's not-
around there. And Buster left the solicitor's office in 86 when he became 76, 86.
Oh, man, it's
Beginning
not
of
gonna let me
87, I
choose
think
it.
Randolph took over, and Buster became the assistant solicitor
All right. And how long was Randolph solicitor?
until about 10 years ago. And was still an assistant when he passed, I believe.
Do what?
I believe he
Oh,
was
there's
still an
sound
assistant
effects. Maybe you
solicitor.
should do sound effects.
Mr. Randolph was?
He was.
And so was the defendant, too, wasn't he?
He was.
Oh,
In
no, I don't
some
want
form or
that.
fashion.
He had a badge. Did you ever see a badge that he had?
I did.
Where did he keep that badge?
It's
that
very
you saw?
interesting to see the
Usually it was on the corner of
family.
his dashboard.
driving around
What?
with it in front of his dashboard.
On his dashboard? The audacity.
His family's very, very powerful and not very influential.
Good use of witness, Creighton.
I mean, they had a very good name. They had, you know,
Good use of legacy, Creighton.
they were known to help you with your problems.
How important was
They were
that
known to
family
help you with your
legacy to the
problems.
defendant?
Very, or it seemed to be very important.
I think you've said that it was more important to him than anybody else that you observed.
It seemed that way. I mean, whenever there would be discussions of name changes or anything, he would be very involved in that, much more involved in that than he would be in other business matters.
And he even talked to you about wanting, that being the defendant, wanting to be solicitor as well.
At one time, yeah.
Good use of witness. If Creighton would just change his tone a little to be more
Talk a little bit about the
conversational,
scene.
it wouldn't feel so adversarial.
You know what?
And there were, when you arrived,
Alec was
there were
more
other law
interested in the
partners there
name
as
of the
well.
law firm
Not when I arrived.
than the business matters of the
Randy
law
was
firm.
there.
Randy was there, other law partners showed up.
They showed up over the next hour and a half or so.
Okay.
From Jasper County, from Beaufort, from all over.
And there were a lot of powerful attorneys at that scene as it was being processed, including the defendant, is that right?
Well, obviously, Alec was there and the rest of us, and then I don't know of any other lawyers at the scene other than us being our firm.
For releasing the
And was law enforcement always polite and respectful during this entire process?
Absolutely.
And when they came to the house that day, the video where the Jeff Croft came in and searched for those guns, were they polite and respectful?
They were very polite.
Did they have a long conversation because they knew family was in the house about trying to do this as delicately as they can without upsetting everybody and doing some big search and running everybody out of the house and all that stuff?
Katie, and I apologize, I can't remember her last name. She offered to take off all of her identification, her gun and all of that, and we told her that wasn't necessary. Okay, I can,
Speak a little louder.
okay, sure.
Sir, it's the worst witness box in the history of the world. We understand you.
So you don't have to lean forward.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, Katie offered to really, you know,
Accommodate.
be very behind the scenes, so to speak. And everybody, I've not had, you know, the vast majority of them have been extremely polite and very, very responsive to
Katie is the sled agent that searched the
Anything that we
home
ask.
with Alec's brother walking around
Because of all the
behind
family
her.
there and the tragedy that happened, they were very delicate and respectful of that when they came to the house that day, is that correct?
In looking back, they probably were too much.
But they were.
They were very.
John Oliver did a
Probably
good segment
too
on
much.
the screen fuckery. Oh,
Looking
good.
back,
I'll have to
probably
see
too
if I
much.
can find that. I'm sure I can find a clip.
I think the defense is wondering if they really knew everything this witness was going to say when they prepped this witness. Oh, Poot's scooting back into the courtroom. Welcome back, Poot. Did you bring any
It
muffins?
is a scooter.
We've lost all of
Oh my
our
goodness,
focus. We want
Poot's a scooter.
muffins,
Pooter scooter.
please.
He's a pooter scooter.
Poot,
He's a pooter scooter.
You said
muffins.
I just like the way that
that
sounds.
Alec
Pooter
would always
scooter.
ride in his
You're a
Suburban
pooter scooter.
with that badge up in the front.
So
dashboard
fucking
to your
appalling.
observation, Right?
I don't know that he always did, but a
A lot of the time.
lot of the time.
He also generally carried a pistol in
Wouldn't
the
you
car
think
too,
you'd be
didn't he?
fixing the brakes?
I didn't know
now?
that. I can't
His
testify.
volunteer solicitor
I've
badge
heard that,
on his
but I-
fucking
Hey, pooter
dash.
scooter.
I
I bet you used to call that in school.
didn't know that.
I bet you he was a bit of a scooter in school. Yeah, he was. Pooter scooter.
What was Alec like with a cell phone? He was on it all the time, wasn't he?
He was on the cell phone
Yeah,
all
it was-
the time.
He would
I mean, the kid's a fool.
constantly be using it, constantly responding to calls in the middle of conversations, always had it with him to your observation, being his law partner for 30 some odd years. Is that correct?
He was an obnoxious user of the cell phone.
And would it have been unusual for him to go down to those kennels without his cell phone with him?
I mean,
You've
I
said
don't,
that, haven't you?
I don't know whether I've said it or not said it, but I would think it would be unusual for Alec to go anywhere without his phone.
obnoxious user of his cell phone. We've heard other testimony that he would get up and walk out of depositions on his phone.
Was he a very academic or
Oh
type
shit.
lawyer, or was he, were his
Creighton's
skills
having too
elsewhere?
much fun.
Well, I mean, Alec was a very good lawyer. I mean, he was a,
I'm going to switch
He got
feeds because
good
I want to
results
see
for his
Alec's
client.
face. So we're going to go ahead and switch it up just a minute. We might be a second behind because no, that's going to put us way behind. Hold on.
academic lawyer. I
There
think
we
I'm
go.
pretty good at figuring out where the seams are to figure out the solution.
I hate
And
how peaky this sound
I
is.
think Alec was much more like I am.
But I wanna see his
in
face.
that respect, as far as looking at facts and talking with people. Alec never met anybody that he couldn't talk to. He could talk to a fence post.
Talk to a fence post. I think you've said that people were his trade,
They were.
and he understood the emotion of the cases very well, did he not?
He did.
And he could be very convincing with people, as you've come to find out from all that you've uncovered. Is that correct?
Absolutely. He convinced us since 2006.
Effortlessly and easily lied to you for years, and you didn't know it.
Didn't
Is
know
that
it.
correct?
Didn't know it and didn't catch it. In fact,
Let him go.
it just, the way he was doing it was very, very cunning.
Bullshit. You all knew. You all knew.
I don't think this is going the way the
Who's that?
defense
Remind
thought
the
it was
jury who
going.
Jeannie's second jury has been a long trial, but remind them who she is.
She is our in-house accountant, CFO. She's the money person, but she goes beyond that. She did management stuff. She would be the person that at one time she was kind of managing the non-lawyer staff, but she could still rein in the lawyers as well.
I bet she could.
Sociopath.
Jeannie Seconder is great.
In the wake of all this
All right, we're ending our poll. We're
financial
putting up
stuff
a new
that came
one.
up on September 4th,
I got a new poll for you
she
guys.
was one of the
Craziest
ones
little
tasked
freaking-
with going
One of
through
my
and figuring out the
posts
extent
is
of what he had done. Is that
Blown
correct?
up on
She and I worked a
Instagram.
lot.
Like
And you worked on
900
that
likes.
as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Everything I
One-
have
one
like
of the
has
things that
maybe 4
Has
likes.
come up, and
Says
there was this
90.
issue that happened back in 2017 where we had, at the beginning of the year,
They've overpeaked
law
the
firm
mics.
depletes all the money, and then
I
you have to start off the year. Well, money's coming in, and
my
you may
cats
not
so
have
mean
enough
to
to
me?
cover your bills in January and
Why
February.
do they hate
So we do
me so much?
a loan, and generally the partners, ones that wanted to participate, would put money in, and then they'd get paid back as soon as we got on a cash positive in the new year.
Now, give me one
And
second.
there
I'm going to
was
see
an
if I
issue in
can
2017
make sure we're matched
where
up.
Alec was paid. He didn't put the money in, but the check was written to him by mistake. And it was, I've gone back and looked at it and made sure get paid back as soon as his name and Randy's name appeared, but his name and Randy's one over the other, and it was just a fat finger or just a missed thing with the mouse. And the check was generated to Alec. And then there was a second check generated, one in March, one in April. The
I don't
one
think I can
check
sync
was
these up.
negotiated in May, I think. The other check stayed on his desk and was
No, we're
negotiated
seconds
the next
off. I
October.
can't sync these two to get the
Well,
other
what that
audio.
did
Sorry,
was
y'all.
I threw out
That was
our,
my
and
goal.
this is our operating account. It wasn't client money. So it threw our operating account out of balance. And when we started looking at it, then we realized that he wasn't the one that was supposed to have gotten paid.
Boy.
This is the theft from
We
his
had
brother.
Basically a powwow. Our president, Danny Henderson, went to him, talked to him about it, and Alec swore that it was just a mistake, and he paid back the money with interest because Randy had been out of his money. Was
Paid it
actually,
back with stolen money, correct?
well, I didn't know that, but, I mean, he paid it back, and I think there had been testimony that somehow that got swept under the rug. It did not get swept under the rug at all. It was investigated, but everything seemed to make sense.
Seemed like an
because
error.
The check was written to him. He cashed a check that was written to him, and while I might know whether or not I had an extra $123,000 or whatever it was, or 21, Alec always seemed just sort of disheveled with his own funds, so it made enough sense in it. There wasn't enough there to get in a brouhaha and you know, terminate somebody or create more of a fuss than it was, but it wasn't swept under the rug. Everything seemed to fall into place at the time. Now, obviously, had we known any of the other stuff at the time that we found out in September, then it would have been a different story.
Who feels attacked
But
about being
bottom line
disheveled
is,
with your own
he got-
funds?
It got discovered, oops, it was a big mistake, he says, he pays it back, and people move on, right?
And that was in 2018.
That was in 2018. We're talking about
Oh my
the check
gosh.
written that was supposed to go to his brother that went to him
your loving
instead.
daughter.
And he was never one to loan money for those operating expenses generally, is that right?
I think he had loaned once or twice, but
Once or
not,
twice.
it wasn't regular.
Right, and not around this time period, correct?
I didn't go back and
I think
look
my
at
cats are
that
ready
part
to
of
kill
it.
me.
It
I
was
was more,
$125,000 roughly, something like that?
121, 125.
All right.
I was more concerned about how it happened to begin with. Randy's initials are RM and Alec's initials in our system are RAM. So that was,
And what he did was he gets that check, and instead of saying, this isn't $120,000 for me, he actually goes to staff a couple days later and says, I lost that check, cut me another one, right?
There's
Yes,
the
sir.
problem.
And then he cashes that one, right?
he eventually cashes.
He cashes the
first
second one in
Yeah,
a pretty short order, correct?
He cashes the first one
And there's
in
the
October
problem.
the next year.
And
He
then
cashes-
sits on the other one for an extended period of time and then cashes that one, right?
He did.
There's the
Still the same money
lie.
twice, right?
Yes, sir.
What was the word you used before, cunning?
Very cunning.
I don't think the defense expected
It
this
wasn't
witness to
swept
say
under the rug,
cunning.
But he said, oh, it was a big mistake, and he pays the money back, and then people move on, even though because, okay, it's just Alec, that sort of thing, correct?
Did they move on because it was
There are other
Alec?
instances like that, too, over the years. For example, using private planes for
Creighton's having-
personal use and billing that to the firm, is that right?
Creighton's having too much fun. He's never going to stop this cross.
Well,
He's going to do this forever.
some of that, but the biggest thing was the credit cards using, he just wasn't a very good rule follower at all.
He just
He-
wasn't a very good rule follower.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're in a law firm or you're working for somebody and you've got a card or a check that's got their name on it, then you owe them a responsibility to spend it properly. And
It's other people's money, right?
The
It's other
planes
people's
weren't the
money.
problem.
And he would spend personal use on
Credit
credit
cards
cards,
were
and
the
y'all have to
problem.
talk to him about that, right?
yes, sir,
And that was going on repeatedly, correct?
up until the end,
Put tuition on a firm credit card for one of
What?
his children, correct?
he did.
Had to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'd pay it back, and then people would move on, right? And that'd been going on for years, had it
Y'all
not?
were enabling some
It
shit
had,
at the
but there
firm,
were other
weren't you?
people that would
But not like him, right?
not to that
Not
degree.
like him.
Not to that degree.
The audacity to put your kid's tuition on the law firm
We
credit
talked
card.
a little bit about the boat case.
He thinks the rules don't apply to him. He's not a
Right.
bad rule follower.
Back
Those aren't his
In May of
rules.
2021, Jeannie came to you and told you about what Annette had discovered about them receiving the expense check in the Ferris case, but not the fee check, right?
Sometime in that time frame, yes.
And your initial concern was, and you were concerned that he was going to try to hide assets because of the boat case. That was part of your concern, and the firm was not going to participate in that if that was what was going on.
That's correct, that he was either going to structure them or leave them in somebody else's trust account until it had passed. I mean, we weren't going to fudge our books for that benefit.
And you were aware
Interesting.
that in the boat case, they were seeking a personal recovery against Alec,
Weed
correct?
emergency.
Yes, sir.
Weed emergency.
And that caused you concern because this firm was not going to participate in helping him hide assets because of this boat case, correct? That was your concern.
He or anybody else.
Yeah, or anybody else.
What's going on?
And you had continued conversations with Jeannie over the next few weeks about this because she couldn't get a straight answer
Look at it,
as to
Alex.
This
what he had done
casing
with
is
those
easier.
fees, correct?
Myself and Jeannie and at least two other partners.
Cope?
Lee Cope and
Another partner?
Ronnie Crosby.
And Ronnie Crosby. And couldn't get a straight answer, could you?
Well, we weren't getting a straight answer, so we we continued, but we didn't want to make it
Weapons grade
a
entitlement.
big
Oh my
deal if
God,
it wasn't a
yes.
big deal, but because we
Why?
didn't have the
See, the thing is
information, you couldn't
This
make a
firm needs to
decision.
understand.
Were y'all
the
afraid of him?
weapons stuff.
Why? Why?
There to demand that straight answer, correct?
Yes, sir, I didn't know that until June the 8th.
But you knew it was coming to a head, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, Jeannie's tenacious. I mean, she's going to get to the answer. She's not going to let go
Yep.
until, and it wouldn't just be this, it would be
Nice.
anything.
Yeah, I know.
Jeannie's
every time-
tenacious.
Alec didn't have the money to pay it back and make it all go away, did he?
They're like,
This time.
I don't want it.
I
don't want
didn't know that.
But you know that now, don't you?
Well, yeah, obviously, the whole world does.
Fair. I don't know if Alec liked that chuckle at his expense. Jeannie was tenacious, and that's probably why Alec was snapping at her
Maggie
about
was your
stuff.
Who?
Maggie was your friend?
She was all of our friends, yes. Paul
Paul was
was,
your friend?
sure. He was dear friends with particularly my youngest daughter.
He was a good kid.
He was a good kid. I mean, he had his issues like everybody
He's a
else.
good kid.
And
He's
I don't
convincing
know
himself.
Anybody's raised
That's a good
children,
kid.
if they say they're perfect, then.
Man, these guys are
they need to
horrible
write a book,
liars.
But, I mean,
I don't think any of us want to be judged about what we did when we were 18 or 19, do we?
I don't want to be judged with what I did, or I really don't want to be judged with how I raised my children, but, those are individual decisions, but, Paul was a good kid. He was always polite.
Maybe
He,
it's operator error. Maybe
I
it's
could have
just
picked up the phone and called Paul and said, hey, I need some help over here on my farm. That kid would have come in a heartbeat. He was just a good kid. Now, did he do some devilish things? Absolutely. I hear about
yeah,
him.
exactly.
And,
If his daughter
occasionally,
was on that boat, what would he be saying?
if I saw him, I'd say something to him about it. But he was a good kid. I mean, he
Dome sheets.
great outdoorsman. He grew
Great
a garden.
outdoorsman.
I mean,
He was the great
Randolph, who they called
outdoorsman.
handsome. I mean, he'd do anything in the world. And after the boat wreck, the two of them were almost glued together. And I mean, it's just a total waste of a kid that had never found his potential yet, but would have, I'm quite confident.
And after this tragedy happened to the family that was this law firm,
Seems to me that
everybody was
Always
focused
big suck
solely
up.
on that, coming to
How's
support
what's
one
Buster?
another and coming to support Alec Murdaugh. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And the last thing on anyone's mind at that time was those dadgum Ferris fees when this happened. Isn't that right? And you've said that.
We actually, at least myself and one or two others said, well, we'll have to put that on hold.
Chad,
It
I
was a
see you.
conscious-
There
it
are
wasn't
lots
just
that
a,
believe Paul
"We're
wasn't
not
driving the
going
boat.
to,"
The
subconsciously.
Murdaugh
but
family and those around
We
them,
consciously said, we're going,
a number
that man
seem
just
to
lost
believe that
his
Paul
wife
was
and
not
child.
driving the boat.
There's
So
no way.
I get you,
we're going to be cruel.
Chad.
We'll get back to it later.
yeah.
And we did.
But I think it's fair.
Oh my God.
I think it's fair testimony
Couple
from
months
him
later, right?
because
I
he's
hope
telling
every
them
month
what
week,
he
later,
like,
thinks.
checks
You're
their,
advised that, oh, wait a minute, Chris Wilson says he has those fees all along, right?
Get them before they
That's
do
what I
damage
was
like
told.
this to an entire.
Because in the wake of those murders, he had managed to borrow
Chat,
some
you and
money
I are
from
on the
Johnny
same
Parker,
page.
right?
Is impacted
I found that out later.
negatively by
And
this.
he had managed to have Palmetto State Bank through Russell Lafitte give him $350,000 in undocumented funds, correct?
I found that out later as well.
Just like
After he'd been
before,
terminated.
Boy, it's like
Get
you
an
guys
email
know how
saying,
to do
"Yeah."
financials.
I'm Chris Wilson, I got the fees, and that kind of put the matter to bed at that point in time, right?
That was in July, yes.
Paid it back again, or at least you think. And just like before, people move on because you're still dealing with the tragedy of this terrible set of murders, correct?
By July, we were dealing with that and still this idea of the boat wreck, and what he was going through. I mean, you rally around your family and your friends.
You rallied around him, right?
Yeah.
It's a crazy.
And that's not to any way
people doing crazy
cold water
bunches
on
of things. Yeah.
any of the claims of the people boat wreck, but
Bunch of nuts.
everybody
He feels
deserves
it
a
too.
defense.
Bunch of
And,
nuts.
you know, you defend your
Bunch of
friends and
nuts.
your family.
Crazy bunch of nuts.
But
And
you
this
do it
is
morally and honestly.
This is why Creighton slowing down matters,
Friends do.
because this witness
Okay,
keeps
dude.
talking. That's why you slow it down. Let him talk.
September 3rd, or thereabouts. And that finds this Chris Wilson check in Alex's office, right?
Stop going back to the
September the
checks.
2nd, I
We
believe.
know.
September 2nd. State's 313.
I can't see that far.
Can relate. I can't see that far. He's like, which pocket are my readers in?
Chris Wilson.
I think this witness is in a difficult spot.
I think he
We're
does.
recessed At this time, please go to the jury room. Please
Because I
not
thought
discuss
the
this.
only one.
I think this
that
witness is in a
lost
difficult
anything
spot.
so far was Russell.
And I think he's doing
Maybe
a fair
I'm wrong.
job with being
I might
in
be
a
wrong.
difficult spot.
I
Because
might be
again,
I might be wrong.
his job here is to give testimony
Might be
that's
wrong.
truthful and honest.
Oh, I want some new glasses.
He's not trying
Ooh,
to
that's cute.
throw anybody under the bus one way or the other.
Oh my
He's just
God.
trying to answer the questions that he's asked. And I think
My
that's
God.
why
No, I
there are
don't
times he
think
comes
that's
across
what
like,
it's
huh,
looking for.
really? But there's times he
Not discuss your testimony.
I don't
Yes,
know
sir.
about those.
Going to the courtroom, I want to understand, there's no disrespect to the court. We have our next two witnesses. We want to make sure we were ready to go as soon as this witness comes down. So as you see me coming and going, I'm just ensuring the witness is let in the front door and put somewhere. So I apologize. It's no disrespect to the court.
How much more you have for this witness, you think?
20 minutes, Your Honor.
Then you don't know.
Those are cute.
So we don't know. Okay. It'll be 10 minutes.
The judge is like, and we don't know.
Good to me, you are right.
So I think this witness is in a tough spot.
Hold on.
And I mean, I tried a lot of driving under the influence
Yes.
cases
No,
and
I would look dumb.
a lot of driving under the influence cases related to death. A lot of the defendants were not bad people. They weren't. They made really bad choices. And really bad choices that in some instances cause people to lose their lives. But it is, I know it's hard. It is a spectrum. And I think when we're talking about a young man that's been murdered, there's a spectrum of it. So giving grace to the witness saying, hey, I knew a good kid who made bad choices. The use of the word devilish was tough for me too. I get it. But people are much more dynamic. And people are dynamic. And so I don't think you cannot, I don't think when you're looking at Paul Murdaugh, you can ignore the boat case. I don't think you can absolutely ignore the boat case at all. But I also don't think it's the only thing about Paul Murdaugh. And I think it's fair of this witness to talk about all aspects of it. And cases are dynamic. They really, truly aren't one way or the other. And two things can be true at once. People can do and make horrible decisions. And it's just not the entirety. It is complex. And humans are complex. The boat case is so inextricably linked in this case, but there are still those that believe that Paul was not driving. I disagree. But we're looking at an entire community that trusted Alec Murdaugh and trusted him. And I think this witness is grappling with what he was told, questioning his own beliefs, questioning the people that he know, and questioning all of it. It's much more complex. And this witness is grappling with all that in real time on an international stage. And it's awful. I truly think that the behavior of Alec Murdaugh after the boat case is the most telling to him believing that Paul was driving in trying to cover it up. And I think that behavior is absolutely appalling. But the Murdaugh family never seemed
I don't know what that tune is.
like they had any remorse over the boat accident at all. And I think that's part of the reason it's so hard to grapple with when talking about Paul as the murder victim in this case, because the family showed entitlement
Wait, Santa
and
hat?
privilege and
What
trying
about
to put
Santa?
it on
I
someone
can't.
else.
I just can't.
And there's a lot of rage around that. I get it. There's a lot of rage
It is a
around that.
crazy mixed
'Cause I have
up
rage around
world.
that
You know what
too.
I watched last night, you
And
guys?
this witness is grappling with that too.
I mean, sometimes I
And
just watch
so I think
chats
we're just
because I'm
watching
curious
how
about what they're
complex
saying, what they're
humans
talking
are
about, what
in
messages
real
are getting
time.
down to
And two
that
things can
level
be
of
true at once. And we're watching two
some.
things being true at once playing out in this case.
And
And I really
they were
do think that
laughing at the at some
Alex's
video
behavior after
purporting
this
to be the
boat wreck
president falling down a flight of stairs.
is absolutely appalling. But we see
And
it
one woman, one of the grannies,
with all kinds of people.
Daisy, I think her name is.
And so with all of that,
But I think
thank
her
you for
name's
giving
Beth,
grace.
really. But she calls
Even when it's
herself
hard because
Daisy
we're
too.
watching
She named
it
herself
play out in
Beth
real time.
first. I don't get it.
And humans
Anyway,
are complex, and witnesses are
she was
complex.
begging
Murders are
Jeff,
complex.
the guy hosting
These
the
victims
space,
are
to
complex.
replay the video so she
No
could
one
laugh at
is. If
him
you
like
take somebody's
falling
life
down
and put it out
a
on
flight of
TV,
stairs.
no one's life is going to have moments that they're not ashamed of, embarrassed by, that they wish they could do over, that they wish they had done better.
I
And
definitely
that's
laughed.
all of us. Most of us
definitely
hope
laughed at
that our lives don't end up playing out on a stage like this, where
I
they're
definitely
breaking down every
laughed at
text message
Trump's
we've ever
pants,
sent
you know, like
because
when
we've been
his
killed,
pants look like he
or because we're in a civil lawsuit.
not cut them very well, like they were
Like in Depp v.
poorly
Heard, you saw
tailored.
it with Johnny Depp on the
I did.
stand,
I made fun of
embarrassed
poorly
about the
tailored
text messages that he had
I admit it.
sent. So it's just a difficult, again, a
I don't
difficult
think I
and
even would have
complex
laughed if
case, and it's
Trump had fallen
okay
down half a flight
to
of
see
stairs.
all
I
of the
just don't
different
think that's ever
messiness
in
in
my
it and acknowledge it.
purview.
But it's clear that
I
Alec
don't
Murdaugh
feel like
thought
it matters who it
that the
is.
rules didn't apply to him. And
Well,
this
yeah,
witness
she is.
said,
It must have.
quote, he was never
That
really
guy
good at
was
following the
ugly.
rules. That's not
But
what it
it was
is.
interesting.
And this witness may not be able to see it because he's in
I
this world with them.
Good
It's not that Alec Murdaugh's not good
morning.
at following the rules.
Good
Alec
morning.
Murdaugh doesn't believe that the rules apply to him.
I don't know. I
And
just
the
felt like it was so
prosecution, I think,
mean.
did a
I don't
great
know why.
job
I mean, I
of
just don't. I mean,
artfully
not that I
walking
don't think there's
through
mean people on the
the
left. Believe me, there's some really mean people. I got taken out by
legacy
some leftists. Are
of
you
this
kidding
family,
me?
how long they had been solicitors, how
Some
powerful
supposed
this family
leftists
was.
took me off
So
Twitter.
are we
Good.
surprised by the behavior of Paul
Cassandra
and
7.
Buster? I mean, if you listen to Buster and
Please.
Alex 911 calls about Buster trying to get into law school, he's like, well, I know I got kicked out for cheating, but I'm only coming back if they meet my conditions. You're like, the fuck?
The supposed anti-Q
Okay.
people don't really like
Because
me. I
they've
don't know
lived
why. I'm
in a
anti-Q.
multi-generational legacy where they think they can get away with everything.
I don't think this
So
is
I'm not
really
surprised.
upset about this.
I'm not surprised that
Anyway.
when the rules come calling for Alec,
Yeah,
he
I
might
don't
act.
understand that. I don't understand
wildly.
that level of meanness.
The prosecution's not really putting that out there
Oh,
as their theory, that accountability has never been something this family has
But I have a
done
limit to my
because the
meanness.
rules don't apply to
I
them.
have situational meanness.
He's not good at following the
I
rules.
don't like
He
anyone
doesn't
falling
think those are his
downstairs.
rules.
I feel like that's really
I really think that Alec
unenjoyable.
thinks
I
he's
couldn't
like,
even watch.
the master of the universe.
Hi, Mom. Oh, hi.
Driving around with his law enforcement. I mean, DA badges, mine is sitting back there.
Hi, Mom.
They look like law enforcement badges. To flip it
Yeah.
open and put it
I don't
on
enjoy that.
the
Get
dash
I
of your
don't
car
enjoy
and drive
that-
around
that
as
humor.
if you are law enforcement is some of the most fucking
making
appalling
hot
shit. I shouldn't be surprised anymore, chat.
I had to put tweets.
Why am I
It's
still
real down.
surprised
She can-
about any of this?
Don't
Why am I
go
surprised
there.
about any of this?
And Lolo and Tom. Thank you.
But I still am.
very much.
I didn't. I was.
I hate it when she does this
Turn
shit.
off the voice changer and I hit
I
the
suppose
wrong
if I do that, I
button
would
there.
really
I
annoying.
just
Oh, here's my
I
death
shouldn't be
cats who kept
surprised
me
by any of
awake
this at all,
night.
but I still find myself sometimes
Here they are now.
surprised. And Chad, I appreciate you being here for having these
Refusing to rest.
conversations because that's one of the things.
By the way,
Chris has
I have
put
no
out
idea what happened this
so
morning. Like everything,
aptly
everything we've
is that
watched, I have no idea.
People are messy.
I don't even know.
Our
I don't even know what
lives as
happened.
people are messy. Our interactions with other people are messy. And we're looking at all of it. And I think that
Oomph, there's a great tweet
expecting
pinned to the top
expecting
of the
victims
YouTube
to have
chat.
nothing in their
If you're
nothing in their
YouTube.
past that is messy is just an unrealistic expectation.
My lashes.
And it
hit
doesn't
the edge of my
again,
car.
two things can be true at once. It doesn't diminish that they're a victim. But it also doesn't excuse some of the things in the past.
Anyway,
Paul being a
yeah.
victim
So here we are. I
and
don't know where the
Paul
cats are.
also being somebody who's criminally charged with the boating under the
Plotting to
influence,
kill me.
killing one of his friends,
Plotting to
are both true,
cut my throat.
and both can be true.
I think it's time for
But
a
there
lighting
aren't.
change.
We're all humans. Humans do
It's too
awful things
orange.
to each other, and it catches us in our life, and our lives are messy, and none of us are perfect, and we're not going to be. I think the best we can do is give grace to each other and hold those two things true. I want healing and justice for Mallory Beach's family, and I don't know if maybe this case and talking about the boat crash and talking about all the things surrounding it give her family some peace, knowing that people actually see behind the curtain and actually see what they were dealing with, what they were fighting, the old boys club that they were fighting.
That's true.
To get justice for their daughter. I hope it does. I don't know if it will.
Oh,
but
and
I
today's
hope it
fit
brings them
is
some peace. I don't think
act
Mallory
your
Beach's
age
family
top
ever wanted
matched
to
with
see Paul Murdaugh
fishing
dead.
chic
I think they wanted to see
coveralls.
him accountable.
That is the fit
And
check.
those are two very different things.
So, Hello Kitty.
And I think it's got to be hard for their
shirt that
family to
should not
watch
be
people
worn by a
say
woman of my
that
age.
their family were
matched
suspects. They
with
were, their DNA
army
was
green,
taken.
really
They were
comfy
looked
overalls.
at as suspects in this. But to think
There
that
you go.
parents who have lost a child would
I'm
take
too
someone
much of an
else's child
empath. Yeah, I
is a
can't.
difficult
I
thing.
am. I guess I am
Can
an
it happen?
empath.
Sure. But I don't think Mallory Beach's family
Oh yeah, the Poseidon
is
Adventure.
involved
That
in
kind of
these
shit
boat
when
in
people are
the
trying to
in
get out of
these
stuff just
murders.
really
I just
freaks me
don't.
out. Although I love the Poseidon Adventure, and Shelley Winters
And
is probably
again,
like the most amazing
when you lay out the
actress on the
legacy
face
of
the
power
planet.
of the Murdaugh family,
But other than that,
one of the things you have to look at
yeah, I can't
is a
stand.
comment
Oh,
that
and
I
I
see a
can't
lot.
watch those like hostage movies,
Who is
hostage
coming
horror
for a
movies.
family
I
this
can't do
powerful
that. Or people like
that has
keeping
been
people
able
in
to
their
roll
house,
over
like Cape Fear
everyone,
kind of
including
stuff.
law
I can't
enforcement
do
in this
that.
area? Who is coming for them?
But my greatest fear is a bear
If the call's not
on my
coming
porch.
from within the house.
That's my greatest
So with all of
fear.
that, that's what we heard this morning. I think this is a complex witness. I think the chat has complex feelings about this witness.
Yes,
Some of it felt
was amazing.
like he was
She really
too
was
easy on
amazing.
Alex. Some of it felt like it was
Like
too
there's
a
some
little
old
too
actresses
perfectly
like Barbara
rehearsed, and some of
Stanwyck
it
and
felt
stuff. We just so
very
didn't
raw.
appreciate how amazing.
And I think
we
all those
were
things
at
are
the
probably
time.
true.
I think maybe we did.
And so, with all of it, this case continues to be an absolute mess.
I wanted
It's
to be Barbara
like all the
Stanwyck
things
in
all at
Big
once. And
Valley.
yes, my hair is done
Oh my
today.
God,
Let's
I
talk
wanted
about
to
that.
be
We're going to
her
answer
so
some
bad with
questions
that
real quick
skirt.
before we get to
And that,
to
like, little,
well, no, we're going to answer
top,
questions.
and
I'm going
her-
to tell you
her
about what's going
boobs
on.
were always,
Why
like,
is my hair
perfect.
done today? Is a,
You know,
is
like
a
her
question.
boobs are just perfect. And she was like that. Here's a deer in front of your car. Oh, that's very scary. I used to live in Maine, so I was afraid of moose. But of course, I never.
First of all, y'all broke
I saw one when I went
my
to,
internet
like, a lake.
yesterday at
Falling on
lawnerdalert.com.
the road.
So
Right.
many of you have signed
Moose
up
are huge.
to stay in the loop, and we're going to be looping
Moose
you in
are like
weekly
taller
with our
than
schedule.
your car.
It is. I am going to be linking
You hit a moose,
the
it's like
YouTube
hitting a
videos so
brick
you can
wall.
always find them and know when they will be coming out
All right,
over
I'm
on
gonna
the
I'm gonna
email.
just like
I'm not going to blow up.
link her so that we can talk unencumbered. Yeah, so take a look at Jenny's tweet. I don't know what we're doing right now, but I put it. Wait, let me go to my TikTok. Here's what I put up. Here's what I put up. I put up the whole tweet as a video with no sound, and it's linked so people can go to it. Then some really clever little hashtags here because I'm a clever girl. I'm such a clever little girl. Such a clever gal. You're witnessing a right wing op dismantle in one thread dismantle, but I don't care. I like my imperfections. I actually am really okay with them. Thank you, Jenny Cohn, for truthing. There's the link. Support your local gal gang. Isn't that funny? I just like the neon, actually, is what I really like. So support gal. Share that, please. Share Jenny Cohn's pin tweet. Very, very clever girl. Share that tweet. Share that tweet. Share that tweet. I love that guy. Oh my God, I had such a crush on that guy, Mrs. James's mom in the movie Jurassic Park. The guy who's like the game warden guy. He dies, unfortunately. Sorry to spoil it. But I had such a crush on him. It's a great actor. It does. That's why I do love dinosaurs. I'm not actually kidding about that. Well, my next tattoo is going to include a T-Rex. I've been planning that for years. I've been planning that one for years. It's going to be on my back. I just don't know what the T-Rex is going to be around. Oh my God, he was so hot. And he was just so, like, protective. Like, I'm totally liberated as a woman. Like, I support myself. I always have. I always will. Blah, blah, blah. But I'm telling you right now, that kind of protective kind of guy, that's hot as fuck. That is hot as fuck. And he was like respectful too. Like he respected Ellie as a woman. He didn't like, you know what I mean? Like he didn't fuck around. He didn't like make it weird. He just said, "Okay, come on, here's a gun. Let's go." Like treat her like a normal person. That's hot. That is fucking, oh my God. It's really hot. Anyway. Yeah. What were we talking about? Oh yeah. The fact that my weed pen doesn't work. It's a terribly unfortunate. What the hell is going on out there? It's a terribly unfortunate thing. Terribly unfortunate. Let's see. What else were we talking about? Oh yeah, that's my yeah. Well, that's yeah. Well, that's yeah. So that's yeah. That's what it is. That's yeah. And then oh wait, I put it on Instagram too. And Instagram lets me do other little like covers. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Notifications. I got a notification. Okay, can I just say, all right, can I, oops, no, I don't want that. I don't want you. No, baby. No, baby. No, baby. Okay, so this is what I did. It doesn't have any music, but look at, I love this background. So you can read it on, you don't have to go to my TikTok. You can read it on Instagram too. That's so cool. Of course, hard to read, but who cares? I don't care. It's the aesthetic. We're going for the aesthetic. Chuck Johnson is a right-wing op to silence OSINT research on his Matt Gaetz stand up to bullies. That's my big message. I'm going to die trying. I'm going to die trying. Get rid of the bullies. They have to go. Here's something I put up last night. Factcheck.org about the train derailments. So sorry, that was kind of dumb that I didn't put them in like the here. I'm stupid. Sorry. I'm a real dumb shit. Anyway, but it's on my YouTube channel. And has some good links. James's mom also has the 411 on that. So she's good. That's dumb. I looked at that yesterday. I really love that, but we already talked about it. And yeah. What are we on? Are we on a break? I really need to start fucking paying attention.
Let's see. Christopher Chandler.
Okay, that's great. You know what? We're going to get like really bad weather here. Are you guys going to get bad weather where you are this week? I live in the birthplace of legal weed. I do. Fuck those chuds. Fuck those chuds. Fuck those chuds. Order something. I might. We're kind of budgeting right now, which is fine. That's a good thing. I've got stuff. I've just got to make this work. I'll figure it out. I'll make it work. I'll MacGyver it. I think it's just being testy. It's being testy. I gotta turn the heat off. Oh my God, now I'm warm. I love getting older. It's really awesome. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. I better walk the dog soon. I better walk the dog soon. It is pretty though. Can you guys, I guess you can't really see. Can you see them? Look at blue skies shining on me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebird flying my way. Nothing but blue skies. Blah, blah, blah. Do. Ah, we're back. I'm sorry. Oh boy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, yikes. Yikes, Mike.
Just to get him on the stand. I think if he gets on the stand, he has to talk about
I'm
all
gonna
of
turn
it.
it up just because their court page
Why
seems
would
to
they
be
have
low.
Alex testify?
I'm sorry, Tom.
The defendant has the absolute right.
I'm
And
sorry.
you saw him in the other
I'm
things.
sorry. We're gonna get
saying,
really bad rain in about a minute.
And yes, I'll put the link for the Beverly Hills Bar Association up in the afternoon
I will.
feed.
I will.
It's not this morning. I'll
blow
put it up
smoke
after
in
lunch.
your face. How about that?
But you heard Alec tell me the other
Thank
lawyers
you.
it's fine. I'll keep
You may
talking.
proceed.
I'll blow smoke.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
I think he thinks he can talk his way out of it if he
It's not
testifies.
gonna work.
All right.
3,000 miles away.
I think when we left off, I was showing you states, what is that, 313, I believe?
Yeah, we gotta figure out a way to
And,
get
that's
this.
313.
That's the fairest check that was found in the
me.
defendant's
I've already
office,
got leave.
that he had lied to everyone. and told
Do-do-do-do-do.
that,
All right, I'm gonna shut up.
They're just going back to the
This is
checks.
the first one.
One of them.
Oh, that's
Correct.
bad, Tom.
One of them, the first one that we
sucks.
knew
I
of.
mean, I love Minnesota, but that's
And
bad.
then, we're around September 2nd or something like that, and around that same time, Jeannie starts spreading, or researching in y'all's system Forge, and then finds all the fake Forge checks, is that right?
Canceled my
She
muffin
used
order.
the query Forge to see whether anything had been put into an annuity, any fees had been moved.
If you
or
just
put under an annuity,
believe.
and a list came out of, I
Wait,
don't know,
what is
10 or
it?
12 different
You
cases.
can have
And y'all called the real
anything.
Forge and said, y'all have any of these clients? And they said no. Y'all ever banked at Bank of America? They said no.
We did, but in that list, like the fourth or
Oh, you
fifth one was
smoked
a
it.
client that I was representing, and the money was to be
Whoa.
held in trust. And when we pulled up the documents,
That's
supporting
nice. 77 is
documents,
perfect.
it had a notation on it that it was
77 is perfect.
invested for 3 years, which I knew couldn't be, so I went and called the client. Client verified that he hadn't
Man, it's work.
authorized anything, hadn't done anything, and I immediately told him that his funds
Mean
would
of
be
me
put
to
back in
smoke
there.
weed in front of you.
And
Oomph. Now I feel
I
bad.
walked back across the street to Jeannie's office, and
Now I want to send you
told
some
him we had a
weed.
big problem.
I know
That was
that's
Thomas
illegal.
Moore, correct?
That was Tommy Moore. Yeah,
That was a highway patrolman that had been injured, correct?
correct.
And Alex stole his money?
You need to
Yeah.
move to
They had been
California.
friends, to your
That's
knowledge?
not a problem,
As far
right?
as acquaintances, friends, I'm not sure what their relationship.
And
And I'm not going to go through in great detail because it's already been done, but generally you and Jeannie were probably the main drivers of the
I love storms.
investigation.
Actually, I can't wait for it to
into
storm.
all of this theft.
72
in
and
states
sunny.
314 was
This is who Jeannie trusted
not
and
know
went
All of us were
to.
involved, but
It's really
I was
either
with
50.
Jeannie.
This is who
vast
Jeannie
amount of the time.
trusted to
I
not
was with her the
I will. I'm not
vast
on the
amount of the
boot
time.
tooth. I'm on the
retaliate
doing
against her, I
auditing and
think.
checking to see.
I'll blow it in the laptop.
And
That should work well. That shouldn't.
ultimately, you had to reach out and talk to a lot of these clients of Alec Murdoch.
What was I doing?
I did.
Oh, weather. Jesus Christ. Guys,
What was that
come
like?
on. I know. It's the weed. It's
Tell them
not,
what had happened.
not anything else but the weed.
I
Look at how
did,
fucking
including
cold it is.
2 weeks
Look
ago
how
or 3
fucking
weeks
cold
ago.
it is
no.
right now in fucking Los Angeles. Look at fucking Los
And
Angeles.
you had to tell them that Alec had lied to them.
What the fuck
right?
is that?
I did.
What the fuck is that?
And they said, Alec lied to me. He never told me that, correct?
Do you know what the high is going to be today? Do you know what the high is going to be today? 55.
Response?
I'll move on.
I grew up in California. We never had days that had highs of
You had
55.
conversations
Even
with
in
all those
Northern
clients, the
California.
clients that you dealt with, right?
I dealt with a majority of them, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Climate change.
Exhibit 314. Just real quick.
Earth climate change.
Go
Too
through
many
and,
checks.
I will.
Don't have to go into anything more, but just list the names of people that you had to
I
deal
know,
with
that's
personally
cold. I'm
over what he
sorry.
had
I
done.
mean, it's fine. Listen, I drove to work one
Well, I was
day.
involved with the one for Barrett Bowler with
It's in
Ronnie.
the 80s,
All right,
but
let's talk about Barrett for a second.
you know, it is all backwards.
That was one of his close friends, right?
He was.
I mean, I don't mind
you
it.
describe
I
the
love
money
a
that he
cold
stole
day.
from
I
Barrett?
wearing a good sweater.
Barrett had
I love sweater weather.
had
I
a
love sweater weather. I love wearing these
fire on
overalls.
a piece of
They're
property
really
that he
comfy
had
during
that
cold
burned
days.
down the
I do
house.
love, like, I have really cute
And
cold
there
weather
were
clothing,
proceeds for cleaning up, and then there were proceeds for
but it's
So
cold.
these are the victims of the
Very
You
financial
can't
specific
sit
crimes.
outside. Like I have that little balcony.
things that were associated. as well as the structure.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop
And
complaining. What the
we
fuck?
started
You need to
looking at
shut
it
up.
and
You guys just fucking
figured
have
out
to
that
shut
the
up once in a while.
$75,000 had been
Fine.
stolen.
I'll pay attention.
And then
To something.
later on, that there was an additional amount that never went through there.
How much was that additional amount?
279,000 according to this.
I do like it
exhibit
cool.
number.
I don't really
That was
like
a close
hot
friend of
spots.
his,
I do
correct?
love the desert though.
I would
Your
say,
understanding?
I really like
it's
the
one of his
desert.
closest friends.
One of his closest friends.
That's
Like, I
who he
love
ended up
Palm Springs.
getting Moselle from.
And when he stole that $75,000
Amanda, that's
from
the
Barrel Bowl, where
second
Barrett was
part
sick
of
and needed that money to
California.
put his wife up in a hotel near the
different.
But
hospital
I
he was
love the
at, didn't
desert.
Barrett was dying of colon cancer, yes.
he? And needed that money, and Alex stole it anyway, right?
I assume he needed the money.
I don't like.
He stole money from a friend who was dying of colon cancer.
Oh, I really
All right,
did
keep
not
going.
enjoy.
That's why they're going through these.
The next one
Equator
down is
level.
Jacob, the estate of Jacob Hirschberger. And at first,
You know, we don't need to get into each one,
Wedding
but that's
in
one of them that you
Liberia
have to
was
deal
like
with.
that's
a
one
whole
that I just dealt
experience
with
to me.
2 weeks ago.
Obviously, I
and
wasn't
we're
used
still
to it, but
straightening it out.
But the firm had to straighten
That
it
was
out
crazy.
and deal with the money because he took
that
it, correct?
humidity was just
We
like
are now. We're in the process of it.
unbelievable.
After talking with the clients and everybody else involved, right?
Correct.
So I don't
Go on
really
to the
like
next one,
humidity. I don't like really jungle level like.
You
type
want me to
of
give the
climate.
names or?
Yeah,
Not
just-
jungle
just-
climate.
Mr. Anderson I dealt with, Dion
already in the
Martin,
record.
his family I dealt with.
All right, let me slow down. So Christopher Anderson, you said, that's
I
somebody
don't
you had
like
to talk to yourself?
beaches.
Yes, sir.
I don't
Y'all
like.
had, the firm had to pay money for what he did,
drugs.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Dion Martin, was somebody you talked to yourself?
I did, and along with his
Been
parents.
horribly injured in an accident
He had a brain injury, correct?
and had a brain injury.
Yes, sir.
And you had to talk to him about the defendant lying to him with his brain injury, correct?
And his parents,
And his parents and taking his money, correct?
correct.
All right, keep going.
Elise Mallory,
Elise Mallory, and she had a relative who died,
I,
correct?
I'm fine
She
if it's
did,
if it's
and I
hot.
very
sweet
I
old
would
lady.
like
Have you met
to be
her?
on a beach
well,
or
Elise.
by a lake.
That's what I mean.
That's
she's
all.
not really.
Oh, I hate humidity. God, I really do.
The person that you dealt with.
Oh,
the person
man.
represented.
And
20
then,
below to 100 plus for a long time. Oh my God, that's right.
Is she a very sweet,
Oh,
nice lady?
Tom.
The PR?
yeah,
I worked on
all-
boats
all-
in the heat
I haven't had
down
a
in
single one of
Florida,
these
and I
clients
worked
that
on
were
them
nice
up in
people.
Maine
Very
too,
nice
but not in the
people.
winter
Super nice
time
people.
because I
You
did
took advantage of
bright
each one of
work,
them and
so
liked them, correct?
Yes,
or
sir.
painting mostly when I was up in Maine. So I didn't do
The
it. In the
Risher
winter.
case, I wasn't involved in it. Johnny Bush,
I did it in the
dealt with
spring and the
him.
summer and the
I
fall.
talked with J.J. Jinks.
I tried to do it in the spring and in the
To
fall,
your knowledge, Johnny Bush
but
considered himself
sometimes
a
you have to
friend
do
of Ellen
jobs in the
Murdoch?
summer.
I don't know whether they were friends, but they were good acquaintances. Johnny was a little bit different. He'd overcharged him or gave him the impression that it was
It's because they're
$95,000 was
stupid.
for expenses. It was not.
You caught them.
So he lied and told him that there were
You
expenses
caught
that had
them,
to be
and
paid, and
there's
instead Ellen
PPP.
Murdoch
Yes, it
stole
is
that money from
PPP.
his
That's
good
what they
acquaintance,
were
Johnny
supposed
Bush,
to
correct?
say,
That's correct.
but they said PPE.
J.J. Jinks, I talked with J.J., but I didn't deal with
Yeah,
the
Dana's not
paying
smart.
him back part of
Nobody
it.
claimed she was
So the firm still
smart.
had to pay him back.
She's obsessed
for the
with
lies that
child
Ellen
sex
Murdoch told,
trafficking,
correct?
though. I'll tell you that. We had to
Sorry,
talk
that was me.
off of that,
I didn't
like,
mean to
all
turn it
the
down,
The
time.
Christiani
Definitely focused
matter is still ongoing.
but I did by accident.
on
And
wanting
then
to talk about that all the time.
Randy Drawdy,
We don't want to talk about
that
that.
matter's over.
And she
Tommy Moore, I've dealt with
obsessed
him.
about talking about child sex
His
trafficking.
money's back in trust,
Hmm.
where it's supposed to be.
Tommy Moore was a highway patrolman that got injured in the line of duty,
Weird.
correct?
He was,
And Alec lied to him and took his money, correct?
correct.
But I do,
This is
no,
not
I'm,
special.
fault either.
So that's the ones.
I'm sorry
around,
that it,
Correct, that's the ones that are on that list that's been admitted to evidence here,
but I
correct?
don't think we have
Correct,
a
but
choice,
there's
I
been
guess.
many more
So,
than
I
this.
mean, I'm glad Jenny did. I didn't know she did it until this morning. I didn't even see it until this morning.
Okay. A good many
What are
more
we
than
supposed to
this.
do? Find out what done. And
Somebody tell me why the defense chose this witness again.
oh my God. Oh, I want to go to Hot Springs. I want to go.
Somebody's phone sounds like it's
You were
buzzing.
aware in your conversations with the defendant that back around town of the recession that he had gotten into some land deals that
Let's go
had
find some hot
gotten
springs
into some
somewhere.
financial issues.
Isn't there hot
Creighton's
Keep
real
squeezing.
excited for this
springs?
cross.
We can
Yes.
just, like
And
go
then, not long after that, he had some big cases such as the Arthur Badger case and the Pinckney UPS case and
Good
the
to see you,
Flower
Natalie.
case, in which he
Yep.
got a large amount of fees for very large recoveries, correct?
Badger was the UPS, Pinckney was the tire case.
Okay.
But yeah, he got very big fees.
All right. And you thought that with all those fees that you knew who he got because he's your partner and you get to see the books, you're the treasurer of the firm or have been for an extended period, is that correct?
Where's your audit?
The old firm, yes.
And you thought that the money that he legitimately got from those cases had solved those problems because it was a lot, wasn't it?
I think I, along with everybody else,
Ooh,
thought that
nice.
he was
Pagosa Springs, Colorado.
totally out of any debt.
But on
Speak
top,
of.
but you've come to find out on top of the fees that he got, he also stole
Oh, well,
millions
that's a
from
good
those
trade,
clients,
Tom.
correct?
I mean, a hot tub
Yes, sir.
for a
Octavia,
dirt
we
bike.
It wasn't
do
enough for him,
With
was it?
that.
ship to
Dirt bikes
Romania.
sound fun. I mean, my daughter wouldn't
Clearly
want to
not.
ride one, but yeah, they sound like fun. I do like the idea of a hot tub, but I mean, obviously you can't put it in a building. You cannot put it in an apartment building. Although I guess some
I'm
people
almost done.
try. Got a lot of hot tub feeds from this part
Freckled
of the
Joy, this is the flip side of the financial crimes,
Right,
is it
Going back to that
also
same-
gives a lot of people who could be angry at him.
As if I'm going to go there.
A
but
lot
I
of
don't
people.
care. I think it's almost time for my dog to go.
You didn't see any blood on Alec Murdoch that night, did you?
No, sir.
Your vacation is.
And when you went back the next day,
That's not it.
you went back because y'all had attempted to call, y'all had called the coroner to get the names, and he had given you the names of some companies that
Oh, boy.
their job is to
I
come
am
out and
so
help
in.
clean up scenes
This is
like
James's
correct?
mom.
That's correct.
And y'all had called them, but nobody
need to
called
be
back,
out
and you
here.
just felt like you had to do
need
something,
to
so
be
you
out
went to
here.
the scene. Is that right?
Well, we were trying to also
You didn't go to the weed
Clean
see
shop?
up.
what we could find out,
You
if there was
gotta go.
anything that we could do to,
I'll be here when you get back.
Did you not trust
Lend
SLED to do their
resistance.
We'll be in the
investigations,
background.
sir?
We'll be your
something that
background.
was, I
You
mean,
gotta
everything
go
stopped.
sleep.
Everything stopped.
The whole world
Come
did.
on now, it's
Being
Wednesday.
a friend like people would be and just
This
trying
is
to
the
do whatever you
Wednesday
could,
that
correct?
feels like a
Friend and,
Monday.
you know,
This
we were-
is a Wednesday
We're
that
lawyers.
feels
We-
like a
you know, we try to
Monday.
figure
It's
out what
actually a
happened to
Wednesday that feels
things.
like a
Oh, lawyers do
Thursday.
like to
You
solve
went in
problems.
that feed room and
Even when
observed
we're
the
not
things that
asked.
you saw,
Did.
and
Oh,
you
no, we're
also
going here.
ended up
Go to-
getting
what the fuck is this?
blood
Go
on
to
your sleeves, correct?
hotmail.com.
I
Here we
did. I
go.
didn't know
Up
it.
high, correct?
On my
Fuck this shit.
shoulder areas.
What do you
and on my
mean?
pants.
What do you mean no time? What can I do to help? How can I help you?
So he couldn't even
Tell
go
me.
into the
Tell
scene
me how I
without getting
help
blood
you.
on him. That's a good
Tell me how I
question.
help you.
I asked you a little bit about the
How do I
defendant's cell phone use.
Oof, we gotta get
Was
you
it like him to have very short phone
How do I help
calls,
you?
or was he one to talk
For
for
my
a
60th
while?
birthday in the hot air balloon. Oh no!
I mean, he-
oh no! I'm not doing
he
hot air
would cut
balloons.
you off
No,
with one phone
no,
call coming
no.
on top of another.
What
He'd
opinion
call
do
you
you
about
want,
something
Tom?
and then say, "Oh, I'll call you back."
I always have opinions on
Click it off,
things.
and you know.
Okay,
He
wait.
started talking
Those
about
hot
something.
springs. I'm pulling this up.
Yeah,
Jesus
but I mean,
Christ.
he would.
I
it was
want to
regular.
go here.
It was regular.
Short phone calls were regular.
Hot springs.
He would typically talk for more than a minute, though.
I'm
He's
sure
not saying
I
that.
assume so. Most
Oh
people
my
admit it. It's not-
God. Oh
not much of
my
a
God.
conversation.
It's not much of a conversation just for a minute, is it?
No.
We gotta go here. You guys.
The night of the murders, did you see a
Guys.
golf cart up at the Moselle residence?
I saw one in front of their house.
Guys, we
In front of the
gotta
house.
go.
Yeah, if you drove up the driveway, it was over to the left.
It was parked in front of the house.
Putting
It was
this in the
parked
link.
off to the left side of the house.
This is where we're going. This is where our first Lolo's lounge. You're gonna sell your Z28 and SUV and buying a hybrid Toyota and a Hyundai Santa Cruz. Which one should I buy first?
Going back to September,
Y'all, I see the comments about
Well,
leaving.
find
I
This
love
is
my Hyundai. Now my
cross-examination.
Hyundai
It's
has had
allowed to
nothing
be
but
leading.
problems, but at the
And
same
y'all have a
time, I
meeting
feel like
of
that has been
partners
an unusual
without Alec there and
circumstance.
without
Certain
Randy there,
circumstances.
correct?
But I love my
Well,
Hyundai.
first
It
of
has a
all,
panoramic
on the
roof,
second,
and I love
which was
that so
Thursday,
much. I'm just very weird about those
The
little.
stuff with Forge came up, and you
But I
started
don't know
looking
which
down
hybrid
when I made the
Toyota.
phone call
Are you buying
to
a
Tommy
truck,
Moore.
like a Toyota truck?
And first thing Jeannie did was start
But I do love
grabbing
Hyundais. And
our
I haven't
check.
seen the
All
Santa
we could
Cruz
see was
one, but
our end of it. So if a check was written
But it's pretty cute.
off of our trust account or our operating account, but these were mostly trust checks. If it was written off the trust account, we could get a copy of our check. We didn't know where it had gone from
I'm gonna
there.
put that
And we could see the disbursement sheets, and we could tell
'Cause we
where
need
they were
to go there.
deposited by
Okay,
looking
it's
at the
time
back
to
of the
walk
check,
that dog. All
which you don't normally
right.
do. I
Here
mean,
we
it's
go.
just not-
BRB.
When you started seeing commonality to it, and then but the Moore thing was concrete. I mean, there was just no way that money couldn't have been written out because it was being held. He had an ongoing workers'
Right.
comp claim that that was a statutory lien. You couldn't give him the money. And
Bottom line is, without rehashing the whole story for the jury again, y'all knew he had been stealing at that point.
that's when we found out, and then I met
Didn't know how much. In fact, you found out a whole lot later,
a
correct?
whole lot. We had about 6 at that time. I met with our president that night and Ronnie Crosby and set up a meeting for the next morning, and
It was an
we met,
emergency.
and then Randy was tied up and they came, and at that point it was unanimous. And then Randy and Dan went and talked to him.
All right. And then when confronted
He
with
admitted
that,
it.
and he was forced to
Oh,
resign.
Danny
is that
was the
correct? Y'all
lawyer
terminated.
that was in the
Well,
car.
he could either resign
That's right, not this
or
one.
be terminated, but it was a 30-second decision.
And what day was that when that happened?
That was Friday.
What day? Do you remember?
That would have been September the 3rd.
Third?
And we immediately started into all the things you have to do when you find out that a lawyer's been stealing in your firm,
It's a lot of stuff to do.
which has been absolute teetotal pure hell since then.
So everything was coming home to roost.
That's a
The
phrase.
storm was arriving again for Alec on September 3rd when y'all confronted him. Is that correct?
Teetotal pure hell.
Yes, sir, and it was over.
And then on
That's
September
funny.
4th, what happened? What did you hear about?
I had spoken to Mr. Griffin just to let him know that we had terminated him. He already knew, and about 11:30, 12 o'clock, whatever time it was, I was on a tractor, and he called me and said, "You're not going to believe what happened." And I thought, my first response was, "Don't tell me that jackass killed himself."
Right.
And he said, "No, somebody shot him." And I just said, "I don't believe that." It's
You don't
bullshit.
believe that? A lot of people thought
He just
right
said, "I
away,
think it's
oh my gosh,
bullshit."
the real killers are back. Correct? The chickens were home to roost again for Alec, and all of a sudden he's a victim again, correct?
What was the objection?
Objection's overruled.
I
Every
went
time
to
he
the
gets
scene. I
overruled,
went
he
straight to the
laughs.
scene. But I didn't believe it.
You didn't believe it, because you have training as a lawyer, right?
I don't know whether it was intuition, training, whatever, I just didn't believe it.
And what did you see at the scene that confirmed that this time?
I got out.
It didn't work.
Danny and Ronnie were there and standing there, and I said, I don't buy it. And we walked up towards the car, and I think I said it's got run flat tires, and the tire's not flat. Before we got to it, Ronnie said it doesn't even have a spare, and then when we got up to it.
It's run flat.
You could see at 9 o'clock where somebody had stabbed the tire. And we hung around there, and then when Sled showed up, I think it was actually David Owens showed up, or Ryan.
Oh, Creighton's never going to end this cross. He's
Kelly
having
showed
so
up,
much
one of
fun.
them. And that's when we told him we had fired him the day before. And
That's when it all.
what had happened. We were in consultation with a lawyer we had to hire on Friday to figure out what to do and how to do it. And when this happened, we thought they needed to know.
Yep.
And you were told that Alec claimed at the scene that he was shot by some unknown assailant, correct?
That was the story.
But
I
you
just-
knew this scene had been manufactured by Alec, correct, when you arrived there?
I didn't know that. I suspected. It just didn't look like,
He didn't believe.
I mean, it was a shiny Mercedes black car with no holes in it, a single shot. The back hatch isn't open.
Nobody stole the
There's
car.
No nothing. I mean, it just doesn't look right.
And nobody took the car. If you're going to shoot him, take the car.
Just
right?
when accountability is
It has a
arriving
run flat.
again, the defendant
Oh, that's argumentative.
manufactures himself being a victim, correct?
That's what it turned out to be.
Okay. Nobody objected.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Wow, he stopped.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor.
It'll be interesting to see how Jim cleans that up. Because this prosecution made a lot out of that cross-examination.
The law firm, PMPED, repaid all the money to the clients that's owed, as well as insurance company have pitched in?
To this point, we're holding some money as of 2 weeks ago. And in one of the matters, we're trying to get that money returned. We're having to go through a PR.
And the list of names that you read off,
Personal representative.
those
Nobody
folks,
talks about it, but that's what it is.
if they were entitled to the money now, they've received it? Is that right?
The people on that list have, yes, and there's plenty, a bunch more that have as well.
And the law firm is currently out a lot of money. Is that correct?
We are.
As a result of Alex?
Well, the law firm and the partners in the law firm.
The partners
We've had to
personally.
pony it out of our pocket.
Sure. You personally have had to pony up.
Yes, sir, along with my partners.
And when Alec was resigned or terminated in September, he had some cash flow coming into the firm that the firm was able to keep and use that to pay some of the claims.
Well, no, sir. All of our funds, doesn't matter what I earn until it's declared at the end of the year. It's law firm money.
No, I understand that. So law firm money earned off Alec's cases that was the firm money when he left?
Well,
we're talking a couple of $1 million?
First of all the cases are owned by the law firm. They're not
Right, they're not
Mark's
his.
cases, they're not Alec's cases. They're law firm cases. Cases that Alec was working on generated monies, and we internally decided how we were, a formula that we were going to use, because people had to complete those cases. And we've allocated much, much more than ordinarily. Our expenses are taken out in a different way, but we allocated a bunch of money to paying those, yes.
I understand. But the income from those cases, north of $2 million, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
And your firm and Jeannie Seconder and others have cooperated with SLED and the Attorney General's office in their investigation of Alec's misdeeds in relation to those client matters, have they not?
We have.
I think Jim's trying to
And
point out that
as a
Alec's
result
been,
of-
that this has been
You're aware
resolved.
that Alex has
Like, they don't
9+
need to-
pending
the jury
charges
doesn't need
against
to
him for
fix this.
financial. The stuff you just testified about, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been subpoenaed here today to testify in the murder case, correct?
I've been subpoenaed since this trial started.
And you know this is the murder case.
Yes, sir.
No, ask that question to Creighton, not this
Now,
witness.
Immediately after the murder, of Maggie
Creighton
Paul,
question.
and you talked about Alex's demeanor. Did he come to work and was able to work on cases?
No, sir. He came, he was out for a while. I think he went to his in-laws and stayed. He didn't, after the funeral was either Friday or Saturday, I can't remember, and then Randolph died on Thursday after this. And then Randolph's was on Sunday, and Alec he was staying between Randy, John Marvin, and whoever else, his mother's house. I think he went to his in-laws.
Firstly, Angel
I
said
know
this
he
guy's a
went down
talker.
to-
He is a lawyer.
to,
Most of us like to
visit
talk,
with his brother-in-law
lot.
and sister-in-law.
for better or for worse.
And
But no, he was not. There was a period of time he wasn't doing it. He might come by
Eggs this morning.
and he would
Egg
be in
bites.
his office generally looking at sympathy notes.
And from your observation, was he in any frame of mind to do any productive legal work the month of June,
Oh,
No.
no.
the month of July?
We sat down and talked about it as partners, and not with Alec, about what we were going to do, because there's deadlines and things that have to be done. And so we were going to try to figure out how we were going to delicately kind of start stepping in on some of his cases and making sure everything was being done according to what needed to be.
And I think you testified about how the firm, partners in the firm, lawyers in the firms were reaching out and using your resources to try to find out perhaps who played a role in killing Maggie and Paul.
We absolutely were.
But were you careful not to go out and do the investigation yourself and just relay the information back to SLED?
Right. I mean, we weren't trying to be private eyes or any of that. We were just trying to see, and I relayed numerous things to the various officers, and I would preface it by, I don't know whether this means anything. But you never know. I mean,
And was, to your knowledge, was information being relayed through Alex's attorneys to pass on this way?
well, I know I dealt with you on various things up until the stealing.
Sure. And to your knowledge, was Alex consenting and cooperating with SLED in their investigation?
As far as I knew, yes. I mean, I wasn't with him during those interviews or anything else, but as far as I knew he was, and I would ask him, you know, where we stand, you know, have you heard
Well,
anything?
Jim, unlike you,
You know,
I wasn't
And,
that
were
involved.
you aware that Alex Buster put up a reward?
I was.
And are you also aware that when Paul was criminally charged in the voting case, Alec came under criticism for interfering in the investigation? You remember that?
I was.
And in fact, there's been some pretty public allegations about that, about Alec, that had surfaced before Maggie and Paul had been murdered.
Absolutely. I mean, they were criticizing him for advising people of stuff, but I'm a lawyer, I'm a parent, daddy. One of my kids has some problem or gets accused of something, or one of my friends' kids, I'm gonna put my lawyer hat on and advise them to be quiet until their parents get there and
I
get
think
counsel
it went beyond
if
that,
I think
though.
it's a serious matter.
You were asked about Alec's cell phone use and about whether he would take the phone down to the kennel. Have you ever been down to the kennels with Alec?
Yeah,
Okay. Have you been riding the property with
Are they
Moselle
gonna
with
start-
Alex?
I have not.
Are they going
a
to start
whole
fighting
lot.
over who's the better
I mean,
friend, Jim?
As time went on,
You ride this property
you know,
with
our
him?
families got older, and you just, when you don't have children, it's, you're doing a lot more things together on the weekends and stuff, and as your children get older and they're in college, and he was going to Walford and different places where Buster was, and, you know, your interests are different as well, but, yeah, I would occasionally, or if he was building something, he might ask me what I thought about it, or show me something. I mean, I saw his duck pond and, you know, rode around the property several times.
Was cell phone coverage spotty down at the shed in the kennels?
It can be, it varies. I mean, it can be. I don't remember specifically where and what, you know, out where I live, if I go in my house with a metal roof, this morning somebody was trying to talk to me and I had to walk out on the porch. Other days
why I
I can
don't
talk
have a
just
metal
fine
roof.
in my house. I live 8 miles, 9 miles from where this place is, and I don't know whether it's a metal roof or whether I'm just at the end of wherever a cell tower is, but out in my area, which is Rome Gully, it can.
Jim's point
can be
is it's
spotty.
not Alex's fault if there's no
And-
cell
and you
reception. He
mentioned
didn't
about-
not have his phone. It wasn't sus. It was just
Spending
Poor
time with
cell
Moselle
reception.
and
they're blaming Verizon. They're like, we can't
kids
hear
were
you
younger
now.
than- Before Alec got Moselle, you had a farm,
I do.
and would Alec bring the boys over to hunt on your property?
Mostly Paul.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
I mean, Buster would come some, but
What did I miss? What
Buster
did I
was
miss?
older, and then obviously when Buster
What did I
started
miss?
college,
What did I miss?
he wasn't around as much. But Paul was a very avid hunter and
That's when I
was
told
over
my daughter
at either
Carrie,
my
like,
place or
tell them
Ronnie's
about
place a
shut the
lot.
fuck up Friday.
And he and Alec were together a lot doing that?
Paul,
He and
Oh,
Alec,
I wanna
I'm
see
excuse me,
that.
He and Paul,
Can we
Alec and
see
Paul
that in
together
real
a lot.
life?
yeah, yeah.
Please, please.
And Paul was with his grandfather a lot.
And I think you mentioned that
Please, please.
Paul would leave stuff over there?
All three of them, but you know,
How about
they would just
shut the fuck up Wednesday?
they'd leave a
like
gun, they'd leave a coat, they'd leave a flashlight, maybe all three, and it was just sort of a running joke that you had to kind of go around and gather up their stuff after they left, and that was just them.
And did you remember one time Paul had left a gun over there for a couple of months?
He did, and Alec left one time, I believe. And
Her jokes aren't the
He's
funny.
like, well,
put it up,
Sorry,
and
I have a.
They all do.
You know how I have.
he
an
started
opinion
asking
about
around where his gun
humor.
was, and you know, we just sort of
Not everyone is
played
funny.
with him a little bit and then gave it back to him.
Year of the shut the fuck up. Hell, Jesus, thank you.
I think you testified moving from September the 4th.
Decade of the shut up.
You had gotten word about a shooting involving Alec, and I think your words were that jackass had killed himself.
That was what I thought immediately.
And why
That's
did
exactly
you
what he
think
said.
Because of
What's the-
all that
what's
had gone
the
on. We had terminated
mascot
him.
for the year
or
of
he had
the
resigned the day
shutdown?
before. This financial stuff was starting to come out.
What's that mascot?
And,
Honey badger?
I thought, he lost 2 family members and now he's got no job.
One of my
It
Destructo
seemed
cats.
feasible. I mean, I had been
Oh.
concerned about his mental health from the time of the murders up until then. In fact, I had suggested that he go see somebody for grief counseling.
Yes,
for
that's
I mean, we were
funny.
all
You're funny.
grieving
You're
their
funny.
loss. And,
You are
and,
funny. You are very
it's one of
funny.
those deals that you can tell when somebody's not hitting on all
I kind of wish I could
cylinders.
film
And
what my cat
he
is doing right
obviously
now.
I would come by his office and he would be
It's Freak the
crying.
Fuck Out Wednesday is
I
what
mean,
it
or
actually
I
is.
would ask him something. I remember him asking me one time when he was going through his,
Oh, that
he
looks
had a
really
stack
dangerous.
of sympathy cards, and he said, should I send them all back a note? And I
I
said,
could
"Alec,
easily
people
turn
don't
the
send you
camera on them, but
sympathy cards
Expecting
to,
a note.
get a note back from you. There's no way in the world you can do
get
that."
them a little
And
bit.
he
when,
was,
I don't think I can.
he said he
when
missed
he
her.
was terminated from the firm and you were concerned about perhaps what he might do?
Oh,
Did you ever
bastard!
think
You're such a bastard.
maybe he'll go kill
I'm
a family
so
member?
Fucking.
Huh.
Did that ever cross your mind?
You talking about when we terminated him?
Yes, sir.
By then, Maggie and Paul
This
had
is
been
dangerous
killed.
territory.
Okay.
Well, he had family out there.
He did. I never thought of any of that.
Come on.
Listen, when September the 2nd hit, it changed everything that I knew about Alec. I would have never believed that a guy that
Okay, we're gonna just. You know what?
You know,
when in doubt, just fuck
was
it out.
like family
Fuck it out.
would have ever stolen from me, would have stolen from his family, would have stolen from his clients, or any of that. And so immediately, you've got this rage, this emotion that you've got, and then on the 3rd, we go through this whole ordeal of determination, and then the 4th it hits, and you're like, did the jackass kill himself because of anything else? And then as time progressed on and you see the scope of it, I mean, I don't know the guy that after September the 3rd and leading out, I don't know who that guy is. I mean, that's not Alec that I knew,
Right.
and Alec that I loved, and Alec that all of us loved.
Not
Did
the
he
same
have
person.
imperfections? You bet. Did he do things that aggravated the hell out of me? You bet. But you don't kick your brother out the door because, they snore at night or they've done things that aggravate you.
Well, how about if they
You
steal
get past
from
it.
your firm?
Sorry, y'all.
But when they do things that are criminal,
You get
and they do
upset when they
things
steal from
that
your
affect
firm.
not only him, but he's torn down an entire legacy, a law firm.
Yep.
I've spent 34 years, or 33 years, I guess, in this one place. It's the only law firm that I've ever worked at. I put everything in it. It's all my children have known, my family's known, and it's gone. We had to change the name. We've had to do all these things because of
Still
his
pissed.
acts on this financial stuff. And when it comes to
Let
that,
him talk.
I'm mad as hell. I mean, you just don't know how mad I am. But on the other hand, I'm not saying that because he did that, he's done what he's accused of. And so that's sort of the bottom line of it. His actions he was doing that way back, but we never knew it.
Sure.
And when we found out about it, it makes you doubt everything, and it's just human nature.
What's a UTP?
But I don't have one shred of anything. All I can do is just point to what I saw.
Universal terrain? No.
And
That's
and
fair.
you pointed to the roadside shooting and what you saw, and you
Yeah.
thought that jackass tried to kill himself.
Absolutely, and I may not have said jackass, but that's about as
And
Non-church
logically,
as I
to
wanna get
you,
him.
it made sense why he would want to kill himself in that moment.
sure. I mean, he lost.
Oh, the
As
Santa
far as I was
Cruz is
concerned, he
cool.
lost everything. he'd lost his job, and he'd
Oh, I would
lost,
definitely,
forget
yeah.
the job, forget the money,
That's
forget
so
what's going
cool.
to happen to him. He lost his wife and his child.
That's so, oops.
And
Are you aware that he had $12 million of life insurance?
I didn't know what he had. I assumed he had some life insurance, but no, I mean, I never had that conversation with him, and quite frankly, I'd have to see it to really believe it.
Thank you, that's all the question.
He doesn't believe anything. Creighton, take a deep breath, buddy. This guy's been a very interesting witness with points for both sides because this trial, everything
You
goes
just
two
said
ways.
that
It's cuckoo for Cocoa
you know
Puffs
now
in this
about this
trial.
man who'd been
Cuckoo
your
for
partner and
Cocoa
friend for
Puffs.
34 years,
That's hot.
causes you to
That's a hot
question
motherfucker.
everything you thought you knew
Saying
about
that
him.
right now.
Isn't that right?
It does.
Of a hot vehicle.
You were asked about
Oh, there we go.
all those clients that had to be repaid money, and none of that money came from him, did it?
No, sir.
Y'all had to pay that money, right?
We
I don't know if
didn't.
this helps you,
How much?
Creighton.
I would say
Oh, yeah.
at this point,
That's nice.
probably north of 10 or 11
Those are
million
nice.
dollars. Now, insurance paid for some of that, but I mean, there's been a substantial chunk of
Oh,
that
utility.
that came
Okay.
out of our pocket.
You were asked about Alec having
Yeah,
some
it's-
cases that were coming
I've never seen that.
but you explained though,
I thought it was like an
This is
SUV.
June.
Like I haven't.
and that disbursement's not gonna come to him until
on.
December. He's not gonna be able to get that money until December, correct? Any of what he's entitled to, which isn't all of it, correct?
Huh.
Because
That's a
it
good
belongs
point.
to the firm.
True.
Good
Right,
point,
everything
Creighton.
belongs to the
Yeah.
firm until the end of the
Capacity
year
is
when you
important.
meet, and then you divide up money and
And that's
We
why
have
he
a
stole the
formulation.
I
Ferris
think it's
fees
cute
in
one.
March because he needed the money
But-
right then.
I would assume so.
Yeah,
I
Oom's
mean,
probably right.
the money was gone.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah, the bell's tolling. Q.
Paid in
Do
three
you really
checks.
know? He already answered it, though.
Like,
You said that in the month after the murders, he wasn't really working on cases, but he sure managed to arrange to cover those Ferris fees to pay him back so that everyone would forget about it, didn't he?
comes in
Not
blue.
all of it.
It's a fair point.
Pretty. It's pretty and light.
He managed to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, well, part of it. I mean, I think there was $192,000 that didn't
That he convinced Chris Wilson to cover for him.
convinced, or Chris had to cover it, one of the two.
I think Chris had to cover it because of his license. I think that's a fair point, too. I think Creighton should
What's the
stop,
matter?
but he can't help himself.
Come here, Papa.
Don't lose
You were
the
asked about
forest
him
for the trees,
cooperating with law
Creighton.
enforcement
Come
in
here,
murders.
Papa.
But he never
Dog is
told
cornered by the cats, probably.
law enforcement that he was down at the kennels just minutes with the victims before they died. He never told law enforcement that, did he?
Oh, nice. That would be nice.
He's
That'd
heard
be
all the testimony.
awful. Does it
Do
have
you
a
know?
sunroof? Because I'm like all about.
Go with Do
Oh,
You
yeah,
Know?
I see it.
If you know.
That's a nice car.
I don't know what he
That's
told law
oh my god, I
enforcement
love
other
the
than what's
back.
been out there in the public.
I don't want to stop
Let me
this,
ask you
but we'll
this.
watch it at the break.
He denied to you
We'll
3
watch the
times
little
that he ever
video
went
of
to those
it.
kennels,
It's
did he
pretty
not?
cool little
He did.
car.
His buddy, his friend, and his law partner of
His
34 years told you
brother.
3 times, I was never there.
That's correct.
And you
Okay,
know
Creighton, stop.
now that's a lie.
When I saw the
We know he lies.
video a month or so
Hey,
ago,
Papa.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Thank you, Creighton.
Step down.
I think everyone in this chat is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Alec Murdaugh
Call the next
lies.
witness.
Convinced.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dawes Cook.
Wait, who are you?
Dawes Cook.
Oscar.
It looks like we have another defense attorney who's going to be asking questions. Dawes?
Everybody gets a turn.
DAWS? Dawes Cook?
It's like, when you use the bench.
He's got a
in the little
folder.
routine so that
Oh!
everyone has a chance to play. Here's my-
I've rarely seen this
You swear
defense
the
attorney
testimony-
sitting over there this
That
trial
one's
because she's
supposed
all
to
the way
go
on
to
the
the
end.
doctor.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you, sir.
I was
You have a
terrified,
seat up on the
but
witness stand.
they loved me, and the parents loved me because
Please hold that
Every
microphone
kid had
to you
fun.
and adjust it so that it's your
That was
height
the
and you
goal.
can talk into it.
and the whole
State your name and
season
spell your last
we got one goal,
It's,
and you would have
Morris
thought we had
Dawes
won
Cook Jr., and Cook
winning
is C-O-O-K-E.
USA
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about
World
yourself?
Cup.
I'm a
You
lawyer,
would think-
practice
you
in
would think
Charleston,
that
South
these
Carolina,
little
with
girls
firm
who
Barnum,
were
Whaley,
about 7
Patterson,
and
and
8 years
Helms.
old.
I've been
You would
doing
think
it
they had won the
since
World Cup by just
graduated from
scoring
law
one
school in
goal the whole
1979,
season.
clerked for a judge for a year, and I've been with the
We all
same
ran onto the
law
field,
firm
and
since
Wow.
it was just
1980.
so
And
emotional
I
and
practiced
kind.
mainly civil
It was an
litigation.
amazing experience. I was
And
a
do
terrible
you
soccer coach.
primarily represent
But I
plaintiffs?
really
and
loved
defendants?
those little girls with their
I don't mind
families.
representing plaintiffs, but most of the time I'm representing
So
defendants.
we had fun.
All right. And do you
But
know
I
Alex
apologize
Murdaugh?
to those little girls
I
for
do.
giving them a really
How
shitty
do you know him?
Through practice of law, I had cases
He did a
against
great
him over the
job.
years.
Okay. And have you represented him before?
No. Well, I mean, now I do, but I did not previously to this, right?
Right.
What do you represent him for?
And what was the scope of your representation?
I'm defending him in the boat accident case.
Okay. And when were you asked
You're
to
like you're real
join
on
his
top
team?
of things.
In December of
This is
2020, I got a call from Danny Henderson and asked me if I would become involved. The case was already.
They were.
had already
Actually,
been
there were a
going
couple
on
of
for a year
parents
and a half or
who
so
were
at
not
that time.
nice to me,
Okay.
but they were
And did he
other
have other
parents
attorneys
actually put them
representing
in
him at
line,
that time?
so I didn't
Yes.
really even have
Yeah,
to
the
be.
Hainsworth firm, John Tiller in particular, was representing him.
So I think I lucked
And
out.
what, if
with
any,
my kid.
understanding do you have as to why you were asked to join the defense team?
Well, John was sick, as I think everybody knows now, and
It was a
would
real
be
self-esteem
undergoing treatment
season.
from
We
time
really
to time, and
focused
he
on
was unsure as
building
to
core skills of
whether he'd be able to cover everything by
communication.
himself. And so I was asked, one, to help him,
And,
sort of be a second
gamesmanship.
chair for him, and also
That's what
be
we
a backup.
This
for
would have been
times
privilege
when he
waived,
would not be able to.
which is interesting.
Maybe not.
And would you please describe for the jury your assessment of the merits of the claim against Alex in June of 2021?
Okay, I mean,
Well,
it calls for a
think I
legal
was the one that
conclusion. They
coined
brought the
phrase
lawyer.
negligent parenting that Mark mentioned during his testimony. The claim at that
Everybody's
time was
sitting in the
that
courtroom
Alec
listening.
was responsible for the boat accident because he knew that Paul was using his brother's ID. And I mean, I didn't think that there was a claim in South Carolina law for that, so I sort of facetiously called it negligent parenting. So we felt
Did it
that
to
it was
mock-
a defensible claim.
mock Mark Tinsley,
I
who's
I
sitting
always
in the
sort of felt
audience.
that lurking out there was going to be what's now negligent entrustment, that eventually they would allege negligence for having let him use the boat, which
Yep.
is the substance of the claim now.
No.
But even that,
It would have been great if I had
felt like
had
it
an
was a
assistant
defensible
coach who
claim
was
that,
very good on core
I
building
think the
skills,
big picture that
actual soccer
occurred to me
skills.
was
I think that would have
to
actually
hold
been
him
like the
liable for
perfect
that would
one.
be to hold him to a higher standard than
Because
any of
we
the other
definitely
parents
ended with
of
a
the
group
other
of healthy,
folks that were in the
healthy
boat.
losers.
Anybody who's raised kids knows that that can be difficult.
I had the best group of excellent
And
losers.
what was your
who-
assessment as to Alex's financial exposure as a result of this case in June of
But
2021?
that one
Well,
goal
it was unknown, and I'll
I
have to
thought
say
we-
that was,
I thought it was it.
I didn't even really pay attention to that issue at the time. I think there was still a declaratory judgment action pending that was going to decide whether there was some additional insurance. I knew that the one policy was relatively limited.
I mean,
So
in the way of
I wouldn't have said that he had no personal exposure, but that was certainly not the focus of our attention at that time.
Right. And were there motions pending when you joined the case?
Yes, several motions pending. For some time, there had been a motion by Parker's to change venue.
Parker's is the
They wanted it
liquor
out of
store,
Hampton and
convenience
into
store.
Beaufort County, and there was also, they had made a motion to amend their answer to plead admiralty.
Coulda
law,
gone
which
to
would
the
have
beach
benefits
up
over
in the
South Carolina
Gahar.
law for the defense. And then there was this, there was,
I didn't have
there may
admiralty
have been
law on
some
my
motions
bingo
to compel
card.
discovery with Parker's. I don't really remember.
Daryl Brooks would be
specifically, and
thrilled
I think
that
in
admiralty law is under
County
this
so
criminal
bad. I
case.
really want
of
to bring
2020, there had been a motion to compel the answers to interrogatories and motion,
How do we do
request to
this? How do we
produce
accomplish this?
to Alec.
What do we do?
And have you reviewed that motion to compel?
Problem
Yes.
solved in real time.
I'm gonna, I'll know
Oh, the background noise.
If it's any consolation, mine is not working.
on, plaintiff's exhibit, not plaintiff, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit
It's
402.
helpful.
Yeah, admiralty law. Admiralty
The
law.
company would know we.
We are now in Parker's arguing admiralty law.
Definitely can carry more in the Santa Cruz. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. A Santa Cruz full of weed.
Brooks is going to be like, I knew it could happen. I knew it could
Go
happen.
camping and get high. Want to do that?
Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you get admiralty law on
And
waterways
this
that
is
are
the
not
first
the
page. Do you
ocean?
recognize this as
I don't know the
motion?
answer to that
That's the
question.
motion, and then I think attached to that
Can you
were
do that?
2 sets of interrogatories and a set of requests to produce.
I've dealt with admiralty law a little bit as a research attorney.
That would be a lot of weed.
That was a real long time
It
ago.
would be. You're right, Tom. Too much.
Interrogatories. Would you just briefly explain to the jury what interrogatories and requests
There
for
you
production
go.
are?
That's
Right, well, we
crazy.
call it discovery. The rules of civil procedure
I, on the other
provide
hand, may
various
not make it.
means of obtaining information from the
Sure,
other
it's fine.
side. So interrogatories is questions that you can ask, and then requests to produce are
Sworn.
documents and other materials that you can require be provided.
Now,
Sworn answers.
The ones that we're looking at
questions.
right
Okay.
here, were those seeking financial information, Mr. Murdoch?
if he does a cat, you're supposed to actually.
And the objections, if you'll, well, the answers right here to the interrogatories, and then the objections right here. Have you reviewed those?
Yeah, Catherine, that's what I thought. You had to be out. It has to be
That's,
off the
this was
coast,
done
right?
before I was involved in the case, but those are the exact objections
I
that
thought
I
so
would have
too.
made. These
think the
financial
Coast Guard did show up to the
discovery,
accident. That's
it's sort of
fair.
the plaintiff's lawyer's way of saying, I'm
Freaking
really
cats.
serious, and I'll call it intimidation, not in a pejorative way, but it's meant to
What are
really
you working
worry
on?
the
Is
defendants, and
everything
it's
working?
very
I don't feel it.
common.
I know you're right.
And
That's
the
all civil
typical
practice
response
is.
from the defendant would be just
No
like this,
disrespect
and
to the
that is,
civil lawyers.
We object, it's not relevant, you haven't gotten a judgment
But a
against
lot of it
us.
is, you suck,
You
no,
don't
you
know
suck.
how much
me
money
which
we
cookie
have.
I have.
Pushing between the two sides.
You know,
until
I don't know if
get a
I'm the
judgment.
best weed
But come
tour.
back to that as
tour
well.
guide, but I'll
If your
try.
net worth could be relevant on punitive
I actually
damages,
don't know.
if it goes to the jury.
God, I'm not really good
the
on
jury
animals, but
could
we'll figure it
consider
out.
wealth
I guess we'll just
as
have to
factor
try 'em all,
overriding
Tom.
punitive damages. And so 95% of the time, you work out some.
Uh-oh, Tom's coming out
agreement
here
to
with a
provide
new truck
Financial
and
statement, but
low
I would
tolerance.
never have produced all of these details. at
There's
this
nothing
stage
more
of litigation.
dangerous than low tolerance and a
And that's
little
the
low.
point
After
of this
joining-
testimony.
Low.
That Tinsley was
After,
asking for all this
joining
stuff,
the
but
defense team,
that
did you have
it
meetings
wasn't
or
really a
communications
gathering
with other
storm,
members
the way it was
of the
said.
defense team?
That's the
Yes,
point.
yes, regularly. And I have to admit, there's a
Yeah,
lot I
it
didn't
should be
remember, so I've
interesting.
gone back and I've looked at my emails, my time records, and we defense
Make sure
lawyers,
your
we
insurance is
we
up to
measure
date.
our lives in tenth of
Actually, the
an hour
dispensary folks
increments,
here
and
are
we have to write
extraordinarily
everything down.
helpful. They're
So
lovely.
it was helpful
I
for
have
me
a
to go
couple of
back and
favorite
Yeah,
people,
look through
actually,
my
who can go
time
with it.
records as well as emails to see who
This
all
is
was
why I
included.
never,
But,
this is why I do
yes.
not like
Okay,
civil
and
practice.
was Alex often CC'd on the emails?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, did you ever participate in any Zoom meetings with the defense team?
Yes. The one I.
God, these
well,
cards are
there-
boring. The
there-
defense
more
is the
than
most
one.
boring
The
case on the
first one I
planet.
remember was April 15 of 2021. I was just sort of getting involved. I don't think I'd
Oh my
made
God, you
formal
guys, guess what I
appearance in
did
the
last
case
night?
yet, but there was a Zoom conference. And I remember
I was
Alec was
charging my little
included on the Zoom invitation, but
microphone,
I
you know, the one I
honestly
just
can't
got, the
recall whether he was.
it was
in
actually
the
$16.
meeting
It
itself.
wasn't
I
$15.
remember others who were in the meeting.
Okay, and what was
I
the purpose of that? Zoom?
knocked
It
it,
was,
off
it was
of my
really to kind of
computer.
orient
It's sitting on
me,
my little
and
computer
also
thing here.
there was some motion
Knocked it off
scheduled
into
in
my
May.
coffee cup.
So it was just to get me oriented, talk about what the important issues in the case were and the things that we.
I tried to revive it.
Okay. And having attended that
It's not like
meeting,
$16
what, if any,
microphones do.
understanding did you
They don't
have
revive
as to
after
the
you
biggest
Literally
issues
dunk them in
facing
the coffee
Alex at
like
the
they're
upcoming
dope.
motions hearing?
They don't.
Right, and I had to go back and look at my notes to refresh my memory on that, but it was the outcome, as far as I was concerned, it was the venue issue, whether the case was going to be transferred back to Beaufort. 'Cause
Mommy.
we didn't want it transferred back. We wanted it to stay in Hampton. We thought that the plaintiff
I finally got
wanted
some
it to stay there
flour.
too, but he was wavering, and
Because
there was
I'm
some thought that
coming
he might
up
consent, and we
north.
didn't want him to consent. So that was a
And my
big
pain
issue. And
meds a
then
couple times a
we
year.
spent a lot
Oh,
of
that's
time
so
talking
cool.
about
I'm so
admiralty.
sorry, Mrs. James's mom, because I know that can be
Was
really
it beneficial to
frightening,
have
too.
admiralty as opposed to state common
I'm
law.
really sorry that you're
So
going
was
through that,
the-
but I
as far
think
as the
it's
hearing,
cool
that
that
was
you're
an
like
important part of the conversation. That was about a 2-hour
team levels.
meeting, and we talked a lot about
That feels really
experts,
healthy to do
depositions that
that,
needed
and
to
I'm
be
just
taken,
really
and so
sorry that
forth
you have to
as
go
well.
through that
And
at all.
after that
because
meeting,
chronic pain is
based on
absolutely
those
the worst.
I like this
conversations,
attorney's questioning
what,
style.
if
It
any,
feels so
understanding
calm
did you have as to the level of concern the
and
defense team
concise
had
And how
regarding
strongly
clear.
that you that
I
beautiful
mean, really
person,
We're
not.
just walking
just that
through
I wasn't
feeling, you know,
dealing
where you're
with
just
Mark
like,
directly on that.
whether
John
the jury
Tiller
gives a
was
shit
doing it,
at this
and
point about
as far as we
this.
were concerned,
We don't know.
that was something that they were
But
going to
it's
work
nice
out.
Hope it
That
gives you
the
that.
and
focus on the
consistent and
hearings
clear.
was going to be on these other substantive issues.
We are back in the
Did you
weeds
ever
a
have
little bit,
concern
but
that
it's
the
important
motion
for the defense to
compel
argue
would
in
be
closing.
granted in
let
Not
me
pacing.
see. Breaking news.
What's the question?
Pete Buttigieg,
personally
Buttigieg,
had expected the motion to compel to be granted.
I can't say it. Buttigieg.
No, I think it's fair. Y'all asked Tinsley. Really?
Buttigieg.
Y'all asked Tinsley about it.
It's just Buttigieg.
When was the motion?
I think that should have been that should have been overruled.
Anyway, he's
They
gonna go
asked Mark
visit
Tinsley
this
about it.
May,
Tomorrow,
I'm going to say
according to CNN.
May 10th, sometime in that area.
And did that go forward?
No, I think John, some of his treatment had to be rescheduled, and so they agreed to continue.
Oh,
and she's
I
wearing
think
pink
you
on Wednesday.
can. I don't know,
And
Tom.
when
I
was
mean,
it
I'm
rescheduled
well.
for?
I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know
June.
his personality.
And I
that
don't
well,
recall
but,
the exact date, but maybe the 10th or so.
I mean, I also think
It's true the
he
defense
needs
At
to
doesn't
any
have
point
be-
prior to the
It's
motion
not
to
like
compel
street weed.
hearing that was
Well,
scheduled.
the strains, I guess
Did
some people
anything
say they're
change
stronger. I don't think
in terms
that's
of your
true. I'm sorry.
understanding
Actually, I know that's not true.
that
Because
would make you
I
think the
smoked stuff
defense
in
team
Liberia
was
and I
concerned
got
about the
hella
motion to
high.
compel?
Never.
No,
have
I filed my
stuff in the-
formal notice of
ever.
appearance
I mean,
so
not
that I could
completely.
be at the hearing. I think I actually did that in May before the first hearing. And so I was
Maybe
prepared to be there to
it's
argue whatever needed to be argued, but
So, I don't
as I go
think
back
that
and I
this
look at
strong
my
is-
notes and my preparation, it was on the venue issue and
I think
Mark
you could-
Tinsley, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit.
Although
Mark
I
Tinsley
had a
argued
brother-in-law
that
once
this
that
was
I-
the fuse that had been lit and that this June 10th hearing was going to be this huge
Oh, yeah,
shitstorm.
less pain.
And this is the defense saying that's not really what was happening. We're not really in a shitstorm on the
I
10th.
never
We're
take
just
the
in
case
regular
lightly. I mean,
civil
Mark
litigation.
certainly is
That's the point of this witness. It's not
very
really,
good
June 10th
lawyer,
wasn't some kind of crazy day in
and,
court.
Obviously, a very emotional case. So I won't say that we weren't concerned about it, but
I prefer
we knew
edible.
that there had already been
That's
some
my
other
suggestion.
settlements, which we would have gotten
So this
credit for
counteracts
that.
Oh,
Tinsley's
great problem.
testimony.
Interesting.
There were just a number of factors
big
that
into
made us
indica
feel
right now.
like this
I'm
was
in
a
my
defensible
indica
case and that
moment.
it was not an existential
I'm all
threat
about
to
indica.
Alex.
I like that high a little better.
And that's the point. This wasn't the
I
thing
don't
that
really
was going
know.
to end
I
him.
feel
Oh,
like
I
that's
love that.
Are you
Go ahead and zoom in on
aware as to
Tinsley.
whether or not an
Super high.
order was
Tinsley
eventually
disagrees.
issued
Really,
regarding
who they
compel?
just focused on is the attorney for the
Yes,
Beach
What
family.
we call a Form 4 order was issued around October 7th or 8th of 2021.
Who of course has to be in court today.
What is your understanding of that order?
I've got it right here. I mean, it said
Tinsley said
that
this order.
John Tiller had not been able to
Oh, Tinsley didn't get
the
into this much.
information and that,
in the,
well, it says right here, the
actual
court at a
testimony.
hearing on plaintiff's motion to compel filed October 16, 2020, was informed that defendant's attorney, because of circumstances beyond his control, is unable to gather and provide the necessary information to answer the requested interrogatories at this time. Once this information is made available to Attorney Tiller,
Did they make
the
one
court
named
will
Trouble? I
schedule
don't
a
know.
hearing on this motion to compel if
Let's
necessary.
see, because that sounds
Which
like
means
a
that
perfect strain
John
for
Tiller
us,
was going
doesn't
to
it?
get the information, and then if he couldn't work it out with Mark,
Strain.
then they
That
would have a
first
hearing
row
on the
of
motion to compel.
seats, they're
So was
using
it
the
your
bar as a table. That's
understanding
interesting.
The court was ordering Alex to produce all of the financial information
No,
requested.
no, that's not what it said.
There's arguments about that too.
It's really hard to get trouble.
Yes, they're allowed to bring this in. This is a quarter in the other case. Tinsley referred to it. Tinsley, for those asking, Tinsley is not part of PMPED. Tinsley was suing Alec. His testimony and his 404 came, I think, in week 3. I was just prepping the now significantly delayed quick bits on it because it's been so much info in my brain. But Tinsley was representing the
let's
Beach,
see. Health
is
one.
representing the Beach family, was going after Alec,
All right, just wanted
is
to
going
know.
after Alec
Did you
financially.
expect any cataclysmic event
That's a good
on
question.
June 10th regarding Alex having to give over financial.
Yeah, I saw Tinsley handing notes. I don't like Tinsley's.
And do you recognize Mr. Tinsley? Do you know him?
Right there.
You
But
see
it's
him?
just, of course, Tinsley's passing notes to the prosecution. Some of the behavior has been
I haven't read all the way
aggressive
through this article,
with
but it
Tinsley.
might be helpful.
But
A number of times, yeah.
Tinsley's
You know,
also standing up to a very
to warm it
difficult.
up.
Not that I remember.
I think that's a great
He
idea.
says I did. I couldn't deny it, but I don't remember it.
There you go,
Tinsley's
babe.
standing up to a big
Alright, look at
machine,
that.
so I don't.
Thank you.
I understand why Tinsley came off
The
as
motion's meant to really worry the defendants, right?
aggressive and
Exact words,
defensive.
wasn't it?
Could you repeat that?
But he's a little fast and loose in
Testified
court.
that the
Sometimes
motion to get those financial
handing notes to the
information is meant
prosecution
to
and stuff. I
really worry
don't.
the defendants. Those are
Right.
your exact words, correct?
Always, yeah.
All right, and were you present
The motions
at
are
the
meant to
trial
worry the
lawyers
defendant.
conference when Alec Murdoch came up and towered over Mark Tinsley and said, "What's up, Bo? What are you doing?"
No, I don't
President
get
that?
I don't get invited
You did. But you weren't there when that happened, were you?
to that. No.
You were present for when he said that to that man right there about the boat case. What you doing, Bo? What's up?
I was not there.
Basis for the objection. The objection is overruled.
Creighton's very dramatic.
It's a good article.
you did not-
What is it? New York Times has a good article on Biden's record because his economic team is turning over. It says as Biden's economic
And
team
you
is really
did not get, you didn't file your notice of
Yellen's not
appearance
going
in
anywhere.
this case until May of 2021, is that right?
I think that's about right, yeah.
Because
What
you
was
were-
funny
you were
was
actually
that you
representing
weren't
other
there with
parties,
this.
And that had to be resolved before you could get involved with Alec, is that correct?
It's part of the reason our firm was, yeah.
Right, so you couldn't have been, with the conflict, heavily involved in any discussions that were
I've got
going on
to
between
update
Mark
the
Tinsley
Patreon.
and John
Hang
Tiller
on.
and Amy Bauer prior to
Yeah, a bunch
moving
of
into
stuff I
May,
gotta
is that
write.
right?
That wasn't exactly the reason. The conflict had been waived, but I just wasn't involved in that. That was something John and Mark were handling.
Creighton's
And when
real
May of
excited
2021
about
asked for
cross-examination.
continuance
It
of
is
that
fun.
hearing on which the motion to compel
It is
financial
fun.
information was part of, he didn't offer you as any sort of backup because you weren't fully on the defense team at that point, is that correct?
I think I had planned to notice my appearance before that hearing, and I can't recall whether I didn't do it because the case was continued, but I would have appeared at the hearing.
You were asked about insurance coverage, and you're talking about the Philadelphia policy. There was a declaratory judgment.
Right.
I have the theme from Up as my
The
ringtone
defense team knew that they weren't going to have any.
because I think it's a
obligation to
romantic
cover Alec
movie.
on this, correct? I mean, it was very unlikely. In fact, it ultimately, Judge Sherry Lydon in the federal district court denied that Philadelphia had to cover Alec one penny, correct?
Yeah, I'll have to say, I wasn't following that, but that's pretty much my understanding. It was a long shot that there would be coverage.
I lock down my narco dose, and then at the lowest dose, start with THC. Don't ever
And when you were at
just
this point in
stop.
time in May of
Ease
June
off. I have been clean now for 2
2021,
very small
just
withdrawals.
getting on the
Oh
defense
man,
team,
that must be a very fine line, Mrs.
you
James.
certainly didn't know
how you
anything about
walk
his
through
truth
that step
condition,
down.
did you?
No,
You didn't know he'd been stealing money for
that's
years and
okay.
years, did you?
no,
You didn't know that he was broke, did you?
no.
You didn't know he had misappropriated funds and was scrambling to try to
This
replace those before people
Is
found out,
much
did you?
more powerful pacing for me. It's very concise questions. That is the cross pacing I personally prefer. It doesn't need to be dramatic because the answers are powerful, the questions are powerful, and it's like, you didn't know he's stealing,
You were asked
you
about
didn't know he's
the
lying, you
hearing
didn't know,
on
you
June
didn't know, you
10th.
didn't know.
Always consult your physician. I tell my doctors I
That I
smoke weed
prefer.
all the time. They don't seem to actually
Now,
care.
this happened,
And they
and
also
that
know
hearing
about
got
my
continued.
past
Because,
drinking.
of course, who's going to have a hearing in the wake of these terrible events?
Maybe they're
correct?
just like, you know what,
I
we're
think
glad
Mark
you're not out
agreed
there
to
screaming
continue the
naked in the
hearing.
middle of the street.
Because
So
who wouldn't?
do whatever you need to do.
That's the point.
Because nobody wants to see you naked in the street.
The hearing was continued.
even-
You don't murder your
I
family to
figured,
continue a hearing,
yeah,
though.
that's true. I forgot
doesn't
you
make
were
sense.
Mrs. James's mom. and
Even
that makes so much
if-
more sense.
you believe that a claim down the line may be
You're in
defensible.
good hands then.
That still doesn't change the discovery process in a,
take advice
in
from
a
you.
civil case that goes on, correct?
I would take advice from
That's
you
true.
for sure.
I mean, discovery still can
Good
happen
question.
and is going to happen,
Right.
regardless of whether or
I
not the
think
case
you gave us
settles or goes to
advice and it
trial
was
or
very
whatever
helpful when we
happens,
were going
correct?
through
Yeah, it's
COVID.
still
so
going on.
Thank you.
And that's how civil cases, typically how cases work in court, is that both parties have to share a lot of information.
Good questions.
And if one party doesn't want to share it, the other party can ask the judge to order it, correct?
That's right.
All right, and that goes on regardless of whether or not the claim is ultimately going to be successful. That's part of the initial process.
Right.
All right. And that was on the table for June 10th.
Let me
That was one
tee
of
up
the
some
things that was
stuff
on the
for
table,
our
correct?
lunchtime
The
viewing.
financial,
Yes.
yeah, and then there was the other interrogatories too.
And there was a
that they
number of
wanted
other
to
things as well.
answer. Right.
Doing what?
And if that hearing had gone forward,
For Christ's sake.
there could have been an order issued
This Chad.
compelling that process, correct?
Yeah, right now.
Could have been.
Could have been.
Uh,
All right. And so once that happened, once that order gets issued,
Could have been.
that's going to set in motion a train that's going to have to come to a conclusion in a court of law, correct?
If that happened, right. Ultimately, the judge is going to decide what has to be produced and what doesn't.
That's right.
Sarah V, I agree with you.
Okay,
He
literally
wasn't
all these
expecting
chuds
to
are
be
descending
confronted at work,
on
and I
East
think the word
Palestine,
confrontation
or Palestine,
combined
I
with
don't
the
know
pressure
how you pronounce
of
it,
this
so I apologize.
is the combination.
Literally all these chuds.
Thanks.
And I think that's the combination. But
Are
Creighton
going
is
to that
clearly loving cross-examination.
Let me repeat that for
But
the
this
people
witness
watchers.
explained,
All of
and
the
he said,
chuds
look,
that
these
I'm
motions are
seeing
filed to put
are en
pressure
route
on. The
to the
point of
train
these motions is
derailment.
to put pressure on. Alec was under pressure with the financial crimes. When you add this isn't enough, but when you add this to the law firm, add and add and add, and the text messages from the family, then you start to get that complete picture. And that's where the prosecution is going. The defense is going, this is ridiculous. This is just normal. It's defensible. This isn't the end
Mr.
of
Waters
things.
just asked you for your opinion as to the June 10th hearing, and based on your
These
40
people
years
are
of
so
experience
fucking-
He opened the door.
defending
I did not
cases.
ask for her for the opinion.
Supreme Court
I just
hears
asked what
arguments in
potentially could
Case
happen.
Just let
Wayne,
her finish the question.
Case
Let me hear the
Wayne,
question.
Twitter's liability and terror.
Based on your 40 years of experience,
All right, well, maybe I'll add that to the queue.
what was your opinion of the likelihood that the order to
Maybe
compel
we'll
would be
check in
granted?
on that.
Objection, Your Honor.
I think he could ask, she could ask what the
Let me
outcomes
ask you
were.
this. Just because it's possible that the order could have been granted, does that make it plausible?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Chud, chud, chudly, chud, 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 chudly, chud.
This is where the road of speculation ends in this case? This is where it is?
Chudly, chud, chud,
Okay.
chudly, chud, chud, chudly, chud. Chuddy, chud.
You can ask him what the three outcomes are. What are the outcomes that happens? And if it's granted, then what happens? And go that route. If it gets granted, then what do you do? Is it a big deal? I think I would take that tack.
If the judge had ordered the documents to be
Oh,
produced
hey!
at the hearing, would Alec have had to turn them over immediately?
Like that.
No.
Exactly. That's their point.
That's all I have. Thank you.
That's the
And
point.
further.
She could have gone a little further on
If
that.
that had happened, it would have set in a process, set in motion a process, though, would it not have?
You're talking
Let me
about
rephrase that question.
if he'd ordered production of all of the documents that were requested?
Right.
Yeah. That would have been part of the process, right?
It would have started a process, an order of a judge, correct?
That's true.
A slow
It would happen
process.
eventually, if the judge had ordered that, correct?
If he ordered production of all the documents, right.
Nothing further, thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, the court, Your Honor, the next witness is an expert. It's going to take a while. We can begin.
Punch.
And then and do whatever you want to do.
We'll go for about a half an hour. Then
Poot
break.
wants lunch.
You're going
Your
to
Honor.
half an hour.
However,
Deal with
let's
it.
all stand and stretch for a moment.
Standing break.
Poot wants lunch.
Stand. Everybody
Look,
stand.
as much as Poot's
Everybody
style annoys me
stand.
sometimes, I appreciate that Poot is always looking to break early. Poot's ready for lunch. Poot's ready to be done at the end of the day. Poot is ready to boot scoot to a nappy nap and a snacky snack, and I am here for it because on day 22 of this trial, I'm ready to boot scoot out for a nappy nap and a snacky snack. But Poot is like, this is going to take forever. Do we have to start now? And the court's like, we have 30 minutes. We're starting the fuck now. Spaceman said, Emily, it's like you know what you're doing. I've just been a lawyer for 17 years. I know what questions I would ask. Sometimes the lawyers do, sometimes they don't. But I know what I would want to ask, and so that's what it is. I'm going to answer some more questions while we're here. For those of you that signed up for the email group yesterday, we've got an email coming out to you too with a discount code for the shop. Don't worry, y'all overwhelmed the system, so we weren't able to send an email this morning as we intended, but that is coming to you. Make sure you look for an email from at emilydbaker.com and make sure it didn't go to spam or to promotional, and then you will get it. So we've got another half an hour till lunch. I'm going to answer some questions, and then when I come back this afternoon, I'll give you all the links for the bar association and stuff. I've shared those on Patreon as well. So thank you, law nerds, for helping us test our system and make sure it can handle volume, because I wish we could object absurdity. It happened in Depp v. Heard. It was like objection what? That did happen in Depp v. Heard. It's Pink Day today. Anti-bullying day. I didn't know today was anti-bullying day. I'm here for it, but both of the attorneys on the defense side, both the female attorneys on the defense side, or two of the female attorneys on the defense side are wearing pink. I should have worn pink under the cardi.
And
I went with I have questions instead. I went with I have questions.
The testimony you give today will be the truth
and coffee and Kersey.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Tinsley has passed 4 pages of notes to Waters. How is that okay? He's an attorney and witness involved in the case. It's odd, though, to me. It's odd to me. But he's not passing them to somebody that's in custody, and that's a difference.
And if you would please state your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Kenneth, last name is Zercie, Z like zebra, E-R-C-I-E.
Since when?
Zercie? Like Cersei? But Zercie? Kenneth Zercie, what are you here testifying about?
Morning, Your Honor.
Wait, who's asking you questions? Poot, where are your notes? Oh my God. Poot. Did somebody just say in the chat it's snowing in Arizona?
No,
all right. Enjoy. Cindy, enjoy.
Yes, sir.
Snow in Arizona?
Please tell the jury.
You might go to Hal Sparks' Twitch show at lunch.
I like April 23rd.
In Madison, Connecticut.
You only need a light sweater.
Let's see. Here we go. It might be harder for Oxycontin.
Currently live with my wife.
I miss something.
My son lives up the street from us.
That's delightful. What are you here for, though?
I'm employed by the Henry Seeley Institute of Forensic Science.
Set in motion
at
a
the
treat
University
that
of
has
New
to
Haven.
have a conclusion in a court
As
of
the
law,
director of
calling
training.
medical police.
In addition to that, I'm also
It
on
might be
staff
harder
at
for
the
Oxycontin and, of course, heroin. Oh boy. And smoking. I think smoking cigarettes. I never smoked cigarettes.
I'm also on staff at the
God, my God.
university as an adjunct professor
Like it
in
never was
various
the thing I
forensic
picked
science
up,
disciplines.
but I figured
Okay, let's
that
talk a bit
those
about your background.
are so hard to give up. I've just heard it's
You've been
hard to give up.
involved in law
Drinking to
enforcement
me
your
wasn't, I mean, it
Yes,
was
sir, I
hard
have.
because I
Tell the
drank
jury,
for
please,
21
where you
years,
began.
but I
In
stopped drinking in
1974, I
2005
became
and
an
never went
officer
back,
of the
so
New
I
Haven
feel like
Police Department,
I'm
also in
weak,
Connecticut.
but
I was
New
promoted to the
Haven's
rank of
lovely.
detective. Most of
I'm a
my
much
career
nicer
there,
high person than I was.
for my
I mean, I guess I
11-year
was
duration
drunk.
prior
I
to
was just
retiring,
quiet.
was with the
I didn't actually, I mean, I was probably loud. That's not true. I wasn't quiet. I was loud, but I wasn't mean.
Evidence collection, photography,
Motion and
preliminary
training, and it might be
examination
harder
of
for
physical
anyone
evidence that's found at a crime scene.
Narco. Yeah, I feel
After
like you're
that,
doing it in the way that it's
I
supposed to be.
retired based on a
Like the
disability,
safest
was
way to
injured,
possibly do it.
and was almost immediately
I'm
hired
acquainted
by
with
the
a
state of
fellow user who
Connecticut
reports
at
that
the
one of
Forensic Science
They're like,
Lab
we got you.
located in Meriden.
Kratom?
I'm sorry, and tell me what that was again. What was that
Oh,
position?
interesting.
The second
Very
career, if you will, was at the Department
Cigarettes
of Public
seem to be
Safety.
the worst.
Who definitely
called
wants
the
lunch?
Division
They're legal.
of Scientific Services Forensic Science
I
Laboratory.
just feel sorry for
better this
everyone.
Originally
morning.
brought in as a
Stop
latent
smoking
fingerprint
cigarettes.
analyst,
I feel like
also
that's the
doing
hardest
footwear and
thing.
tire tracking examination, as well as becoming the
Heroin
senior
might
person
be.
as far as crime scene related activity that the laboratory would respond to assist investigative agencies. Over a 29-year career, I was promoted
Oh, that's
through
an
the
interesting
ranks and
idea.
eventually retired as director of the laboratory.
That's a very interesting idea.
And that's director of the Division of Scientific Services for the state of Connecticut.
Yes,
Wouldn't
sir.
they have already done that
In your
though for
duties
people
there,
who, or do
you
people
Not
generally
indicated
stop
you,
smoking when they get
started
Alzheimer's?
off not as a supervisor or as a
What
supervisor?
happens to your
Not
addictions
as
when
a
you get
supervisor,
Alzheimer's?
as a criminalist, right, with a specific function.
And a criminalist doing
Ask
what
him what's
kind
so
of,
specific about the
forensic work?
function. Please.
Starting primarily with fingerprints, latent fingerprint identification, and all the processing techniques involved. Because I had also experience doing
I wonder.
footwear and tire track from the police department.
Speaking of
I was
which,
given that task.
Footwear.
And again, because of the
that
crime scene
end?
background,
Ding, 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 ding.
also ended up as one of the senior people
that
going to the
end?
major crime scenes when the laboratory
calling
services
me?
Sir,
would
what do
be
you know about the
requested.
red bottoms?
And eventually
Who's
ended up
calling
supervising
me?
photography section because of that type of background as well.
So photography is important in processing a
Yep.
crime scene?
Absolutely.
And it's
Is that
often
just for,
overlooked.
fingerprints or
Yikes.
footprints or tire tracks or everything?
It involves the entire
Photography is
scene. It's
so
the only way
important.
to bring the crime
Not enough
scene
departments
before a
train on it
jury
well.
after the
I think it's
incident
the
has occurred.
footwear guy.
Right, so it can be reviewed or
Oh,
We'll
seen.
talk
yeah,
about
I
this
guess.
a little bit later, once I've had you qualified in these different areas.
I'm gonna ask. Yeah, I
After,
just wonder.
and how long were you at the Division of Scientific Services?
Well, that's true too.
For 29 years.
I mean, being
Right,
around
now
that
also,
incendiary material.
you
But I just
only
wonder
became
what
a
happens to your
supervisor
brain.
of
Does
that
your brain
department
no longer
for the
have
state
the
of
need
Connecticut.
for that
The director of
addiction?
the laboratory.
okay.
Does
so you were
your
there
kind
from
of incapacity
July of 84
to
October
function in
2012.
that way?
Yes, sir.
Maybe.
And what did you do after 2012?
I've been an adjunct professor at 4 different universities, off and on during that period, as well as approximately
nicotine
20 to
patches.
25 years prior to retiring.
Interesting. Wow, very interesting.
I
I don't know.
maintain
I
that.
have to-
I've also
I'm
had a
curious
private
now.
consulting business that I've kind of let go by the wayside a little bit.
So what's the
This one
Henry
does.
C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science?
It's located at the University of New Haven. It's a separate entity under the university.
Oh, it's very windy
And
here
we're
in
involved in
Los
doing
Angeles.
scholarships, training and education,
Windy and cold.
providing consultant work in cases, whether it's for the defense or the
Seriously, windy.
prosecution.
Ugh.
But
You
more
know what
to
happens
stay
when it's
involved
windy
with the
here is like
community
big
and provide modern
fronds
technologies.
of palm trees fly down
Okay,
and
and then
hit
you're the
cars.
owner and principal analyst for Forensic Consultants of New
Laugh.
England
It's actually
LLC. What is
quite-
that?
it feels quite
Again, that was the
like
private
to be
business
walking
that I
and
had
hit
on the
by a
side
huge
for doing
palm frond, so
consulting
you
work.
have to be
You still
super
own it?
careful. Just to be
Technically,
super
this case falls under that today.
Yes,
Now,
you're
what's
watching
your
it.
educational background?
We're doing it now.
As far as criminal justice and forensic science, I have an associate's degree in criminal justice administration, a bachelor of science in what was called police science, basically a hybrid between administration and the forensic applications or sciences, and a master's of science in forensic science.
That's all from the University of New Haven.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have a resume with several pages of different teaching things you've done. I'm not going to go into those in detail.
Sir, you've done a lot of shit.
Now, you have taught a number of courses, is that right?
You know, even
Yes,
though
sir.
you've done a lot of shit, sometimes you don't feel like
Everything
you have.
from footprints to bloodstains to tire tracks to
And then sometimes you wind up in this place and you go,
crime
why did I
scene
do all that shit?
supervision to
Did you ever let a bunch of lawyers stay in a house
This was
instead of
what it
serving a
was
search
gonna
warrant?
end
I
up
have some
being.
questions. Can we
Why
ask
did I
him
do
that?
it?
Is that within his area of
have you ever
expertise?
been
I want to know.
qualified
I know I
to, by any court, to testify
been up
about
to
fingerprint
whatever,
identification, that is in a federal or state court in this country?
Yes, sir, I have.
And how many times?
Approximately 300.
300 times. And
The
can you
gods
remember
are
all
saying
the
no.
courts, several of the courts?
I can remember the states that they were in, but the specific ones, probably not.
Connecticut, I suppose.
Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts, Florida.
That's enough. Okay, and how many times have you been qualified on footprints, or the more technical would be, what would you call that?
Footwear tire track examination or imprint analysis.
Imprint analysis. How many
Probably about
times?
200.
300 times you've been qualified by state or
I thought he
federal
said
court
200.
to be an expert on that topic.
About 200 as far as footwear and tire track.
I'm glad
Okay.
you guys are here.
Now, what about?
That's a lot of times.
Thanks
and
for
maybe I'm
showing up
getting this
today.
term wrong. crime scene management or crime scene analysis. You've taught courses on that, correct?
So he's going to
I've taught
be,
and been an active participant at crime scenes, yes.
he's going to be an expert in multiple areas.
How many times have you been qualified, if you have, by federal or state court to testify on that topic?
Qualified, probably 400.
400 times.
It's a lot.
Yes, sir.
And you've testified.
Your
Yes, sir.
Honor, a lot.
And this is.
I love that
state
girl
and
on
federal court.
TikTok that
Yes,
does
sir.
legal stuff. She reads like transcripts.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify him as an expert in fingerprint analysis, footprint analysis, tire print analysis, and crime scene analysis.
Oh, at least she's
management.
watching
Sir,
Democracy
tell me what the
Now.
term is. Make sure I'm not screwing this up.
Prosecution should pay
Crime
attention
scene.
to
It would be
these
crime scene
areas.
examination as an overarching title.
The chuds
There you
have to
go.
chud.
Crime
At least
scene.
they're going to watch something.
The prosecution should pay attention. This burned them yesterday.
If he said it, I didn't hear it. How many times have you been
Bye,
qualified as
Tom.
impressions?
200.
We will sit. We will sit nicely in your
Tire
back
and
pocket,
footwear.
my dear. We will behave
He's
ourselves.
so qualified.
Thank you.
Agree.
But he's
Now,
qualified
let's
in
talk a
multiple
little bit
areas
about-
again.
I have a PowerPoint here somewhere.
Enjoy,
I believe I
enjoy
sent
your
you all
drive.
last night, yeah. Can
Oh,
we call that up,
good.
please? You prepared a PowerPoint for your testimony here today? Sir, do you have a PowerPoint? you
Yes,
prepared? Okay. Can we put that up on the screen, please?
Is there pause attraction? And if there's not pause
I
attraction,
can, sir.
questions. These are the worst
So-
chairs ever. I want to apologize to this
Is this
witness.
the PowerPoint?
Sir, you're clearly
It's the first slide, yes.
Okay,
Well
and what is this
qualified.
showing us?
Basically, it was put together just to give a quick demonstration on what can be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and some of the base requirements that are involved.
Okay. This says recording of imprint, impression evidence, seizure of item, photography, lifting methods, and enhancement. And that's sort of
Just
a-
wanna see if
a
it's
guide
pulled up
about
on screen.
What we're about to see, correct?
the Lawnards do love a
Yes,
PowerPoint.
it's also an outline of what could be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and then later on at the laboratory.
Okay. Next
Oh
slide,
yeah,
please.
this man is going to talk about how SLED conducted their crime scene, and I'm
This
interested
is
to hear it.
photographic evidence, enhanced photographs of the question imprint.
There's
impression for
fair
use
criticism to be
in
had there.
Inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. Well, explain that. What does that mean?
With all types of evidence, especially at a crime scene, as I mentioned before, photography is one of the keys, documenting the evidence in place. In many cases, you can't take the evidence back to a laboratory, so you have to rely on the photographic images. If they're taken with quality equipment, quality cameras, and in a proper format, a lot of work can be done with them. They can be associated to a
I know,
known
that's the thing.
question.
SLED fucked up. There's no sugarcoating that one.
Photography is still
But I
the
don't think
key
they fucked
for
up to the
bringing
point where
scene
that's, they can't
either into the laboratory or into
recreate
the
the
courtroom.
crime.
And are there certain, and we're going to see this in just a minute, certain
Well, if you're going to stay a minute, wait till then.
requirements, I guess is the right word to use, on how those photographs are taken, depending on what you want to use them for?
Correct. There are different types of photography, just as we have portrait photography here, the media that's present. All of that is a form of documentation.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a minute. And by the way, inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. What does that mean?
There's a difference between taking a picture of something and taking a photograph for examination quality, where you do need the detail to find the individual characteristics that might be present for a comparison. And again, it would be a known, whatever the known object is, whether it's a shoe, a fingerprint, could be a tool mark, it could be any type of pattern, and the sample that's found at the scene, okay, or against the instrument that may have caused that mark. The more detailed the images, the better the quality of the examination, and the more reliable the showing of the detail and proportion. So the side-by-side comparison is your known and your question.
Okay, because most of these are basically eyeball examinations, either under a microscope or looking at it just with your naked eye, correct?
All of the above.
Right. Okay. Next, please. Photographic techniques, FUS. Tell us what that means.
It's just an acronym to help the photographer remember to do certain things, especially when it comes to analytical photographs. You want to take
how clever.
whatever the
You guys
image
think
on a
you're
picture
clever? You think you're
or
clever in that
inside
way?
the viewfinder of the camera, such as the gentleman has, and fill that entire image that captures the picture. You're maximizing the
God,
amount of
it's
detail that
cold.
can be retained either in a
This
digital
is not
format
well
or a film
done in a
format.
lot of departments, by the way.
The opposite would be taking a medium close-up, where you
Jesus
show an
Christ.
overview, multiple items, or something as a wide-angle shot of the entire courtroom. So there's a whole series of photographs that go with this method. Secondly, using a scale. If it's going to be used for analysis, you want a known reference in there so that you can recreate the image later in a dark room or on a computer so that the image is now in
Who
life-size
still uses dark
proportion.
rooms? I've got
So again,
questions.
if I have an article of footwear, I can place that or take a sample from it. That would be one-to-one or life-size. I can recreate the image, either taken from the crime scene or the standard, the photograph.
it's at scale.
Using that scale to that same reference. I can also recreate that one-to-one so that I can get a size proportion, right, as part of the analysis. It would also be an elimination. If the sizes were different, it couldn't be from the same source.
And that's
Side
fair, the
lighting is a
sizes
lighting
matter.
technique that's used, right? When the photograph is taken, if it's an object of interest and if you're using it for analysis, you may want a side light coming in at different angles to show the different detail
Dimension.
that might
That
be
makes
there,
sense.
especially in a three-dimensional picture. Two-dimensional,
Oh, I love
it
that some of you guys
helps, but
still
it's
use
not as
dark
critical.
rooms. Day, that's very cool.
And
I
lastly,
think there's-
several shots.
Cur-
You want to take multiple
Yeah, and they're
exposures
just
of
I
each
love
image.
a dark room.
Because
It's
they
not
do
Digital
happening in crime
photography
scenes
today,
as
it's
much.
a lot
guy.
easier because the image
Is there a
pops
bunch
up.
of
I can see it
fucking
artistic
idiots?
You can see that
photography.
you've captured it.
Jesus.
I don't
In
even, I don't
past
know what crime, I mean,
technologies,
maybe
you
some
had a
crime
photograph
scenes
on
do still
film
have.
and you couldn't see the result
But they might
until
not.
you processed the film, which is usually long after you've
Yeah,
left
these
the scene
glasses
or
are
the incident.
ridiculous. I'm sorry.
So there's several advantages to the newer
I don't like
technologies.
ridiculous glasses.
So this says special
I'm not
note,
gonna
film
lie.
plane must
I mean,
be
I
level
obviously like
parallel to the
ridiculous clothes.
impression.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The film plane is actually the back of the camera. It's where the image is actually captured.
We're going
That
a long
film
way to get to
plane,
Sled didn't take
my
the
object
right
is
pictures
here.
in the right way. I think the whole chat already agrees
So
with you.
terrible. This has been the worst
Sir, we're here, we're
argument
with you.
on the planet on both sides.
The jury's
Okay,
probably
the way
also
the
with you.
angles
boring.
come up. If you think of a tall building, right, and you
They'll be
look
like,
up at it.
can we
the
repeat
building tends
everything
to come
because we
together.
weren't listening?
The
We
same
were
thing
so
happens with
fucking
angular
bored.
photography. Okay, there's distortion that occurs. And even in close-up images, right, by using the scales.
Yeah,
and
look at my
making sure
driver's
that your
license
film
image.
plane
It is so
is parallel
distorted.
to the
I don't
object
look
that
like
you're
that.
taking. Right, you
awful.
try to avoid that distortion as one of the
Oh, yeah.
considerations. And again, it would give you a more accurate rendering.
So when you take this photograph, you can compare it to a footprint, a fingerprint, a tire track. You want it, the photograph to be, the camera's lens to be parallel to that, so you're looking straight down at it.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the shots you should get, but that's the most important shot.
For analytical quality imaging, yes.
Right, if you, I mean, you're not taking it
Yep,
for, to
it
send home
is.
to mom, it's for analytical
Life's
purposes.
too
correct?
short.
Yes, sir.
And then you have other shots from the side or whatever, and that helps you, if you see a detail, get more perspective on it, if you will.
It could, but it also shows the orientation
I
to
want
the surrounding
tacos.
area. And again,
I want
that
shrimp
three-shot
tacos.
sequence, close-up, medium close-up, and then an overview. You're telling a story through pictures.
So let me chop and sort of go off
You're
script for a second.
capturing
Yeah.
all of
I
the
think
Started with
contact
the-
does have to remind
what
people
police
of that.
department
when you go
went,
out to in
City
or
of New
into
Haven.
out.
and what was your role or job when you started?
Initially as a patrolman, doing patrol activities.
Okay.
Spent a year in the Corporation Council doing civil investigation. Unfortunately, I got hurt.
And
After
how
that-
did you get hurt?
On a burglar on the premise where I fell through
Are we
a
supposed to
driveway
drink
and ended
kombucha?
up destroying my left knee.
So you had to leave the police department.
I've also
No,
destroyed my
well,
left knee.
It was
He's like, not that time.
about 9 years later.
Okay, so did you continue to be a patrolman after you hurt your
No,
knee?
I was promoted and went into the identification unit after leaving the Corporation Council and was performing crime scene related activities, basic investigation.
So-
Again,
So when you first started, I mean, you were a detective at that point?
when I first started as a patrol officer.
No, you're not
I
a
was promoted
detective
to
when you first
detective.
start.
Okay, and when you're doing crime, responding to murder scenes or house breakings or whatever?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that point? At some
Plainclothes
point?
officer or detective, yes.
So when you responded to the scene, did you take a camera?
Yes, sir, always.
Okay, and did you follow fuss?
Yes, sir.
And so,
Leanne, they're
I mean, this is
supposed to
required
take
by
them raw.
procedure and policy at
They're
your
supposed to
department,
take
correct?
them raw.
Yes, and also the teaching in the specialized schools that I'd been to
Okay. And you started that in the 80s?
in the 70s.
70s, I'm sorry. So this is what you've done while you were a police officer for a span of decades, correct?
Yes, sir. I've
Starting
also
in the
taught it.
Starting in the 70s.
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some newfound procedure. This is something you've done for 4 decades.
Correct.
Okay. Next,
Look
please.
at this photograph.
So this is use of a tripod. When photographing evidence with detail, a tripod must be used.
It's recommended. It makes it more stable. You don't have to worry about even the pulse in your fingers. And depending on the length of the exposure that's necessary, causing any vibration or
I think Poot is
defocusing
boring
that might
himself
occur.
as part of the problem.
And this is a process or procedure, and this shows a guy shooting out in front, not straight down. That would be incorrect?
For a documentation or an analytical photograph, yes.
Okay.
What happens is his camera's at an angle. He's doing a flat object here, and again, the
That was
distortion effects that I explained earlier.
Okay. And this is also a procedure you followed for decades?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you taught when you taught police officers?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you heard about when you attended classes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next, please. And what does this depict?
Here we have two examples of the position
Sorry for yawning,
of a
Chad.
camera. Right,
It's
they're
hard.
line drawings
I'm
on a
just-
tripod, showing the proper orientation to an object being photographed.
You've got to
Right,
lay the
film plane,
foundation,
even if the item is
but
on an angle.
just,
The camera and the lens would also be on that same angle.
and they haven't
Right,
put the,
again, to avoid distortion.
So you ought to have a tripod, and it ought to be, the lens ought to be parallel
they haven't
to
put up the
whatever it's
PowerPoint.
shooting at.
It makes it easier to have the tripod, yes.
Right. Next.
Well, yeah, if you're taking footprint photos, you want them to be
Is this demonstration
flat,
the same thing?
so that
It's a
you don't have any
demonstration showing
distortion.
what happens when you don't do that.
I don't
If
know
you
why
look at
they
the
haven't put
object
up the
on bottom
exhibit.
with the black dots, you'll
Aren't they
notice that they're
publishing it to the
distorted.
jury?
Right, they're not in proper proportion, and there's some angularity.
Why
to
isn't it
them.
being published? Everything else has been published.
Okay, now,
Sorry, y'all.
tell us what these photographs are of, where did these
I'm
come
gonna start
from?
pulling up some of the
These are
super chats
images
on
that I
stream.
took at a homicide scene in the
Oh,
state of
that's
New
why.
York.
That's fair.
Right, essentially, we were asked to come and assist mutual aid, similar to the different agencies
I
here.
saw some
helping
of
one
Alex's
another.
family there.
By going to New
Brothers
York,
earlier.
we had certain things that maybe their laboratory or their crime scene unit didn't have access to.
So tell me what the difference is.
Well,
Or
the
is
two
this-
photographs show a kitchen area. On the right-hand side.
Yeah,
you have
crime
what
scene
looks like a
processing
kitchen,
shouldn't be
right, a sink.
subjective.
And if you look directly down on the floor.
Giselle, I agree.
There's kind of a reddish stain that you can barely see. By using various chemical processing methods, as well as photo documentation, right?
I'll get
The
there.
picture on the left, I was able to bring up a lot more footprints.
A little bit.
That were occult or latent. They were kind of invisible, just in very light blood residue. And the screening tests that we used to try to develop those.
Best
This would
fish
be much
tacos?
more
reacts with the
interesting
proteins that are in
Yes,
blood
I know
and causes
that.
a color change.
Oh my
So
God,
that
you know what my
they're
favorite
with
the
tacos
PowerPoint.
are? There's this place
Even
in
if you couldn't
Huntington
see
Beach
that
on
area
the
in the
on the
beginning.
beach itself.
Right, similar to a latent.
Can't remember
print
what
that's
it's
invisible
called.
when you touch the surface.
And what's a latent print?
It could be a footprint, it could be a fingerprint,
fog
but
isn't
it's
in
whatever
here. Let's
residue
do
is
it
there
now.
that's left on a surface. that
Anyway,
you can't
my favorite
normally
taco
see
place
without
is
some
in
type of
Huntington Beach
enhancement.
right now.
Okay, and
That
so
could
you
change.
put you.
That's
just
gonna
I
come
don't
up
want
in
to
the
drive
Idaho
down
case
Huntington
quite a
Beach
lot.
all the time,
I put chemical on the floor.
And what was it?
It was orthoethylene.
but I'm
Say
more
that
of a
again.
shrimp taco
Ortho
girl. I
or
love fish
Thailand,
tacos, but I'm also
What
shrimp.
year was this, approximately?
I could actually live on
Mid-eighties?
shrimp tacos
In the
probably.
80s. So this is not some newfound chemical. It's been
No,
around.
I could
It's not
probably-
one of them newfangled
This
things,
is what
right?
y'all were doing in the 80s.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if it's good
So
enough for
did
the
you just
80s,
spray it on the
it's
floor?
good
How do you
enough for
apply
us
it?
today.
It's sprayed with an aerosol, very similar to misting from a deodorant can or hairspray.
Okay. And how long does it take to
Sir?
raise these previously invisible?
Like
Hairspray or
Almost
like a
instantaneous.
setting spray, like a fine mist setting spray. We love
Once
that.
those are raised,
Whoa,
what's the next step?
is it that
Go to
windy?
the next
It's
slide.
blowing my chandelier thing?
Basically setting up the tripod, the camera,
Or are we
right, to
having
do
an
photo
earthquake?
documentation.
You never know.
The other option is literally to cut the sections out of the floor or counter or whatever the imprint imprint or impressions on and take that with you.
Did you just take photographs, or did you cut up the
We
floor?
relied on photographs in this
There's
case.
a lot of great sunset.
I wasn't at the
photos.
crime
You
scene.
shooting straight down on the image.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I wonder which one you guys go to.
and what is that?
That's an example of what the footprint actually looked
Pink's
like after
tacos.
enhancement.
These
Any of
little
the
lights.
bluish, greenish areas
Yeah.
were not visible right in the beginning.
Lindsay K made a
Wherever
great
you see
point
blue
for
and green
super
here, you
chat.
couldn't see
Seems
that
like Alec Murdaugh
on
wanted
the
his
print,
lawyer
on the
buds
floor, but
to
once you did
know
this,
so the financial crimes would
previously
immediately
been
pale
invisible
as to
was
calling
now
the lawyers over to the
Correct.
murder scene.
Okay.
It's like, look at what I've been
Photographs would have
through.
taken before the spray.
It's a very
and
fair
after.
point.
I feel like it. I feel like we're all going to get
Look at
some
what I've been
weather,
through.
though.
How
I feel
could
like
you
this
hold
is
me
something
accountable
that
for
the
the
Again,
other
it's an
stuff
country
that's
example of
eventually
inevitably
getting
coming
potential
out?
some form of
footprint or two.
nonsense, right?
In this
It's an
case, it's
interesting
actually
thought.
on plywood.
So
and
everybody
it appears
needs
to
to
be in a
watch
blood-like
out.
substance. The scale is there just for size and
The
measure.
scale is important,
Make
right?
sure you
That-
have all your supplies.
What is that?
This is after enhancement,
Okay,
after applying the
Make
same
sure you
chemical.
have enough weed.
back.
Oomph. I don't want you to get cold.
Forward.
We can't all see
So,
because nobody
again,
shared
you
with the
applied
class.
that same, what was the name of that chemical?
Orthotyladine.
We've heard some testimony about something called LCV. Is that the same thing or similar?
It's similar. It's a
Yeah,
protein
it's a
diestain,
system, I
and there's
heard.
several others.
And would it raise, if you sprayed it like this and took, I mean, would it raise the?
I'm going to answer this at
could.
the break because I want
Would
to
it
answer
do
that
the same
more.
thing?
Oops.
Quite possibly. Each one of the reagents has a sensitivity level. Some are more sensitive than others.
And you don't use LCV?
We've used LCV, we've used amino black, we've used phenolphthalein. Right?
Okay.
So there's any number of
They used
options, and
amino
a lot
black
of it
in
has to do with
Idaho.
the color. You want to have something different than the background color so that you have contrast. And that's the other part about photography. You need contrast to see something.
So like LCV, I think turns things
Purplish,
purple. So if you have dark background, you would not want to use LCV.
most probably, yes.
Because purple.
Next,
Kirsten said the all-dress ruffles are amazing. They are.
is that it? Okay. What time is it? Your Honor, it's 4 minutes till 1. This might be a good time to break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will
Break for
recess
lunch.
until 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
I will be back here at 1:10. I'm not leaving yet. Don't worry. But I will be back here at 1:10.
Stop
And
it.
then this afternoon, I will be taking a brief break for a bar association. We're going to keep the stream running so you guys can watch the court feed. And I will put the link where I'll be talking about
Okay, see you later.
celebrity cases for
Mom.
CLE
Hey,
that,
Summer.
I agreed to months and months and months ago. Actually,
Oops,
sometime
hold on.
last year.
I'm sorry.
Well before I knew we were going to be into
Too
week
many windows are open.
5
We're in recess till 2:15.
of this trial.
Yes, sir. Before you leave.
Close her
Very
down.
quickly, I was going to hand up those 3 cases I mentioned this morning.
Go do that thing. You go do that thing,
Yep.
sir.
Why are we talking about
that
this
thing.
pen? Is that the pen that's been in Jim's mouth the whole time?
I love you too.
All right, did you bring it
I
up
love
for the
you
class,
too.
Creighton? All right, the judge is like,
Oops, I
do what you
said,
do.
yay.
I'm out. And the judge has walked off the bench. All right, we're going to get to some questions and answers. Again, if you signed up for Law and Order Alerts yesterday, you're going to be getting an email. Go ahead and look for it. It will be coming from noreply@emilydbaker.com. And your discount code will be in there for the Law Nerd shop. Let us continue going with some questions. I'm going to swoop a dupe real quick. We're going to talk about this, what happened this morning. It looks like we're just about to bing at 696. That road to 700K is, we're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. So anyway, let's continue. Let's swoop a dupe. And then let's take some lunch. This morning started out so fiery. Swoop-a-doop. This morning started out fiery. For those of you just joining later in the morning, I get it. This trial starts early on the East Coast, very early for those of you not on the East Coast. It started with the defense wanting the judge to rule on the question of whether the prosecution's cross-examination of Alec Murdaugh will be limited if he waived his Fifth Amendment right to testify. When you waive your rights, there's a whole thing that happens outside the jury. We're going to probably see that this afternoon. There's a whole thing that happens outside the presence of the jury about a defendant waiving his right to testify. But I've never seen that limited in scope to just the crimes that they're charged with. They can generally be asked about other bad acts, other events, other things. And the defense is arguing yes, but generally they can only talk about convictions. This case is different because of all the 404, and the judge is going to limit it. He's going to be allowed to ask about the theft. The chat was all like, what does this even matter? He confesses to stealing the money in like 4 different conversations. Well, it matters to the defense because they need to be able to advise their client on exactly what he's in for if he testifies in this case. They know that he's going to be convicted on the financial crimes. I don't think there's a question that he'll be convicted on the financial crimes. I think he has confessed on the financial crimes. Now it's a question of, does him testifying and knowing that he's going to put a kind of a nail in the financial crimes cases, is it worth it to clear your name of the homicides if there's something that needs to be said? Does this jury expect to hear from him? They've already heard all his dirty laundry. I don't know how much worse it can get. They've heard all the dirty laundry. Does it get worse for him if he testifies? Well, it depends on what he says. Would a jury believe him if he said, yeah, I was stealing. Yeah, I was lying. Yeah, I was doing all of this to the people around me, but I thought I could climb my way out of it. My family doesn't make any sense. Would that be persuasive to the jury, or is it too great of a risk? Or does Alec give a fuck what his lawyers think, and he's like, whatever, I'll do it anyway? And we saw that in the 3rd interview with Corey Fleming, where Corey Fleming's like, I don't think we should answer this question. And Alec's like, yeah, whatever. I'm going to talk my way out of it. Or has Alec now seen the words can and will be used against you in a court of law? Is he now seeing the and will part of this? And he's seen the 3 interviews, and he's like, this is too risky.
I might actually take a break to eat, but I'll just go off screen.
Is he confident in his ability
take a little break
to talk his way out of this trial? He's been watching this jury closely.
Actually, I think
the witnesses that know him, especially the lawyers, have said his skill was people. Reading people, talking to people, telling people what they wanted to hear. But those weren't people sitting in judgment of him on a jury looking for him to lie or tell the truth. It's a lot harder to bullshit people when you're the defendant on trial. So we'll see. Will his hubris get the best of him in this case, or will his lawyers advise him not to testify? It's very limited circumstances that the defendant testifying actually helps, and they know this. But he might think he's smarter than everyone in the room, and we'll see if that's the case. And if it is, that's going to happen tomorrow. So I think we're going to do shoe print, impression print, dude, for most of the rest of today. It seems like we're going to do that. So we'll put up a poll this afternoon again if we think we'll see Alec testify. I asked this morning if we thought we would. This morning, do you think Alec Murdaugh will testify? 70% said no. 29% said yes, with almost 20,000 votes. I'll put up another poll on the community tab so we can vote between now and tomorrow. I'll put one up on Twitter and we'll see. I also asked about the lawyer witness we heard from this morning. Who does this witness help, the prosecution or defense? 84% of you said that witness helped the prosecution. 15% said the defense. And that was with just over 16,000 votes. I thought it was a good witness. I summarized that witness pretty thoroughly at the break, so I'm not going to summarize that witness much more. That'll all be timestamped for the replay crew that we so adore over here on this channel. Let's get to some questions, and then let's get some lunch, yeah? Let's get some lunch. Everyone's tired. I'm tired. You're tired. Can you imagine, chat, how fatigued this jury must be? Because we're fatigued and we're in our homes all day long. Well, some of y'all are at work and all the things. We're fatigued. They're sitting in the horrendous chairs in the 68-degree cold courtroom with people staring at them all day. Can you imagine how fatigued they are under the lights? Fatigued. I'm fatigued. You're fatigued. Can you imagine these jurors? They must be so fatigued. All right, with that, let's fack around for a few minutes, and then I'm going to get some lunch. I've also got some work-a-do that I have to do to make sure we don't keep 404ing, because the law nerds keep going to lawnerdalert.com to sign up and it keeps crashing. So we're going to figure that out. EmilyDBaker.com/lawnerdalert has been really stable. So I'm going to figure out why our other link is not working great. So That. Let's go. I meant to hit the thing. Oh, so tired. Y'all, we're all just. We're all cheers. Just like bring the coffee, bring the snacks, bring the nap. I got to tell you though, I really enjoyed chat. You guys have some great points this morning. It's great seeing everybody's perspective. I know for some, this is the part of the trial. Emily, you're still talking. You said you were getting questions. I know. This is the part of the trial that gets really hard. It gets really hard, A, to still be paying attention, and B, depending on how you think about the case, it gets really hard in the middle of the defense case.
I like
to
that.
keep an
I
open
actually
mind.
don't mind egg
So I
beaters.
would just
I just have
encourage all of
to
you
like
to see which way you're feeling,
boiled
see which way you're leaning, and see if you are looking at, am I looking for things to confirm what I already suspect? Am I looking for things to challenge what I suspect? Or am I just taking things in this court as they happen and then categorizing them? It's a really interesting way to start to break down your own thinking process, your own critical thinking. It's like, what about the things that are challenging what I believe about this case? How do I feel about those things? And again, it is a good exercise on how hard it is to be on jury duty when you're tasked with not making up your mind until the end. It is hard to not make up your mind until the end. And I encourage all of you to try. You're not on this jury, and I am not going to judge you at all. But challenge yourself the way this jury is having to mentally challenge themselves, sitting in this court, trying to keep an open mind. I find that this case is interesting because there's so many fucking questions still. But what are those things that are going to matter to this jury the most? All right. Let us continue with questions. I know I won't get to everything. I'm going to do my best. Natasha G said, is limiting even a thing? Is limiting the testimony even a thing? This judge is not going to pre-restrict testimony. The judge can do that in some ways. That's what motions in limine are for, to like limit certain areas of conversation before the trial happens. This judge is saying, no, I want to hear the questions. This judge did limit the testimony with regard to the roadside incident until the defense started probing into it more. And then the judge was like, well, you opened the door for it. So now we're here. We live here now.
to me. She was.
But yes, motions in limine are to pre-limit things. It's different when it's a criminal trial a bit. And it's different when it's a criminal defendant saying, I'm waiving my Fifth Amendment right, then I'm going to go testify and try to assert it as to certain things. It's a kind of unique situation in this case. Because normally when defendants have cases pending,
I had an English boyfriend.
If they're in trial, they're often in trial on all of the things they have pending. And if they're not in trial on all of the things they have pending, they don't testify.
Marmite.
This is a strange case in so many ways.
I know, that's so
Jen
weird.
said, can the defense use this in front of the jury to explain why he doesn't testify? No. He wants to tell you what happened, but they will use it in the financial crimes, so he can't, but it's not his fault. They can't comment on his right to testify or not to testify. There's a jury instruction that says that the jury can't speculate if he chooses not to testify, but no, they can't be like, well, he would tell you what happened, but the prosecution won't let him. That won't fly. It doesn't mean this defense team won't try to allude to it. Why does he want to take the stand? I think he thinks he can help. Or the defense attorneys are just doing their job to make sure that they are asking for everything they can ask for and that they are protecting their client the best way that they can. And they can't really advise their client the best way that
Emily, go night-night. Go night-night. Go night-night. Okay, here we go. We're going to dismiss the cookies. And then we're going to share this tab instead. Look at that. Ooh, sexy. Sexy mama. Look at that pretty color. Look at that pretty color. Look at that mofo. Oh, yeah. There we are, Tom. There we are. There we are. I'm going to do the sound effects. This is a really nice looking car. Look at that. I just love the back where it has the flap on it, the cover on the back of the, look at that. Isn't that cute? Oh my God, that's cute. Cute AF, I think is what the kids would say about that. Oops, that's not it. Okay, and then we're going to take a trip to the hot springs. Oh my God, you guys, this is going to be great. Okay, here we go. Gallery and 360. Let's take a look. Wait, Mama's got to put her. Look. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that. Isn't she lovely? Look at that. Oh boy. Boy, they really like this, huh? They're really digging on the blue. Oh man, look at the light. Look at that little underlight. That's pretty Fast and Furious type shit here. Look at that. That's a map. What's there? Oh, I thought it was like furry or something. I thought, oh, that's weird. This looks like fun too. There we are. Oh, here we go. We're going to spin her around. Oh, that's a nice color. What do you think of that color, Tom? Oh my God, look at that's like seriously what we're gonna see, Tom. That's literally that's fucking right outside of Santa Cruz. I have driven this. I can't even tell you how many times I've driven this. This is Highway 1. Oh yeah, we're going there, Tom. This is my home. This is my hometown, babe. We're in it. We're in it to win it. Look at those fucking cypress, man. They're fucking blowing like shit. That's a nice car, Tom. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look at Hampton Gray. Blue stone. Wait, I want to see what you're saying because I can't see what you're saying. Yes. Oh yeah, you have to go to Santa Cruz. And actually, I know people in Santa Cruz, so we could have some fun with that. That's for sure. That's my home. All right, Phantom Black. That's pretty sexy. Mm. Oh, look, you can when it's black. That's nice. Wait, let's do the gray. Hampton. Oh, we did the gray. Oh, never mind. Let's do this. Atlas White. Shrugged. Oh, that's the one you're thinking of, isn't it? That's hot. That's hot. Oh my God. You know what would look really great right here, Tom? A Lolo's Lounge magnet. Ooh, that's pretty. That looks very industrial. Looks very industrial. But nice. Kind of tough. It looks like a shark, doesn't it? Looks like a shark. All right. Oops. Available 10.25. That's bigger than my fucking iPad. Wow. That's intense. Oops. Now I did it. What did I do? Oh, okay. Yeah. And then there's the stick shift. Available 8-speed wet dual clutch. I don't know what this is. What's going on here? Wet dual clutch. Jesus. Calm down, everybody. It's just a car. My God. Better have heated seats. Oh, it does. Look at it has heated seats. That's good. Okay, let's see what else. Oh, there it is. There I am in blue. I'm Bluestone. I'm Bluestone. Oh, there we are with our surfboard. I don't know how you're gonna surf because there's really not usually many waves in a fucking mountain creek. I don't know. I'm just saying. I've been to mountain creeks and rivers and shit. I don't fucking think you surf on a fucking creek. Fucking Hyundai. God, trying to be California and you're not. Oh, okay. Here we are, Tom. Here we are. Here we are putting our boards in the back of the car. How'd they get that picture of us? Oh my God. Go figure. How'd they do that? I have owned a surfboard. Yes, I will get you the magnet. I will get you the magnet. I will definitely get you a magnet. There we are driving down the street. There's our picnic stuff. We're gonna go have a picnic down there. I think that's probably Santa Cruz. That looks like the boardwalk. Kind of. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Now I'm doubting it. I mean, it's definitely outside of Santa Cruz. This looks like Nicene Marks Park in the Santa Cruz Mountains. There we are. We're going to go see. I have relatives here, so we can go see them and hang out. Drop by a couple of meth labs. Here we are driving up to the meth lab. This is like our trip. Oh, we have bikes? Why do we need bikes if we have this great car? Whatever. Okay. Oof, we're very active. I'm exhausted just thinking about this. Oh, here we are. It's time to camp. Now we're going to camp. Oh God, this looks like a lot of work. And this is me, and I'm like, hell no, I'm not doing this. Let's make sure our tires are okay. Oh God. Oh, this is what we're doing? Jesus Christ. Man, what I do for friends, I'll tell you. This is what we could be doing. We could be sitting here in this beautiful cabin through the fucking forest. And here I am. I don't have an Android, but you know what I mean. YouTube music. What? No, get away. Bose. Ooh, fancy. Oh, nice. Oh, man, what a nice seat. You know what? The only thing I wish, Tom, is that this was more of like a panoramic moonroof. That would be really cool, although not necessary, frankly. I never sit in the back, so who cares? A cluster. It's a cluster. Don't buy the one with the cluster. Nobody needs that. Here we are sitting. Okay, this might be around La Honda, which is also one of my favorite places on the planet. La Honda is one of the most beautiful. If you drive between Pacifica, like south of San Francisco, drive Pacifica to Santa Cruz. I used to do that multiple times a week. And it's one of the most beautiful drives. There's one stretch that goes through La Honda, LA space HONDA, and it is rolling hills. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's breathtaking every time. I don't care. I grew up there or driving that. And every time it takes my breath away. It's so beautiful. It makes me cry. You know how there are views that make you cry? Have you ever had that? I actually do get that a lot. There are things that just make me cry. And because they're so beautiful. Anyway. Okay, here we are. Well, we're back in town. Now we're back in town. We're gonna go figure out where to go eat. I definitely know where to eat in Santa Cruz. That's for fuck's sake sure. I'll tell you that right the fuck now. I don't know. This doesn't look like Oh, this is San Francisco. Okay. All right. Well, we're all over the map. We're like, no, we're driving through the forest all the way up to San Francisco. Let's go. Hurry. Oh, here, we'll watch his video. Oops.
Its father was a truck, its mother an SUV. Any way you look at it, the best parts come together to make a 100% sport adventure vehicle. Introducing the first ever Hyundai Santa Cruz. I'm Gian, product specialist and host, and this is our Hyundai showroom walk around. Designed in California, Santa Cruz is truly go anywhere, do everything, all in a day or over a lifetime. Santa Cruz is engineered for your many different journeys, built with fresh thinking and free-spirited adventure that reaches from forest floor to concrete jungle, snowy slopes to the sickest swells. So let's take a look, starting with the open bed architecture. This well-designed open bed has a multifunctional tailgate.
I love mine.
An available, retractable, lockable tonneau cover. 27 cubic feet of bed volume, molded in-bed pockets.
That's more than enough.
Bed tie-downs with 6 tie-down points.
Our surfboards and our picnics.
Rotatable D-rings and adjustable C-channel utility rails and cleats. There are plenty of accessories you can add to expand and enhance convenience and accessibility. Those include your cargo net, protective bed rubber mat, as well as your bed extender. You have hidden side storage bins with an available 115-volt power inverter,
this part of my bone,
an underfloor, lockable, sealed storage bin
2009
with a one-way drain.
That's the last time I got on a board.
Available tow hitch kit, tow hitch controller module, and 5 stepping points, including your integrated corner rear bumper steps.
That's nice.
We're so excited about the freedom that Santa Cruz will bring to your journey. And its one-of-a-kind design is at the top of its game, too. The sporty and capable look of Santa Cruz says confidence with its spirited profile and powerful stance. Now, it has some available features to add on, such as your roof cross rails, side steps, and mud flaps. Santa Cruz has muscular front fenders, 18 or 20-inch alloy wheels, a parametric design grille, and hidden LED daytime running lights. Everything works together to give Santa Cruz its visual toughness and premium modern feel. Now, Santa Cruz is more than just visually tough. It's a sport adventure vehicle that performs too. It has an available SmartStream 2.5-liter turbo GDI and MPI engine that puts out 281 horsepower and 311 pound-feet of torque. Available 8-track all-wheel drive with towing capacity up to 5,000 pounds with turbo engine and all-wheel drive equipped.
Come with a personality,
Available
because I need a
8-speed
personality.
wet-type dual-clutch transmission. So you know it's rugged, but I also want to let you know that Santa Cruz handles like an SUV with premium comfort throughout.
There you go.
So let's take a look at the more refined side of Santa Cruz, the interior. Using Hyundai Digital Key to transform your Android smartphone into a key fob. Use it to unlock the door, turn on the engine, and you can even share your digital key with friends and family to their Android smartphone devices.
Oh, that's weird.
The refined SUV-like interior of Santa Cruz brings a feeling of modern sophistication and openness.
Oh, look at the screen.
With
It's
a
like
dual
a screen.
cockpit
They're not
packed
dials.
with
Look at
high-tech
that. The little
conveniences.
thing of the screen.
A 10.25-inch digital instrument cluster.
What the fuck?
10.25-inch navigation touchscreen. Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Wireless device charging. BlueLink connected car. Ambient lighting. Multi-air mode. And heated and ventilated front seats.
Good for you.
There's plenty of room in the back too, with storage
Plenty of room in
underneath
the
those rear
back,
seats.
and we can move our seats. Look at that
Rear
storage.
seat comfort.
What?
Rear air vents and USB outlets. Santa Cruz has just what you need to make you feel comfortable. And that includes the peace of mind that our safety features bring.
No, you couldn't live in this.
With all the action that you can pack in a day, Santa Cruz is packed with safety. Using Hyundai SmartSense, an intelligent network of cameras and sensors to help keep you and your passengers safe. Those include forward collision avoidance assist with pedestrian detection, blind spot collision avoidance assist, rear cross traffic collision avoidance assist, lane keeping assist, and lane following assist.
I could use that.
Driver attention warning, safe exit warning and rear occupant alert, smart cruise control with stop go, high beam assist, a surround view monitor, and a blind spot view monitor. Feeling safe and protected? It gets even better. Santa Cruz is constructed by Hyundai's own advanced high-strength steel, which is very strong and very light. Now, as a new Hyundai owner, you also get to enjoy Hyundai's complimentary maintenance for 3 years or 36,000 miles. America's best warranty, a 10-year or 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, 5-year or 60,000-mile new vehicle limited warranty, and 5 years unlimited miles of 24-hour roadside assistance. The 2022 Hyundai Santa Cruz, our first ever, has arrived.
To him. I'm saying yes to that car. Boy, Tom, that's a good one. But now we're going to take a little trip to the other thing we talked about this morning, which is Pagosa Hot Springs in Colorado, because everybody needs a hot spring. So here we go. Oh my God, you guys. I don't know if there's sound. Hold on. Let me see what happens when we do this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me see if they have like resort. Okay, view all. Water-based wellness. I don't know what that means. Okay. Okay, here we go. Warm and welcoming. Oh, you guys. Oh, there I am. Hi, good morning. Hey, good morning. Good morning, sunshine. Good morning. Hey, you two. Hey, you two kids. Hey, you two. I'm about to really throw it down here in these fucking hot springs. That's me. I have longer hair there. I don't know why, but I could do that. I could wear one of my wigs. This looks biking. No. Kayaking. Probably not. Fishing. Definitely not. Skiing. Nope. Snowboarding. Nope. Snowshoeing. No. Nope. Too old. Too much arthritis. Can you just sit there, sit on your fucking ass? Can you smoke weed in Colorado? That's what's really important. Each watery nook proffers a unique mood, shape, temperature, and setting. All have evocative, promising names like Sunset Social Club or Serendipity. And the whole lot hold, what? The whole lot hold healing water. What? The whole lot hold healing. What? Fed directly by the mother spring, the deepest geothermal hot springs in the world. A fount of 13 salubrious minerals from lithium. Oh, that sounds delightful. There's nothing like a little lithium up your hoo-ha to get your day going. To sulfur, to potassium. All of those things sound very delicious, except for when I'm thinking about them going up my vagina. Food and drink. Let's go here. Oh, yes. Well, look at, oh, we've got some hipsters. Hipster alert. It's like a man bun to me. Looks like a man bun to me. No. Oh, it's so close. I think that's a lot of white people too. I'm just saying. Okay, but that's okay. Whatever. This looks fun. I would go. Here I am. I've just met someone. Here's the package I got for myself because I wanted these strawberries, so I told them I was a couple. You know, go big or go home. Policies and etiquette. Well, I think we should look at their etiquette, frankly. Oh no, I want to see this. Oh, let's do this. Oh. Is there a sound on here? Is there a sound on here? Oh wait, there is. Shit. That's a person. Let's go. Okay, all right. Okay, we get it. We get it. Thank you. And that's me calling to my new boyfriend. Come in here. I dyed my hair too. It was weird. It was a weird moment. But I said, hey, 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 Gerald, come in here. I don't know. I just picked a name. I don't like the name Gerald, actually. Here I am at the hot springs, and it's really, really fun. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Temp 100 degrees. Is it wrong that I just like salivated a little? Oh, there I am. Aren't I cute? And I lightened my hair a little bit, during the time I was there. Found a new boyfriend. This is not Gerald. This is oh, what's his name? God, there were so many of them. What was his name? Wayne. Wayne. Again, typically not a name I go for, but there it is. Opportunity strikes. And Wayne and I found love in all the hot places. But then it was cold. It was cold. Ice. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Oh, and there, Wayne is a painter, I love him because he's an artist. I love Wayne because he's an artist, an artist's heart. I look for the artist's heart. And here we have an artist, Wayne. Previously, the man, little strange on the clenched ass. But I don't like to judge Wayne very much. I like to keep it 100 with Wayne and not talk about him behind his back. But I am kind of saying that I feel like the pants situation is a little out of control. I think he should just I don't know, opt for something different. But it was a short and a brief whirlwind romance and ended at the hot springs. So who cares? And this is a great place. This is a great place. It was very cold, very hot, very cold, very hot, hot, cold, cold, really cold, hot, cold, kind of cold, but also dangerous. Okay. Oh, here I am with my new bestie. This is Carol. This is Carol. I'm looking like I have a little bit of something going on here and I need to figure it out. Maybe that's me. I don't know. One of them's me. Anyway, I don't know. We started to look alike after a while. It was kind of crazy. This place is crazy. I'm telling you right now. It's the craziest springs in the world. You start looking like your partners. Anyway, so Karen and I are just having a fun time here. We're just laughing, letting the hot springs in. And that's actually quite boiling water. So, we were actually quite scalded after this. But, they have a great medical staff there at the resort. So it's okay. Oh, and here we go. Wait, there was a little musical interlude here, Liz. We're going to go. This is like the reject porn music from the 1970s that they decided. Oh, this was when things really got kind of spicy at the resort and the whole thing just started steaming like a baked potato. It was weird. It almost looked like a baked potato if you didn't have your glasses on, and it was just wrapped in foil and steaming all quite nicely. I have no idea if you guys are even with me anymore. But I'm having fun on my own, so I guess it's all right. I guess it's okay that I do that. Anyway, Tom, you said Lolo. Okay, so anyway, let's see. Here we go. Is anybody watching? Oh my God, we've got a couple people. All right, I'm going to keep going with it because frankly, she's not doing anything. Riverbend, temp 105 degrees. Delicious. Yummy. Look how pretty. And then at night, it lights up like a necklace. Pretty. And there's me. I'm staying over here and I'm just having like a really fun time. And then I walk and I go, oh, okay, it's time to go into the town. Oh, damn. I have to go all the way around. And then I go, oh my God, there's a mountain range right here. And so I have to go back up the mountain range. And then I'm going. And then and then I can go, wee. You just slide right back. You don't press too hard. You just slide right down into the town. It's a big slide right here. It's really good. It's a lot of fun. You just get on the slide and you go wee all the way down into the town, and then you have fun. And then I walk over here and I go, hi Carol, I'm here, I'm ready to party like Cardi. And then we go and party like Cardi over here. Usually this is the fun part of town. This is the not fun part of town. All the people over here are quite sad and distressed and not very fun at all. They're kind of full of themselves. But over here, we all have fun. And then we all rally around this tree for some reason. I don't know why. We all take our clothes off and we rally around this tree, and then we go jump in another hot spring. Usually over here at this guy's house because he's got these lights on. So I need to figure out what timestamp this is because I'm never going to be able to recreate this again. All right, so I started this at about 4 hours. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, that's fine. Oh, well, fuck, man. Come on. Oh, there we go. All right, so, but you know what? A quiet only. Or quilt. No quiet. No quilts. No quilts allowed because it's water. You don't want your quilt to get wet. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. And then this was kind of a dreary day, but we managed to set it to music. Battles to the death over here. That'll be fantastic. Okay. Oh, this is a nice little drone shot because there's nothing without a drone shot. That's me, and I was very upset that they caught me like that because I was reading some very sensitive texts. Very sensitive text. And then I was just swimming and they keep looking at me everywhere. They just find me everywhere. Those little bastards. There I am again. Oh, bye, you bastards. I don't know where that hat went. I loved that hat. Okay, well, that's great. Oh, there was some music to that. Oh, here we go. Hi, Carol. Thank you for a great time. Oh, this is the ice bridge where if you walk on it barefoot, you lose your feet at the end of it, but you gain your dignity and the respect of about 10 people. So there's that. But it's not for everybody. Usually people leave after that because they're so embarrassed, because they cry like babies. This is right after one of such of those instances. Walked across the ice bridge, lost their feet right at this because they were stupid enough to do it. Really just weeding out the stupid ones. The thing is, you can tell them, they'll still do it. It's just so funny. They're so stupid that way. It's really quite funny. Okay, well, this is the Venetian, and its temp is 103. You see, we have each pool at a different degree. So sometimes they will be at 100, sometimes at 105. This one is at 103. So, yeah, it loses 2 feet. And then here we have another, oh, it's not a musical interlude, but as you can see, cold, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, 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 hot. So there's that. This was fun. Somebody thought they'd do an art photo, and they did an art photo. So you can see the angling and the perspectiving over here. That's what we call it here at the resort, perspectiving. And we put this one too, because there's nothing like a car. We're gonna move on. Okay, this is fantastic. Oh, I just want to be. Really, this is basically the only pool they have. Let's face it, this is the only pool we've actually seen. Here's the Coliseum that's coming along nicely in the background. You can see there's the Death Sea. Yep, there's no escape hatch. Oh, I want to. This looks like if you slip down it, it would be very painful. I'm just saying. I'm not going to play any more of the music. It's bothering me. Oh, there I am. My tits are a lot differently shaped here, but I don't know what I'm wearing, so it must be the resort and its impact on my hair color and my breasts. This is not me. I'm here. I'm about to shoot an arrow into the inflatable because that's the game here, is that you stand on the bridge and you are to shoot an inflatable into the actual boat, and then you watch it sink. This looks a little bit like a gulag photo, but it's actually a resort that you pay a lot of money for. Here's another photo of the gulag. I mean the resort. Again, you pay for this, so it's a lot more. It's a lot more. Yes, it's warm. Well, some of it's cold, KMS, but some of it's warm too. This is a Pagosa Springs in Colorado. It was a suggestion by Mrs. James's mom as a potential hot springs because Lolo was crying and wanting to be pampered and taken care of and just hugged and snuggled and dropped into a vat of boiling spring water. Not boiling, but Serendipity. Which one is this? It's at 101. So, again, each pool has its own degree. I don't know. This is really repetitive. Again, if you fell down these, ouch. Ouch. Then you hit your head and you die in that hot spring. Jesus. See, look at all the blood stains from the people who have fallen on these stairs. Look at that. Look at all that blood stain from the people who have fallen on these stairs and cracked their little baby heads open. Oh my God. Oh, that's a beautiful. Oh, wait. We need the music on this one. No, for sure. Good morning from the hot springs. Ooh, ooh. I should really write their lyrics. Cold, cold, hot. This is the bridge when you are shooting arrows into the kayaks, the inflatable, well, whatever they are, canoes. I don't know what they're called. Boats. What are they called? Rafting. What are they called? Anybody? I don't know. Anyway, you shoot arrows into them from that bridge. Remember? We saw it. We saw it earlier. This looks beautiful and treacherous. Where do you get in? Oh, this is the bloody steps. Those are the bloody steps. Oh, look, a beautiful day. Look at how beautiful that. Oh, look at a little tiny blurgle, a little blurgle. Oh, that sun flares. Intentional. Oh, art. Close. Not so close. Very far away. Even farther away. I like this game. At Lolo's Lounge, I went to the Beverly Hot Springs in Koreatown a few times, lived in LA. Really nice. I don't keep. Oh, I'll check it out. I kind of want to go to like a real out of towner place. You know what I mean? I know what you're saying, Max, but I don't think I want to get in water that a lot of people have gotten into. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, oh, here's the death bridge. Remember, the idiots are how we weed out the stupid people is they take their shoes off and they walk across this ice bridge, and by the time they're here, they lose their feet, and then they have to go home. So it's really a great way to get all the losers out, you know, because they think they're doing something really special and fancy, but in what they're doing is just showing us how stupid they are. So yeah, here it is at night again. You know, I'm kind of already in the town. I think I'm like over here. And then what I do is I walk down here and I kind of come down this alleyway and, you know, just kind of yell at a couple of people. And then I walk over here and I buy some weed over here at the weed store. And then I walk over here and then I have a nice big steak because I love my ribeyes, you know, I really love my ribeyes. So anyway, here's the bridge again where you can empty the boats. This looks like a mess. I don't know why anyone thought that was a decent picture. Well, this is fine too. I'm not listening to the music on this one. Yes. Oh, I don't know what's this blue. Oh, see, they lit up the shooting bridge for us. It's adorable. I love that. I love that about that. I love that. Celebrating a year of exploring, restoring, and connecting at the Springs Resort. Coffee and trips. Brenda and her friends. Angie looking good, Angie. Looking good for 49, girl. That's my robe. There we are. Every day, namaste. Namaste in bed, right? Oh, nice glasses. Oh, dear. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Lovely. Lovely. Oh, the dog. Love the dog. Oh, I love the hat. I love it. Girls' night. Girls' night. Girls' weekend. Friends. We just met, actually. I'm just trying to get away from everybody. I hate everyone. I hate everyone too. I'm so glad. Oh, please stop taking photos of me because I don't want you to. There's the blood steps. Oh, I'm released. I'm rejuvenated. Here I am by the fire pit. Don't catch on fire. There I am with my tits again. My tits out. Oh my God, wait. That was Scary Spice. Wait. That was Scary Spice. Wasn't it? Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. What we're going to do is let me just check YouTube to see if there's anything really wonderful and fascinating on. And then we will. Oh, you know what? I kind of wanted to look at the weather. Do you guys want to look at the weather? Is there anyone here? Yay, you guys are here. I want to see what's happening with this weather thing. Okay. Can we just see what let me see what's going on.
Go Detroit. Freezing rain is going to be in your forecast certainly today.
People be careful.
And that is certainly going to make for some slick roadways.
Everybody be careful.
As we get through tonight,
we're looking at the weather
tomorrow,
for a minute because everybody has weather coming in.
Pushing to the east, even through parts of southern New England. Boston, you could be looking at a little bit of freezing rain in your forecast come late week. So there's a look at what we could be dealing with in terms of ice accumulation.
Look at you guys.
A 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch in some
Look at
areas,
the blue.
which means
be careful in the blue,
particularly
Detroit,
tricky and dangerous
Fort
through
Wayne,
the rest of the week.
below Grand Rapids, wherever that is. Oops, sorry. I didn't want that to happen. I
A
didn't.
massive storm system over the west coast is going to
Here we
continue
go.
to bring extreme cold,
Blizzard
snow,
warning.
rain, and
What
winds.
the
This
fuck?
storm has everything,
Look at
and
the pin.
now we're looking at blizzard warnings for parts of Southern California Friday night into Saturday for the mountains of Ventura and LA counties. This is a look at the picture as we go through the rest of the week, and
Where am
not
I?
only
Where am
are
I?
we going to see those
I'm
snow
right down
levels
here.
drop, but all that cold
Where
air
am I?
coming
I'm
in
here.
from Alaska, well, it is going to cater
This is me.
to plenty of record lows. This is certainly the
Hi,
coldest
tickle,
air of the
tickle.
season, and for a lot of you, it's going to be the
Here I
coldest
am.
air you've
Here I
experienced
am.
in years. Now, here's what we're
What
looking
the
at for the
hell?
mountains of Los Angeles and Ventura County. Again, the worst of the conditions will come
Here I am.
Friday and
I'm right
Saturday.
here.
We could be looking at gusts upwards of 75 miles per hour. That means visibility will be compromised with blowing and drifting snow, and that's
What?
why we're seeing those blizzard warnings. So travel is really
Well,
going to
3 to
get
5
tricky for
inches
the
of
entire state. Even Northern California, you're going
lot
to
of
be
rain.
looking at some snow in your
Look
forecast
at the
as well. But
snow,
take a
though.
look
Look
at
at
the
the
heavy
snow
rain that
level.
is expected. Flooding will be a
That's
big
fu-
issue
Look at
through the
that.
weekend.
That's fucking low. Wow. Oh, come on.
Yeah, sure.
Well, today we're looking at the potential for heavy rain and
All right, let
strong
me see the
storms, and
center
where we could see
of the
severe weather
country.
today is through the southern plains into the lower Mississippi
Look at the middle.
Valley. Now, our flood
Careful,
outlook
you guys.
is taking that heavy rain all the way up into the lower Great Lakes. So we have a lot going on, and take a look at the radar. Those storms are around this morning. The main threat is going to be winds and hail
Blizzard
along
in
with
LA.
heavy downpours. So notice
I have
those
a coat.
storms moving to the east throughout the day. By this evening,
And my car's
we're
broken,
looking
so
at
it
those
doesn't matter.
storms pushing through the Ohio Valley. Tomorrow, this loses its punch, so we're not worried so much about
Oh my
severe
God. Be
weather or
careful,
even
you guys.
heavy
Look at how
rain.
cold it is
That
above
most of it
that.
will be
Look at how
confined to
cold it is up
today.
there.
So here's a look at the
Look
rainfall
at how
that
cold
is
it is up
expected,
here.
and this goes through tonight. And what we're looking at is widespread amounts of about
You
a half
guys,
inch.
Get,
In
your,
some places,
get all the
well, you could see upwards of
Pop-Tarts.
2 inches of rain.
Any precipitation, yeah. Oh, I know. Actually, you're right, Max. Maybe more flowers.
It's called the chase scene. It adds
They just
excitement to your
stop it.
favorite crime
Nobody
shows.
cares.
Why
Nobody
don't we hire an
cares.
actor from
Nobody
each charge of the
cares.
crime to make the point
Okay,
that Pluto
thank
TV
you,
never charges
everybody.
anyone? It's totally free.
Pluto TV.
Stream now, pay
And
never.
Travel is going to be extremely dangerous and at times just downright
Look at this,
impossible over
Detroit.
the next
Oh my
24
God.
hours from parts of the northern plains to
Be
the upper Midwest.
careful.
This is the second wave of
Minneapolis.
Winter Storm Olive that is coming in. So we still have
Tom's
heavy snow to
friends.
get through and
Tom's
a
friends are
lot
up
of
here.
wind. Blowing and drifting snow,
Who
that
else
is
is
going
up
to
here?
compromise visibility. And at times we could be looking at visibility
Be careful, you
near
guys.
zero
I love
through
Milwaukee. I
this
love Milwaukee.
region
What a
of
fun
the
town
country.
that
So
is.
travel will certainly be slow, and again, really not recommended. Not only are you dealing with these conditions, but extreme cold. So think about that. If you're traveling and you get stranded,
Look at how
well,
cold the
these are
wind chills are,
temperatures
you
you're going to
guys.
have to
Come on,
face.
look at
Wind
this.
chills that will be below zero for a lot of you. Now, this storm will start to move away by tomorrow, but we still have a lot of heavy snow to get through, as I mentioned. And here's a look at the additional snowfall that is
Holy
expected. Widespread
shitballs.
amounts of 5 to 8 inches, where many of you could even see upwards of a foot.
Milwaukee, you're going to get slam bammed. Thank you, ma'am.
Engineers are interesting creatures. Even when their long-standing experiments fail, they smile, dreaming of the day they can make it happen. We love engineers. Kyocera.
Well, we have a great temperature divide across the country,
Each
and we're going to
temperature
continue to
contrast
see
has
this for the
potential
rest
for
of the
both
week. So
record
temperatures
highs and
running
lows.
well below average. This is the coldest air of
Here
the
we go.
season.
Now this is what I
through
want
the
to
West
see.
Coast. Now through
The
the
whole
South
pattern.
and East, here's where temperatures are running as much as 35 degrees above average. So the potential for hundreds of record breakers through the rest of the week is going to exist. Take a look at the highs not only today, but by Thursday. And man, oh man, Los Angeles, you're struggling to make it into the mid-50s.
That's
While
fine.
along the East
That's
Coast,
not-
DC, you'll be looking at a high potentially of 80 degrees.
I worry about people who are home unhoused. That's what I worry about. Okay, let's do something else here. All right. This is Hal. We all love Hal.
I know the State Department's definitely dealing
He's
with
talking
this.
with
I know
Philip
they're
Ittner, who
definitely
is
looking at
currently in
contingencies all the
Kyiv,
time.
Ukraine,
And I'm sure that Brussels,
and
to
has
some
been
degree, the
reporting from
UN
there
is like that.
with Hal. So I'll
There
just
are
put
two
Hal on in the
elements where I
background right
think
now
there
while
could
we
be a
chill.
material
I'm going to eat
solution
some lunch.
that didn't exist in
Breakfast,
91.
lunch,
One is the
brunch.
current sanctions and the inability to do business with Russia as an entity. That if
Let me
Putin
turn him up
falls
a little
and the
bit.
current regime falls there, but
We're
it
on
is
Twitch
still
watching it.
recognized as a country in its standard borders and its functioning structure. The sanctions will still be in
Let me know
place
if there's any sound issues.
because the government, the existence of the country is not predicated on the existence of the USSR as a union of Soviet socialist republics. So that happens. The sanctions could stop a lot of the carpetbaggers and the raiders from coming in there because they can't automatically, until those sanctions are rescinded, do business inside the country as flagrantly as they would.
Out.
Yes, they can't do it. So hopefully that will slow the roll on it to some degree. And also the releasing of those sanctions being predicated on an actual election, releasing Navalny, whoever the hell else wants, any opposition leader that's been jailed has to be able, released if they're only in there for, for political activity or, leaving the country to get medical care like Navalny did. They have to be released, and there has to be a full referendum election overseen by the UN. Then we'll talk about easing the sanctions on what they're allowed to have and their relation. That could stop. That could help, I think, mitigate the damage done, versus 91. Yeah. Fingers crossed, but that's what I think. If I was sitting in the room...
Well, the chaos in the 90s was horrible. I have friends... I have Russian friends who are still deeply traumatized by it. Because you go from being, you kind of know where you are. You're the ground beneath you is stable. Right. Those of us who lived through 9/11, those of us who are alive and adults, didn't you have that moment on 9/11 of like, this is not really happening. This is surreal. This is, there's you. In crisis moments like that and major shifts and upheaval, did you have a moment in time when you were kind of like, this is an out of body kind of experience? Or you know what I'm getting at?
Well, yes, I do. I was in Canada when it happened. I was filming Queer as Folk, and my buddy Chris Bono, who opened for me on the road, called me and said, turn on the news. And I was literally, there was a van waiting downstairs for me to take me to set because it was early in the morning, when I was going, I was not the first scene up. Yeah. But I was the second scene up. So I got to sleep in an extra, 45 minutes or whatever before. And so I'm getting ready and, rushing out the door to go film, and holy shit. And then I got to report to work. So I run downstairs and I get in the van and we're listening to it on the radio as we go over. But I saw both of them, them replaying it, obviously, a couple minutes afterwards of them falling. And my honest reaction was, and this is years of KPFK and being a Democrat and being anti-war in my own way and all that stuff, having a moment of going, well, it was kind of inevitable. I felt my response to 9/11 oddly was, it wasn't a matter of if, but when, and I'm seeing it. Wow, I didn't know this is what form it would take.
Right, but that sense of like, I am witness something from I woke up this morning. I woke up this morning and their world was one way, and I'm going to go to bed tonight, and the world is going to be a different way.
That I felt.
Now imagine that for
with
years.
The war on terror. I felt that.
Sure.
I felt that. Wasn't even our reaction, I felt about 9/11 like I feel about a hurricane to some degree, like it was terrible and a physical event, and I was more concerned about the people physically involved in it than the after effects of whether they build a breakwater to respond to the hurricane in the future, or whether they go, you know what, we should just bulldoze the whole city and push everybody into the ocean, which is seemingly what we did with the war on terror. So when Bush's response came and there was this immediate like, wait a minute, Iraq, that's when I had that, like, where you're almost like, it's like you got your hands on the reins on a wagon and suddenly the reins come out of your hands and the horses are just running. That kind of, the world is on its own and it doesn't match
now. And
I had that feeling about where that was going, as politically and emotionally about my country.
To go from, for these people in the USSR to have gone for, I kind of know how my life is going to play out, to
College Board needs to
years
be on
and
the front
years
foot to
of
prove that they're
like,
worth something,
we're going to try
because
this,
they've
and we're
not
going
been
to try
worth
that. And
anything
when this
as
catastrophe
the
is happening, and
leader
that
of a high
catastrophe is
school.
happening, and
Totally.
I don't know what
College Board has
happens
been
tomorrow,
useless
much
to
less
me.
what a week from now, much less a month or a
In
year
this
or a
moment,
decade.
they could do
That
something worthwhile and
drove
stand up
that was
nationally and
so
say, we will make sure that there are
impactful for a
African
lot
American
of
studies in
Russians
every school,
that
that is a
that I
requirement.
think that when Putin
School
came
is
along, they were like,
now.
I don't care what you do, just
Right.
stop it. Just stop the chaos.
Yeah.
And so
That's how
I know where
Trumpies
that
feel.
comes from.
That's how a lot of Trumpies
Yeah.
felt.
I wish I had my
I
shit
mean,
together where I could
obviously
really
that it was
change
chaos
the
of their own
education
making
system.
because it was a mixture of like
I wish I had my
confusion
brain,
and
and
inability to
I had like
adapt
a
and
super
the
sterling,
recognition that
I
you've
don't
been living
smoke
in a lie
weed
for a long time
reputation.
but refusal to get out of that lie.
I don't think
So
you
it
can
creates
smoke as much
this
weed
like
as I do and be
you
taken
see that in the
seriously in
QAnons where
education.
you see these people clamoring to hang on to it, but a bunch of them maybe a year and a half after
But I wish I
it
could.
all kind of faded going, nothing makes sense. Nothing
Not
makes,
just
you
me.
see that phrase over and over again. I see it all the time in the Q threads.
So egotistical. I don't mean
Nothing
that.
makes
I feel
sense.
like there are so many
No, it
good things
does.
there.
You just refuse to allow
There are
round
ways to
pegs to
make
go
it
in
work.
round holes and square pegs to go in square holes. That's just, you've been fighting that for so long. The world is topsy-turvy. You've been seeing the old woman in the image for so long. You
Right, now
cannot
you see it's a rabbit.
defocus. Yeah, right. You cannot defocus and see that it's
You
actually
can't
drawing
see the rabbit.
Yes. And
Yeah, I am cautiously optimistic given the difference in the circumstances from 91 to today.
Or whatever menopause.
Because I am an optimist.
Menopause.
Maybe I'd be foolish about it. But regardless, I am going to hold out hope that when this war is over and when Russia loses this war, that we can't do it for them, but we can help them as
Hello
best
Kitty.
we can without
Inappropriate talk for a
interfering,
59-year-old.
because that will be counter productive.
Right, that's the hard part.
But we have to find a way
That's the fit today.
to help Russia usher into a very new period in its history where it is a functioning member of the international community. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be a member of NATO. It doesn't have to be, betrayal to itself. Keep your cultural identity, keep your history.
Yeah.
There's tons of ways to manage all of this. But what you can't be is a belligerent and a spoiler on the world stage. And you can't always be thinking that I must strike first. Otherwise, somebody is going to come and get me, and therefore, I am allowed to
this Norfolk Southern thing.
take land to protect myself. It doesn't work that way anymore.
Well, especially if it's just almost like a knee-jerk reaction based on historical reference that
shells
no
and tomato
longer
basil.
applies.
Did you put anything in
That
the
we
shells,
do not
Tom, or are
live
they just
in
like
the
shells
fucking
and sauce?
1800s anymore. And even if
sounds really good.
This like the clamor about EMPs and that the Chinese are going to drop EMPs from balloons is all over right-wing media right now because they try to clamor the shit up because they can't believe that the balloon story came and went, and they're like, but I need a talking point to cling to, right? That
Let me know if the sound is bad.
there you go, all right?
But anyway, I wanted to say, it says CNN is reporting
I know it well. It's okay. You'll get through. I believe in you.
Yeah.
You've got plenty of
Southern is paying $6.5 million to help residents.
Giving you pickle soup or something.
Meanwhile, the rail company is paying $7.5 billion to its shareholders.
Pickle soup sounds
I
pretty
love
good.
playing.
Actually,
That's
it's a
good.
weird thing. It's like one of those. It sounds like something you'd hate, but then you find out you love. What?
Well, I don't like bourbon, so I'm not going to be doing picklebacks, but that is a thing. Is a pickleback. If you've never heard of it,
Hold that company
it's just a shot of pickle juice after a shot of bourbon.
Deregulated in 2018 by the Trump administration.
I mean, I don't drink either.
Deregulated.
You don't drink full stop, but yeah.
Emergency.
I am not exactly a teetotaler, but even I am like, no, thank you, pass. Although pickle juice is also widely held as a hangover cure because of the salt.
Oh yeah, sure,
So
absolutely. And you know what? You know what is also a great
hydrate. Get your salt.
Yeah. And you know what's also a great
Sometimes you
hangover
need a
cure?
little bit of
Not getting
governance
drunk in the first
just to
place.
help
It's been
keep the guardrails on.
All right.
I'm batting
All right,
1,000. All
Mr.
right.
Straight Edge.
So, hey, non-judgmental straight edge, though. I would
No,
like
it's
to say,
all good.
I
It's
will,
all
I will
good.
proselytize my own way.
I'm Gen X. I grew up in
And they act
Berkeley.
like this is the Biden.
Yeah, you know
I
this,
knew
folks.
plenty. I knew plenty of straight
Who
edge guys.
X'd up
Give me
at
a
shows.
fucking
Yeah.
break. And FEMA was on the ground or in contact,
We're
I
hearing in the show
understand,
and
as
remind
of
everybody
the day after
follow
the day
at
it
Philip
happened.
Bittner on his
What is
Twitter
this
handle, and
bullshit
also
line
check
that
out his vlogs from
they had
there.
to ask
No
for
doubt
help
more to
or
come. I would love to see Philip. I don't
and
know
they didn't get help right
if you get a
away?
chance to just fire up your phone and do little shorts or
Why are we
something when you
falling
do
for
run
that?
into some of those other reporters when you're out and about and go, hey, can I ask you about the local something? You know what I mean? Like, because I have a tent. You know what I mean? Like, have you tried
Well, I
the
know
pickle
most.
soup?
I know a whole chunk of them, so they'll
Residents have
they'll
been
see
warned
right through me.
not to sign off
They'll
their
see
rights
right through
to the
me.
measles. Yeah,
Shut up, Phil.
exactly.
You know, okay,
But do it
yes,
anyways.
Phil. We haven't lived here for a decade.
We get it, right, you bastard. But
We
I
get
do.
it.
I think it's important. I do. I think and again, it's a great way you could do some short content that you don't require.
Yeah.
It doesn't require editing.
Well, I've got a quick video that I'm going to shoot tomorrow, or my intention is to shoot tomorrow. That I'll hopefully also
find my,
publish tomorrow in the run up to the 1 year anniversary, because I suspect.
Yep.
As I keep saying, that on Friday, midnight, 12:01 on Friday until 11:59 on Saturday, probably we're in a good chunk of
like I said,
activity.
we will be
So
Someone else is doing this weird thing again where it goes to my fucking
I will do my
iPad.
very best
Count
to
on
keep
it.
my status updated, but
Don't.
do not be surprised. We are going to get hit.
Do this.
Pardon me.
But
it's been a good week overall. At the end of the day, I can't see it.
That's okay. I'm bringing the chat up just so they can see themselves. You're okay. You can't possibly read that. Don't worry about it.
No, there's way too small.
It's
been it's been a good week. The Western Alliance.
Oh my God! Stop it!
Darn it! Biden's visit here was, and to see them scrambling, to see the guys who are just determined to attack. I mean, here's one thing I can definitely say. Well, we're not limited, but I know we're basically over.
Yep.
I want to touch on one quick thing that folks may have heard. This whole the air raid siren was a fake. It was theatrics.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if it was theatrics. But what I can tell you is we get air raid sirens very regularly. Very regularly.
Yes.
It happens sometimes, 4 or 5 times a day. Sometimes we'll get a day like today where we don't have any. But it is a regular event. It is like, it's like
how do I? Okay,
a little spring shower or something. That's a bad analogy.
It's like Seattle.
I can't believe
that
this.
it happens. It happens. It happens. It's part of living in Kiev now.
Oh my God!
Right.
I'm so mad.
Part of the reason why we don't really react to it that much, and neither you look at those shots. Not a lot of people were panicking. Not a lot of running for the shelters because it just happens so regularly. I do not know if it was put on by the Ukrainian government to drive home some sort of point. I don't know that. I doubt it because I don't think they're like that. They take it pretty seriously, but I don't know for sure. What I do know is that those who want it to be theatrics are revealing more about what is important to them than what is important about what is happening on the ground here in Ukraine. They want it to be theatrics.
I can't get my
because then
mouse
they can be
from
dismissive
my
of Biden.
fucking
They don't really care
iPad
about
back
Ukraine.
onto my
and
computer.
dismissive of the entire Ukraine
I don't even know how it does it.
response to the Russian invasion
This is so hilarious.
writ large.
We get lots of air raid sirens. It could have been a MiG that launched from Belarus, and the Russians might have launched a MiG in Belarus just for that reason, to send them. We don't know. But this kind of like instantly dismissive of, and they just happen to be an air raid saying, yeah, motherfucker, we get air raid sirens.
Right. All the time.
It happens all the freaking time.
The
so this kind of like, look how it was theatric. Come here, you motherfucker. Come here for a week.
Yeah, exactly.
You will hear plenty of air raid sirens I
Yeah.
guarantee.
If it was fake, if there was no reason for it, then you're perfectly safe. Just go. Just go. Knock yourself out. Have fun.
You guys, I don't
Anyways,
know how
thank
to
you
get.
so much for joining
And
me
even
today,
if
Philip. I'm glad
one
you're
last
well.
thing, even if it was fake,
Need to go read
it is
that.
still indicative of how we live. If it wasn't real that time, it's real the other 75% of the time.
Right, exactly.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
It pisses me off. Anyhow, sorry. Yes, we
Did
are
you
over.
really fall
Lovely
down the
chatting with
stairs?
you. We went a little bit philosophical
okay.
and deep there for a while, but that's
Do
always
you
fun.
know how to get your
I will talk to you again on Saturday.
mouse
I will
I
keep
off
insist.
of
folks
another
posted on
device?
Friday. Hopefully Saturday will be,
What do I do to get it off
safe
of
and
my
sound, but
my
we shall
iPad?
see.
That will be the big
But I
check-in. So
will talk
everybody
to you
will
on
be
Saturday.
waiting with bated breath.
Yeah.
Yes.
Indeed.
Do not disturb.
And during that time, by the way,
And go check out my
everybody,
vlog.
yes, please
The
check out his
one on
vlog.
Hostamel with Starsky was really good, I thought. So
Great. Yeah. There's a couple other people. I think one of the other things we ought to do is try to hook you up with some of the other mill bloggers that do their kind of regular as well.
Absolutely.
I've got a couple of those guys
Absolutely.
that
have you squared down Malcolm?
Well, fuck it. I guess I
not yet.
can't do
No,
anything
I
here.
left him a
okay.
DM, but he hasn't. I don't think he
Yeah.
saw it. So I'm trying to get people to poke him about it.
Dear
So,
God.
anyways, either way, much love. I will see you on Saturday. Be safe. And,
You will.
You know what? I
and
can't
none of
even
the
speak
air
checking
raids
out my
and
channel.
sirens are fake.
I can't
Yes,
do this.
absolutely. Okay.
Yeah. This is real,
okay.
folks. This
That's
is
right.
real.
It's real
Okay.
stuff. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna
Bye.
turn my fucking iPad off.
Ladies and gentlemen, Philip
Because
Bittner
really,
joining
that
us. Thank you
was
guys
just
for
like,
joining for the morning show.
I want to be a
If
Luddite.
I am able going forward with your help and your support for this channel and for me
I want to
doing
be a
this as a
Luddite.
gig on the ongoing, I would like to start adding,
Save me.
irregular, since we have him as a
No, it's
regular
fine.
guest,
I just turned it
irregular
off.
guests on Monday and Friday. That takes some work and
When
some
in
doing.
doubt,
And
don't
so,
turn it off. That's what
give
you
a thumbs
do.
up, support the show, subscribe, all those kind of
Okay,
things that you know will help the show if you want to
he's
make
kind of
that
ending. All right. So hold on.
possible.
Let
Because
me-
quite frankly, that's the difference between me going, hey,
Oh,
come on
actually,
over
you
to
know
my
what I'm
teeny
gonna
little
do?
show.
Okay, I'm gonna
to
stop
me,
this. I
like,
love you, Hal, so
being
much. Thank you, Hal, for letting us watch. You're amazing. Okay, first we're gonna go here, and I don't have any sound on this, but what I did was I put Jenny's tweet with a little fun little sign on my TikTok with the link for the thing and all that. Dismantle. I know I spelled it wrong. Anyway, but whoops. Here. This is the thread. I like Jenny. Jenny's good. It's good people. Okay, let's go over this thread. Let me get my fucking thing. Deanna Smith Mitra. There she is. Look at her. Look at the blue and on. I got a picture of Biden on there, so I must be good people. Nope. You're not. You're not a good person. You're a bad person. And I don't say that very lightly. I really don't. I'm very sad because I used to be friends with her. I used to be friends with this woman. I tried to get her to stop being so fucking like over the top paranoid about stuff, but she can't. All right, Dana is how she says it, but it's Dana, has gleefully harassed Gal Suburban and her family and started sniffing my LinkedIn 2 days ago. She is tight with the Eric Garland, Zeb Shalev, Chuck Johnson, also known as CJ, Carrie Kukral crowd. CJ loves Matt Gaetz, and Gal has posted a lot of OSINT regarding Gaetz. Ooh, you know what? She's a hairdresser, which is great. I think she's probably a great hairdresser. She should probably stick to that because she's a shitty researcher. My discussion with Carrie Kukral, another Chuck Johnson associate, also was 2 days ago. I guess Chuck Johnson's gang of Democrats didn't like it. Here's Jenny. Such a shame. I was just about to ask her about Tucker, who, like Clinton, traveled on Epstein's plane to Africa for an AIDS mission. So I guess Jenny had goods on Carrie Kukral, who's like the lapdog of Chuck Johnson and has become his mouthpiece, which is so funny since Carrie claims to be such a fucking Democrat. when in fact she's just a lying bitch. There's that. Anyway, so then Jenny goes on to show the views on her LinkedIn and all the people who have been looking at her LinkedIn. Isn't that curious? Being unwound in real time. Let's please pay attention to this. If not to me, to Jenny. This is Chuck Johnson. He's tight with Richard Spencer too. Also Matt Gaetz. There he is, little fuck. There he is, little ginger, redheaded, lover, simp, anti-Semite. Don't take it from me. Listen to his spaces every night. He'll prove it. And then Richard Spencer, who's also a friend of Chuck Johnson's. We remember Richard, the most punchable. Well, I guess there's probably, I think there's probably contests for the most punchable Nazi, don't you? There's probably like a ton. Oh, Dana got mind fucked. I agree with that. This really is. And the only reason I'm doing this is because it's out there and Gal is okay with it. So I did check with her before. But yeah. And we won't linger on her, but it's out there. And what I think is most important about this is that we have to stand up to these things. We have to stand up and say, no, you can't malign good people and get away with it with impunity. It just won't happen. It will not happen. And I'll just make the little noise from my little tiny corner, but I like that Jenny's making a bigger noise. Yes, it included doxing her and her husband and her father and harassing about her deceased daughter. These people are vile. And here's Dana loving on some Chuck Johnson. Oh, and this was him begging because Chuck really to hear the sound of his own voice. So that's why he tries to get people to listen to him and talk to him on the phone all the time. He's really quite a thirsty little incel, frankly. And quite a gagger, he'll gag for anything. Anyway, so he's like, I'll do a space if I get 15 new paid or unpaid subscribers because I'm that fucking thirsty. And Dan is like, you got this. She's literally encouraging a Nazi lover. In due time. You guys are all idiots. And if you're listening to Chuck and not Gal, then you're doing it wrong. It's so true. And Dana believes that Chuck Johnson is secretly part of the deep state and helping the deep state actually take down bad people, which I can tell you who I think he thinks the bad people are, but I would rather not mention anti-Semitic tropes. Judge me by my enemies. And so this is Dana also saying something about PPE. I think she meant PPP. She was talking and she's claiming that Gal somehow got money to do things around COVID. She did do something about COVID in her area. She lives in Northern Florida, and she did a program where she would get gift cards and things for kids in school to encourage them to wear masks. Because in North Florida, mask wearing was highly discouraged. That's what Gal did. And she did her work in the name of her daughter, who was stillborn. I'll pass by these. You can find them if you want to. Grant program that the commissioner says Gal helped inspire. She doesn't have anything. She doesn't have any data. Dana has claimed this year when she first exited from our group by talking about people in an extraordinarily mean way and trying to pit people against each other. So she was told that that wasn't going to fly with us as friends. And so she chose to go out and try and cause harm because she was injured. Her ego was injured. That's literally what this comes down to. Which just really fucking cracks me up. PPE. Again, it's not PPE, it's PPP. But, that's what she says. Dana says PPE. Idiot. I claimed I reported her to the FBI. There are no cases. There's no cases. So she screams about something until she wants it to become true. Yeah. Yeah. Also, so Gal was inspired by the death of a local woman from COVID who worked in a store and was beloved by everyone in the community. And because she worked as an essential worker on the front lines and Gal got to know her. I fucking hate these people. I'm so sorry. It makes me mad. Anyway, you can read that too. Read that story. Here we go. Another example of Anna Smith Dutra's inhumanity. Can you imagine mocking someone about using their deceased daughter's name to honor their memory? This makes me so mad. They use their dead child's names too. That's what she said. Okay, I'm going to stop this. I just don't understand why this isn't so fucking terribly obvious to people. I just don't understand that. I don't get it. Dana didn't get mindfucked. She mindfucked herself. She looked for ways to hurt people. And frankly, I always was suspect about her obsession with child sex trafficking. I was always suspect about that. So you know what? I can be suspect too. But no, I'm going on offense. We are on offense. Gal's doing what she needs to do to preserve the work. She's far more adult than I am about this. But, yeah. Anyway. I know, right? No, this really is. You're absolutely right. It does give me pause to have the information out there. At the same time, I also know, Gal, that there's nothing to be afraid of, so it's like, oh, okay, go ahead. I wish she did get a PPP loan. I would have rather have someone like Gal get a PPP loan and do incentivizing mask wearing in public schools in Florida. That to me sounds like one of the most perfect ways to spend PPP money I've ever seen. So frankly, okay, I'd rather she have it than Mnuchin. But she didn't. She didn't. Anyway. Blurk. Blurk. I like my friends. I'm a very loyal friend. And I'm not stupid about who people are either. I don't make friendships lightly. I really don't. I don't stand up for people lightly. So, unless I feel comfortable standing. I agree. She really is just doing the work. She's just actually trying to tell a story that isn't being told. That's all. And frankly, I feel like we've been frustrated that her work hasn't resulted in more like Matt Gaetz trouble, right? Like I feel like he's getting away with a lot, frankly. So, there's only so much that anyone can do to tell the story, and then justice has to take it from there. So, there's that too. Anyway, let's check the headlines while we're waiting. Hey, these guys are late. What the hell? Oh.
This morning started out with
she's back.
The defense
Anyway,
talking
thanks guys
about
for
whether or
listening.
not Alec Murdaugh is going to
I'm gonna eat a
testify
little more food.
tomorrow. That is a very interesting development. I don't know if he will or won't. I'm going to put a chat up in the poll to see what you think. And then we started to see the footprint tire tread expert. The state, you think they would have learned yesterday to be careful on what they qualify an expert in, but they qualified this expert in multiple spots, including crime scenes. But the state only asked about tire tread, and it's just wild that they're kind of ignoring what's going on with the defense experts. The defense has been very good about qualifying experts in multiple categories. So we're going to do that. I'm going to put a poll up in the chat. We're going to put a chat up in the poll. Look, I really was mentally prepared for a 3-week trial. I was emotionally prepared for a 3-week trial. I feel so badly for this jury. The attorneys don't seem to care at all. They're doing their case. They're in their thing. Creighton is just living.
I'm
living
it's important
his best cross-examination moment, and is so happy to be doing these cross-examinations. He's not thinking,
from the
I don't think, about how fatigued this jury is, and the jury will start to hold it against him. But we live here now. We absolutely do. So don't worry, I won't leave you without a feed. I've got to pop over to teach a CLE this afternoon. That's a chat with myself and Lamore at Lawyer Lamore over mostly on TikTok, but here on YouTube as well. And then Christopher Melcher. That again, I signed up. I signed up for just ages and ages ago. So that's what I'm doing, but I'll only be gone for about an hour. Let me make sure that we are shared screen. So when the judge says bring the jury, we could just hear it.
I'm trying to stop Chuck Johnson and
there
show
we
him that
go.
no one is buying his bullshit.
And then,
that's what I want.
And then I will share that as well, so you can see where I am this afternoon, if you want to. But I think you probably want to watch trial, and then you can watch that on the replay. It's fair. Can Dr. B hang with you? No, he's teaching a class. He teaches at a local dental school, so he's teaching. But no, I can't. I told the bar that I would not kind of compete with the bar stream. So I cannot. I will only be gone for about an hour, but I also want to let the stream stay up. But I told them I would not compete with the bar stream, and that's fair. So I'm just going to leave the feed up. I'll be gone for about an hour from 2:30 to 3:30 Central, and then I'll be back for the last hour of the day. They're bringing the jury, so let's bring it. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not. Let's get into it. So I am teaching a CLE for the Beverly Hills Bar Association with 2 other attorneys. The Beverly Hills Bar Association is one of many voluntary bar associations. It's not like the California State Bar. It doesn't regulate attorneys. It gives the continuing legal education and things like that, please. So.
Please, Court, Your Honor. So, Mr. Zerchi, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about how one would process. I was show a floor that you sprayed some chemical, I can't remember what the name of it is, yes, which would bring out previously invisible imprints of feet. You could do the same thing for fingerprints?
Yes, sir. Or it would enhance what you can see already.
I'm sorry?
It would enhance what you could see already.
I read a tweet.
But it would also bring out things that you can't see.
And we talked about a car.
Okay, let's talk a little
about.
And
we went to these
crime
springs in Colorado,
processing.
And I showed everybody my fake vacation.
Bring the video up, please, and y'all need to cover your.
In the hot springs in Colorado that we all want to go to now.
And that TV's off.
It's not that one. All I want to do is have some fun. Do 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 only one. All I wanna do.
Everything done.
Have some fun. Do 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 do.
I think we want to do states number 1. Okay, we'll start that, please. Can you play that for us, please?
More importantly, what'd you
I don't know
get?
what they're playing.
Babe,
I'm
what'd you
assuming it's
get?
crime scene
That's
footage
what
unredacted.
That's what I want to know.
That's what it
That's what
sounds
Mama
like.
wants to know. What'd you get?
It sounds like unredacted crime scene footage.
I wanna do.
Well, the dad's over
Have
here.
fun.
Actually, hold on. The people just won't do it. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
I'm not the only one.
Okay, so you recognize that as Palmer body covered by a sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We just saw some officers apparently taking that sheet off. This officer in particular stepped inside the feed room. Has that officer stepped inside the feed room?
You got to wait till the
I'll
court
spend my summer on the
Extreme
black
right of the
sea.
image, yes.
Poot at the extreme right of the image.
Ooh,
Did you
I
notice any
like
protective
it.
covering on
I
their
like it.
feet?
It just sounds all very
No, sir.
exotic and very
I call them
hardcore.
booties.
I
What do
love
you
it.
call them?
I love it all at
Shoe
once.
cots or booties.
What?
Shoe cots or booties.
So booties, okay. And is that, what if anything is,
All I wanna do.
is the purpose of those?
It's to keep your shoes from contaminating the scene with any residue that may be on them. And secondly, also not to allow the imprint pattern from your footwear to contaminate the scene.
Okay. Is that procedure that you teach? Is that procedure that's accepted? Is that, what is that?
It's standard operating procedure.
Standard operating procedure around the world?
It should be, yes.
What? It should be.
Now, go forward with it, please.
There is his logo.
What? Got me. You got some sassy sativa. You got some. That's what I
You
call
can
it.
see that officer is 2 feet inside the feed room?
Yes, sir.
No booties?
Correct.
Okay, keep going.
No more questions. Mic drop.
Unless it's the shortest room that blacked out.
I want to be a sommelier.
So they are picking through
Maybe
what
that's
the
what I should
officers
do.
did
Maybe
in
I
the
should
crime
work in a
scene.
weed shop.
The
I
jurors
haven't
can
asked the dad
see
about the
this.
phone,
If
but
you
your
can't smoke
dad
while
did say
you're-
he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he may have done.
No, I'm on with customer service on bandwidth issues on the website because the law nerds are incredible, and my website service provider has not
He
been
did
able
have
to
a
keep
shotgun
up
with him, and I have
with our
secured that in my
traffic.
vehicle.
So that was what that pop was.
What is? Is it? Oh, yeah, I know, right? No, you're smart. You have skills. You don't have to be a weed sommelier.
Let's go to McDowell Body Cam, stage 6.
Why don't we open our own weed
And that
farm?
was, for the record, Green's Body Cam,
We
stage
could have a
1.
weed shop. Then we could be sommeliers, but we could still smoke flowers.
There is parts next to him there.
We could hire sober people to run the business part of it. Because non-weed smoking. But we'd have to trust them. Maybe we should just do it. I think we can figure it out. Want to do that?
There is his law partner is back there.
Smoke easy. I would do that. That would be fun.
Stop it and
It'd
ask
be a
him.
lot of fun.
Should
I
you
used
have
to
kicked him
do
out?
that.
Same
We'd love
shot
to run a
from
pub in,
shot
like,
from
the south
inside
of
the feed room?
Why aren't we
appears
kicking
to
out
be
the law
yes.
partner?
Dad when he lived in Fuengirola. And I thought, oh my God, I would love to
So
live
let me
in
ask you a couple questions.
Spain
while
and
we're
just run a
seeing.
little
You
bar
indicated
in an
a moment
alleyway.
ago that they should have had booties
That
on.
would be so much
Can you
fun.
explain why?
As a basic precaution so that they don't contaminate the scene, and
I'd
also
do
the scene
that. I
doesn't
would run a
contaminate
smoke
them.
easy. That
Let's
would
talk
be
about
so
that
fun.
sheet that was on Paul's body.
Yes, sir.
Tell us,
We could open the
first,
real
would you
lounge,
use a
and-
sheet to cover a body?
Depends on the circumstance.
Under
If-
these circumstances?
Under these, and that the victim is not in a public access area,
I don't care how old I am. I'm gonna do it.
possibly.
I'm gonna open
If there
a-
were other signs of contamination.
Someone asked me, I was
In the
wearing this
last
shirt
video,
the
you
other
can
day,
see raindrops
and
coming
this girl
down.
asked me, is that a real
But
place?
instead of a porous sheet, they'd
And I
probably
went,
use
in
a
my
tarp of
head.
some sort.
Something that's not absorbent?
Correct. And as a last resort.
And why would you not
I
want to use
know.
something
I
that
think,
was
wait,
absorbent?
aren't we? Why aren't
Well,
we
one,
doing
because
that
it
right now?
absorbs, but it absorbs both ways. The water hitting on the sheet would go into the matrix of the material. and anything that's under it,
Oh,
or in this case on Paul's body, could also be absorbed up into the sheet, whether it's blood or the biological fluids that may be present.
So
And if you had
Paul
used
was
the
covered
sheet
at some
or any other
point.
material, would you?
The
once
reason
you've
Maggie's
done
hair
using
wasn't
it, would you
pool
discard it?
wasn't wet is
or
because
save
they
it,
put an
Penalize
easy up
have it
over
on,
Maggie.
and
Nobody
why?
gets like.
It
But
should
they were
be
fighting
preserved and
against
it should
the
go
rain.
with the remains, right? Presumably to the medical examiner's
misters,
office,
you know how when you sit
and
in
then
the
be turned
desert
over to
sometimes
whoever the
and you put misters
investigating
on,
agencies are,
and it just
right,
like
for further analysis.
And what would you be looking for?
Because there's physical contact between the sheet and the victim's body, any trace evidence such as hairs, fibers, or other materials that may be loose could be picked up, especially when it becomes moist. Right? It now becomes like a sponge and actually picks things up and takes it away. You don't know what's not there.
So, let me understand this. If somebody had walked by, let's say the assailant, had walked by that body, and we're all losing hair all the time, some of us more than others.
Me.
If you run your hand through your hair,
There's
you
an
lose
old
hair,
sales.
right?
Yes, sir.
Oh
And if
yeah.
the assailant walked by there,
Hells,
like
yeah.
he was, the assailant, I think everyone agrees, was relatively
And like
close
a
on that
piano
second shot
lounge. I want a piano bar because I've always dreamed of singing at a piano bar.
In a
Although I don't know how to play
In a
piano.
hypothetical,
So we need a
if the
piano
assailant
player.
was close to somebody and walked by them, is there a possibility, probability,
And then
that
people
hair
can like.
or
There's this great
other,
bar in New York City
trace evidence from the assailant would
called
end up
Marie's Crisis.
under that sheet in between
Has anyone ever
the
been
sheet
there?
and
Anyway,
Paul's
Marie's
body?
Crisis is in the village.
What if someone checked
Now, with the
their
possibility,
body for
It's a lot of
is
people's
that the
favorites.
reason you
though?
say save the sheet
Anyway.
and process?
Yes, sir.
As far as like in a
Let's
little
also talk
basement
about
in the West Village.
well,
Yeah.
first of all,
And
you've read all the records.
it's
in this
where
case, you
all the
looked at all
kids
the
from
evidence
Broadway
Let me
shows
ask you.
from the scene.
go to
Let
hang
me-
out
let
and
me
on
go-
the coast.
That sheet was
And
saved.
so, and there's a
I saw
piano
no
there,
indication
and
of
literally
this.
the whole bar is
Okay, or
very, very
process.
small room.
Correct.
And they only
Paul's
serve like
closed.
one drink, like a
He's
sea
closed.
breeze or something. I don't know, or a,
Should
maybe a beer,
what
I
should
don't
be
know.
done with those?
They're all in plastic cups,
Again,
and you're
once they're
always
removed
standing
from
like
the
this
victim, whether it's done at
around
the
this
medical
little
examiner's
piano.
office or at another
And
location.
literally, all the
Again,
kids
they
from
should
the
be
Broadway
submitted to the
shows
laboratory for
and this
analysis.
piano player
And again, it would be trace
sing
transfer
all
evidence,
Broadway
hairs,
hits.
fibers, or other materials.
And
as
you
well
know,
as
they
any
didn't
other
say
basically
that.
standing there with your
that would appear
little
on the outer
plastic cup
garments
of a
themselves.
drink,
Looking for things like gunshot residue,
and you're
pattern
listening
analysis.
to these incredible
It would
pros
be very helpful.
belt out
Michelle,
every
any
experts are
Broadway
allowed
hit
to
for
any
hours.
experts are allowed to rely
those
on
clothes
hearsay
being
and forming
You
their
have to
expert
go there, you
opinions.
guys. If you
So
have
they're
not
allowed
been
to
Marie's
evaluate
Crisis
it.
With the
in New
documents
York,
I've been provided, I have not seen any.
just walk
Oh,
in.
boot
Don't
noise.
Now,
act weird. Don't
you
act
just
like you don't
recommended
belong there.
doing some
Just
things
walk
in
in,
your
stand there, go get a
30
drink, or
years of
the
doing
guy will come
crime scene.
around, make sure you got cash.
I think this is a
tip
very good
well.
witness for the defense.
Don't be a
20 years of doing
fucker.
crime scene work, going to crime scenes and
And you
preserving
sing
evidence.
and you tip the
Are
piano
these
player,
the
and
kinds
it's
of things,
just.
or these things
I've
you've
never
done on
heard
your
such great
crime scenes
musicians in
past?
my entire fucking.
Depends on what stage the crime scene is being
That's what you do in New
examined.
York City.
If
So,
it's at the very end,
highly recommend. Marie's
you
Crisis.
finished all your documentation, you finished your evidence identification,
Bucket list
you
that
finished
thing.
all your photography,
Bucket
your
list
sketch
that
maps. As long as there's not an exigency,
Love that.
an emergency that's
Love it.
present, and i.e. that would be life safety. If it's been
That's what we'll
determined,
do.
or the presumption of death,
For tipping,
in this case from both victims,
Oh,
you can
man, I
slow
don't
the
know.
investigation down. Right? There's no longer an emergency to rush
It's
through
at least
everything.
$5,
And you take
right?
everything
I
through a
mean,
very
depending on
systematic approach.
the level of.
Have you
Try
done
to be
that?
as detailed as possible.
Have you done that in the past?
Yes, sir.
And if this had been your
This
crime
guy's probably
scene,
made
would you
pretty good bank. I don't know. There was a
say
lot of
that,
people in that bar all the
sheet
time.
and saved his
All the
clothes?
time.
Definitely.
And it was pretty popular
Definitely.
tourist spot, kind of, although
Now, let's talk about Maggie.
Kinda
and I'm
get
just gonna
pushed
cut
out
to
if you're a
chase on this.
tourist.
Maggie had the same kind of sheet over. Would you have done the same thing?
Yes, sir.
You would have saved the sheet,
You can do it.
sent
You
it for
can- you
analysis,
can pass,
saved her
you
clothes,
guys.
sent it
Come
for
on.
analysis.
Bagging and tagging each thing separately,
They
so
didn't.
there's no
Wait,
cross-contamination.
wait,
between
whoa!
items.
They didn't
Each
tag
item
Maggie's clothes.
bagged
I thought they did.
individually,
Oh,
so
here.
there's no cross-contamination.
Correct.
Was that done in her case?
Not to the best of my knowledge. Judge.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little about,
On Christopher Street, I think.
If I'm the state, I might lean into, you're right, SLED didn't do everything they can in argument and argue. They were afraid of Alec Murdaugh.
You are
and
so
they didn't do the best they could. I might
Okay,
just
let's
lean
go
in. I don't know
to-
why
let's
the
go to
AG's
the
office
Alamo,
feels the
please.
need to protect SLED and say, look, there are things that could have been done better. But it didn't contaminate the things that were done. And the things that were done properly. There were other things that should have been done. But it doesn't contaminate the things that were done.
You're silly.
And lean in that way. I don't know what they're going to do. If they get defensive, the jury's going to be like, oh, fuck off. They're not going to hear any of it.
Now,
Across the street from the
you
duplex.
understand, what do you understand this to be?
Oh, I agree. That's
It's
a
a
SLED problem.
photograph,
The duplex
and
is
it's
But right now, it's the
from-
AG's
from
problem.
Agent Worley from
I've never been
SLED.
there though.
This is of the feed room floor.
And the AG, if the AG
Yes,
gets
it is.
defensive about it, the jury's going to be like,
Earlier
why
we
are you
saw
protecting
you,
them?
In New York.
They didn't do what they should have.
Stupid.
Spray
It's
some
sad.
things on a murder scene in New
Yeah,
York.
money.
I'm going to get to that in just a second. Have you, I think Agent Worley
If you spray some
identified
things on a murder scene in New
testified
York,
that,
does it
in her opinion,
prove a financial case in South Carolina? What food are you doing?
Paul's shoes were in here somewhere. Is that correct?
A pattern similar to the shoes that Paul was wearing is present,
He
yes.
used to car all the time.
Now,
Mhm.
did she also indicate
So I've heard.
Some
that she
self-awareness
also
would help.
found patterns consistent with one of the law enforcement officer's shoes?
I'm trying to think of a tipping joke,
Maybe
and now I
and the guy we saw step into the feed room, right?
Possible.
Yes, tipping.
Now, if you had come on this crime scene and saw this, would you
It's a-
felt
it's a
compelled
crime
to do
wave.
more that we've heard? from
Walking
Agent
around
Worley?
a piano lounge.
For several reasons, yes.
Standing up the pianist
First of all,
and
what
pushing
would
him
you have
over.
done and why would you have done it?
It's a big
I
crime
wouldn't have
when
walked into the room.
everywhere.
Right.
Okay.
You
How
stand
would you have
back,
cleared
make
the
your
scene, though?
observations, and you determine a course
Wait.
of action.
How would you
No,
have
you
cleared
made
the
me
scene
laugh.
if there
You
is
made me laugh.
two
That's
people dead
good.
and unknown if there's a shooter on scene?
Hard to make me
How would you
laugh.
have cleared it if you don't walk in? That's my only question.
It's pretty good.
Action. And everything is done in a sequence of a crime scene. Right. Again, the first part is viewing it using a visual examination. Once you've identified areas
Clearing
of
it.
interest,
You
then
have to
determine the
clear it
methodology
first.
that you're going to use.
You have to
either
clear it
collect,
first.
seize,
Whoa.
document,
Keeping me up
right,
all
the
night.
type of evidence that might be there.
Butthead.
So what would you have done? If you looked in the door and you see this, what do you
What
do?
was that all about last night?
I would have started from the
Why?
doorway.
You
and
clear it
worked
for
towards the
safety
back of the
for
building,
Why do you
and
hate
then
me?
it's a
first
small
responders
enclosed
first.
area. So you work from front to back.
When you say work from front to back, what do you
What
mean
did I
work?
say?
What would you do is right inside the door?
I mean, I
or right
agree with.
outside the door?
We agree with front to
You
back.
would start
Great.
documenting with close-ups, and in the
Photographs.
case, yes, sir, that there's an imprint just to the
It is
right
hard
of
to
the
do.
door.
No, it is hard to do. Now I remember what I said.
That would be my first area to
It's
do
actually hard
detailed
to do. It's hard to be
photography and
funny.
imaging, right, for later
Hard to
comparison.
make me laugh.
And
Which
as you
does
work
not
your way
work
back,
if
It's
there's
really
still
careful
an
not
active
to
shooter.
step
I mean, I can
anywhere.
polite
What
laugh.
are you doing?
But I
You're
don't.
wearing the shoe cots or booties. In addition to that, we would usually build a bridge. Basically take two 2x4s and lay them in
The
an area.
state will
where
ask
there were
about
no
scene
imprints.
safety. He's just
But a piece of
ignoring it.
plywood would actually stand on that.
And I don't know why he's
so that you're
ignoring
not
it. I think he
standing
could
on the
address it well.
surface that the imprints are on. There are commercial products that are available that look like
Oh my
Tupperware
God.
boxes.
Those are the guys at the
that you
airport
can literally
bars where you
stand on
just
and do
go,
the
"Oh
same
my
thing.
God."
So
But
it preserves
it's-
and protects the area.
You
that
can't
you're
do any of
interested
that
in doing the detailed work.
if there's
that
an
you may be
active
able to
shooter,
get more
though.
evidentiary information from.
And once you've done those photographs,
Sorry, I'm
all
trying
the
not to
way
be
back,
fixated.
What do you do next?
In this case, once the initial photographs were taken, determine if chemical processing is necessary, or could I seize the item? In this case, it appears that these imprints are on a concrete base.
Oh,
It's a little
there's little
difficult to take
tag
the
on the
entire
back of my
concrete
shirt and
foundation and remove it,
really
but it has been done before.
I'm like the princess and the pea.
In this case,
Ow.
again,
Poot
now we
is
work from
keeping
back
a close
towards
eye
the
on how the
front,
jury is receiving
using
this.
some type of enhancement reagent to try to increase the amount of detail and the
that-
clarity.
That agent is what you sprayed in New York on the floor. That
That would be one of them, yes.
Those images that aren't visible to the naked eye.
Even if some of the image is visible, it can give you additional detail in the periphery or other area where there's just trace amounts.
Okay. And you work your way to the front, taking pictures as you spray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you finish that, are you done with the floor?
No, sir.
What's now? What do you do now?
You want to take overviews to show the work that you have done, right, and show any modifications that you made to the scene. And
There you go.
again,
Now that's
make
better.
the determination, can I take the area that print's on with me? If it was a tile floor, we could pull the tiles up. But again, because it's on concrete.
It's harder. They're not
we'd have to
cutting the
rely on
concrete out.
documentation.
And these are still 90-degree straight down shots?
That would be the analysis part. You would still take general photographs on an angle showing the relationship.
But as you worked your way up and worked your way back,
Yeah,
those
which-
would be vertical, I mean,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those would be used.
And then you're taking general photos from different angles.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what?
I don't know what this is.
With digital, you would
It's
make
probably
sure that
banana
the photos
kush.
came out, that you had an image captured,
I had a
and
bunch
that
of
it
those
was
cartridges.
sufficient for whoever needs.
It's
Okay,
probably-
now, let's,
You would also take a sample of the blood from those areas for later typing or DNA analysis, should it be necessary.
did you find any evidence
Preserve as
that they
much as you
took a
can.
sample
Yes.
of this blood and analyzed it?
No, sir.
So we surmise it's Paul's blood. It could be somebody else's blood there too?
Possible.
And the only way you could rule that out is take samples?
Is to take a sample, do an
They
analysis,
didn't
and
talk
try to
about what you have
identify
to
the
do to
donor.
rule out an active threat, because the
And
first,
that was never done.
To the best of my knowledge, no, sir.
Emily's gonna
the
kill
first
this
Colton
guy.
County
So then
sheriff that
we
showed
have
up said he had to check the scene
a
and
number
secure
of
the scene,
surfaces.
and he's the one that I think they first saw. If
Let me,
there's
have them put up
if after the scene is secure, officers are
26.
walking all over the place, it's different.
states 26.
They did. SLED brought in their crime scene team. Worley was from the SLED crime scene team. They're having a battle of the experts over how they would have
Okay,
done it.
so, and just to cut to the chase, this is the door to the, well,
It's the door to the what?
there you go. That's the door to the feed room?
Yes, sir. The door frame on the right, door on the left.
Okay, did you see any evidence that they dusted,
God.
not dusted, that's
Calm down, man.
if they processed that
Listen.
door or any other surface
It is old-timey
in the
language.
feed room for fingerprints?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Now tell the jury, please.
It's not as delightful
in a
as an
summary
old-timey
fashion,
bathing suit in the
what
Himalayas,
you
but
would
it
have
is
done.
old-timey language,
Well,
Poot.
first of all, do you have to see a fingerprint before you lift it or whatever you call that?
No, sir.
So how do you determine whether or not they're fingerprints you can't see? What do you do?
The base processing methods, again, depend on what technologies the agency has. The simplest and the oldest is dusting with contrasting color fingerprint powder and a brush by just applying it to the surface and dusting it through. If a finger or palm or foot or toe has come in contact with those areas, the secretions from the ridge detail, right, leaves a pattern behind. Those latent fingerprints now become patent or visible. They can be lifted, they can be photographed. They also help tell you what was touched and how things were handled. So it would help in a reconstruction as well.
That's the oldest technology there is, though, right? The throwing dust down, fingerprint dust?
Okay, all right.
At a crime scene, yeah.
Okay. I'm not talking about going into the lab and using
No.
super glue
I didn't
or
know
whatever.
that.
Say, at the crime scene.
Yes.
Is that something interesting?
What is the
It's a
more
very fair
modern? Do
point.
you use lights or do you use chemicals?
I
What do
need
you
a
do
nap.
at the
My
scene?
fucking
The first method would be to use an alternate light
all night
source.
long.
What does that mean?
It
Alternate
could be
light
anything
source.
from a flashlight held
like
at
a
an
running
oblique angle
rate
to see
up
if
and
you
down
can
the
find
hall.
any smudges or smears. More sophisticated portable laser units. All right, laser is an acronym for a light source that produces a wavelength of light at a very specific number. The more common today are called the alternate light sources. These are various colored lights, and usually they're light-emitting diodes or LEDs at different wavelengths of light. So in concert with a pair of glasses that are filtered, you can get a shift, and you may be able to pick up fluorescence or luminescence. One of the problems is that our secretions,
Oh my
the oils,
God,
the
I
fats,
just
and
am
the
so bored by this guy.
Wait, my fingers might luminesce?
I feel like I don't
don't
want to miss something
reflect.
that he says, but
They
at the
don't
same
give
time,
off
I'm
light.
like, Jesus Christ,
Um,
dude.
So you would need to process those if
Something
you discovered them
interesting.
with some type of chemical staining that would act as a fluorescent. And essentially, it would be similar to my watch, that when it's dark, it glows.
So are these new technologies or, I mean, is something space age
The-
stuff or has it been around for a while?
Are we
The
still in
light
the
source
space age?
technology has
We're in
become
the internet
simpler and
age.
simpler. It's now battery powered. Literally, it's a very simplified flashlight. There are also very sophisticated ones. The technology's been around for about 25,
Happy birthday,
almost
Janet
30
Dick.
years.
Okay, and not uncommon to be available to law enforcement labs?
No, sir.
My cousin
I would
Benny is
expect
getting
every
ready for his
laboratory
cross.
to have some type of alternate light source.
Okay,
And
now-
the oldest traditional is ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet's a black light?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so simple
Ultraviolet might be my next hair color as
mobile
well.
black light you could look at. And,
Scanning the surface to see if it gives you any information.
Okay. And if you didn't use the powder or the light, what else? What else could you do?
There's chemical fuming stains that you can use, and the simplest is super glue. or cyanoacrylic acetate ester.
Can you do that on a
fingerprint
scene?
expert testified
With a door
about
like
this.
that, if
at
I chose to do
I
that.
think I might move my
literally, you could
reading.
bag the
I think I
entire
might
area.
move my dad's reading
At length.
another
Place
night.
a super glue packet or super glue with an accelerant in it.
I feel like there's a
inside
lot
the
of
chamber
noise
now,
tonight.
inside the plastic bag, and
Oh,
fume the
really?
entire door. The other would be to take the door with you and process
But
it
that
later.
takes a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, I
The
think I'm
super
gonna,
glue
I'm
process.
gonna move
Not
my
necessarily.
tonight to.
On TV, it goes very fast.
Half hour,
I think I'll do it tomorrow
25
night.
minutes.
Okay.
There's not much happening.
And could
I
you
don't
spray it
think,
with something else?
on YouTube tomorrow night.
Again, the same reagents that were
Sometimes
used on the
technology,
footprints to
you know.
make those visible, where there was limited amounts of blood-like material, could also be used there.
And you could do that on the door, you could do that on the door frame, you could do that on any object, the methods you've talked about, on any object, literally.
Yeah, I think I am. I think I'm gonna
in
move
that
my
room.
thing from
I'm
tonight
waiting
to
for somebody to
tomorrow.
be like, I have nipples.
Did you
Can
see
you
any
milk
evidence
me?
of any fingerprints, any effort to lift fingerprints, when I say left, to identify fingerprints in that room or anywhere else
I wonder if he
on
heard
the
the
property that
testimony
night?
of the fingerprint guy.
not
The
to the
fingerprint
best
guy
of
was
my
very
knowledge.
thorough. He found nothing.
Okay.
But he was very
No,
thorough.
yeah.
Well, he seemed thorough to me.
I mean, not that tonight's
talk
kind of
just
just a
for a
bunch of
minute
messy
about-
people. So it's not like there's no
The
ability.
sled agents back here, the
Here we go.
sled investigators watching this seem thrilled.
How about put
all of them.
190, stage 195 up, please?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was there first, so I'm just gonna have to say.
Sorry, as I'm finishing lunch, I was fixing a website over
I know.
lunch.
I kind of want to see
That's
that.
how
I'm
many years
not
ago.
gonna
But,
lie. Oh my God. Why
this
do I want to
is
see
a battle of the
that?
experts.
Pam S. You need to stop me.
Unless
You're
you're sitting
horrible
way back
influence. I'm
today.
blaming everything.
But this is a
on
battle
you.
of
the other one.
who did what,
Maybe we should just
who
watch
didn't do what.
Maybe
Tell me
damn
what
Nate
this
to be
is.
will
expected.
restream
It
Doofus.
appears to be a photograph of multiple
Hey Baldy,
footwear
can you just
impressions.
restream Doofus so I can
Three-dimensional
just watch
renderings of
the
a soft
channel that I
surface.
prefer to watch and not
Okay, and this picture was
anybody
taken, do
else.
you remember who took it?
No, sir, I don't.
I love Corinne content. I'm sorry, she's a pro. She actually knows how to
Have a
create
document here that'll
content.
help you with that.
She could show these guys a thing or two, frankly.
I can't remember.
Friday catch-up
I don't
saying
know.
how many
I just
beards in
feel
the
like-
audience.
I
The
feel
limit
like
does
I
not
want to
exist.
be in the right
The
headspace
limit
for
does
my
not
dad's
exist.
stuff,
Concerning
and
Swister Duffy Stone.
right now I'm just not
Yes,
in the
sir.
right
Is
headspace. I
that
don't know
picture
why.
taken by the Swister?
I couldn't remember his name.
And these
Why
damn
the
nations-
fuck is the
Right, I
solicitor
definitely wanna
taking
watch them.
crime
And
scene
it was taken
photos?
on the night of June 7th.
The
No,
level of
indication of
fuckery.
water.
I'm certainly
They're going to
willing
have to talk about it.
I
I
really
want
don't want
the
to move
AG's
Friday
office to
night.
talk about it. They might
Again,
start an
this is
internal
soil service.
prosecutorial war.
Someone
So
or
I
some
kinda wanna
people
see
have
Friday
been walking
night.
through that
And,
area.
yeah, I
multiple
feel like it's
times.
fine. People can jump
And,
between things,
um,
or they
did
could
you
watch
attempt to
my stuff
identify
later, or I don't
any
know,
of those
whatever. I
footprints
don't
by
really care.
comparing them?
I'm happy.
Just
I
by
get
looking at
whatever
the
I
basic
get. I'm
patterns,
delighted.
The flat surface ones
That
have
anybody shows
relatively
up.
no
I'm
detail,
so
just
lucky.
the outline of the footwear itself
She's so
could
wet.
be consistent with these sandals.
I just love her. I mean, there's something
Miss
really
Murdoch-
kind of
Maggie Murdoch was
OG
wearing.
about her.
What about these other shoes?
I don't love her.
There were no exemplars that I was made aware of taken by SLED to do a comparison or to try to eliminate them.
Could you tell whether Maggie's shoes were
I
walking
guess I'm just not in the
over
headspace.
the other footprints?
I don't want my
or
dad's
the-
stuff
over
up against
other
any
footprints
of that
walking over
crap.
her
Maybe that's what it really is.
If those are from Maggie's
Isn't that weird?
samples,
Maybe
they're
I
on
just
top
need to
of
be in the
other
mind
ones.
space where my
But
dad's
they're
stuff
also going
is
in two
sitting up next
directions,
to anything
and
that's
some are
gross like
superimposed
that.
over the other.
When you say, okay, let me ask the question this way. Are Maggie's imprints on top of the other imprints, or are they on top of hers?
In the area that they
I
appear, yes.
really believe. I know you do.
In the area in which
And
they
there will
appeared,
come
the
a
answer
time
is
when we will
yes.
no
Yes.
longer be
Poot, the
aware.
question was compound. That's
They
why
were.
he's saying yes.
It's coming.
They
soon.
were made
You're
there
helping, you're
after,
helping everyone.
right? The
On
On
heavy
top- Are they on
mud-
top of Maggie's?
No, Maggie's are on top.
Okay, so the other imprints were there and
An
Maggie walked
incentive.
on top
So,
of them.
Poot, if you don't ask
Apparently, yes.
compound questions, you're not going to get
Incentive
crappy
to move
answers.
out of the quagmire.
Poot. He didn't want that to be the answer.
When we get done, I'll.
They're
the
saying
event.
Maggie walked on top of the other footprints
I'm
because
still
it's out
probably
in a
up
work area with
all
work
the
boots and all this stuff.
Sam, which I
The
feel bad.
solicitor is the head
Oh, you
prosecutor,
were?
like the
I
DA,
was I?
in the area.
I
A
was
position
aware of
occupied by
Oreo
Well,
Murdoch's
one boy.
you
for almost
have also
100 years.
There
reviewed
the
Until
SLED
Duffy Stone came
procedures
on.
manual, correct?
Maybe I had heard of her.
Parts of it.
Very,
In brief,
very
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
cringely.
Okay,
He's not an expert in
I
police
wasn't really
policies
into
for
the-
Let me ask you
I wasn't really
this.
into YouTube.
There's certain
more
certifications
Twitter.
different labs receive, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
There's a lot
what
of-
certification
stuck to my
SLED
lip
receives
I was
for their
watching
lab?
everybody on Twitter.
There's an acronym?
The current acronym is ANAB, ANAB. Okay. It's the American
No, she's.
Board of
I mean, then that's that's not saying much, KMS, but
Accreditation.
yeah, she's a little.
I
Yeah,
forget
she's
the
a
last
little
word.
less.
He's like, I don't know.
But it's a pickup from an older accreditation program that was run under the ASCLD program, the
more-
American Society of Crime Lab Director.
And tell me just briefly how that accreditation
Evocative.
program works.
She does a
A
lot of.
laboratory
She does more
or a
political
crime
stuff.
scene
Really
unit
screaming, sympathetic
can
screamers.
apply
and
to this
create
organization for
resistance to giving.
this national, actually it's international
Awesome.
accreditation, which means that they're meeting a minimum criteria and minimum
Yeah, no, I mean
expectations.
it's helpful.
from
to
the
Swallowing
body.
and observing.
yawn
Formal
is hilarious to me.
recognition, Technically, that
Oh,
you're
she
doing
could
a good
totally
job.
stop it at any
or at
He
least
wanted
your
a longer
procedures
lunch
are
for
well
sure.
written. The operation manual that I started reviewing was very
This guy is
thorough.
so boring. I'm
It's
so
very
sorry.
well
Anybody
written,
who really wanted to pay
very
attention
easy
to
to
this
understand.
trial, I feel
But it
so
involves
bad about
everything
talking
from
over it.
how evidence is processed in the agency.
But yeah, if Baldy
what the
rescreams it, it's
responsibilities of the
easier
different
to
people
watch.
are, including the director of the laboratory, the basic procedures and operation
it's
of the
falls
lab
on
itself,
them, but, you know.
or the crime scene
Tag.
unit, if it's involved in a police department that may not have a
There it
formal
is.
laboratory.
The journalist
Salmon
behind
Baldy,
Alec
you're it.
Accreditations
also
will
looks like he
recognize
needs
across
a
the
napkin.
country.
Hell
He's just like,
kitty. Hell
So
kitty.
you're
if the audience is this bored, the jury
certified that
probably
you're
is
meeting
too.
the standards, basically.
That you're following the guidelines that you put, and your guidelines meet a minimum standard, yes.
Yep.
So,
Everyone.
and have you ever performed these analysis? Have you ever been
I
appointed
think my
or
new last name is
assigned
Slay.
by this
I
group
like
to
that
do
word.
this?
Yes, sir.
To
Under
look at
ASCLD, the precursor to ANAP. I was also one of the auditors, and we would go to different
I
laboratories.
did not hear that
Slay.
right.
In fact, I did the
Eight
Columbia
tiny
Sheriff's
reindeer.
Department a number of years ago.
Richmond
What'd they
County,
do to it?
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
sir.
think they might,
forget.
and this might end
So-
up being a
What?
real fucking.
They're having their
You're
own little
very
private
familiar with
conversation.
what the standards are.
I don't
Yes,
know.
sir.
Stranger things have happened. Stranger love
In
connections have
reviewing
happened.
what this file and these pictures
Look
and
at,
documents, was
look
SLED following the
Look at Red Mama
procedures
and
that are
everybody.
required by that certification? On this case,
What I had for procedures were their operation manual.
whatever God is.
How to run the laboratory and the functionalities.
That's not the
There's
crime
also
scene,
a
though.
second set of documents called the technical documents for each one of the sections that would further in detail give you the information of how to do things. And as an example, recipes for
You met-
chemical processing.
you met
like how to put
intellectually,
chemicals
didn't you?
together, how to apply them.
well, they didn't apply any chemicals.
I have a dirty mind. I guess.
Again, I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
see those technical
According to the
procedures.
records, okay?
This has
I guess
gotten
what I'm saying,
very blurry. Give me one sec. We're going to switch and see if the other feed's a little clearer. Just because dude's face is super blurred.
foot impression,
There we
correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, really?
Required to do
What house
the
he
90
does?
degree and then
Hold
from different
on.
directions, right?
In a best case scenario,
go.
yes.
It's a little better.
Did you see any footwear or foot impression that was taken that way?
Best
No,
case
sir.
scenario.
I
He
can't
could
believe
have
Ron
backed
is
off
still
of
on
that.
Were from an
fucking
In a
angle.
best case scenario.
Yes, sir.
And
Twitter.
once you do
Like,
that,
how is he
are
not
they
been
suitable?
picked
I
off
think we
yet?
can
That's what
solve
I want to know.
Can't leave the witness.
to any of those photographs.
Poot's buffering.
Which of any of those photographs met the standards required
Oh, yeah.
to do a comparison?
None of the ones from around the
Don't
victims
say
or in the small shed area.
How many, if any, had that 90-degree on a tripod, if you will, shot? How many?
None of them.
Okay. And as a result of that, were any of them suitable for forensic comparison?
You know, I tried to tell the
They were
periphery
suitable for
people when
pattern
they came into the
identification, the
movement, and
gross
they
pattern,
asked
but
my
not as far as
opinion. I didn't
detailed
offer it.
individualizing
When
accidental
asked my
characteristic
opinion,
that might
I
be
always
present.
said, don't
And that's
engage
what they
with
did.
this
Based
Chud
on the
community.
reports we have,
You will regret it.
what effort, if any, was made to take
You're just
fingerprints
into
at the scene?
burning it down.
None that I
That's all they're
observed.
going to do is
Did-
None that
did
you
those-
observed
did
from
that
what, though?
conduct, either
'Cause
for the
there
footprints
was a whole bunch of
or
testimony.
the fingerprints, meet the standards
Ain't
that
been right.
you use or anybody else is using when they try to evaluate?
Some people will never learn,
sorry, I don't
and
understand.
pussy reigns supreme.
Any other department uses.
Overbroad?
Any agency uses. Any
Overbroad?
evaluating
Compound?
agency uses.
There
I don't
was
think I'm
much
welcome
more
on
Metters and
that
Poot
could
look
have been done.
exhausted. I'm exhausted.
I didn't have very nice things to say about his guest the other night, who's actually a good friend of his. And
Did they do a
somebody's
terrible job here?
made me feel a little bad.
He's an expert, I can ask
I
him.
just thought the guy was.
I don't know what their limitations were.
I don't,
and I
I'm
don't know
just
what the
sick of
training of the
LARPing
people
dudes,
doing the
okay? I'm
corrections
sick of dudes
processing was.
that have an opinion
So
about
I'm not
things
asking-
that
I'm not
they
asking
just
you the
don't even
limitations.
actually
That's
know
very
anything
fair.
about. It's really dumb.
No,
Did they do a
he's an
terrible job here?
he's an
Did they do
expert.
a less, terrible's the wrong word.
Like, if you can't answer basic questions about Putin, I don't know
Adequate
how you
job
claim to be any
to
kind of
show the
intelligence.
Grace K, we do
specialist.
ship to the UK,
minimum, the
and we ship.
absence of any other
Most things are created within the UK for
do an
shipping to the
adequate
UK,
job.
so you don't
I
have to
don't
pay
believe
taxes.
so.
What?
I don't believe so.
Oh, and
He
if
doesn't
your
believe they did an
specialty
adequate
is
job.
Expert opinion.
the African continent, because
Correct.
he's
That
kept
much more could have
talking
been
about
done.
Somalia
More
for
could have
some
been done,
reason.
and
Every
much
time we
more
asked
being
about
done
Russia, he would
might
talk
have
about, well, in
uncovered additional
Somalia,
evidence
I'd be like, okay,
that
and
would have
if you're an Africa
exculpated
continent
Alex
specialist, then just
Murdaugh,
talk about what you're a
helped
specialist in and
prove
say,
he's
here's some
innocent.
implications of,
Correct?
okay, for example, here's what the
Or
Chinese are
inculpating
doing with
somebody
their
else.
Belt
That's
and
for the
Road
objection.
strategy on the African continent. And we should either be really
Response.
concerned about it or
Your
we
Honor,
shouldn't really care
he's an
about it.
expert.
Oh, and here's who all the
No,
North
he's an
Koreans
expert.
are selling arms to on the African
It's certainly
continent.
the absence
That's
of
something
evidence.
we might want
If
to
there
be
was evidence they
concerned
could have
with.
uncovered had
No.
they done the process right.
That guy
it
is
would
asked
have
questions about
helped
a
at the
specific
minimum
situation that he
prove
comes on
there
to
was
talk
another
about.
person that did
Says
this
that he doesn't know anything about
Taking
what
response.
Putin's going to do.
If you have one.
He's testifying in addition
And
to
he acts like
speculation.
Putin's the normal leader of a country.
He's talking about you,
Objection
Poot.
sustained.
Thank you. Take the court's
I'm
indulgence.
like,
for a
I'm
moment.
sorry, I'm not buying it.
The thing is, when they object like that, it gives Poot a chance to
Please,
argue.
I like
Poot
to
just told the
kiss while
jury
I'm
real
being
quickly
fucked.
what his whole argument was, and I don't know if he needs to ask any more questions because the jury's already heard it from the
I'm just
attorney.
like, God,
What the attorneys say is
stop,
not evidence,
stop.
but that
Stop
doesn't
acting
limit
like you're
the
putting a
jury's
show on
ear holes.
for
So,
people that
with all
just
of that,
telling
Poot has
you
basically
it's
said if they
true,
did a better
or
job,
it's
they could have
just
proven
fear
Alec was
porn.
innocent. That's not really the defense's job.
Weird,
I don't think
stupid
there's much
fear
more to
porn.
ask.
Cross-examination.
I'm just presenting things and people can make up their own minds. Bullshit, you're presenting
And
fear
let's move on
porn.
to Cross with Metters.
That's what your channel is. Your channel is
Metters,
fear
and
porn.
I think they're lining Metters
That's
up to
dumb.
Poot's witnesses almost on purpose. I don't know if they could know what witnesses Poot's
No,
going to deal
you have
with.
a bigger audience
But it's almost on
than you,
purpose
and
because
I
Metters
just
and Poot
don't understand.
seem to enjoy sparring at one another quite a lot and have a history
is
from
fine.
what I've heard reported. So it's interesting to
It'd be nice
see.
if other people just started like believing.
They said
truth.
I thought the expert was very fair, saying, "Look,
And
I
not
don't know what their
being
limitations were, but
overreactive.
no, the job was not adequate." I think that's fine.
Good afternoon.
Good
Oh my
afternoon,
gosh,
sir.
it is so windy, you guys. It is so windy.
Wouldn't you have loved
so
to have
windy.
been Laura Rutland?
Who?
I'm not
When we
sure
take a
who
break,
Laura
we
Rutland
can
is.
look at Ron.
Are you talking about Agent Worley?
About
You don't know who Laura Rutland is?
Dumpy,
No,
Dumpy
sir.
McDumperson.
Laura Rutland is. It's repetitive.
Oh, let me find that article about
Mr.
the derailment.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you if you, and maybe I think he told you, you had read all the records in this case, and you said yes, remember?
No, sir, I've been qualifying that each time he stated it.
Okay, this was the thing I shared.
I have been
last
qualifying
night
that question
on,
each time he
on
said that.
YouTube in a community
The records
post.
that were made available to me,
Because I thought
the
this was
entire
a
case
clean,
jacket was not made available.
website that just
Tell
had
these
some
folks
information.
what
Now,
was made
granted,
available
I
to you.
believe
He was limiting
hold
Poot's
Photographs
government
from
saying
the
accountable,
coroner's
you've
hold
read
office
government
were
everything.
taken
accountable, hold
apparently
government
by a
hold
photographer
corporations
representing them at
accountable,
the
hold
scene.
corporations accountable. hold
Photographs, I
corporations accountable.
believe, were taken
To
by
balance
SLED
that
or
need
an
for
investigative
strict
agency.
oversight and accountability
Later,
right now
it was
in this moment,
Metters
right
is
this
loving this
second.
74
moment.
images.
But also some of the
now
fact
that I
check
know
information,
were
because you know
taken
they're
by
painting it like, well,
the state-
everybody's
well,
doing
we
what
call
they
them state's
can,
attorneys,
and that may
district
or may not
attorney.
be true. So we always want to be
Copies of the
holding people
autopsy
accountable for
report,
doing what they can to
some of
save
SLED's
lives
investigative
and
reports,
prevent
such as the
long-term
fingerprint
medical and
section,
environmental damage.
So he
which actually
didn't
also did
get everything.
the footwear entire.
But
the
this
footwear
seemed to be a
examination.
calmer source of information to debunk some of the weird shit that people in our own community
So
are
you
pushing
said that this was
idiots.
only adequate, but you didn't get all the
I
records.
was
So
given
how can you
access
form that
to
opinion?
the
That's a great question. And the
operations
defense set that set up for failure.
This is in large part due to deregulation
The letter
of
that I just
freight railways
referred to,
and
as far as the origin
braking
of some of the
equipment
photographs.
and safety
You
equipment
have
on
not read all the
freight
records
trains
in this case.
Correct.
in 2018.
And you don't know who
very
Laura Ruthven is.
specifically.
No, sir, I don't.
Miami
So
Would it be
how-
important, for somebody, well, let me ask you this much. When did you get all that, the reports and the pictures
do read
from, when did you
newspapers.
receive those in your possession?
Some of them as long as 2 months ago, 3 months ago,
It's really a lot.
others today.
And I spent the weekend looking through some of your background.
Yes, sir.
You provide reports in a lot of cases, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Written reports,
Yes, sir.
what you do,
Didn't
what
do
your
that
findings
here.
were, correct?
Maybe we
Yes,
need
sir.
like a loss
And in
leader.
fact, you
Maybe
do
we
that in
need
most
like
cases, don't
a
you?
little bit
Yes,
of
sir.
drama at the beginning of
Did you do a
every
report in this case?
stream,
It was not
and
requested.
then we'll go launch into
well,
kind of
So are you
disinformation
taking notes,
debunking.
and are you just doing
It's
all that
subtle
from
as
memory
fuck.
up there?
And then the
Testimony
judge
so
will also
far
be
has
in
been
here
more
because
about
they'll think
procedural
there's going to be more
issues
drama.
and
What do you guys think? Do you
the
think we could pull that
specifics of
off?
things that I've already reviewed.
We could do like a
I
little
understand that, but that
disinformation
wouldn't answer my
theater.
question respectfully. Have you done a report for yourself?
Do I have notes that I was taking? Yes.
Debunk
Do I
theater.
have copies of the, do I have them with me?
Debunk Theater presents
Strictly what's on my computer,
colloidal silver.
You gonna provide those to me?
if you wish.
Entitled to reports,
Correct myself.
not his notes.
I'm
He's not
funny.
entitled to Brady. He's not entitled to
He
anything
is
but
entitled
a
to notes.
report under Rule 5.
Oh.
And there is no such thing.
So you didn't ask for a report?
I'm not a kind lover.
I didn't ask for argument. The objection's overruled.
I think I actually am.
You said I can look at them?
So
They're not physically here, but whatever I have
Oh, it's noon.
at another location, you're more than
Happy
welcome to.
noon.
You said you had them on your
3 p.m. on the east.
Not all
Everything
the
in between
handwritten
and
notes.
outside of
it just
those.
makes it
Right.
look
Any
like
of
the
the
defense
documentation that was
didn't
given
ask
Read
for a
up you all.
report
By
so that the
virtue of
prosecution couldn't get it.
Digital copies.
Whether it's really a nothing burger or
You have
not
something on
doesn't
your computer
matter.
up there. You actually mentioned
But
it.
it makes it look like the defense is being shady.
You have some on your computer up there.
Out of a dream.
Not the
Motion
actual
for it.
notes, no. I have the actual
Like,
documents
Lord
I
in heaven,
received
it's
to
my
review.
cat's fault.
The handwritten notes or any of the notations on images or
What song
photographs
should I hum?
are at another location.
When did you prepare? We got the PowerPoint last night about 10 o'clock. When did you prepare that?
I am telling you,
Which one?
Tom.
The only, was there more than one?
I'm about
There
to
were two.
find a blanket.
Where's the other one?
I'm
They
telling
were
you
both
right now.
shown.
I'm
What?
got an eye on a
Those were
blanket.
2 PowerPoints?
There were two separate ones,
Cold,
yes.
and I don't really want to turn the heat on because I love having open
I
windows.
take it back.
I'm an open window
I'm
girl.
mistaken.
You're what? What'd you just say?
I would
I
much
said I
rather
was
be
mistaken.
cold than
There was
warm.
one PowerPoint, there were two sections to it.
But I'd
When
much
did you
rather. I
provide
need
that?
fresh air. Like I need fresh air.
Probably a week ago.
And you just said you were mistaken.
One of my father's
have made
girlfriends lived
mistakes
in
in your life.
Ireland.
Yes, sir. I have an eraser on my
And,
pencil.
That is a
lived in
great
this,
answer.
She lived in this cottage.
I don't mean that bad.
Thank you.
And,
area called,
when you were around investigating crime scene years ago, you didn't wear
I
booties
guess it
every
was
time you were on a
something.
crime scene.
Look, he's not touching up on this witness, just
When I
saying.
started doing crime scenes.
Anyway, it was
they
right
were
outside
part
of
the
Westport
Equipment.
in Ireland.
So
As
my
technology has come along.
Oh, I don't
fear
have
of
my sunbeams.
contamination.
I'm not on.
they
I'm
become
not on
standard
sunbeam
operating
time right
procedures.
now. Actually,
you have not
that's why all the
always
animals
wore
are in my
foot
daughter's room
protection when
because
you
she
were on a
has
crime
sun
scene,
coming
have
in her room.
Going back
So,
20, 30, 40 years ago? No, sir.
You still
oh, it's
convict
sunbeam.
people.
Oh my
Made
God, you meant
mistakes.
sunbeam. Fuck it.
As
Sorry.
everyone in this room, yes.
Fucking
I
idiots,
like
Tom.
that he's
I
not
used to
backing
be
away
on
from
it.
the answers as an expert. He's standing his
I'm
ground.
tired.
I was only provided this. I only
Well,
did
as you
that.
just did a
He
minute ago,
doesn't
too.
seem
Can I pull up one?
defensive.
Anyway,
And
what's his
that makes
name?
him come across, I think, as a more credible witness because he doesn't seem
pull up something
defensive.
for
He's
me?
not trying to fight with matters. He's just
1
answering the
9,
question
please.
clearly. But I'm stealing that. You've made mistakes before. I have an eraser on my pencil. The thing is, giving the expert limited records, even if it's not meant to be shady, looks and feels shady, which was a great line of questioning by the prosecution.
I'm not. I'm woefully
For those of you saying
behind.
he's deflecting, though, of course he is. He's an expert. He's going to do that a little bit.
Let me see. Oh,
But he
it's
doesn't
a
come
mistake. I
across
think I
as
just missed it.
evasive.
Sorry.
Some of the prosecution's witnesses came across as a little evasive. Some of the defenses will too
No,
on cross-examination.
No, I don't have any sunbeams.
But
You have a
it's a good
sunbeam
question to start
heated
with.
blanket, and that
You
makes perfect
formed the
sense because
opinion that
Sunbeam is a
this
great company.
investigation wasn't ideal, but you don't even have all the records. And I might have sat down at that.
And asked you about states 195.
Yes, sir.
And it's important when these footprints were put on here.
Yes, sir.
And you know who first saw those footprints?
No, sir.
You don't. That's right. It's Laura Rutland. Would it have been important to you to come in and you're basically second guessing the Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
Yep.
The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division?
Yep.
Well, you're being paid to come in and say they did a bad job.
That's what he was hired to do.
I even qualified that answer, depending on the limitations of their skill sets, depending on the limitations of equipment that they have in their training, they may have done the best job they could.
But you're second guessing the Colleton County Sheriff's Department.
Lordy,
and
what's
saying-
this 40?
And saying they did a bad job.
Turando.
With that particular
Hold on,
image,
is this like, oh, it's an insight on Turando. The Royal Opera House right now is live.
He did say it about the whole
Posting
thing.
insight
are you referring to
on
this
the
image
Opera
or the entire
Turando, which is
as far as that picture goes,
That's
it's
a
a
good
good general
one.
overview documentation of an area. Without additional photographs, which I know there were 4 in the series, if I'm
sing
not
opera.
mistaken. Right. It does show this area in concert with a portion of the crime scene.
And now
That
the
can be
witness is
equated
narrowing
back to
down
one
what
of
he
the
didn't think
diagrams
was
that
great,
prepared.
which is good for the
I only know
This
prosecution.
particular
I know
picture
Italian and Italian.
is a medium close-up showing a particular area.
But I
as
also
tried
think
to
there were
explain
things in this
with
investigation
the
that were
I
way
don't
photography.
remember how
sloppy.
to say that. How do you say?
Showing
I don't.
And I think if the prosecution,
multiple images.
I'm
if the
sorry, I don't
prosecution
speak
tries
Italian.
to
That's usually what I
say
would say.
The
Is,
other
I'm sorry, I
photographs
don't
this
show
was a
how it
great
relates to the
investigation,
scene.
all of us are going to go,
What that's
"Ugh."
missing are the macro or the close-up
So
photographs
he has to be
showing
careful.
the detail of the images, so that should a pair of shoes or article of footwear be available, they could then be directly compared and analyzed and either included or excluded from consideration in the case.
It's a
I think that's fair.
And if you had a witness, let me just ask. If
I like this. I like
you
this
have an
expert.
opinion up here and evaluating the crime scene, wouldn't you want to know if there was a witness who saw this image when there were just the sandals on it? Wouldn't you want to know that if you were evaluating, second guessing whether law enforcement did a good job? Wouldn't you want to know that?
It would be helpful, but that's not what I was presented with.
You weren't even presented with that.
I was presented with a photograph and asked
that's
to
not
interpret
his
what's
fault.
there.
But if
That's
there's
the
a witness who
defense's
said,
fault.
I saw those and they were just those sandal prints and nothing else there, you'd want to know that.
First off, I'm not an investigator. I don't do interviews.
Don't
I
fucking
don't
piss
talk to
me
people
off, dude,
about what
because
they
I'm gonna
did
fuck
or
you
saw.
up.
As a scientist, you evaluate the information that you're given to work with insofar as possible.
Getting spicy.
These images have very limited value for analysis. How they got there, I don't know. An article of footwear came in contact with that surface, as I explained, and left an impression, a three-dimensional image. As far as who was there, how many people walked through, I don't know. I was not at the
Metters
scene
needs
at
to
the
ask,
time of the incident.
wouldn't you have wanted the
nor have I
defense
ever
to give that to
visited
you?
the crime
And
never
do
even
you know why?
Correct.
I mean, isn't that important? If you're going,
Not for the limited purpose that I was asked to look at the evidence. And as the time
Ah,
had elapsed, there's no way to go back to a scene that occurred 2 years ago.
Sir, what was your
and
limited
try to
purpose? What was
interpret
your limited
evidence
purpose?
that probably no longer exists.
Ask that. Ask that. What was your limited
will you
purpose?
just please answer this one question?
Please.
If there was information of an individual who saw this scene on June 7th, 21, that when she saw it, there were nothing but the sandal prints and nothing else, wouldn't you want to know that?
Again, as a scientist, I can only deal with what's put in front of me.
This is asked and answered.
I avoid witness statements because of their unreliability.
You're a witness.
I do. I appreciate it.
I would not care.
Yes, I do.
I'm looking.
Yes.
A beat cop? If you just saw sandals yourself?
I was not a scientist at that point.
Recorded
I was
sunbeams.
not subject to biased accusations, all right, and undue influence from others.
Hi, Jim. Welcome back.
Putin or me?
Both.
Welcome back.
He's like, it's science.
He
He's about to start singing. She blinded me with science. Science.
And I wasn't clear. Mr. Harpootlian said, were these over other imprints or over?
What's been going on in court, but
They're
I
actually over
trusting
each
that we've
other.
had
The
some
sandals are over
time of it.
themselves, imprints,
And
correct?
right now, Oomph and I are high, so really,
You're
we're
not saying they
okay.
were over these other.
We're just kind of hoping everybody else.
Mr. Meadows, it was clear to me, it was clear to everybody else in the court.
I also stated that they're on top.
Some people can't get high right now. They have to do things, other things that require them not to.
Examination by the
Is what I mean. I don't mean to judge. I never mean to judge.
What
I
is
sound like I
happening?
judge
On this topic.
sometimes, and when I mean to judge, you're going to
Mr.
know that I'm
Harpootlian said
judging
that
because
these
I'm usually going to be for
were
judge.
taken on June 7th of 2021, and that's what you thought,
I
correct?
love
That's
it.
what you
I
were
love
providing.
that sunbeam.
The
for you.
appearance from the letter that was, I believe, attached to those images gave that indication, yes.
Okay. And did it say what? State courts know.
We are sunbeams.
The judge was mad at the prosecution there, not
We are
the
the
defense.
Sunbeams.
The judge is over all of these attorneys.
Actually taken on June 8th,
Just over it.
23 later that day. Did you know that?
Apparently, the person who authored the letter authenticating the photograph was inaccurate.
Okay, I'm all right.
Who was inaccurate?
I think I need a soda. Hold on, guys. Well, this is really good weed.
I think they needed to go
Christ.
back to
I
what
don't
was
know
your
if this
limited
looks
purpose
really
then?
good.
And they never followed up on the limited purpose. And I get that it's cross-examination, but your limited purpose was just to say, and he could have asked this in cross, your limited purpose was just to say that the crime scene wasn't well done. That's your limited purpose. You're hired to say that, and they
Yes,
didn't
sir.
give you all of the.
Yes,
they
sir,
didn't
I
give
do.
you all the
Oh my
records.
God.
And then
With that
stop and sit
objection,
down.
565.
This guy's a good expert. The jury's going to like him.
No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it's so
Get it without objection.
cool. You're
Mr.
definitely a
Cersei.
star.
But he gets too excited
Yeah,
about
right?
cross-examining and getting his
Yeah, I'm star stuff.
moments, and then he doesn't fucking
Got,
stop.
like plasma, like star stuff, you know,
Using
like
common
shit
sense
stars
for
out in
those
fucking shit
consistent with
gases.
this.
Made of
That's your
gases.
objection.
He's an expert
Legal
witness.
basis for the objection.
The legal basis is he's
Well, you know,
applying
if
the
this is
wrong
star
standard.
stuff, that's
Common
scary,
sense. He's a
and I just feel
scientist.
sad
He
for
can
the
make a comparison scientifically.
Let him answer the question.
In general pattern designing, this pair of
This is good stuff,
samples
though.
possibly made the smooth imprints that appear in the picture. However, I cannot tell
I
you
really
the
want to
size,
like a horror movie right now.
right, or individual patterns, as the images
I don't
here.
get hungry when I
were
get
not
Matters
high.
is being awkward.
I don't get like
If that's what they
munchies.
were.
I get like I want
There
to
are
snuggle on the
similarities to
couch and watch a
basic pattern
movie, horror
design to
movie.
these shoes.
Yes,
Oh,
the defense
Carl
objected
said
to
that,
common
I'm
sense
sorry.
that
You'd have
happened.
said that as a beat cop 40 years ago, and same thing right now today, wouldn't you?
I like that.
Except now I have to do it as an expert witness, which is much different.
He wasn't problematic, right?
It is
Tell me
different.
he wasn't problematic, please.
I would ask. Well,
Because
I
if
wouldn't
Carl
ask him much
Sagan was
more.
problematic,
Yes, sir.
it would be really fucking
How much
sad.
are you getting paid an hour?
that I would ask. I got chips on me, and I gotta
The
go
base
teach.
fee was $350 an hour,
I'm sorry?
Like bad problematic, like
$350 an hour.
That's the
lightly
base.
problematic.
Yes, sir.
We all are
You get paid
lightly.
for
They're all
travel?
lightly problematic
sir.
at minimum.
This time, strictly the airfare.
Okay, you don't get paid while you're traveling.
No, I'm not charging for time.
Why?
You usually do?
Again, depends on the circumstances.
And you know I gotta ask this.
That's okay.
Do you get paid more for sitting
No.
in that chair than you do for
No,
not being
don't say
inside the
that.
courtroom? Testimony costs more than
Despite my
outside.
overall attitude,
It's the same fee.
appearances,
Good.
It's a basic 10-hour
Actually
charge for
not.
testimony.
And how many hours
I'm
have you
not
logged so
that.
far?
I don't think all men are.
Total
My brothers are nice.
20 plus today and, the travel.
exes are
I'm not
nice.
charging for the travel time.
And is there extra charge for the PowerPoint?
No, sir, it's all part of the
Hourly rate.
examination.
Male friends.
I appreciate that he's like, look, man, $350 is not
I was thinking about my
outrageous,
euros and then
but
it's-
it's a common.
Yeah, that's probably a good
fee. I
idea.
also
You're right.
wondered
That's
if
kind-
Dick
that's-
and Jim
you're
negotiated
right.
that fee because
Actually,
of how many
even
cases
reading
they
some
do,
of
and
the
they're like,
stuff my
look,
dad wrote,
we'll
I'm
use you in
kinda
other
like,
cases. I wonder if they tried to
come on,
negotiate
what
that
the
a bit.
fuck?
$350 with his
Really?
experience does seem
Really?
low, but we know experts get paid.
So,
It's
yeah,
not
there's just,
shocking.
you know,
All the
again, I feel
officers
like
that are sitting
everyone
in
is
court today are getting
problematic
paid for their day in court.
some level.
It's just people get
It's written
paid,
to
but
somebody.
they're gonna ask. But I like that he said,
Pretty much
"Look,
what they're So
I
we're
bill by
all
the
lol
hour,
cows.
and I
That's all
only
can
build
say.
this, and I don't build that, and that's
We're all just a
fine."
bunch of lol cows
So,
on
I
this
mean,
big
move
blue
on.
marble.
It's not really that big
I
of a
am
deal.
freezing. I can't fucking believe how cold
Weird.
it
Debbie
is.
says these attorneys roam around too much. They need a leash. They sure
This is
do.
California.
They sure do need a leash.
What is wrong? This is Southern California. Calm down.
What's going on? What are we all talking about? All right, I'm going to answer some questions since we're here. Mama said, notice how the defense isn't trying to prove he's innocent, just trying to prove that everyone else made mistakes. Well, they don't have to prove he's innocent. To be fair, that would be burden shifting. They don't have to prove he's innocent. Poot said it in his opening, which I thought was not great form. They just have to prove that other people didn't do their job. That's really their job, is to prove this. They're saying this was botched to the point where
I'm going to show you what's marked.
We couldn't tell you if he's innocent or not.
States 559
I'll get
and
that
558.
in a minute. I'll talk about lip gloss in a
Do
minute.
you recognize those?
Chris
Yes,
McCurry,
sir,
I don't know about the best hot chicken.
558 and 559
I am
without
spice
objection.
averse, but everybody
Without
loves Hattie
objection,
B's.
They admit it.
So Hattie B's is what people love.
560 and 561, Mr. Xerxes, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, 560 and 561 without objection.
No objection, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
They admit it.
Larry, thank you for the super chat. I see that. Thank you. Blues, I'm ready for some spicy tea. I think Metters should have stopped while he was ahead. There was a time when
Yes, sir,
surgeons
I do.
didn't even wash their hands. We know better, we do better.
They admit it.
566.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying yes, sir, that means you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
566 without objection.
It's a fair question, Leanne.
And 557.
Yes, sir.
557 without objection.
He's just like,
Without objection.
They admit it.
It might be time to put my pink fuzzy socks
562
on.
and 563.
no. Nikki D asked, could Sled be sued for the investigation?
Oh,
No.
that's what I'm going to do
Yes,
this
sir.
afternoon, you guys.
Unless something
Sorry,
comes out that they
I
did
know a lot of you have to work.
obstructed
That's
justice or
fucking
something like that.
Without
bullshit.
objection, Your Honor.
They
If
admit
I
it.
ever make a lot of money, I'm going to figure out a way so none of our friends have to work. I promise. But right now we're making
350 does seem a little low,
enough
but
to
it might have been negotiated.
I'm going to
No
put on a
problem.
horror movie after we end this day. And I'm going
56.
to lay on the
I'll
couch
stand
and
back here.
snuggle
The
in my
chat stands
Irish
by
sweater
Hattie B's.
and put on an Irish ghost movie.
Oh,
556.
this attorney in
and
his personal space is terrible.
564 are pictures of Paul's shoes and Alex's shoes, correct?
There are photographs taken at the laboratory of the two articles that you mentioned by ownership, apparently.
Okay. Who've been
With-
identified as Paul and Alex's shoes?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And then what are these? 561,
I think I spelled that right.
560?
Depending on the methodology that was used, either placing a slurry of ink on
They
the
do
bottom of the
zone out.
shoe, rolling it onto
They
a
absolutely
contrasting
do.
surface, i.e. a piece of paper.
Best. One of my favorite ghost
Of
stories.
both, you have a set of the
Good.
left and two sets of the right shoe.
Really good jump
Right,
scares.
to try to record any of the detail that would show in a two-dimensional impression
And so
when
fucking
the shoe
Irish.
comes in contact with the surface.
Oh my god, so
And that's
fucking
589 and 559,
need
I
Bill
believe, are
Nye.
the
crazy.
right
Crazy.
shoe.
Oh, obviously it will.
And 560
because it will.
561 are the left shoe
But again,
of Alex.
sometimes
Or
we
not.
gotta do
Did
lawyery
you disagree
things.
with that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. Have you seen
And
this
that's good
movie?
to do, isn't it?
I saw it
Yes.
a while ago.
No question
Oh my
about
God,
it.
it's
It's
just
part
such
of
a
the
great
examination
movie.
process.
So beautiful.
picture of
And the
the
music
song.
is beautiful, and of course the
Photograph the
scenery is
items.
beautiful.
Do an imprint.
Life-size,
great
not
ghost
as
story.
represented in those
But a
pictures.
great story,
yes.
like great characters,
Because you're
great
trying to see
acting.
if they're characteristics.
It's a fair cross,
If you have something to compare them to,
and he's
yes.
holding his
You're
arm
gonna-
on
I
cross.
think you would like it.
Not
I really
ideal,
don't, because I'm going to get
but
There's
not
5
nothing.
He
criteria:
would like
size, shape, wear, pattern.
I feel like no one I've
manufacturing,
recommended
And the final
it
one is
to has
individual.
been disappointed.
The accidental cuts, scratches, gouges, or residue that may be stuck in the bottom of the shoe that would leave a pattern.
The good old Irish. Oh my God! Did anyone see the Banshee of
Then see
Inisherin?
if you got some kind of
Oh my
individual
fucking
defect.
God.
I pronate, so that would show.
Oh
on my shoe, wouldn't it?
yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah. Oh my
And
God!
if you supernated, it would too.
Say what?
So good.
Super. I got you. My bad. I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
Has
no,
to do with the way the foot
I-
flexes at the
mine's
ankle.
great.
I understand. I didn't hear you. And 198, 199 are already in evidence. Would you dispute that these were
Very Irish.
the right and left of Paul?
But yeah, no, it's a
They
great.
were shown to me as representative of that, yes.
And that's good.
Yes,
How I am
That's-
about
that's
my
good law
movies. I love my movies.
that's part of the examination process, yes, sir.
And what's now been admitted into evidence, SLED's report by Special Agent Worley, 2 reports, one more detailed than the other, where she basically gave her conclusions about looking at these footwear impressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can't disagree with
Rob, if you
anything
get sassy
that
while
she
I'm
did.
gone, though,
No, in
Nightbot
fact, I
might
agree
come
with her
for you, just-
comments about the limitations that were placed on her to do the
Nightbot gets
analysis.
sassy. No caps, no
Pretty good examination,
self-promotion.
wasn't it?
I
No
have no
spam.
problem with it.
You have no problem with it.
No, sir. In
But I know you know
regards to the limitations that were placed on her.
Yeah, he should have stopped.
But she tried,
Yes, sir.
and they tried.
Yeah.
and they took pictures.
And the pictures that were taken made it difficult, if not impossible, as she states in her report, to draw a positive conclusion in one direction or another, to only be able to give a class characteristic of basic pattern design.
Matters is bumping into this.
Basically 90 degrees over it, but the picture was there, still there, correct?
I can
Or she
agree
could
with
still
that.
compare these
I don't
to a
think
picture
anyone
picture.
should really be
As far
glorifying
as
him.
general pattern characteristics, yes.
So they did something more than nothing.
I agree. I mean, a convenient character, but no, not the ideal. But Kieran Hines is a good actor.
I was waiting for a natural breaking point, but we're going to get there soon.
I think Mr. Harpootlian showed you some of these.
I don't know who the next witness will be. I know the mods will take care of it. With that, the mods will be enforcing chat rules. I will be back after I speak with the Beverly Hills Bar Association. We will leave this up so we don't have to terminate the stream, so you guys still have our chat. We love our chat.
Oh, we
love
don't
the
have
Lormans, and we know
Emily
that you guys like chatting here, so even if the chat
But
is
you know
up
what? I think
elsewhere,
they're just going to be
it won't
really
hurt my
boring
feelings. I
as they have
completely
been the
understand.
rest of this day.
So you guys are welcome to chat. I will leave this up. I will be back in about an hour after I
Yeah,
talk
you know,
at the Beverly Hills Bar Association.
Can't blame
about,
it totally on him.
you know,
The writer and the
lawyering.
director
Not only do they get their
are
CLE
fucked
credits, but
up.
I get my CLE credits, and it's all well and
No, I have
good.
to see
So
it. What
we'll
is
leave it up
that?
so you guys can
When did
enjoy
he
the
play
chat.
Caesar?
I will be back. With that, the mods
embarrassed.
are still
Impression
here.
and
So
overlay
just
of item
know,
103
just
shoes,
know.
which
Let me add the link for the Beverly Hills Bar Association again. The mods will keep adding it if you
that's the
want
number that's on
it.
the
It will be
shoe,
on a
yes.
replay too. But I
She
promised I would
compared
share
those
it.
to the digital
The
photos,
wind
and I think
is
well, they're in
just.
here. This is
The wind
38,
is just.
105.1.
So.
You remember looking at these?
I know
Yes,
you guys
sir.
are in good hands.
And 105.2 and 105.3 inside the feed room.
Yes, sir.
I didn't see Belfast either.
And 105.5.
Y'all have a good one. I'll see you in a little
I'll
bit.
look at it. And Showtime? Oh, okay. Oh, Rome. Oh, that show. Yes.
105.1.
Oh my God. I remember that show. Oomph. Oh my God. That was insane.
She made that mark and put it on there.
That show was
105.
insane. I don't know who the fuck wrote
Yes.
that show.
And again, that's
It's a crazy show. That was like Caligula.
Again, to the best of my knowledge,
It was
she made that work.
weird.
I understand. What did she conclude about that?
If I could have a report, I'd be happy to read it.
I remember. I watched that. It was almost
Either her
like
report or her work notes, either one.
Caligula meets
Ain't got enough room in here.
not Dynasty, but even the spin-off of Dynasty.
This is from her examination worksheets.
What are those spin-offs?
Under
In the spin-off of
the-
Dynasty.
Under the
Come on,
accreditation,
here's some trivia.
these
Here's
notes
some
would have been
trivia
taken
for you.
contemporaneous with the
Lolo the
examination
quiz
that
mistress
she was
is
conducting.
here.
All right, now there may be a typed
What
transcript
was
of
the
those.
what were
Could
the
you repeat which
spin-offs
section again?
of Dynasty? I guess Melrose
There's a mark
Place
on
would have been a spin-off.
103.2.
I don't know. But you know what there was like
You have an
not
underlined
Forest
section
Hills, but
on
oh fuck. Falcon's Crest.
5.1.
Falcon Crest, yes. I love that show. I fucking love that
105.1.
show.
Read my underline section.
And then what was the other one? It was like it was
Strictly
like
that
a Santa
out of context?
Barbara.
No, read it all. I didn't mean that.
God,
Read all everything
what
you
the
want.
fuck was that?
Tell them about what you did. Tell them
Oh my
everything.
God.
No, this is what Agent Worley
Falcon
did.
Crest was the winery.
From her examination
Wasn't there
worksheet
another one where it was the blonde chick?
dated
You know, the
6/20
blonde.
through 2021.
I don't
Right,
think I watched
Regarding
it.
reliability tested,
Oh,
not
shit.
applied.
Maybe that was a
Right,
spin-off.
examination notes. Subsection, section
It's probably good for my
105 for
brain.
item 105.1.
Okay, wait a minute.
Unknown
Guys,
footwear
I'm gonna
impression
have
in
to
photograph
drive
number
myself crazy. I don't wanna
0139.
go crazy.
Each photograph that was
Dynasty
taken has a
spin-off.
specific
Here we
number
go.
assigned to it by the digital
Here we
cameras.
go. The
So you can go back
Colbys.
to that specific image.
Yeah, I
Near
think
the
you were
feed
probably
room
too
door
young, right?
threshold. This would be,
No,
to
you were
me,
too
it's
young.
closest to the
Sit
entryway
down, New.
itself.
You were too young. You know what you're talking
The item 105, unknown
The
footwear
Colbys.
impression consists of
That was-
partial impressions and suspected
about. I
blood
thought
on the
there was
cement
another
floor.
one.
The outsole design consists of at least
thought there
4
was-
rows
What are
of
the spin-offs
parallel
from Dynasty?
rectangular
Oldies.
blocks.
Oh, that's real. There's only
One block
3.
is
There's only
in
2.
a
The
row by
Colbys.
itself
So
and
maybe it's
appears to be
another
2
one. Maybe it was a
blocks
spin-off of something
that
else.
are joined together,
I thought it was something
forming more of a
shores.
V or a U shape. Due to the
Something
amount of
shores.
suspected blood, right, in the impression,
Yeah,
it
in
is
the rest.
difficult to determine if
That was a
those
soap
or
opera.
any of the
Silly.
blocks
Don't
that
be
appear
silly.
to be
Wait.
joined together are actually
What's
joined
this?
in the
Like, what was
design,
that?
or
80s?
if the
Is that the
volume of
80s?
suspected blood is masking the separation
I
of
don't
the
even want to
joints.
talk to you. I don't think
The
I want
sentence
to
with
talk
the
to you
underlined
because
section.
you're too young.
Overall, the item
I'm
105.1,
feeling
unknown
like
footwear impression, is consistent with the outsole design of the item 103
Fine
right
wine.
shoe.
That's consistent with Paul's shoe, correct?
Okay, wait, here we go.
Assuming
1980s.
Paul's shoe is 103.
It's consistent with that one that's
Hold
represented,
on,
yes.
hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Dynasty.
Again, this is her opinion.
I understand.
All right, specifically, the unknown impressions appear to be
Falcon
consistent
crest.
with the
Wait,
second
we
through
can
the
make it
sixth
easy to read.
rows of the
Idiots.
toe end of the outsole. There is barely a noticeable difference between the design of the left and the right
Magnets,
shoe.
right.
However,
Mama's
there's
Family.
a
I
slight
met her when I
variation
worked
in
at
the
a store
slant
in
of the
Old
blocks,
Sacramento.
especially
That
in the middle
woman
row
came
of the
in, Carol
impression.
Lawrence. I thought I was
Additionally,
like,
it is
I
the
closed the
photograph
store for her so she could walk around with
where
her daughter and not
if
like,
the photographs were true to size,
you know,
there
bothered
is an
by
outline
all the
of the blocks that would
Sacramentans.
align with the fifth row
It was when I was in
of the
college.
toe end of the shoe,
I
which is
finished college
obscured
at UC
in
Davis.
item
I
103,
worked in
left shoe,
Sacramento.
but is clearly visible on the right
Oh
shoe.
wait, what is this?
Due
Land?
to the
No, Lone
quantity,
Star. That's not.
Is that
That's
quality?
of the impression.
Oh my God! Do you
a
remember
more
the Scarecrow and
meaningful
Mrs.
conclusion
No, you
cannot be
guys don't.
rendered.
I'm so sorry. This
The
is dumb.
item
This is a dumb
21
conversation to have.
and 95, all right,
Yeah,
have
there were
been
some good
eliminated
shows though
based on
back
the
then. I'm
outsole
gonna be
design.
honest with you. They were
So-
pretty
Those would be
entertaining.
Paul's shoes and
Miami
Maggie's.
Vice was a very
She
entertaining show.
found that that was consistent with Paul's
Have fun,
shoe.
everybody. Are you fucking
Based
kidding
on her
me?
opinion, yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to go through every one of these. I don't.
I love 227.
But I was just going to briefly go through.
I thought there
But
was
you also
one
in the
more like
105.2
landings
footwear
down
impression.
kind of show where they all lived in a community and it was like Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice. I thought there was another show in the 80s like that. Maybe it wasn't a Dynasty spinoff. Sci-fi shows, documentaries, drama. I think it would be a drama, right?
Say that Paul's shoes were consistent.
Dramas, Full House. No. Where's the weird ones? Where's the weird
And
family
continues,
ones?
the lack of clarity in the impression makes it difficult to determine if it was made by the left or the right
some of these
shoe.
are
Therefore, a more
comedies. I don't
meaningful
know why you're
conclusion
calling them
cannot be reached.
dramas.
And they were eliminated.
Okay, I can't think of it. It's just gonna. Yeah, it is something landing.
It's consistent.
You're right.
correct?
It's like
the lack of clarity makes it
fuck
difficult
landing
to
or
determine.
something. I
the
don't
more
remember.
meaningful, but
I
it's
can't.
consistent, right? They weren't
I
eliminated.
can't.
Why'd you say that?
It's not important.
I read
It's
the
so
next
not
line.
important.
Yeah, but that's item 21 and 95.
Correct.
You were trying to imply that.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You made a mistake.
No, oh Max,
No.
it's fine. Are you kidding me? That's good for
Well,
you.
you said they
The
were
last-
eliminated.
We were just got. I got.
badgering
I
this
say
witness
we
next
as
to
if
him.
you
He
know.
can read it. He can comment
dragging
from back
oomph
here.
into this. He
In
just
the
reluctantly
doorway, but again,
agreed to
object.
play. But no, I just got a little hung up on a TV show. Dude.
The objection is to you standing in the
Still
door.
really Knots Landing.
Oh, he aimed a gun at us yesterday. He aimed a gun at us from here yesterday.
The goose good for the gander is a rule, and I can't find it in my rule book.
Well, we're operating with limited space, just as a matter of trial procedures.
Smoke after that. That
Extremely
was great.
unusual for counsel to
That was fantastic. I'm really glad I
stand
remembered.
in the locations where counsel have been standing throughout the trial.
Woo!
But given the limited
Full
space,
circle.
it's somewhat understandable.
Good.
But he has moved to the podium.
Let's do this.
Go right ahead.
Oh, man, I want to invent a
Did you
lanyard for
misspeak
your
just
vape
then?
pen.
I did. All right, the last sentence states, the items 21 and 95, the other two articles of footwear, are eliminated based on their outsole design
But Paul's wasn't eliminated.
in a very basic way.
Yeah,
And
okay,
because,
young,
again,
I get
by
it,
her
young
report,
mind, whatever.
by what she reports as the
Move
contamination
on,
issues,
sir.
all right, blood seeping into other
Yeah,
areas, the
we get
detail
it.
is not there to be definitive. Also, there is no rendering of the size of
We
the
understand.
image from
That's
any of the crime scene photographs.
You're young.
Could it be this big? Or could it be this big? I can't eliminate based on size.
I really want you to stop doing it. Please, okay. Oh, it's so windy out and cloudy.
And if we could go to 105.3,
Gonna
I'll
get
stay back
really
here and left you a
cloudy.
copy.
Yeah, those ads do get lodged in your mind,
Yes, sir.
don't they? Actually.
That's the
Young or
unknown
not,
footwear impression represented.
Knox Landing.
What exhibit?
You got the landing. Actually, you
No,
got
I
the
mean,
hard
what-
part
what
because
exhibit you
that's the
just
part we
handed?
really couldn't think of.
What did you just hand it?
So, congratulations. I'm going to give you that.
I don't object to it, I just don't want to know what it is.
It's photograph 29.
It's 1,562.
I want you to
Thank
become
you.
a $300 an hour shoe expert too, Jim. So does Mrs. Jim. We all want that. Because then we'd all be getting our toes licked by the pool.
I forgot where we were.
105.3.
Thank you. Under 105.3, can you tell me, which is comparing,
See, when we
I'm
were
looking
young,
now in
we were just
states
so excited to have a
and you
television
see 105.3
that we watched it.
in states 40, and did you review that when you were evaluating this case? And
I read the
I think
reports
it's
and
really
matched
great that we have
photographs up to the
successfully
scene,
not
yes.
paid
Or
attention
the
to any of
reports.
this
Whoops.
while the entire
Sorry.
time. I'm really proud of us.
And did Agent Worley conclude that item
Because I've literally
105.3 unknown footwear impression is consistent with the outsole design of item 103 right shoe? Did she conclude that?
Oh,
I
she's
just-
speaking to the Beverly Hills bar. Oh, wow, fancy. Fancy Beverly Hills lawyers. Woo, woo, woo.
It cannot be,
105.3.
it just says it cannot be excluded.
Did she say impression is consistent with the outside design of 103 right shoe? In the
Although-
second paragraph.
And continuing,
And my computer.
although there is minimal amount of
I
detail
am so sorry, you guys.
observed in item 103, right shoe
just
cannot
blow you
be
out?
excluded
Nope, I didn't.
due to the basic design and structure. Again, the limited amount of detail made a very qualified findings.
Wow, something wicked.
The other part, continuing on with this document and her final report, they all indicate that there could be no size comparison. And again, she tried the best she could, yes.
What?
And going on down, 105.4, there was an unknown impression represented on the back of Maggie's leg.
Yes, sir.
I don't even know if he talked about it, but I'm going to
I didn't think there
541.
was an impression. I thought it was
Yes, sir.
dirt.
What did she say about that?
EP is East Palestine. Max, do you throw paper towels? Do you guys want to see that? Is it? I think it's. Oh, it's actually. There's more
finding.
stuff here.
I believe that she couldn't
I
do
have that
anything with
tweet
it.
up, Max. I have the Ron's tweet where it shows him at the press conference.
Although there's a definite pattern visible, it cannot be definitively determined.
take a break, I'll go to
if the
that
impression is a
immediately.
footwear impression or if it was
You probably will
created by
take a
some
break
other
soon.
object, right?
Correct.
And you agree with that?
Yes.
And the only thing she said it was kind of consistent with was the fabric portion of item 95 sandals that couldn't be excluded. And those are Maggie sandals, right? We don't know what it is, right?
Correct.
Sandals,
Could be that, could be anything.
could be a tire on an ATV.
Possible.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And let's keep going, we're almost through,
Well, he's
105.5.
almost through. Okay. Can you just calm down, Oompa, because that asshole will still be there. He's passing out Trump water. Oh my.
And is that
Well, maybe
compared to
polished anus
shoes
could get
with
some of his water to pass
557?
out then.
which has been offered?
What is 557?
Now that's Bristol.
Okay.
105.5, 105.6.
$500.
The area behind the door,
last
yes,
night
sir.
You've looked at that.
to go to gas to get down there. I can't with these people anymore. I really can't. Yes, I hear everything.
Overall, the item 105.5,
I may
unknown
not be
footwear
everywhere, but I
corresponds
hear
with the
everything.
outsole design of item what right shoe.
Item 103.
That's Paul's.
The dissonance.
Again, these are class identifications. There is very limited detail.
Yeah, I just feel a sense of like.
Okay, let's go to the final one here.
On
105.
letting it see this through to a break.
Unknown footwear impression. Too partial to determine if it was made by the square diamond pattern of one of the item 21 shoes. Therefore, no conclusion could be rendered.
It's a walking dissonance, isn't
Item 105.6, unknown footwear impression was not made by 95 or
Dissonance
103.
isn't a noun, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Is it?
She examined every footwear,
Oh wait, I guess it is.
every one of these, correct? She being agent, compared them,
Yes, sir. Insofar as she could.
and came up with a report.
Okay, good. Don't. I've got the
Again, I
deal.
was not
Don't
requested
worry.
to write a report.
Just relax. I got
You
this.
don't even have a report.
It'll be fine.
Correct, sir. I've said that 3 times.
Oh shit. Testing much? Are you guys frozen? Oh man. Fuck. Come on, dudes. Don't fuck with this. Yeah, I know. I went ahead and switched to long crime while she's gone.
So you have no idea if everything else they didn't provide you was done 100% correct, do you?
No, sir.
That's all.
Yeah, very, very briefly. Let me see if I can do this in less than 5 minutes. He asked you, yes, there's a photograph up here he asked you about
Yeah, we've
in the
got a lot
sand
of-
with,
we've got a lot more grievance coming in.
with impressions, shoe impressions, right?
Yes, sir.
So if this Laura Rutten person that saw this earlier said, all she saw were sandals, and she got to the crime scene,
Now, is this really happening right
and then
now,
there were
guys?
impressions
Hold on.
over those sandals,
I'm sorry. Is there
would
something?
that indicate
I
that
didn't realize
somebody
it, like he was happening now?
in some way spoiled or affected the crime scene that arrived after the police did, or with the police, or were the police?
After the observation, yes.
Is that something encouraged in these policies and procedures, to actually walk over footprints in the crime scene?
The primary redress at any scene is to protect the evidence, whatever it might be.
Was that protected?
I don't know.
It would appear if one officer saw just sandal impressions, and then after that there were footprints on it, it's not protected. Objection to leading.
Lead the witness.
We'll move on.
We'll move on.
So you were asked if
Oh, he's not live right
Agent Worley did all she could do, and you said she tried.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, she tried with, she even says that the impressions, the pictures of the impressions are inadequate, correct?
Yes,
The
sir.
governor, Dewan,
And
drank
that's because they didn't
tap water.
follow
Why
the simple
would it stop?
procedures you've been doing for the last two, and most police departments have done for the last 2 or 3
So,
decades, right?
And has been taught for a number of years.
No tripod, no direct angle. And let me ask you this. I believe we've asked this before, but if she had done what you did in that New York crime scene and sprayed a chemical. Objection, Your Honor. I don't think.
Question.
I haven't finished. So, if she had sprayed the chemical we saw in the pictures that you had in your PowerPoint.
Oh, by the
in
way,
New York,
Brunson v. Adams
what,
denied.
if any difference,
Denied.
could that have made?
Denied.
If there was a blood-like substance present,
Fucking idiot, maggot.
and more especially in and around the
Not
partial
Brunson
prints
had
that were
any
visible,
shot to overturn the fucking
it could give
2020
you
election.
additional detail and further enhance the pattern design and hopefully give you individualizing characteristics for comparison at a later date. The difficulty with this whole case is I can't tell you when those prints were put there.
You can't tell me what?
I cannot tell you when those prints were there. The only comment that you can make is sometime prior to the time the photographs were taken, the print was placed there.
Okay. And this technology of using that spray is decades old also?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you said she tried. Could she have tried harder? Could she have tried better? Could she have used the techniques that have been around for 20 or 30 years to make sure there wasn't the perpetrator's bloody footprint in the feed room? Could she have done that?
I want to watch Hasanabi go.
She or someone with their investigative group that would be qualified to do that.
Well, about Hasanabi sometimes.
And he asked you a series of questions, went on for 10 minutes about
Hi,
she
Mrs.
compared this
Benson.
to...
Mom is back. Hello, darling. How are
The
you,
objection
darling?
sustained as to the comment.
Yes, darling.
Were you asked about a series of
Trying to make it through
with a
the
series
break,
of
darling. So you
comparisons
can watch the buffoon
of pictures with
blow up like a balloon.
different known shoe impressions?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you indicate that now if there was a match, what word would be used? Would it be consistent or would it be something stronger?
It depends on the type of analysis and the amount of information that you could call or get from it.
Do you ever say this shoe made that impression?
In an all better world with proper individualizing characteristic and the 5 criteria that I mentioned before, you could reach that conclusion.
Okay, but she says consistent.
Manchester
Correct.
City is
That's
beating
not that shoe made that impression.
No.
It's, that shoe could have made that impression.
That shoe or any other pattern similar to that could have made it.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Meadows.
Do a second PowerPoint that said that Marco Maggie was consistent.
Oh my God, we're gonna watch
Did
this.
you do another PowerPoint?
I've done several.
You've done several?
We're gonna watch.
Yes, sir.
Where's the other one?
When we're done,
Chose not to use them.
They chose not to use it.
That's all. You may step down.
I think I'm the only one who hasn't seen it. Get out. Get out.
We'll take a little break. If you go to the jury room, please
Okay,
not
they're gonna
discuss
go.
the case.
They're going to take a break. But let's see if he says anything to the lawyers. Meh. Meh. Okay, what happened? Why are you not talking? What? Dump just made the fastest speech in life. Yeah, he's probably like scared as fuck. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with this. We're gonna like go to look at other shit. First of all, I need you guys to look at this because fuck that. Fuck everything. Because this is what life is all about. This is fucking scary. Wait, you gotta see the whole thing. Jesus Christ. Look at this! This is like one of my greatest fears. I cannot do this. So if anybody's thinking that somehow I'm going to be able to do something like this, you're absolutely insane. I wouldn't even be walking on that, much less riding a motherfucking bike on it. I can't see around that corner. I don't know what's going to happen. Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! How high up is that? And where the hell is your camera? And what if your camera like hits the top of those rocks? Why in the hell isn't it hitting the top of those rocks? I can't even believe this. Is this already going? Anyway, okay, I just wanted to look at that. Sorry. That was too much. Wait. Go away. Okay, but the problem was actually where I was here. Oh, your account is suspended and is not yeah, thanks for the reminder. I was just happening to look at hashtags. What is this? My president. Oh, geez. Okay. No. See, RB Leipzig losing to Manchester City 1-0. Proud boys. Proud boys. Proud boys. Proud boys. I don't know what that means. Pangender, multi. Okay, never mind. These are Nazis. These are not. They can't even go to the grocery store without assault weapons. I fucking love this. I fucking love. These are Nazis. All right, we're not gonna dwell too much on Proud Boys because we don't care about Proud Boys. Those Proud Boys anyway. I'm not sure what's happening. I understand there's been a shooting, but I don't have any details on it. And I hope everyone's all right. It's just, I can't take this anymore. I don't know why I always get Mark Hamill, but I think he's basically made a deal with the devil to become part of everybody's Twitter. I'm just saying. I never indicated that I liked him in any way, shape, or form, so I'm not entirely sure why he fills whatever feed I have. I guess it's the force. All right, let's see. Where's my Ron Filipowski? Ron, oh, stop it. Everybody hates Ron. Blah, blah, blah. Why don't y'all go fuck yourselves? I'm so done with people that just talk shit and don't say anything. Fuck you all. Okay, here we go.
Help our
Have fun, everybody.
help our
Have fun, everybody. You fucking assholes. Here we go.
Bottle of water, Trump water, actually. Most of it. Some of it we had to go to a much lesser quality water. We want to get those Trump bottles, I think, more than anybody else. But we're bringing a lot of water because we're bringing thousands of bottles of water, Trump water. Actually.
Thousands of bottles.
Most of it. Some of it we had to go to a much lesser quality water.
Oh, but some of it is
You wanna
Trump
get those
water.
Trump-
Okay, so because here's funny. Want to hear something funny? Want to see something funny? Because I was scrolling down here. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Zero crime. Zero crime, no problem. Okay. But there was something else down here. Where is it? Oh, wait. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Wait, there was something else. Wait, I gotta go to this one. I think it's this one. Let me see what he says here. Oh, here we go. Trump Ice natural spring water, often referred to as just Trump Ice, was bottled water brand owned by American businessman. It was discontinued in 2010. So can you imagine? Can you imagine that it's leached the BPA? Where's the BPA thing? Somebody said something about it leaching into the like it's leach wait, where is it? Oh, anyway, that the bottles are so old that they probably the BPA or whatever is leached into the Trump water. So they're probably, this is so disgusting. I hate everybody in the MAGA world. I hate MAGA world. That's that. We saw that. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. They're not back yet. Let me see. Oh, they'll be right back. No one's taking a thing. Okay, let me see. Let me go to Twitch and see if anybody's doing anything. I'm embarrassed about my Twitch feeds. I'm going to be real honest. I follow some really weird Twitch channels, and I don't really want to talk about it. Yeah, he's giving them old water that's been sitting in, God knows, that's been baking in its own BPA chemicals. I can't. Oh, where did he call the mayor fat? Oh, God. Okay, let me see if I can find any more about him. Hold on. Jesus Christ, Trump. Can you be any less of an asshole, Ohio? Oh, please. Fuck you. Fuck you. I believe those children are my future. Put them away and make them burn their way. Show them they are following a dream.
like this. Come on in close.
Come on in close. Let's make sure we get this. I love you. We love you. Oh, look at this JD Vance. This is a fucking asshole. Oh, McDonald's. Soccer. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, thanks. I don't know where he called him fat. Get over there. No, you go ahead and breathe in all that shit for Joe. That's fine with me. And then we'll just, Jesus Christ. Well, you know what? I can't find it because the only people left on fucking Twitter right now are assholes.
To the nearby communities in Ohio and Pennsylvania, we have told you loud and clear, you are not forgotten. You are not forgotten. We stand with you, we pray for you, and we will stay with you in your fight to help answer.
He's like, I really wish I was wearing a mask right now because then I would feel like I'm not going to get sick and I'm just going to try and keep my mouth shut and not breathe, and maybe that way I won't actually get sick.
Palestine, Ohio, as the town continues to reel from the massive train derailment and toxic chemical.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Jack Posobiec. Jack Pussy Bitch. Hey, Pussy Bitch, how you doing? I miss you. Look at these are all like fucking right-wing bastards. All of this Twitter, all these Twitter accounts with just searching Trump Ohio brings up all right-wing fuck faces.
And basically, most of Washington, D.C. refuses to do their actual job.
You know what's interesting is I read that the FEMA was in touch with them on February 17th, which I don't think was actually that soon after the derailment. I could be wrong. I think it was the derailment the 14th. I can't remember now. Here we go. Thank you. Wu-Tang is for the children. Trump is heading to East Palestine, Ohio to blame Biden for the derailment and say if he was POTUS, it never would have happened, yada, 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 yada. So let's remind him of who's really to blame. 2018. Oh, here 2017. I'm continuing to get rid of costly and unnecessary regulations. Much work left to do, but effect will be great. In fact, we're enjoying that effect right now, and especially the residents of the Ohio, I believe, Pennsylvania border. They are just, they're not growing. Well, unless they're in chemical hazard retreatment or removal, perhaps those businesses and jobs will grow under these getting rid of those nasty little train deregulations. Oh, here he is handing shit out. Oh, woo! Oh, girl! Oh, girl! How do I zoom in? Come on, you gotta let me zoom in. Why are you doing that? Why are you getting smaller? Oh, I see. It's getting smaller. Okay, fine. You're not helping me, girl. We gotta talk. This is what's going on here. What is going on here? What's going on here? What's the cut of this suit? What's happening right now? What's going on here? This is looking really over bleached right now. Sad. He has to hold his own hats. That's so sad. That's so sad. I'm sad for him. Ooh, the split ends. Look at that frizz. Like, this is an actual touched up photo too. You know, Dan Scavino was sitting on the toilet at Mar-a-Lago and he was fucking this. He was fucking with this. And he's mad. He's mad because now I'm pointing it out. Hey, Dan Scavino. You fucking fuck. Fucking hate you. They're not even back yet. Holy mazzolis. Yeah, fucker. Ridiculous picture. Meaningless. Looks like it could be a guy dressed up as him. That's ridiculous. Horrible. Who is the photographer? Jack Pussy Bitch. Of course. Oh, so it was. So I'm an idiot. February 3rd. What the fuck did happen? I really hope that people are looking into it. I understand that it did take a while for FEMA and stuff. I just. Oh my god. What a mess. I guess that was the point. The point was the chaos to go ahead and create and deregulate. So that you would have all this shit happen. I guess that was the point. What's happening to Brian Cox? What's the matter with Brian Cox? Uh-oh, is there drama? Drama on the set of Succession? Strong is talented. He's fucking gifted. When you've got the gift, celebrate the gift, go back to your trailer and have it hit marijuana, you know? I don't get that. Is he saying don't do that or do that? I don't know. I'm confused. Which is why I don't get involved in their drama. Anyway, damn, man. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and go here because these guys are whatever.
And the jury has to adopt the theory that towards innocence under the Logan charge. And I'm hopeful that that's where they're going with this.
That would be something. That really would be. And so, Aaron,
Well,
let me
it's a
ask you,
useless visit,
testimony
and I don't know
suggested
if Palestine
Alec,
are any
was
closer to
not
answers
telling
than they
Buster
deserve.
that he might be afraid of certain things happening. And there's some theory that Alec has been so afraid of this drug cartel, as it were, that he couldn't say the things he really wanted to say to protect his own family because he saw what they just did.
Pure porn is dangerous. I think I need a nap. Nap time yet? The nap time. I haven't even looked at chat.
Exhibit number 145 into evidence. Mr. Metters
Well,
graciously
I don't think they're
has
intentional
agreed to allow me to put it in at this point.
Thank
you.
No objection.
Offered into 145 into.
Submitted without objection.
Do I have to buy you dinner now?
No, that's not the way it works.
Excuse me.
And I think DeWine's actually
Ready for the jury?
there too. I'm interested to see what DeWine.
Bring them in.
Jeremy stays in character all the time and annoys Cox. I know, Jeremy, this is, I mean, who cares? It's a good show. It's a good show. Why isn't there sound? Why isn't there sound? I could have taken a nap, but I bought some weed. And I could have taken a nap, but I'm going to smoke more weed. Yeah, it's true. I'm going to smoke more weed. What's going on with the sound? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Hold on, let me see. Sound is off on all feeds, darlings. The sound is off on all feeds. I could have taken a nap, but I bought some weed. I could have taken a nap, but I bought some weed. I'll take a nap for both of us. How about that? I do like Succession. I like that's never my life. It never will be my life. It never won't, whenever was my life. The grievance will start. The grievance will start. The grievance. It'll start. Atta girl, Mrs. James's mom. This is the soothing channel. Welcome, children, to the soothing channel. We're going to be soothing here. There's a lot of it involved.
Thank you. Your next
You are
witness.
clean.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are welcome as well. Just bring it up.
Barbara Ann Mixon.
I'm going to go silent for a minute. Keep it up. Yes, very useful to accelerationists. Oh dear. That was really well said. That's very well said.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial
Hi,
shall be the truth, so
Nathan.
help
How
you
are
God?
you?
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic if you need to. State your name again for the record, please, ma'am.
Randy Nixon.
But it's not expected, is it?
Mixson.
I really
Have a seat,
think we
please.
should fix that chair.
Can we pull that mic close to you?
This is so dumb.
Ms. Mixon, will you tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you're from, how old are you, and what do you do?
My name is Barbara Mixon, and I'm from Farmville, South Carolina, and I'm a widow. I have 4 daughters, 5 grands, 2 great-grands, and I do housekeeping and care for Miss Elizabeth Murdoch, and I'm 71 years old.
71 years old. And how long have you been doing housekeeping for Ms. Libby Murdoch?
42 years.
42 years. And you did housekeeping for Mr. Randolph Murdoch when he was alive, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Take it to nap time.
And do you know all the Murdoch children, Randy and Lynn and John Marvin and Ella?
No, as good as I know my kids. They are my kids also.
And they're part of your family.
That's right.
Now, are you part of their family?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry to chew.
How well do you know Alex sitting here in the courtroom?
Just like I know one of my kids.
And you love him like one of yours?
I sure do.
Okay. Did you know Maggie?
I know her real well. She was like a daughter and a friend.
Did you talk to her frequently?
Every day.
And did you know Paul?
I sure did.
How often would you see Paul?
I would see Paul practically every week. He would come down to see M and Hanson, and then I would be there during the day. And some days he'll come by my house and see me.
Right. And you know Buster?
I sure
we have
do.
wonderful kids that allow
He's
us.
sitting in the courtroom today.
See who
Yes,
we
sir.
are.
A chance to see him.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty funny.
Just I'm not going to take a whole lot of time, Ms. Mixon, but
I'm having a little chocolate moment.
just give the jury a little bit of a understanding of how frequently Alec would go by and check on his mom and dad over, say, the last 10 years.
Practically every day when I'm there. I see them every day, and I'm there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Sometimes I have to work on Saturday and Sunday, and he would come by.
And what time of day, I guess, the hours that you worked over at, did you call the place Almeda, or do you call it Almeda?
Yes, sir.
And what are your normal hours there at Almeda?
8 to 3.
And it's always been 8 to 3 for?
8 to 3, always.
And you took some time off when your husband was sick, and then you went back to work. You know when you went back to work?
My husband passed on January the 2nd of 2019, and I went back to work in August of 2019.
And during that period of time, you were working 8 to 3?
8 to 3.
Okay. And I think you said Alec would come by frequently to check on his mom and dad?
Yes, sir.
Would Maggie come with him?
Well, not through the week. I mostly see Maggie like on Fridays, or she might stop by like that. But it would come through the week by itself.
Okay. And I think you mentioned Paul would visit?
Yes, sir.
Just want to go to June 7th. You remember that awful day, Ms. Mixon?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to Maggie that day?
I talked to her on June. I talked to her on June the 9th. I think it was between 7 and maybe 7:30.
June the 7th. What she was right.
That's right.
On Valentine's Day.
You talked to her that evening?
I didn't remember
Yes, sir.
it happened.
And you remember what y'all talked about?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about?
She said, Barbara, I was trying to reach you before I left to go to Somerville. I had to take my mama to the doctor, and I couldn't get a hold of you. But I am going to fix supper for the Murdochs and for your family for Wednesday night. Because Thursday, I got to go take my daddy to the doctor. And she said, oh, Barbara, I'm going to call you back. She said, no, hold on a minute. That either Elliot or Buster calling me. She said, I tell you what, I'll call you back when I unload the car. And I never got the call back.
That the last time you talked to her?
Yes, sir.
And the last conversation you had with her, she's planning to make you dinner. Is that right?
Dinner for me and her in-laws.
What was happening on June the 7th? Do you remember Mr. Randolph, what his situation was?
Well, John Marvin came to take Mr. Randolph to the doctor. And, I remember that part. Because he was real sick.
And after John Marvin took Mr. Randolph to the doctor, you remember that Mr. Randolph got checked into the hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember calling Alec?
Yes, sir.
On the afternoon of June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And what did you talk about?
Objection, hearsay.
What did you talk about?
Objection's overruled.
What did you talk about, Ms.
I called Elliot. Well, first I called Chrissy. I always call Chrissy first. I couldn't get Chrissy. So then I said, well, let me call Elliot. So I called Elliot. I said, Elliot, your mom is very agitated. She is crying. I give her medicine, and I want you to come check on her later on during the day. And he said, okay, I will.
What was Ms. Libby agitated?
Because Mr. Randolph was going to the hospital.
It was a pretty boy.
And she was, in fact, agitated, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by agitated?
Well, she was crying a lot, and I couldn't get her to eat, and she just, she just agitated. She wasn't.
And I'm going to show exhibit that's in evidence. Doug, if you could pull up the State's Exhibit 520 and go to page 21, which is the Rudolphski extraction long version. Ms. Mixon, can you see there's an entry on this timeline at 3:58:39. Alec Murdoch received an incoming call from Barbara Mixon. You see that?
Right? These are
Yes, sir.
You're 6 and
You think that's when you called Alec?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is on June.
Oh my gosh, we should put
7th,
links in. We have 8
for the
people.
record.
What am I
Right,
doing?
take
I'm
that
terrible
down.
at this. Here's all the links.
How'd you learn about Maggie and Paul?
Well, I was sitting on my porch, and my daughter, which she's in the courtroom, Shirley, Officer Stacey Lolo came and pulled up. Shirley, my daughter, which is in the courtroom, she jumped out of the car and told me to say, Elliot found Maggie and Paul dead.
So a police officer came to your house.
2 of them. It was Stacey Lolo and then another one. And I said, could I go out there? And they said, no, you couldn't go out there.
Yes, God.
And
Finish that me home. Let's send go.
Ms. Mixon, that was a Monday night, and do you remember Mr. Randolph dying on a
Smart people
Thursday, passing on a Thursday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was June the
He
10th.
doesn't really
Yes,
understand
sir.
what that means. He thinks
And
it's
do you
gonna
remember
be
that
just
Mr.
like
the funeral for Maggie and Paul was that Saturday?
Or like Bruce Banner.
Do you remember the funeral service at the graveyard for Maggie and Paul on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Randolph's funeral was on that Sunday. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And the next day was a Monday. Did you work that day?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you come to work?
8 o'clock. Well, about 5 minutes to 8.
And who did you relieve?
Shirley Smith.
Okay, so Shelley would have worked the night shift, and you came on at 5 till 8?
Yes, sir, and released her.
And did you work that Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
What's NS?
And what time did you get to work?
5 minutes to 8.
And were you relieving Ms. Shelley Smith?
Yes, sir.
And what about that Wednesday?
And I really
released
don't know how
Shelley
to
Smith,
help
5
people
minutes
there.
to 8.
That's what my concern is. I'm not worried about
And Ms. Mixon, on
And I'm
any of those days, Monday,
to go there.
Tuesday,
People that
or
can't
Wednesday, when you relieved Ms. Shelley Smith, did you see a
No.
tarp opened up anywhere in
Why are you
Ms.
yelling?
Libby's house?
No, sir.
Oh, NS. Sorry.
Any no blue tarp? You see no blue tarp on a rocking chair?
No, sir.
It's one of my favorite words. Nope.
Have you ever seen a blue tarp laid out
Really blink on that.
in the house?
I never seen a blue top lay out in the house.
But they
Yeah.
offered $6 million.
And you relieve Ms. Shelley
Yes,
every
sir.
day, Monday,
They're
Tuesday,
paying
Wednesday of that week?
$7 billion
All right.
to their shareholders.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have here.
By the state.
Oh, Lord. How do you have dividends in the amount of $7 billion?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, and you, sir?
How in the world?
Been better, been worse?
Wow.
We met a few weeks ago.
Yes,
You
sir.
remember down at the...
Yes, sir.
Not far from here.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying, that's a lot
You
of
love
money
Alex.
for a company that has a big
I
old
love
accident.
all of them.
You
They
love
like
them.
my children.
They like your family.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about
Maybe corporate
that day before, briefly. You remember that day, the 7th, like he just asked you? We talked about what you did that day and who you talked to, right?
Yes, sir.
Let corporations
And you didn't tell us about that conversation you had with Alex that day, did you?
No, sir.
No.
Have they talked to you about that recently? When's the first time you told anybody about that?
I can't remember, but I can't remember. It's been a little while. I can't remember.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
You did a great job. That was not easy.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Every witness 2 steps down is excused. Next witness.
Your Honor, this defense calls Micah Sturgis.
And didn't they, in 2018, they deregulated the emergency brake system or something for freight trains? I was reading that Miami Herald article that I quoted. So yeah. I am not big on government oversight. I understand.
Raise your right hand and left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand.
Well, you know what, Tim? Maybe that's...
You can adjust the mic.
Might be natural selection.
State your name again for the record, please, sir. Spell your last name.
Micah Sturgis, last name Sturgis.
You can't fix stupid.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sturgis.
Good afternoon.
To start with, can you just tell us about yourself? Where are you from?
Sure. My name is Micah Sturgis. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Before I eat any more
I am
tacos.
the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Professional Investigations.
Pull the mic a little closer.
Sorry. Better. I'm the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Investigations.
Okay. And tell us about your experience in law enforcement and then cell phone forensics.
Sure. So from 2004 until 2016, I was employed by the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office. It's a full-service sheriff's office located in Cleveland County, North Carolina. They're on the border of North and South Carolina. During that time period from 2004 to 2006, I was a patrol deputy. In 2006, I was promoted to a corporal or training officer, where I trained new hires. In 2009, I was promoted to detective. In that capacity, I handled everything from larcenies to murders, and then I took on the role of the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office. Was the first one that we had, and I formed the digital forensics lab at the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
And before we get more into digital forensics, you've been involved in murder investigations before?
I have, yes.
As a lead detective?
As a lead detective, yes.
And then as you go into digital forensics, tell us about your experience with digital forensics in law enforcement, and then afterwards, and then after that, we'll get to your certifications and training.
Sure. As the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office, it was my responsibility to handle all the digital evidence that came into the lab, and I was also in charge of ordering things that needed to be ordered and stocked up on for digital forensic purposes. And during that time period, I was sponsored by the United States Secret Service to attend the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I was trained in mobile device examination, multiple tools, Celebrite, Blackthorn, which is
for anyone that didn't hear it earlier,
a form of
I'm going to move
Burla,
my dad's
Ivy.
reading.
XRY, which is another forensic tool. Paraben was another tool that we used, and so I received that training from the NCFI. They also sent me back with several things, one of which being a laptop computer or a MacBook in order to do examinations on, and also a Ramsey's box or a Faraday box that I used to use whenever we had phones that came in.
But my
And
gosh.
let's just, since we're kind of on it, could you
Tell
go
me what
through
you're
the
gonna do to
training you've
stop
had in
one
digital
more
evidence?
from coming.
Sure.
Tell me what you're going to do to stop the next training.
So I have had the basic and intermediate cell phone forensic courses, introduction, intermediate, and advanced, computer forensics, internet investigations, introduction to wireless investigations. I was a Lantern certified examiner, attended the Lantern cell phone training.
Are they going to be bailed out?
Lantern is a forensics tool for Apple devices, primarily Apple devices, does some Androids. Apple iOS forensics, I attended that at the American Academy of Applied Forensics in Charlotte. Cyber investigations, I was nominated and sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute by the United States Secret Service, where I received my mobile device examiner certification. I also received Celebrate certifications while there at the NCFI, and Paraben Mobile Forensic Training, Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst, received XRY training at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and took the XRY intermediate courses. In 2017, I attended the Infuse conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I sat for my ENC written examination. Later came back to Charlotte and did the practical examination, where I was certified as an in-case certified examiner in 2017. And attended the Magnet User Summit a couple of times, received some training on their tool there at one in Las Vegas, the other in Nashville. Received introduction to alternate data acquisition training, wireless analysis training. I received my Lantern certified examiner from Katana Forensics, my XRY certified examiner from MSAB, the Celebrate Mobile Forensics Fundamental Certification, the Celebrate Certified Operator Certification, Celebrate Physical Analyst Certification, and then the Celebrate Certified Mobile Examiner Certification, and also my in-case Certified Examiner Certification.
And can you tell us about how many extractions or acquisitions of digital evidence you've performed?
Sure. Well over 500 logical physical acquisitions and extractions using Lantern, the Apple device forensic tool, Celebrate, Blackthorn, XRY, Paraben, and well over 750 images of hard disk drives or solid state drives of computers, and analyzing that data within either FTK or in-case FTK's forensics toolkit.
Sing that as a lullaby all the time.
It's a forensic suite.
I can't remember the
words.
words.
In-case Magnet IEF, which is Internet Evidence Finder. That's what they started out as. They're now Magnet Axiom is the product that they produce and put out. So I've used Axiom to do multiple examinations
not a
of
huge musical.
that. Image with hardware forensic imagers like the Forensic Falcon. I've used Paladin to get live acquisitions, Macquisition for Macs, and Recon ITR for MacBooks. Also had to collect checkpoint encrypted devices with my time at the bank.
And it leads into, when did you leave law enforcement and what have you done since you left?
Sure. In 2016, I received a phone call from an individual who owned a private firm in Charlotte, and I went to work for him as a digital forensic examiner in the South Park area of Charlotte.
Okay, and after?
After that, I worked for him from 2016 until roughly 2019, and then I went to Wells Fargo, where I was one of 24 examiners for the Wells Fargo and Company. After leaving Wells Fargo in 2021, I went and formed this lab at Barefoot Professional Investigations.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert by court to testify?
Yes, I have in both criminal and defense work.
Okay. Criminal work, civil?
And civil as well, yes.
And in the criminal cases, have you been on the defense side, the prosecution side, both sides?
I've been on both.
Not to worry.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in digital forensics in a murder case before?
I have, yes, in 2015.
And was that for the prosecution?
It was for the prosecution.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer the witness as an expert in cell phone forensics.
What's the other one?
No objection.
So qualified.
Mr. Sturgis, before we get into the what we're here to talk about,
God, you know, there's one for
are you paid by the defense to be here?
I am.
And how much?
My rate is $300 an hour for any type of examination.
So I guess you're buying the drinks after, right, big
$600 an hour to be on the stand.
And does that go to the company that employs you?
It does.
In your experience, are you aware of anyone who does this work for free for the defense?
No, I'm not. In fact, I do IDS work.
What's that?
IDS work is indigent service, so people who can't afford defense experts, and I do that work in the state pays me.
Let me see which one.
Turning to this case, have you?
Oh, here we go.
What information have you reviewed regarding the cell phones in this case?
Everything that I've been able to look at and review has been provided by the state.
And specifically the extractions, where
Right,
they're from?
specifically the extractions of the mobile devices and reports that they've produced.
So you haven't done anything
Here
independent?
we go. If I love you time and again, I would try to say.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the timeline that's been introduced into evidence in this case? I believe it was, I don't have the exhibit number on me, the large timeline of events of this.
The one provided by the state, yes.
And as far as the cell phone information goes, is that timeline accurate?
It is. There,
I'm a
with the
special
exception of a
witness
couple
on
of
fun.
things based off interpretation of the data.
I'm the
but for the
witness
most part,
to
yes,
party.
it is accurate.
Is anything missing?
There are two instances where there's some things from
I'll
the
work
knowledge
for
data-
your
knowledge
company,
seed
Oomph, and then
database
you
that,
can get the
are in the
$300
report
an hour, and then we can split it.
that I've been able to locate. And
How about that?
Okay, and we'll
I'll
later on
be the
get
witness.
to that, but we won't have to belabor it because
I
we'll
like
just
to
sort of be
ham it
filling
up.
in those gaps. But
This is going to work out.
there are three phones here. You know, Paul, Alec, Maggie, Murdoch. What did you do with Paul's phone, if anything?
With Paul's phone, the
Let's do
extraction
roll call.
reports that I received, there wasn't much data after 8:49, somewhere in that time.
We're just going to fuck it up.
6, 7.
We're going to fuck it up.
So I didn't really focus much on that one.
Let's do.
With Alex's phone, that one
Oh, wait, here we go.
reviewed the steps that were there in the Apple Health
Wait.
sections. And with Maggie, I really focused my attention on Maggie's.
Okay. And so we'll focus on her phone. Was there any GPS data on her phone?
There was GPS data, but there was nothing from 6-7.
And remember when the GPS data started?
It was 6-9.
Okay. And you mentioned when talking about, I think, your qualifications, Faraday bags or boxes. What are those?
So a Faraday bag or a Faraday shield is something
this
that
is good.
completely takes the device
You don't
off
have
the
to be an
network
entrepreneur.
and also,
Okay, I
prevents
got this.
GPS
You
signal
just have
from
to handle the
reaching
business
device,
end of it. Can you
and
do that?
changing data to the device.
You could describe your experience working with those in law enforcement?
Sure. So part of my responsibility as
Go, Jack Smith.
when I worked at the sheriff's office as head of the digital forensics lab was to make purchases. So I would purchase these Faraday bags for
Where's the one with?
So when they came out on scene and came across, if we had an instance of a crime where a phone was used and they seized that phone, they had access to those bags, either in their cars or back at the office in the shared vault room where they could go in and put their evidence up.
No?
And if it's a good bag, which, you know, if you buy the right bag and the phone's put in there the proper way, then it prevents signal from reaching the phone.
Go, Jack.
And then, did you mention a box?
Yes, so it was a Ramsey's box, is what I called it. The Secret Service provided that to me when I left their training. And with that box, what I would do is I'd take the phone from the Faraday, or from evidence that was in the Faraday bag wrapped up, put it inside the Faraday box, or the Ramsey's box. It has two gloves. So I'd shove my hands into my computer and the The forensic software
Where's
would
the
be
Tino
plugged
Puente?
into the
That's what I
side of
want.
the forensics box. It was
I love you, Celia.
there was a light on the inside, so it had a window I could look into, and then I could manipulate the bag and open it up and pull the phone out and keep everything in that Faraday shield.
In your opinion, if Maggie Murdoch's phone had been secured in the way you just described, would it have GPS data from 6/7?
It likely would have.
Celebrate Ivanka and Jared getting their subpoenas.
Can we show what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 278, please?
Okay, where's the movie?
And can we see the top of the...
Oh, these are not like this.
So, do you know what the little arrow in the top
Here we go,
left
soy
of
police.
the
That's a
phone
good
screen?
one.
Yeah, that's the locations. I'm sorry. That's a location services arrow.
And I probably should have asked for if this was admitted as a photo of Maggie Murdoch. Seen this before. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I have.
And again, that arrow indicates.
Yes, that location services are active on the device, even though the phone's in airplane mode.
Does that mean that right there in the lab it's writing GPS data?
Yes.
You can take it down. I'll show you what's been marked. It's Exhibit 156. Ask you if you recognize that.
I do. This is Alex Murdaugh's steps and Maggie Murdaugh's steps from the Apple Health data.
Your Honor, I would offer, I believe, without objection, Defendant's Exhibit 156 in evidence.
Thank you. Thank you, Tito Puente. I appreciate it.
No objection.
Thank you, Tito.
Submitted.
Pull up. It's the
Yes,
Apple.
please play the piano for me, Owen.
I want to just ask you to explain what some of these terms are. How does, and obviously from the title, this is out in Murdoch's phone. How does the phone come up with that steps number?
So there are accelerometers. I'm sorry.
Closer, please.
I hope I sit up a little further. There's accelerometers inside the device. So whenever the phone is jostled or moved and there's the accelerometers move, then that accelerometer data logs a step. So independent upon where the device is on, if it's on your waist or in your pocket or you're holding it in your hand when you're walking, that movement of the accelerometer indicates those steps.
Or I'm going to have a fight.
And what does
so step up.
how does it come up with the distance that corresponds with those steps?
It uses the satellite's GPS.
Here we go. Here we go.
And what does the start and stop times? What do they mean?
So in the Apple steps or Apple Health data here, you see, for instance, entry 26 that the between the times of 7:55:32 and 8:05:07 that 270 steps were taken during that time period.
Timeline, but we've not paid attention to this fucking case all day. So why are we starting now? Okay, here we go. Former President Donald J. Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, have been subpoenaed by the special counsel to testify before a federal grand jury about Mr. Trump's efforts to stay in power after he lost the 2020 election and his role in a pro-Trump mob's attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, according to two people briefed on the matter. Interesting. The decision by the special counsel, Jack Smith, to subpoena Ms. Trump and Mr. Kushner underscores how deeply into Mr. Trump's inner circle, Mr. Smith is reaching and basically fisting Mr. Trump, and his latest sign that no potential high-level witness is off limits. No, not even the Trump, like maybe even Ivanka's left tit is going to be a subpoena. It could actually have its own appearance because it's so large. The disclosure about the subpoena comes 2 weeks after it was revealed that Mr. Smith had subpoenaed former Vice President Michael Pence and his mother to testify before the grand jury, and not about the way he dresses up at night as a baby and lays on the floor pretending he fell out of his crib so that mother has to pick him up. But no, that's not what had happened. Mr. Pence plans to fight the subpoena, invoking his role as the president of the Senate to argue that violates the speech and debate clause of the Constitution, which is really funny because basically what he's saying is I'm not really a true American. I am not working in the best interest of the country. I'm actually working in the best interest of little Mikey Pence. So really, folks, that's what he's telling you. And if you fall for it, well then, darlings, you just fell for it. Like, I don't even know what time this is. It might be 6 or 7 at this point that you've fallen for. My God, I don't even think there's a saying for that. It is unclear whether Mr. Trump will seek to block Ms. Trump and Mr. Kushner from testifying on the grounds of executive privilege, which he does not retain as a former president. Unfortunately, that has been proven time and time again in court of law. So I'm sorry to inform him that he is no longer the president and therefore cannot exercise executive privilege, even if he could spell it. I can't quite say it, but there we go. As he has tried with some other witnesses, both of them served as White House officials in the Trump administration. Oops. They actually did have formal jobs. Unfortunately, that was kind of probably a boo-boo on his part, really. That was not good foresight. Mr. Trump declined to try and stop them from testifying before the House Special Committee that investigated the January 6th attack and what led to it. And then we all saw how that came out because, frankly, their little testimonies were quite entertaining. They were, I don't know, little robot boy. He was very particularly interesting. He almost seemed gleeful at the role that he played in this whole little mishmash. And then little puffy tits, she just sat there like a little puffy titted Barbie doll and just said, well, I don't know him. I'm just the coffee girl. So an aide to Ms. Trump and Mr. Kushner did not respond to a request for comment. Josué Stuvey, I don't know how to say that, I apologize. Spokesman for Mr. Smith declined to comment because you know what? He actually shouldn't be commenting on any of this. And frankly, I'd just like to see some people fucking dragged into court. Okay? I just need the pub walks. That's all I really need. And frankly, that might hold me over for at least a good 6 months. Mr. Trump was in the Oval Office on January 6th. Ms. Trump, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Ms. Trump was in the Oval Office on January 6th as her father placed a late morning call to Mr. Pence to pressure him to block or delay congressional certification of the Electoral College results, documenting Joseph R. Robinette Biden Jr.'s victory. As president of the Senate, Mr. Pence, who rejected Mr. Trump's demands, was to serve in a ceremonial role overseeing the process that day. Now, let's never forget that, because the transfer of power is peaceful and is always intended to be peaceful, and there was plenty of time to actually challenge it in a court of law. And in fact, they did 64 times and they lost 63. Anyway, Ms. Trump also accompanied her father to the rally of his supporters on the ellipse near the White House. Hundreds of supporters moved there from the Capitol, where they attacked the building, some chanting, "Hang my pants," for his refusal to do what Mr. Trump wished, because Mr. Trump actually tweeted that out. Mr. Kushner returned from the Middle East that day. Oh, shocking. What was he doing? Playing marbles with his new friends. Ultimately going to the White House after the pro-Trump mob had been rioting for hours. Both he and his wife were involved in efforts to get Mr. Trump to tell the rioters to go home. You know, I don't even think I've heard that Mr. Kushner was involved in any of those protestations. I'm trying to remember, and yes, I'm searching my feeble little brain, but I cannot seem to remember that Mr. Kushner was at any point involved in trying to stop anything from happening or continuing. But I digress. Mr. Trump to tell the rioters to go home and then to commit to a peaceful transfer of power to Mr. Biden. Both testified before the January 6th House Select Committee, appearing in the videotaped interviews in which both provided memories about the day. Oh, quite lovely memories, actually, as I remember. There was chicken salad in the great yellow dining room and ketchup all over the walls. The committee, in turn, repeatedly played clips of their testimony in some of its public hearings, and I just described what the puffy titted Barbie doll and the little robot boy did, so you have to just roll back that footage. One clip that got considerable attention showed Miss Trump in her puffy titted Bobby offered, making clear that she accepted Attorney General William P. Barr's Opus Dei 5 Nights at Freddy's, never seen them in the same room, declaration that there was no evidence of widespread fraud in the election, despite Mr. Trump's repeated claims otherwise. Mr. Trump was infuriated by the clips and what was said in them, according to people in contact with him. And I think that's probably when the ketchup started flying, wasn't it, kids? And then, let's see, since then, Mr. Kushner and Ms. Trump, who relocated with their 3 children in Florida after they left the White House, have maintained family contact with the former president. But while Mr. Kushner appeared at Mr. Trump's campaign kickoff in November, Ms. Trump declined to and put out a statement saying she would not be involved in her father's campaign at this time because, frankly, I'm taking my marbles and going home. I'm taking my 2 billion marbles and I'm going to go home, and I'm going to try and avoid being put in an orange jumpsuit. Because she does not look good in orange, let me tell you. And Tiffany is almost ready not to be her prison stand-in at this point. Anyway, maybe she'll be her lawyer. Wouldn't that be something? Okay, where are we? Both were intimately involved in the 2016 race because they thought, oh, well, this is fun, before going to work at the White House. Pretty much they did their job. They got MBS in their pocket, or they're in the pocket of MBS. I think it's probably that way around, really. So they'll just be doing their dirty work from now on. It's really fine. It's really fine. In December, Mr. Trump posted on his social media site, Truth Social, that he did not want them to be involved in his third campaign. God damn it, they're just useless. Useless as tits on a bull, he said. I think he said that. Contrary to fake news reporting capitals, I never asked Jared or Ivanka to be part of the 2024 campaign. She turned me down flatly for president, and in fact, specifically advised them not to do it. Mr. Trump wrote, going on to say the campaign would be too mean and nasty, and frankly, he needs them as cannon fodder for the cases that are coming down and to throw them under the bus. So I think he's got plans for them. There has never been anything like this ride before, and they ought not be subjected to it. I just put my own words in there, but I think it just in terms of interest of time. Yes, I think he's right. They probably shouldn't. They should be subjected actually to all the rides. I have lots of rides for them to go on. So anyway, that's what we are. That was that article. Oh dear, I hope we haven't missed.
Honor, I would offer. It's been marked as defendants 1-5.
Oh my God, you literally okay. You had to watch this while I was reading. Okay, that's fine.
So
let me go ahead and I'll put the link to that article because I did embellish the article a bit. I'm not going to lie. I did embellish.
So we're looking at just a very short period of time, right? You described the time period.
Wait, what's going on? What did I miss?
Yes, this is on June 7th.
What did I miss?
From 8:49 p.m. until 9:07 p.m.
Max?
All right, so we're going to go through here and just see exactly what was happening with her phone on that time. So next slide, please.
You're not arrested on Good Friday for Christ's
What's
sake.
happening here?
At 8:49:26 seconds.
You can pull the mic closer, please.
Sorry. At 8:49:26 seconds, that's the last text message that was read by Maggie. It was indicated read on the device.
Next.
Wait, footprints.
At 8:49:28 seconds, the backlight goes off.
I hope so.
And what does that mean?
That means that
the
screen's dark. Yeah, sorry.
I missed everything. They're saying all these great things.
At 8:49:31 seconds, the phone locks and it remains locked until it's recovered by law enforcement the next day.
It's nicotine patches and paint.
At 8:53:08 seconds, the backlight comes back on. The phone's eliminated.
And next.
All I want.
And at 8:53:12 seconds, orientation to portrait starts.
That was always. I always loved singing at Monday, Thursday services in the.
At 8:53:15 seconds, that's when the phone began logging the 59 steps.
Next.
And
it's on the screen. And
yep, sorry. And at 8:53:20 seconds, there's Siri usage. This was indicated in the Knowledge C database.
Oh, it's okay. Virginia,
and that can be done by
remote virtual
squeezing
piano
inside
lessons and offering 1 month free, and then friends and family and all styles and levels.
So
Sweet.
This is a user interface,
Yes, it actually shows up as
Siri
UI, so it's
ready for the
Siri
voice
user
interface. That's great. This is fantastic.
At
Feel free to have them drop a
8:53:24
handle or
seconds, the
something.
orientation
Okay,
to
Max?
portrait completes.
Or drop their handle or a way to get in contact
At
with them.
8:53:28 seconds, the backlight goes
I'm
off
down with
again,
that.
so the phone's dark.
I love having recommendations for voice
At
music.
8:53:32 seconds, the backlight comes
I
back
definitely
on.
need
The
a
phone
vocal
eliminates.
Next.
I need someone to
At
help me.
8:53:44 seconds, the backlight goes off again.
So,
Do you have any opinion about why it just popped
I'm
on
gonna
and
make
off
oomph
like
in my
that?
vocal.
I mean, there were no
Oomph in my vocal
indications
code.
in the Knowledge C database that any notifications
say
came in
anything.
or anything of that nature. The only thing I could think would be that the
I don't
phone
want
were
to put you on the
jostled
spot.
or
You don't have to say
lifted
that. You
or
can say
somehow the light came on.
Or we can negotiate.
Next.
At 8:54 and 32 seconds, the backlight comes on.
I'm sorry, this is important information and I'm talking a little
At 8:54 and
Today's been a
34
lot.
seconds,
Sorry.
there's an entry in the Knowledge C database about the camera usage, camera starts. So in that, there are, in that database, and if you don't mind, I'll kind of expand on this. In that database, the Knowledge C database is comprised of tables and rows and columns. And in that database, on that specific item where the camera was, there is another column that is called the Z-structured metadata. And so if I follow the camera under the value string there indicating that the camera was activated, if I follow that line all the way across to where that structured database is, structured metadata is in that table, I'll get a
come on.
PK
Little
number, a
Oomph
primary
probably
key
has
number.
natural talent.
That number was 571. In the Knowledge C database, there's another table within the Knowledge C database called Z structured metadata.
Little Oomph will,
So if I go to that
find,
table, because I
find the way
found
that works for
that
them.
number under the Z structured metadata column,
got good
if I go to
talent,
that
good
specific
raw
table in the database and look for that primary key 571, and I scroll all the way out to the end, I'll see a description of what that 571 is. And in that case, it was com.apple.springboard.lockscreen.scroll, which would indicate that it was a camera function on the lock screen, and that when you press that button in the bottom right corner of the phone that has the little camera indication, it'll scroll over to a camera, or you can swipe over from the left, and then it indicates that there's a camera there.
So was this some sort of attempt by the phone on its own at Face ID?
It didn't indicate that it was a Face ID at all. It indicated that it was a camera.
And by indicated cameras, did it indicate that someone was a person using the phone activated the camera?
Yes.
I think
Next.
99% of
At 8:54 and 35 seconds, the camera use
oh yay!
ends.
I'm glad.
Okay.
Thank you, Max.
Keeping in
I
mind
actually
the
would really
time,
love to learn a little
Stan,
piano.
go to the
Frankly,
next
that might
slide.
help me with my voice.
At 8:54 and 40 seconds, the orientation
I
to
know. I
landscape
stopped.
starts.
You know what I did? I walked away from my.
So how long was that
Kid,
since
and I
the camera
regret it.
usage?
My mother was really sweet and didn't make.
About 5 seconds since it ended.
And I took it for granted. I
Next
took
slide.
ballet lessons. And
then at
I don't wanna
8:54 and
do
44
this. My mom
seconds,
said,
the
okay,
orientation to
I'll stop
landscape
it because I
ends.
fucking work all the time, and then I come and take you to lessons. And if you don't want
At
to,
8:50
frankly, I don't have the energy to.
At
fucking
8:55 and 4 seconds, the backlight turns off
sorry, Mom.
and the orientation to portrait starts.
I'm real sorry. You didn't.
Now,
deserve
what's happening on this one? What's happening here?
Yep. So right here, the phone was previously in landscape
No, it doesn't.
mode.
You can do it over. You can do
and
it over
it settled
Zoom.
in at that landscape
You
mode
can
at
do it over
44
Zoom.
seconds. The backlight went off at 8:55 and 4 seconds.
You can do it over
At
Zoom.
that same time, the orientation of portrait starts, and that's this is indicative of what I was talking about earlier when you rotate the phone while it's in the screen's
I
not
actually,
lit.
you know what I could do? It's
And
really
then the
ridiculous.
screen
I fucking
comes
just
on
have to
and
stand
the
in front of a
orientation
fucking
changes once the
voice
screen pops on.
thing on YouTube.
It'll
and
flip
fucking
over to wherever
do the vocal
camera-
exercise.
wherever the phone
It's really
is
not
turned
that hard.
At this time,
I
orientation,
need to kick my ass.
the portrait ends at that time, and the orientation to the landscape starts at that time. So that's exactly what I was talking about. And then the phone stops
It's
logging
almost
those
too
15
bad, you
steps at that
guys.
time as well.
Wait,
I'm gonna kind
hear
of
me out. What if I
emphasize this. Could we go
restream?
back,
Would
four
Doofus let me
slides?
restream him? Do you think?
All right.
Because I was gonna
So
like
when the
make
camera
him
use
tonight,
ends
like,
here,
in the kitchen
8:54:35,
So I
going
could make
forward,
something while we're watching.
one slide, we
Doofus.
have an orientation change.
La, 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 la,
That's
la,
correct.
la,
To
la,
the
la.
landscape starts. Yes, orientation to the landscape ends at 44 seconds after.
And then the next slide. So now that the screen has gone off, how long has it been
Oh, I
since
know.
the
These feet
camera
are
use?
terrible. I don't have bad. I have great feet. I love my feet.
Let me go back in my.
So for that reason, I'm actually glad I didn't become a ballerina.
So it's 8:55 and 04.
Well, I don't think I had the body for it because I have
Since the
kind of a
camera
big
use-
ass.
The camera you sent it at 8:54 and 35, and then the backlight goes off at 8:55
So I think that,
and
oh yeah,
4
he does like
seconds.
exposure tension. He'd probably fucking gag on it.
What is that, a minute?
Is that 29 seconds?
Hang on, sorry. Yeah, it's 29. I apologize. My math was
Anyway,
terrible.
what am I saying?
Yes.
I'm gonna get some potatoes. I'm
Going
gonna make
forward,
some potatoes.
so what we had in that 29
you
seconds
think I
was
should make
orientation
some
change,
potatoes?
and then the screen goes off.
Right, that's correct.
What food is in season right now? Are nectarines in season?
Where are we going with it now? Just split the slide on me.
All right, so let's go back to the slide that's timestamped 8:55:32. Is this where we left
That's
off?
where we left off.
Lime. Doesn't that sound
So here the backlight's on, the orientation to portrait ends, and then the orientation to landscape starts immediately when the backlight comes back up on the phone. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
And the next slide,
You're gonna make that
4
bacon.
seconds later.
4 seconds later, the backlight's back off.
I really wish I liked.
Now we'll go kind of quickly here.
Oh,
The
it's-
next slide
that's
is
good.
on.
You're good.
9:03, the backlight's on. At
You're good.
9:04 and 23, we have a missed call from Alex that starts.
You're good.
At 9:04 and 23, the backlight goes off.
I'm just
But
saying.
now let's
I might
go
be
back
in my
to the
kitchen
previous
anyway, so I might as well just fucking go live.
The backlight went off at the exact same time that the call came in from Alex
not?
Murdoch.
That's correct, yes.
And now the next slide.
What was I gonna order? Oh, I was gonna.
And then we have a missed call from Alex.
I really
that
wish
ends
That's
at
the call
9.
we just saw, right?
Okay.
Yes.
I think we're being gouged. Frankly.
Do you have an opinion on why the screen light would go off pretty much right when a call comes in?
The only thing that I could figure is when the phone came in, or excuse me, the call came in, that the person hit the side button to turn it off and
not
then
a
put it down or
gulcher,
flip the
girl.
phone over.
Do you know of
Backlight
anything on
goes
the
off.
phone that would cause the screen to go off right when a call comes in and stay off during the call that does not involve human
I figure
interaction?
Max, he might not care. I mean, I won't draw a huge audience, so I'm not going to
Next.
take anything away from it.
Slide.
9:05 and
Yeah,
44
I think that's
seconds, the
actually, you know what, I
backlight
might
comes
do
back
that then. I think he's going on at what? What time
on.
is
And at
it?
9:06 and 12 seconds, an orientation change to portrait.
Is he going on at 8 o'clock
And the
Eastern?
next one, and we'll stop on that.
At 9:06 and 14 seconds, there's an incoming call from
do
Alex
it.
that
I'll
starts
do
at that
it.
time.
And then the next one.
I'll go live and
And
make
then
some
the
cookies or
incoming call
something.
from Alex
Okay, I've
ends
got to
at
make,
9:06
actually, you
and
know what I'll
18
do, you
And
guys?
the next slide.
And then
I'll
we have
make
an
buttermilk
orientation
biscuits
change
for my
to
daughter's
portrait
work
ends at
for the
9:06
next
and
day.
12
And stopping here,
Come back to
that
it.
call we just saw coming in from Alex,
Okay?
that was
All right, my love.
sandwiched within this orientation change.
That's correct, yes. There's a
I
in
will
between
save you.
And next slide.
I will
At
save
9:06:52,
you.
we have another incoming call from Alex that starts,
I will. Oh, actually, that's true.
The next
Oh,
one.
sorry.
and
I don't
then
want to go
it
up
ends.
against
The incoming call
Baldy.
from Alex ends at 9:06 and 59
I don't want to go up against
Now
Baldy.
the last slide.
That's me.
At 9:07, the backlight
We
goes off
try to
and
stay
it
out of
remains
people's
off
way. Not
until
that I take a
9:31
bunch
and
of
44
time
seconds.
away from her. I don't take audience.
And do you know from your review of the GM GPS data
I don't want it.
where the Alec Murdoch Suburban was at 9:07?
Yes, at
Somebody ask the Baldy.
9:07.
Ask him if he's. I don't know when he's going live, but I could just. If he's going to restream it, I could just go on. I could just hang out in that chat.
He was like traveling from the
So this
house,
is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the
or
cook.
from
strip.
his home to the house in I forget the name of the city.
Like precisely at 9:07, where was he at that moment?
The 9:07 would be the driveway.
The driveway.
Yes.
How many pounds of
And-
shrimp should I get?
Maggie's phone, the screen did not come
On
on again
sale.
until 9:31.
That's correct.
I'm going to get 1.5.
And just one more time, how much motion does
I have
it
a
take
feeling
to
I don't
turn
have
the
this much
screen?
room in my.
Very little. I mean, just the slightest lift of the phone turns the screen on.
No, that's what I'm going to do. And then I need to get eggs. I'm out of eggs.
Of course
Oh
you will.
shit! I need to get eggs if I'm going to make anything tonight. Fuck. What the fuck? I don't want to talk about how much the eggs are that I normally buy. I need eggs and I need. I'm sorry, those glasses are so unattractive. I really need to.
Please answer any questions for the state.
How I
No further
present
questions.
myself in the world.
And before that,
Don't forget your phone.
I wonder if these are any good. I want extra large egg. I like extra large egg.
Good afternoon,
I
Mr.
like
Conrad. I'm well,
organic.
thank you.
Jumbo. I like big
I believe
eggs.
at the beginning of your testimony, you testified that you felt that likely there was some location data
Well, I have to put on my
stored on Maggie's
Those
phone from
wear
June
glasses
7th
don't get
that
passes.
potentially was overwritten. Did I understand that correctly?
I said that there was data that was on the phone from June 8th, and that
Oh, I just
correction,
really like
June
this
9th,
one eggery.
and that
Fuck.
data likely could have been on there had it been preserved properly.
That's 18. That's
And explain to the jury just real quick, how does an iPhone store that GPS information?
between their legs.
In generic terms, and then if I need to get more specific, I will.
Sure, so the iPhone keeps that data and it uses the GPS location, the
Shit.
GPS satellite
All right,
triangulates
fuck
with the
you.
GPS
I'm gonna
satellite.
buy the big one then. Bitch.
Right. And does it store it in a sort of cache?
It does.
All right.
It is a cache.
And
Yeah, make sure
when it comes to
each
iOS, as opposed to
Get her
say, a
with
standard
them.
hard drive, iOS keeps certain databases caches fairly limited, correct? And it
That's
doesn't
correct.
allow them to access the entire memory available on the
Terms of
device.
smiting by
Correct.
That's correct, yes.
And do you know, or at least in your training or your investigation, have you
Well,
been able
how-
to determine
you know what,
just
Dawn?
how big a
Tell me,
typical
what
cache
do you
is,
think I should
at least
do? I just
would
got-
have been for Maggie's phone
You guys?
during this time?
No, I didn't
I guess
research
jumbo is
that.
large. I don't see any
No, I
jumbo.
didn't research that.
I don't
no.
think
Okay,
there
so you
are.
don't know how long Maggie's phone would have potentially
That's
stored
okay.
GPS information.
All right, so what
at
else
this-
did I need?
During
Needed something
2021, correct?
That's correct.
Another staple.
All right. And just so I understand correctly,
Butter.
you agree that a iPhone will not record an orientation change if the screen is off, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right.
Well, maybe I'll
So,
go. I might go
I
on.
believe Mr. Barber handed you his phone
And I'll
to
even-
kind of demonstrate this lift to weight thing, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know what model iPhone Mr. Barber has? Did you look at it?
Don't know
Yes,
exactly
I
what
have
type
buttermilk.
it has.
I have
And do you
buttermilk.
know what
I have
version of
flour.
iOS is on Mr. Barber's phone?
I do not know.
I have honey.
And Apple
I have
updates its
bread. I have
iOS
bread
fairly
for
frequently,
toast.
correct?
They do, yes.
Do you know, at least, we don't know what's on Mr. Barber's phone, but do you know what the current release version is today?
Shit.
It's 16 point something.
Okay. Do you know in your review of Maggie's phone, what version?
Let me look
what's
at my
on Maggie's
kitchen.
phone on June 7th of 2021?
I believe that was 14 point something.
I'm sorry.
I think it was 14.6, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken. It was somewhere in the
I
14
think I
range.
just used.
And are you aware that in some of these
I
updates,
will restream them.
iOS updates,
I'll restream
some of
them
these
if they want me
sensitivities and some
to.
of these settings can change, correct?
Depending on bug
Maple
fixes
syrup.
and things, yes.
And are you aware of a change that occurred in iOS 15?
This is James's mom.
Changed
Like,
how
you're my sister.
iPhones
You're my sister, and you're like sitting there and you're going. "Hey,
record
Robert."
orientation changes or when they record orientation changes?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh, I'm gonna buy like the cheap stuff. I have waffles. I have waffles. I have sausage. Popcorn. I need popcorn kernels.
Can
You
we
know,
go back to
we used
I
the
forget to
last
see
popcorn
the
kernel.
PowerPoint? What exhibit was that? I believe it was
I
it
like
155?
White popcorn. Come on. Do I buy? I guess I'll buy Bob's. It's not that much more
two? I just
expensive.
was aware
It's
of
probably better.
You 158?
And then I have butter.
For this
I have
witness.
Salt. I think that's pretty good, actually. I think that's pretty darn good. Ooh, they're suggesting chicken salad. I love me a good chicken salad. Oh, boy, I sure do. I really like it. That's one of those things that I hate to make. Thank you. I hope I can do the same someday. Remind you of something critical that you need.
And this doesn't have slide numbers, so
That's
bear with me.
another thing I don't
First of all, before we talk about Maggie real quick, you did review Paul's phone to a certain degree, correct?
To a certain extent, yes.
All right. And do you recall from your review of
You know what the
Paul's
other
phone,
thing I want to make is
when the last time his phone was
I want to
on
make a
from
chicken
June
pot
7th,
pie.
2021?
I don't recall, no, I'm sorry.
Has anyone on stream?
And we can find the state's exhibit if we need to, but would you disagree if I told you it was 8:49 p.m. or shortly thereafter?
If that's what's in the state's exhibit, I don't disagree
Oh,
with
you
that.
know what I could do? Oh my God, you guys.
And I believe one of your first slides here is that Maggie's phone
What if I made?
locked.
What if I made?
Go to
Oh, you made your own.
1, 2, 3 slides. 2.
Do you have any special
one more.
ingredients you
All
put
right.
in your chicken
Back
salad?
one. I'm sorry.
Ooh, chicken thigh stew sounds
8:49:31, and
Cold
your review,
out.
Maggie's
Ooh,
phone
it
found that her phone was locked at 8:49:31. Correct.
That's
Tom,
correct.
you
And it was not unlocked
the
until
chicken
when? The
salad?
next day.
The next day, that's correct.
All right. And that's when it was recovered by law
I love
enforcement.
you guys for letting me talk through this entire fucking case today. I just love you guys. You're the best.
And did you review Alex's? You said you reviewed Alex's phone to a certain degree too. I think you said the steps, right?
The steps, yes.
And in your review, did you find any steps on his phone between 8:09 and 9:02 p.m.?
Let's go back and take a look at that.
I want a pie crust. All I see is pizza crust. I guess I have to make a pie crust. Relish. Oh, you put relish in yours?
8:09 and 9:02 p.m. Correct.
Dangerous.
No, I don't recall seeing that. Them seeing the stuff in the knowledge C here.
Okay. All right.
All right. Well,
but Maggie's phone's locked at 8:49:31, and it does not unlock
pie
until
crust.
the next day. Correct.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Paul's locked for the last time around the same
Flour.
time. Correct.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And Paul's phone,
butter for a pie
in your
crust,
review, to
right?
recall
I
what
use
time
working.
the battery died on his phone.
I don't recall. No, sir.
Yeah, simple
Would you dispute me if I said, and we can find the exhibit if we need to, his phone shut down at about 10:34 p.m.?
If that's what's in the report, I don't dispute it. No, sir.
Max.
And would you agree with me if I said that Paul's phone locking at 8:49 and remaining on
Tom, you're in
until
this too. The simple crust.
10:34?
What's my simple
First of
crust
all, it's about what, hour and a half?
This is so fun. I love you.
And do you know his battery state?
The simple
when his
crust
phone locked
recipe.
at
What am I
8:49?
putting in this
I
crust?
was in low power mode.
I know, but I'm going to sound
Less
stupid
than
ass.
2%, something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
And would you agree with me when the fact that his phone remained on until 10:34 would be indicative that it wasn't really handled much at all or used at all?
Yes.
Okay,
And did you
anyway.
find any other evidence of any
I know, I
usage on
didn't want
Paul's
to make a
phone
crust, but
after
I
8:49 that you can recall?
You know what? What am I doing here? Let me look up.
And when I say
chicken pot pie
use,
recipe.
just so it's clear between us, I mean either
I could also make a shepherd's pie.
answering a call, making a call, reading a text, sending a text,
could also make a
orientation change.
And no user interaction with it.
All right. And so let's talk a little bit about the orientation change for a minute.
Ooh,
So,
I have peas. You know what? I could make a shepherd's pie.
would you agree that the most likely reason for an orientation change is human interaction, meaning humans using the phone?
Yes.
Are there any other possible explanations when you see an orientation change, or any other explanations that you, in your opinion, that could explain an orientation change?
Only if a phone, was in one position, lit up,
Okay,
fell
so
off, and landed in another
crust-
position.
oh my God.
Okay.
But no.
And when you see a
Get out.
series of orientation
Get out.
changes,
Get out.
30 seconds or a minute between each orientation change, it'd be
I know.
difficult
I
to
don't
explain
mind
that
those
by a
very
phone
crust,
just kept
actually.
falling on its own, correct?
Mom, I would use it if it.
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
If you see a series of 3 orientation changes, just speaking hypothetically for a moment,
breast,
if you see a series of 3 orientation changes,
celery, butter, onion, flour.
say 30 seconds separate them or
Salt,
thereabouts,
celery
or a minute
seeds.
separate them,
Celery seeds.
would that be able, could you explain that? Would it be very likely that a series of falls caused those orientation changes?
It depends on how many falls it was making, but
Do unbaked pie crust.
being jostled around in a pocket, the
crust
light
recipe.
on, being turned. If it's in a person's hand, being turned back and forth, then that would be the only thing I could indicate with an orientation change.
Why are you even a recipe site if you don't have a fucking pie crust recipe?
All right, can we pull
Rest
that
never
slideshow
picked
back
that.
up, please?
Come to recipe.
Let's
Okay,
go
all-purpose
forward
flour.
1, 2.
Oh, so I just need more butter. Okay, I just need more butter. All right, that's easy. I'll give
Okay,
no problem.
853.15.
That's
There
no
you go.
problem.
And this is when Maggie's phone starts showing some steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then I could
you
get.
agree that the most likely explanation for this is the phone is moving in some manner, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those accelerometers are recording, or the bounces are jostling.
Yeah, you know what I just thought of, you guys? I thought, what if I put a shepherd's pie filling?
You can't tell us who's carrying that phone.
I am too. I'm getting hungry. What if I put shepherd's pie filling in a pie crust?
Next slide. All right, and so
is that weird?
At this 853.20, you say there's some Siri usage and a squeezing of the side button. And let's just. Is that the only explanation of why you'd see the Siri pop up on a phone? Is the squeezing the side button, or are there other possibilities?
There's another possibility of her saying, "Hey Siri," and then that happens because it's a Siri user interface.
So there could be another explanation, but it's most likely some squeezing the side button.
Could be the side button say, "Hey Siri," but it's a user interface with it.
I'm in. I'm in, Max. I'm making this bitch. I'm making it. I'm making this bitch.
All right. Go to 8.
Carrots.
Next slide, please.
I'm gonna get some carrots. I have peas. Now I just have to decide if I want.
Let's go. Let's go to 854.34.
Quarter cup water, 1 cup flour, salt. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Should be one more.
Don't worry.
One more. There we go. All right, and here you say that the camera gets activated, correct?
No.
That's correct.
And you think the most likely explanation is somebody swiped the camera symbol on a locked phone, correct?
Right, either swipe the camera or touch the bottom button because it's coming from the springboard
There we
lock
go.
screen.
Okay, we say bottom button.
There we go.
If you're looking at an iPhone and
Okay, so
my
carrots,
most
celery,
recent
celery.
iOS, I think it's 16 point something. In the bottom right corner, there's a button that you can touch and hold, and the camera comes on. But when that happens, it comes over from the left, and the camera scrolls.
I have shallots.
Okay, and then next slide.
Oh, spinach pie. Like.
And then 854.35. This is 1 second later. The camera use ends, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And so, in your opinion, based off the fact that that was used for a second, do you think that was someone intending to actually use the camera and take a picture?
I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't think so. I mean, that's just a.
But the camera's only open for a second, correct?
Right. They couldn't have taken a picture in a second.
All right.
Wait, how much do I have to? You know what? I'm just gonna buy a fucking pie crust. I think I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna.
All right. 855.32.
Then you have to I have to chill the dough and all that.
Okay. And we see the orientation change here at
How long
855.32.
do you have
Next
to chill the
slide.
dough for? Does anyone know? Look at me.
And the backlight goes off at 855.36, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And we go to the next slide. And the backlight's back on 9:03:52. So that's roughly, how long is that? Would you 8 minutes? I don't know if I'm gonna make you do
I'm gonna
math.
MacGyver this. I'm gonna MacGyver.
Yeah, about that, yes.
And so the screen's off for that 8 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
And so, would you agree with me? It does seem likely someone's handling that phone Maggie's phone between 8:53 and 8:55.
I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
Max, I'm gonna do
See
it.
orientation changes. We see the potential button.
Got a little scared
being
there
pushed.
for a minute.
Someone's got that phone.
A little
in their hand.
intimidated.
That's correct.
You can't tell us who, correct?
No, I can't.
I'm okay.
And then at 8:55:32,
And I'm gonna do it, Max.
we see
Gonna
kind of an
do
8-minute gap in activity, correct? Between
Yes.
8:55 and
Do it.
9:03, correct?
Yes.
We're gonna do it together.
Almost as if somebody put
I'll
that
do
phone
it.
down.
You don't have to be there.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Whoever had it, correct?
Correct.
Then I'll do it.
And you can't tell us where they put that phone down, right?
No, sir, I can't.
Yeah.
Could they put it in a vehicle,
Max, but I'll do it.
That's very possible. I don't know.
a golf cart?
I don't know.
All right, what else do I need? Let's see what else I need. I'm still perplexed. Do I do a shepherd's pie filling or a chicken?
Okay, let's go to 9:04:23. Yep. All right. And we see this incoming call from Alex. You
Yes.
said the screen turns off almost immediately, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your opinion, you think somebody actually hit the button to turn the
Somebody
screen
shut the
off,
screen
correct?
off, yes.
Okay.
So carrots, peas, celery, butter, onion, flour,
But the screen comes back on in 9:05:44.
Celery
If you go to that
seed.
side,
milk.
correct?
Yes.
And then 90612, we see an orientation change, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And 2 seconds later, we see what? Next slide, please. What is this? What is this?
An incoming call from Alex.
Okay. 2 seconds after the orientation change starts, correct?
Celery and sauce pan. Add water to cover. Oh, so you're not sauteing anything yet. You don't saute anything first on a chicken pot pie? Remove from the heat and drain while the chicken...
Okay. And then go to 907.
Melt the butter. Add onion.
Okay. And the screen goes off at 907.
Flour, salt,
correct?
pepper, celery seed. There's a roux. Okay.
It stays off for
so in the chicken broth,
roughly 23 minutes.
Yes.
And you just testified with Mr. Barber that Alex's car was sitting just outside his house, correct?
That's according to the documents that I reviewed.
And I don't
okay,
know if you have this information in front of you, but did you determine when that GPS data shows his vehicle start to move?
Yes,
after 907.
Oh, after 907?
Well, first of all, is his vehicle stationary at 907?
No, it's in the driveway at 907, but it's starts at the house at 906 and 52 seconds p.m.
When do you start to see motion? Or do you
906 and 52 seconds is where I start to see the motion there.
Okay. And 8 seconds later is when Maggie's screen turns off?
Yes.
For 23 minutes?
Max, do you think I should...
And you agree that...
Actually, do you think I should put use chicken thighs or chicken breast?
At least with version 14.6, when the screen's off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
Chicken thighs.
And you agree with me that you don't know what version of iOS that Mr. Barber had on his phone that you just did that demonstration?
That's correct.
Did you conduct any tests with the phone with 14.6?
Oh no, Jim.
What movement can cause it to, or what can cause that phone to screen to come on?
Really
I don't have any 14.6 phones.
Okay. All right.
That's not good. Let me see if I can find anything on it, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Mr. Sturgis, you were asked about iOS version 15 and a change in orientation behavior. Is the rate...
Sorry, we're going to shut him down for a second. Okay, Nashville, Tennessee. This is through WATE, which is ABC 6 in Tennessee. Looks like Knoxville. Knoxville, Tennessee. Officials with Y12 National Security Complex in Oak Ridge said there were no injuries or any indication of a release of radioactivity. Everything is perfectly fine after a fire involving uranium occurred early Wednesday. According to a release from U.S. Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration, a fire occurred at 9:14 a.m. Stephen Wyatt with NNSA said that there was a hood fire. HOOD. Actually, I'll share this. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. There was a hood fire in building 9212, a uranium processing, I guess, not procession facility. Maybe it is procession facility. I don't know. The building and some nearby areas were evacuated. Tony Bozer, a technical advisor, said that the fire was in a processing area and it was contained to that area. The cause of the fire is not yet known. Patterson said his investigation is ongoing. All employees have been accounted for. There were no injuries. I'll believe it when I see it. Continuous air monitors in the air have not alerted officials to any release of radioactivity, Wyatt said. Officials said there are no impacts to the public and a shelter-in-place order for employees was lifted around 11:30 a.m. According to the Y12 website, a new uranium processing facility is being constructed to phase out dependency on building 9212. Well, too late. Too fucking late. Infrastructure. What a fucking thing. Y12, whatever the hell that is, National Security Complex shared on social media that a hotline was set up to address the incident. The phone number shared was blah, 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 865-576-0038. NNSA said that appropriate precautionary protective actions were initiated for Y12 employees who were in the area of the incident and were not involved in the emergency response. A media center has been established in the area. Public information will be made available on Facebook and Twitter. Y12, worst name possible, responsible for production, surveillance, dismantlement, and storage of nuclear components, reducing global. Yeah, okay, they're doing a real great job. That's really great. That's great. Where's their fucking fuck? There we go. Uranium processing facility. It's okay. We're accepting applications for STEM classroom grants. While we're busy blowing the world up. Thank you, everybody. Oh, this is the most important thing. No, we're not really going to tell you much news going on because we're really busy, I guess, trying to actually clean it up. So there's really nothing on our website. Thanks anyway. But let's go to our Facebook. Oops, share this tab instead. And here at our Facebook, there we are. We're walking. We're not radioactive. Where are you going? Why are you walking away so fast? I'm sorry. That was terrible. I just want to go over here and be yelled at by you guys. Okay. Just checking. I just wanted to be yelled at you. Full accountability. This is 3 hours ago. This is less than an hour after it was reported in the news. Full accountability is complete. No injuries or contaminations reported. Curfews have been lifted at the site. All incoming shifts are to report on time. Don't you even think about it. Ariel says, Jennifer Carroll, what? All comments. Oh, they're not getting a lot of traction on that post. You might want to boost it. Is the fire out or contained to the building? Here we go. Let's look at this. Oops, I don't know how to do this. Is the fire out or contained in the building? To the building? Great question. Kelly Ford, I saw WVLT literally just a few moments ago. This was 2 hours ago. On their last interview update, the reporter asked if it had extinguished, and he said, is it contained? It's all he can say at the moment. It's contained. If it's not extinguished, but it's only contained, wouldn't that still put us in danger? I guess there's some questions. People have questions. People have questions. Hey, people have questions. Yeah, of course they are, Tom. They have nothing else because they don't have the truth. So when you don't have the truth, what do? You go ahead and you just fucking put the shit out that you want to put out. But you know what's better on Facebook? Lolo Let Me. That's better. I like Lolo Let Me with followers. Well, anyway, I mean, all my stuff is here. All my stuff is here. This is a drawing I made of Real Housewives of the Insurrection. There's a turtle. That's Lady G is holding a turtle. Anyway. Oh, this was what I put up about the train derailment. I know. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to go back to... Whoops. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the...
And it is totally separate from orientation behavior.
That's correct, it is.
Oh, boy.
You said you reviewed Paul's phone. Did you review the video that's been called the kennel video in this case?
Yes, I have seen
it. Just be a little more careful.
Have any information that would lead you to disagree that video was recorded at 8:44, about 55 seconds on the night of June 7th?
No, I don't have anything.
And the location data, would you agree the location data for that video was recorded at the kennels on the Murdaugh property of Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Barber was talking to you about steps data. And just so it's clear, and I'm going to speak in hypotheticals here for a second, but if you see the iPhone record steps over an interval of about 5 minutes, for example. It records a certain number of steps over that 5 minutes. Okay. Does that mean Is that phone trying to tell you that someone's uniformly walking at an exact pace that keeps them moving over that entire 5 minutes?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. They could stop at some point in the middle of that. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Right. And so they could stop and pick something up in the middle of a period showing steps, correct?
That's correct. It's just the steps between those two times.
All right. So you can't testify, you can't tell us if between, pull up the steps exhibit real quick. Next slide. All right. And looking at entry 28 on Alex's phone.
Entry what, I'm sorry?
28.
28?
Yep.
Okay.
And between 902 and 906, we see, what, 283 steps? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And you can't tell us if his phone stopped at any point between those.
No.
Was
no,
that roughly 4 minutes or a little over 4 minutes?
No, just 283 steps between those two times.
So he could have walked 200 of those steps in the first 2 minutes and then only slowed down for the rest of the
Right.
2 minutes, correct? Or it could have been vice versa.
Yes.
Or he could have stopped for an entire minute somewhere in there. You can't tell us any different, correct?
It'd be unlikely to stop for an entire minute. I think if you stop for that long of a period of time, and your entry would be made.
Do you know, is there a cutoff for iOS
No,
that would?
I think that just based off of what I'm seeing here, I mean, for instance, entry 29 and 30, you have about a 3 minute gap there. And
Okay.
yeah.
So maybe if he stopped for a minute, he would have started a new entry?
Could have.
If he had stopped for a shorter period of time, he wouldn't necessarily have.
Right.
Now I like that song.
And finally, Mr. Barber has asked you about distance, and I think I want to make sure I understood you correctly. I think you testified that you would consider the actual steps count to be more accurate than the distance. Is that
I
correct?
would, yes.
Have you found any research or studies that has measured or the accuracy of steps or distance in iOS devices?
I have, yeah, and for instance, I've had cases where the step count and the GPS data is different sometimes.
Kept me awake all
And
night.
in your opinion, the steps count is probably more the most accurate?
In my opinion, yeah, the steps
Okay.
count is more accurate.
Okay.
I'm going to keep you awake all afternoon, Buster Brown.
You may step down.
Every time you go to sleep, Kat, I'm going to be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. We resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Please do not discuss the case.
They do not discuss the case. We're going to see if he yelled at the lawyers. Oh, maybe not. Or maybe they're just waiting till they leave, and then we'll see if he yells at the lawyers, and then I'll probably go ahead and wrap. But I think we had an amazing day. We looked at Tom's new car. We looked at Mrs. James's mom resort recommendation, and we saw me pretend that I was in all their pictures. We read the New York Times article on Ivanka and Jared getting subpoenaed.
Anything further on this day?
Stay, Your Honor. Nothing with the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll resume at 9:30.
Okay, well then there you go. You're out. You let it go, children. You're letting them go. Okay, so I'm going to. Oh, I'm so glad. I hope it works out. I really do, obviously. So I'm gonna not read my dad's stuff tonight. I'm gonna choose another night that's a little more free of chuds. My dad deserves better than that, so I'll choose a day that's more chud free. And but tonight I think I will actually. It was a very nice day. You guys made this really, really, really pleasant. It really was nice. I really enjoyed it. You really filled up the day, and that was really super nice. It was really nice. You guys added a lot to the entire stream, really. So thank you for that. And I think I'll try to come on live tonight and restream a Goofy Chud interview that's happening just for fun, just to be with you guys or whoever shows up. No pressure, obviously, ever. And yeah, as free as the Lolos, Chud free. And then maybe I'll bake something tonight, or I'm going to try and make something. And I don't know what time I'm going to come on. Maybe 5, which is 8. Yeah, that should be pretty goofy. That'll be fun to watch together. And also, Damnation Drive-In. Check out Damnation Drive-In. They'll be on tonight, and they show really funny old weird ass like community advice movies and all this shit. And they might restream some chud stuff, or they might restream Anarchy Princess or other counter protesters. And yeah, but I'll be on. If you have the little bell noticed, little dingy bell, you can find me when I go live. It'll probably be around 5 or 6, not after 6. So it'll be, between 5 and 6, I'll go live, and then we'll be, I don't know. I'm going to shut up now. My cats kept me up all night. I'm going to take a little nap. That's probably a good idea so I can be fresh. Oh, I got to order these groceries. Okay, I got to get the groceries first, and then I'll take a nap. So I'll be fresh. Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you for a beautiful day. I hope to have a beautiful rest of your day, and I love you very much. Like and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. And take care and be nice and save democracy. Bye. Oh, wait. Think the Poppins predicted is a smiting effect. Oh, okay. All right. Well, Poppins is fine. Smiting is fine. Anyway, I love you guys very much.